Lin Feng traversed a parallel universe, transforming into a downtrodden debtor. Yet, at the onset, he was bestowed with the Divine Eye system, granting him the ability to perceive hidden truths of the world. Chapter 1. The Beautiful Female Debt Collector, a Divine Guiding. In Sioux City, within a dilapidated village constructed in the 1980s, Lin Feng reclined with his legs crossed, humming a tune while smoking a half-finished cigarette. His gaze wandered over the squalid 50-square-meter apartment, plunging him into contemplation. He could never have imagined that he had crossed over into another realm. After a night of corporate bonding that culminated in consuming 2 bottles of baijiu, he had fainted, only to awaken in this unfamiliar world. In his previous life, he was a loser, but in this new existence, he had acquired several identities that would catch the eye. An orphan, a debtor, a college dropout, and a vagrant. He hastily retrieved the sole 50 yuan from the previous owner's pocket, purchasing a pack of cigarettes. After consuming half, he felt slightly revived. Who have I wronged to end up like this? No golden finger upon crossing, nor the privilege of a wealthy heir must I not even be allowed to live a normal life. Lin Feng extinguished his cigarette, a scowl etched on his face. Huaxia Bank kindly reminds you, you are overdue on a debt of 58,000 yuan for 3 months. Please negotiate repayment promptly to avoid unnecessary damage to your credit report. Damn, yet another collection message. Scrolling through the notifications, he counted over 20 messages from debt collectors, and this was merely from a single day. He estimated that his debts from various credit cards and formal loans amounted to over 600,000 yuan. The most dreadful part was that this sum represented only the principal. The penalties and compounded interest were overwhelming. Yet this was not the most shocking aspect. If he had accrued these debts through gambling, it would be somewhat justifiable. However, the previous owner had been rather exceptional. He had expended nearly 600,000 yuan on a campus beauty without even having touched her. When the debts exploded, he was dumped and expelled from school, ultimately succumbing to despair and taking his own life by overdosing on sleeping pills. Ah, you die your death, and I am left to experience your life. What a metamorphosis. Lin Feng grumbled as he rose from the sofa, preparing to boil some instant noodles to satiate his hunger. Knock, knock, knock. Is Lin Feng home? Who is it? Lin Feng eyed the door warily, surprised to hear a woman's voice, which was quite melodious. I am the business manager for Beyond Line Loans, hoping to speak with Mr. Lin. To send a female debt collector was indeed a first for him. He had never witnessed such an occurrence. 3 days prior, a male representative had come and had an unpleasant confrontation with the former owner, issuing a stern warning to be cautious. Mr. Lin, as a mere woman, I am no match for you. What is there to fear? Her tone softened, and she even adopted a coy demeanor. I do not believe you. What if your accomplices are lurking in the shadows? Just because you sent a woman does not mean I will yield. I am not easily swayed. Ah, Mr. Lin, I am light and delicate, easily toppled, and utterly harmless. Shall we just have a chat? What if feelings develop during our conversation? That could become quite problematic. Giggle. If feelings do blossom, we could delve deeper, and when it comes time to repay, a romantic relationship would be mutually beneficial, wouldn't it? What a bold proposition from a female debt collector. Lin Feng approached the peephole to peer outside. At the door stood a woman approximately 170 centimeters tall, slender in form. Not the epitome of beauty, but undeniably attractive. With an oval face, cascading waves of hair, a white blouse, a black bodycon skirt, and high heels that accentuated her femininity, she was indeed a stunning debt collector. In such attire, who could resist? Yet, Lin Feng, as a traveler from another realm and having been a seasoned player in life, had seen many scenarios. What if 2 burly men rushed in as soon as he opened the door? He would be left vulnerable, unable to cry for help. The woman outside is a professional debt collector, specially trained by the loan company to recover debts at any cost. Note, this debt collector is in good health, possesses ample practical experience, and is unthreatening. Rest assured, she will not bear any responsibility afterward. What was that sound? Had he begun to hallucinate? The sudden voice startled him. Had he truly encountered a ghost in broad daylight? Surely, it was the former owner's unfulfilled desires manifesting as delusions from practicing martial arts alone. He cursed the former owner 1,000 times in his mind. Money was one thing, but being a coward was another. Open the door to trigger a romantic encounter event. What the hell? The voice returned. Lin Feng, filled with uncertainty, felt tense. He was certain he was not imagining things. Mr. Lin, are you there? I've been standing here quite a while, and my legs are aching. Am I hearing another voice? You didn't come alone, did you? Today, I came alone. However, if you're willing to repay, I wouldn't mind if you brought along a couple of friends. The speaker is sincere, sincerity level 100. What nonsense was this? Forget it. He would open the door and see for himself. Lin Feng steeled his resolve. What was there to fear from a single woman? He swung open the door, and an image rushed toward him. He sidestepped and caught her, only to release her almost immediately. The wave of fragrance enveloped him, and for a fleeting moment, he was momentarily dazed, though he quickly regained his composure, reminding himself that he was no novice. What are you doing? You made me stand for so long that my legs have grown weak. Will you carry me to the sofa? Following her instructions will ensure the narrative unfolds just as you wish. This time, Lin Feng confirmed that the voice resided solely in his mind, inaudible to others. Moreover, the directives it provided seemed to come to fruition. Could this be divine guidance? His heart raced, exhilaration coursing through him as happiness descended unexpectedly. Mr. Lin, your heartbeat is quite rapid. That is merely because you weigh too much. You are so mean. I only weigh 92 gene. Only 92 gene? Go try carrying 92 gene of pork yourself. Then may I sit on the sofa? Be my guest. She settled onto the sofa, crossing her legs, while Lin Feng took a seat beside her. From this angle, he observed her beauty more clearly, an inexplicable allure radiating from her. Mr. Lin, can you repay the debt? If you face difficulties, feel free to discuss them with me. We can negotiate. How shall we negotiate? Lin Feng inquired with a smile. That depends on how Mr. Lin wishes to inquire. I am open to cooperation. This is a trap, but if you fall into it, repaying the debt will not result in severe consequences. Indeed, another prompt appeared, and if he did not comprehend the situation now, it would indicate that his years had been in vain. That he realized that his golden opportunity had arrived. Yet, it appeared somewhat unreliable. It was neither a wealthy system nor a sign-in system. This seemed to be a mechanism designed to entrap him. He glanced at the debt collector, her face adorned with blooming charm, and he made a bold decision. Let it be whether it was 3 years of profit or a death sentence. It was not a loss. Worst, he would be consuming free rations, and if he feared beauty, what kind of man would he be? Chapter 2. I was filled with indignation. This repayment plan was truly a torment. What is your name? Zhao Qian. You may call me Xiao Qian, Mr. Lin. I was curious. If male collectors are unable to recover debts, what gives you the right to pursue them? She proudly replied, What do you mean by that? Allow me to clarify. If male collectors cannot retrieve the funds, we shall. If they can, we shall still collect. In just 3 sentences, Lin Feng was rendered speechless. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the room. Suddenly, Lin Feng chuckled. Impressive. But what if you encounter a female debtor? My boyfriend is a personal trainer and now works in collections as well, but he exclusively collects from women. Our distribution is quite equitable. Goodness, your operations are extensive. Mr. Lin, can you truly repay the debt? Why should I? The debts were incurred by the previous owner, not by me, Lin Feng retorted defiantly. A glimmer of clarity flashed in Zhao Qian's eyes as she remarked, That approach won't suffice. You could end up incarcerated. So be it. I have nothing to lose. Seeing collectors like you infuriates me. If you could calm down, would you be able to repay? Huh? Lin Feng was taken aback, but soon grasped the implication. You said it. You cannot deceive me. Zhao Qian nodded, affirming her intent. In that moment, all thoughts of a gambling father, ailing mother, and younger brother in need of care faded into insignificance. The allure of those romantic technicians paled in comparison to her. Had I known female collectors operated this way, I would have maxed out a few more credit cards. An hour and a half later, Lin Feng stretched and took a sip from his teacup. Mr. Lin, you surely can repay the debt, right? Zhao Qian inquired, her smile bright, yet eyes unwavering. Have you not been doing this for long? Surely the funds should be easy to recover. Then let us sign this contract. She casually retrieved a stack of agreements from her bag and placed them before Lin Feng. This is an agreement stipulating that if the debt is not repaid within 3 days, legal action will be pursued. Should you refuse to sign, you will become a notorious offender. Important note, sign the agreement first, and we shall address the future later. Lin Feng froze, his gaze fixed on the repayment contract, mentally cursing his ill fate. How insidious. What happened next? Would he truly be imprisoned? He had heard that inmates were the lowest of the low and could face brutal treatment. Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. How could a young man like him endure such torment? Mr. Lin, will you sign or not? You weren't deceiving me, were you? I will sign right away. With no other choice, he reluctantly scribbled his name. He had already devised a plan to escape to the train station and purchase a ticket to a border city, then flee. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Lin. It has been a pleasure. If the debt is settled and you remember me, feel free to call. Goodbye. This female collector would commence her second order in half an hour. Her business seemed quite bustling. One could only wonder how many deals she managed in a single day. Lin Feng's curiosity was suddenly piqued. This professional debt collector managed to handle a daily quota of 10 individuals, boasting a success rate of approximately 60%. It appeared that the arrangement was rather well-tuned, at least somewhat compatible. However, a troubling thought struck him. How was he to reclaim his funds? What on earth was this golden finger? Ding! The system has detected that the host's trust in the provided hidden information has reached 100. You are granted the opportunity to fully control the Divine Eye system. Would you like to bind it now? Of course, binding it was the only option. Ding! The Divine Eye system has been successfully bound. You now possess the initial version, allowing you to perceive hidden information about all things in the world. Lin Feng waited, somewhat foolishly, for several seconds, only to find that nothing happened. Was this it? Was he being toyed with like a child? After all this fuss, he could merely view some information? What use was that? Panic seized him. He had 3 days to repay his debts. What was he even contemplating? Perhaps it was best to cut his losses and leave. Swiftly, he retrieved his phone, intent on purchasing the earliest, longest-distance green train ticket to escape this place. Ding! Hidden information acquired. 4. The casual loan is classified as usury, and it is suspected of being illegal. In 3 days, it will be shut down by the police. Currently, a loan of 10,000 yuan can be borrowed without repayment. The money jar contains a limit of 6,000. After borrowing, only 4,000 will be credited, as 2,000 yuan will be deducted as a fee. It will be seized in 2 days. An illegal online loan listed for 10 days, with an annual interest rate of 20. It will be reported and shut down in 2 days, with 50,000 yuan available for immediate withdrawal. A black market loan with a limit of 50. After borrowing, only 40 will be credited, with a 10 yuan fee deducted. It will be legally prosecuted in 5 days, and repayment will not be required. This loan is set to collapse tomorrow. Those who act last can withdraw 20 small loans before it is removed. Note: exploit black market loans. Leverage legitimate loans and bank credit cards, and your debt crisis will be resolved 100. Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. This system possessed an unusual character. Its repayment plan was unconventional, allowing him to turn the tables on the very lenders. Should they discover his actions, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, strictly speaking, this could be classified as fraud, with imprisonment awaiting detection. Despite the risks, the repayment scheme was enticing. Trusting that the system would not lead him astray, Lin Feng eagerly downloaded all the loan information onto his phone. After completing the binding of his bank card and verification process, he jumped into action. 10 minutes later, a flurry of deposit notifications flooded his phone. Over 70,000 had appeared in his bank account. He logged into his account to confirm, and indeed, the funds were there. The weight of his worries lifted. Lin Feng realized that his dismal existence was on the cusp of transformation. Buzz. Huaxia Bank credit card automatically deducted 58,000 yuan. Construction Bank credit card automatically deducted 30,000 yuan. 960 loan automatically deducted 100,000 yuan. Anytime loan automatically deducted 50,000 yuan. B online loan automatically deducted 350,000 yuan. In the blink of an eye, all the funds he had just acquired vanished, leaving his bank account with a mere 1,000 yuan. It is rather ruthless. Everything vanished before it could even warm up. However, those overdue debts from yesteryears have finally been settled. As for money with a system in place, is there any worry about acquiring it? Ding. Mr. Lin, your integrity is commendable. The funds have been successfully transferred. Do remember, should you find yourself in need again, do not hesitate to seek our small loans. I shall be at your service with utmost dedication. The service attitude is surprisingly commendable. He pressed and held Zhao Qian's account. Selecting delete. What a jest. His prosperous days lie ahead, and now that he can earn, why indulge in such trivialities? Amusing, isn't it? Lin Feng, are you there? A man's voice resonated from outside the door. The memories of the previous owner surged forth. This was a neighbor, an unemployed wanderer, and trouble always accompanied him. Chapter 3. Why repay when one is borrowed by merit? Just indulge. Zhang Dekai, what do you want? Could you lend me some money? This was the brilliance of this individual. Everyone else was a deadbeat, yet he had the audacity to ask for money time and again. The previous owner, being somewhat timid, found it difficult to refuse, despite being burdened with debts, repeatedly offering small sums to assist this character. The other party was equally ruthless, never repaying a single cent. Estimates suggested he owed at least 7,000 to 8,000. Ding. Acquired character information 1. Name, Zhang Dekai. Age, 28. Occupation, unemployed. Interests, online gambling, unlicensed foot massages. Personality, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Status, owes high-interest loans, currently being violently pursued for debt. Acquired hidden information 1. Zhang Dekai is illiterate, possessing only a rudimentary understanding of mobile lending. Guiding him in online loans could inflate his aspirations, ultimately leading him to ruin. Lin Feng was adept at deceiving people. Before his transmigration, he was a seasoned insurance agent. Deceiving an illiterate was akin to child's play. Lin Feng, are you deaf? Are you pretending to be oblivious? Under my fist, there are no grievances left. All right, your might is acknowledged, but I truly have no money. Oh, trying to bamboozle me, are we? Come on down with me. Please, let me finish. I did have funds, but I just clear my debts. Zhang Dekai was taken aback. He knew Lin Feng was a deadbeat. Unlike him, this fellow owed the bank, reportedly around 60 to 70,000. How could he have settled everything suddenly? Did he stumble upon a lucrative opportunity? Did you win a lottery? Come inside, and I shall elaborate further. You had better not be deceiving me. Zhang Dekai entered Lin Feng's home, sitting on the sofa with skepticism. Just a moment. Let me pour you some tea. Lin Feng went to the kitchen, tossing in a few inferior tea leaves, then added boiling water and, with a beaming smile, dropped in a used condom from the trash bin that Zhao Qian had utilized. Here, have a sip of this tea, Kai Yi. Savor. Oh, what a fine tea. But why does it have an odor reminiscent of bleach? Kai Yi, I shall be brief. Are you familiar with small loans? He successfully diverted the conversation, and at the mention of quick money, Zhang Dekai's eyes widened with intrigue. I have heard of it, but I do not know how to operate it. I can teach you. Is that for real? Kai Yi, you have a bank card, right? Who doesn't have one of those? All right, hand me your ID, and I'll have hundreds of thousands ready for you in no time. Lin Feng, you better not be deceiving me. How could I? You used to beat me up quite harshly. Would I dare? Zhang Dekai contemplated this logic, lifted the teapot filled with 84 flavor tea, took a sip, and chuckled. This tea has a rather unique flavor, reminding me of the number 8 technician at the foot massage parlor downstairs. You rascal, you have quite the trick up your sleeve. Here, take my ID. He accepted the other's phone and began to navigate through it. Lin Feng, after borrowing this money. One tea, there be other matters to attend to. Let me put it this way. If it's borrowed based on skill, why should it be repaid? Besides, once you move, who would ever find you? Zhang Dekai had almost forgotten the past, but upon hearing Lin Feng's words, he was urged to hurry up. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired one. I Love Flower Microloans is a legitimate lending company. Failure to repay will result in blacklisting on credit reports and potential compulsory execution. Casual Loan is an illicit online lending service, currently under the radar of relevant authorities. Failure to repay after obtaining funds will result in aggressive collection tactics. A loan service with gang affiliations, offering high limits and rapid dispersal, but with exorbitant interest. Failure to repay will lead to threats and physical violence. A credit reporting microloan service, with high limits and quick approvals. Failure to repay will incur legal liabilities. Lin Feng clicked the download button, and within moments, several microloan applications were available. Master Kai, let me show you how to operate this. Face recognition is required. Under his meticulous guidance, all real name verifications and assessments were successfully completed. Zhang Dekai was astounded, as if he had discovered a new world. 5, 15, 22, 18, 9, 7, 11. The cumulative total from several loans approached a staggering 90. He was utterly astonished. He had never seen such an amount of money, feeling as though he were in a dream. Lin Feng, can we really access this money? Just go ahead. Each transaction will be seamless, and the funds will arrive instantly. Soon you'll be living extravagantly. Lin Feng wouldn't foolishly conduct the transactions for him. That would entail responsibility. Ding. Your account ending in 9958 at Huaxia Bank has received 5. Ding. Your account ending in 9958 at Huaxia Bank has received 15. Ding. Lin Feng, how much is that in total? A total of 87. This news left him trembling with excitement. He had never encountered such a sum before. For him, 87 was an astronomical figure. Is all this money mine? Yes, it is all yours. So if I delete these applications, I won't have to repay them? Lin Feng nodded vigorously. Indeed, delete them, and you won't need to repay. Damn, you make a valid point. If it's borrowed based on skill, why should it be repaid? Here, SA 100 as a tip. Accept it. He pulled a crumpled 100 yuan bill from his pocket and tossed it to Lin Feng. This brother. Let's forget about it. 100 yuan deep. Do you look down on Master Kai? Not at all. Not at all. Lin Feng accepted the 100 and inquired. What about the money you borrowed from me earlier? Borrowing a few thousand, and it's still not settled. Huh? Give me a few days, and I'll secure more microloans to repay you. I'm off now. I'll take care, Master Kai. As he watched Zhang Dekai's retreating figure, the notification sound chimed once more. Ding. Real-time intelligence acquired 1. This indolent, unambitious middle-aged layabout will exhaust all his resources in 10 days, face violent debt collection in 15 days, and succumb to another bout of aggressive recovery efforts in 20 days, ultimately descending into a vegetative state. Is this not fitting? Such a worthless being, insatiable and devoid of moral boundaries, is a blight upon existence, and this conclusion is rather exquisite. As for Lin Feng, he remains unfazed. He shall depart from this place by tomorrow. However, he finds himself with a mere 100 yuan, including the 100 yuan tip from Jean de Kai. He must devise a way to procure funds, lest he starve before he even takes flight. Furthermore, his frail physique poses a significant challenge. He wonders if his newfound abilities can provide some miraculous remedy. Ding! Congratulations on surpassing the novice phase. The advancement system has been activated. Chapter 4. A luxurious gift package. Is it not acceptable to feign authenticity when one is of genuine lineage? The blue virtual panel unfurled in its entirety. Lin Feng observed a lengthy experience bar at the top, visibly filling with a white energy. The numeral 1 transformed into a 2. Ding! Congratulations. Your divine eye has successfully advanced. Ding! You have received a novice gift package. Would you like to open it? Open. Lin Feng rubbed his hands together in excitement. Spring had finally arrived. He had long anticipated that the system would not be so straightforward. A dazzling display of colors materialized before him, evoking a sense of jubilation. The previously controlled system inventory suddenly revealed several icons. Ding! The novice gift package has been opened, and your luck is extraordinary. You have received a luxurious package. Ding! Congratulations. You have obtained Divine Strength Pill 1, Resurrecting Doll 1, Super Hacker Experience Card 1, Future Experience Modifier Card 1. Gulp. Lin Feng swallowed hard, overwhelmed with elation. These items could not merely be described as impressive. They were genuinely extraordinary. A thought crossed his mind, and the item descriptions appeared before him. Divine Strength Pill. A pill that comprehensively enhances physical strength of unknown origin and creator. Upon consumption, one feels a gentle warmth in the dantian, with effects fully absorbed within 20 seconds. Note: this pill significantly enhances physical capabilities. Please consume in a concealed location to avoid unnecessary complications. Resurrecting Doll, a passive item that automatically activates in the face of certain death, allowing you to escape death once. It vanishes after use. Super Hacker Experience Card. This item enables you to surf the internet, send messages, and make calls while completely shielding your identity for a duration of 2 hours. Future Experience Modifier Card. A profoundly inhumane item that can temporarily adjust and modify the experiences of a target, potentially altering their fate. Caution is advised. Ding! The Divine Strength Pill can swiftly remedy your weakness and elevate your physical prowess to unprecedented levels. Would you like to use it immediately? Yes, use it quickly. Lin Feng felt a surge of urgency. Were it not for the frail physique of the previous owner, that woman Zhao Qian would surely have her back against the wall. With a thunderous roar, a massive wave of energy descended from the void, striking him at the crown of his head. He felt electrified, as if struck by lightning. With his hair standing on end like that of a porcupine, the internal organs were enveloped by a gentle warmth, providing immense comfort. After approximately 5 minutes, Lin Feng's body suddenly quivered. His clothing tore apart, and a powerful gust of air dispersed, shattering the dilapidated furniture within the room. Ding! Character Attribute Panel activated. Name: Lin Feng. Age: 25. Strength: 100. Speed: 100. Agility: 100. Resilience: 200. Note: the typical attribute ceiling for adult males in this world hovers around 50, with only a select few exceptionally gifted individuals reaching approximately 60. My goodness, my attributes have already surpassed those of an average person by a factor of 2, while my resilience is an astonishing 4 times the normal limit. Glancing at his younger companion, Lin Feng felt quite pleased. With such specifications, even the most seasoned individuals would be astonished. Would it be considered eavesdropping? No, it is merely a concern for the plight of the common people. Master, your words hold true, he mused. Feeling a chill from the breeze, Lin Feng hurriedly changed his attire. Noticing that the sun had yet to set, he decided to venture outside for a stroll. After all, whether information could be monetized required some experimentation. Upon stepping out of the building, Lin Feng noticed a considerable gathering of people outside. They were residents of the building, mostly tenants, all wearing anxious expressions and whispering amongst themselves, occasionally revealing their concerns. Ding! Real-time information acquired 1. The residents, startled by the loud commotion, mistakenly believed an earthquake had occurred. Nonchalantly, Lin Feng strolled towards the entrance of the community, hands tucked into his pockets. Once he left the premises, he exhaled in relief, realizing he ought to heed advice. He had assumed the system was exaggerating the situation, not anticipating such a loud disturbance. Half an hour later, Lin Feng arrived at the pedestrian street, excitement bubbling within him as he contemplated the illustrious journey that lay ahead. Ding! Real-time information acquired 5. This lottery shop only offers 10 yuan scratch cards with minor prizes. This antique shop is filled with replicas. Even an expert would leave empty-handed. A trendy jewelry store, where the merchandise consists of overpriced, inferior products. This cake shop, standing strong for 5 years, sees long lines daily. Composed entirely of paid actors hired by the owner. After taking a stroll, Lin Feng reflected on the situation. While opportunities for wealth seemed scarce, the harsh realities of society struck at the core of his being. In this day and age, possessing a conscience likely hinders one's ability to earn. Continuing like this was untenable. With only 1,000 yuan in his pocket, he needed to spend wisely. A middle-aged woman hurried past Lin Feng, cradling a jade bracelet in her hands as if it were a precious treasure. Ding! Real-time information acquired too. This visitor spent 800 yuan on a bracelet made of artificial jade, costing only 20 yuan to produce. The jade shop promises tenfold compensation for any counterfeit items. If one purchases a fake, reporting it to the Market Supervision Department would yield a tenfold reimbursement. The jewelry store is located 10 meters ahead, at the first shop on the right, named Ming Tsue Jewelry. Is this truly permissible? Lin Feng was taken aback, utterly astounded. This deceptive system hardly resembled a legitimate golden finger. However, with the intelligence at hand, there was no reason to retreat. It was outrageous. The jewelry stores on the pedestrian street primarily catered to tourists and ordinary citizens. Even the most inexpensive items cost several hundred, equivalent to a week's worth of groceries for an average family. As a person of integrity, engaging in a little pretense shouldn't be an issue, right? With his head held high, Lin Feng strode purposefully toward his destination. The primary goal was confrontation. Acquiring wealth was merely a secondary objective. Ming Tsue Jade was a venerable jewelry establishment with over 20 branches nationwide. In recent years, the economic downturn had placed significant survival pressure even on such established retailers. Zhang Jia, that bracelet priced at 700. Your commission must be substantial, right? Keep it down. We don't want anyone overhearing. The boss has stated that if we engage in a brawl, we'll be responsible for any penalties. During the work week, the pedestrian street was relatively quiet, and the jewelry store was also rather desolate, with a few female attendants huddled together, engaged in idle chatter. As Lin Feng entered the shop, a strikingly beautiful young attendant promptly approached him. Good sir, are you here to purchase jewelry? We have items ranging from a few hundred to several 100,000. May I inquire about your preferred price range? Chapter 5. I will expose you, the first bucket of gold. Just browsing. Sir, I can provide you with some recommendations. At your young age, do you have knowledge of jade? Shaoli, why don't you attend to other matters? I shall take care of this gentleman. Zhang Jia approached with a beaming smile. She had just sold a counterfeit jade piece, earning a commission of 70. Although guilt gnawed at her conscience, her body was undeniably honest. In these times, only the financially burdened faced ridicule. Ding! Gained real-time psychological insight 1. This young man appears to be here to buy a bracelet for a romantic interest. It seems he is not affluent and likely lacks knowledge about jade. Selling counterfeit goods poses minimal risk. Even if discovered, he would likely forego his rights for the sake of pride. What a character! He was immediately marked as a target. It seemed that few in sales were truly honorable. With this realization, his conscience felt even lighter. If he regarded me as a naive fool, surely I could procure some reparations without guilt. Sir, which price range are you interested in? Might I suggest something for your girlfriend? Madam, you have a keen eye. You appear youthful. Are you perhaps a university student? Indeed, I am in my final year at Sioux City University. Graduating soon. Allow me to share that securing employment nowadays is quite challenging. How about I recommend an excellent value bracelet? But I only have 1,000 yuan. Not a problem. We have items in every price range. Lin Feng was led to a glass display case tucked away in a corner. Under the lighting, the jade items within gleamed splendidly. Ding! Gained real-time intelligence 1. The counterfeit rate of the items in this glass case reached an astounding 99.99. The only genuine jade, valued at 100 yuan, was mispriced at 999 yuan. The authentic piece was comparable to the fakes. This industry was indeed rife with corruption. These jade ornaments are priced around 1,000 yuan. We assure you they are genuine Myanmar jade, crafted from pure, natural jade, with no deceit. Madam, I will take this one. Lin Feng picked up a dark green jade bracelet and handed it to Sister Zhang. Ah, young man, your eyesight is truly commendable. This is crafted from high-quality jade. You have stumbled upon a treasure this time. Indeed, I possess an innate sixth sense, he replied. Sister Zhang's gaze resembled that of someone observing a fool. Had the circumstances permitted, she would have laughed heartily. If jade could be selected by sixth sense, all the jade stores in the world would have to close their doors. Ah, the youth, so impulsive and easily flattered. Shall I wrap it for you? She asked. Wait, what if it turns out to be a counterfeit? Lin Feng's question caught her off guard, but she quickly dismissed it from her mind. A university student, barely out of adolescence, surely knew little. Rest assured, we are a reputable establishment, and besides, look, if it's counterfeit, we offer tenfold compensation. We stand by our word. All right then, I will purchase this. After completing the transaction, Lin Feng touched the 100 yuan in his pocket, feeling a mix of anxiety. If this venture failed, he would be left with nothing but that solitary bullet. Take care. Young man, I wish you and your girlfriend a lasting union, bonded forever. As Lin Feng's figure vanished, she erupted into laughter. Sister Zhang, you truly are remarkable. Such prowess. We must learn from you. You deserve the title of our star salesperson. Sister Zhang felt a swell of pride, her spirits lifted. Tonight, I shall treat everyone a hot pot, but let us refrain from discussing certain matters publicly. She feared that if word spread and customers who purchased counterfeit goods sought retribution, it would create trouble for her. Lin Feng squatted by the flower bed on the right side of the jewelry store, lighting a cigarette. He planned to enter after 15 minutes to confront the issue. In truth, he felt anxious. If the matter escalated, he would have to navigate through procedures, which would be troublesome. Suddenly, an Audi slowly approached the intersection and came to a halt in front of the store. The door swung open, revealing a balding, rotund man wearing black-rimmed glasses. Beep. Gain character information 1. Name, Wang Donghai. Age, 58. Identity, owner of Mingsue Jewelry. Personality, shrewd, low-key, pragmatic. Status, busy. Character strategy, a shrewd jewelry store owner, somewhat ethical, but not extensively. Sells some counterfeit goods priced below 2,000 yuan. If discovered by customers, he opts for tenfold compensation to avoid conflict. This fellow is indeed a businessman. His audacity is commendable. Price is capped at 2,000 and the maximum compensation is only 2. Yet how many people would actually pursue their rights? It seems the minds of capitalists operate in extraordinary ways. Lin Feng silently followed him inside the store, where Wang Donghai had just inquired about business from Sister Zhang and was preparing to head to his office. Suddenly, a voice filled with indignation rang out from the entrance. What a shady establishment, selling counterfeit goods to me. Fortunately, I have a relative who understands jade, or else I would have faced dire consequences giving this to my girlfriend. Everyone turned in surprise towards Lin Feng. Sister Zhang's expression shifted dramatically, and her anxiety grew. She could not comprehend how the young man had come to assert his rights so swiftly. Wang Donghai's gaze calmly swept across several shop assistants, discerning through their eye contact that they had just sold counterfeit goods to the young man. With a composed demeanor and a smile, he politely inquired, Sir, we operate a jade shop, and it is inevitable that mistakes occur. I, too, may overlook things. If it turns out to be counterfeit, I am willing to compensate you tenfold. Lin Feng displayed a wary expression, though it was feigned. Xiaozhang, which piece did you sell just now? Wang Dong asked. Boss, it was this bracelet priced at 1,000, replied Zhang Jia, her head bowed in regret. She lamented her misfortune. While she would not be dismissed for selling counterfeit goods, she would have to bear 10% of the penalty. As Wang Donghai would say, this equates risk to profit. You can reap the substantial profits from selling fake jade, but when issues arise, you must cover 1/10 of the compensation. Very well, please hand this young man one in cash. I apologize for our oversight, and I kindly ask that you do not spread this. Business is challenging these days. The boss's attitude in acknowledging the mistake was commendable. He promised compensation, and since the money was being refunded, Lin Feng assured him he would not speak out of turn. Thank you, young man. Should you wish to purchase jade again, please return my shop. For Wang Donghai, this was merely a minor episode, and he had no intention of reprimanding his employees. Meanwhile, seated in the back of a taxi, Lin Feng remained in a state of bewilderment. He had acquired the money effortlessly, netting a profit of 9,000 in less than an hour. Previously, engaging in small loans had been a reckless endeavor, but this time, he had entirely relied on intelligence to secure his initial windfall. Damn it, I've struck it rich. The taxi driver, startled by Lin Feng's outburst, glanced at the rearview mirror and nervously asked, Sir, are you all right? Ding. You have obtained Future Intelligence 1. The driver of this taxi is an anonymous fugitive with a bounty of 20 yuan. Chapter 6. Master, you hide your depths well. A wanted criminal seeks legal assistance? Encountering a murderer. Is my luck truly good or bad? Master, you drive as you wish. I won a 50 lottery ticket. I am quite pleased and will soon indulge in leisure. I wish to call for 5 technicians. 50? Lottery? Wang Dakawei could not suppress his gulp, his hands trembling with excitement on the steering wheel. After years of fleeing, changing cities multiple times, and living under a forged identity, he was now struggling to make ends meet. Driving a taxi was also a means to fish for wealthy passengers, hoping to lure them to secluded areas for a bit of cash. Yet for months, he had encountered no suitable targets. And now this young man in the back seat seemed perfect. Sir, there's a bit of traffic on the way to your destination. I'd like to take an alternate route. It may take longer, but it will be quicker overall. Would that be acceptable? He inquired politely, clearly having done his homework. And it was evident he did not appear to be a criminal. Sure, do as you see fit. I'm not in a hurry, nor am I lacking in funds. All right then. With a heart racing and hands trembling, Wang Dakawei pressed the accelerator and sped towards the southern outskirts. In the reflection of the rearview mirror, Lin Feng toyed with his phone, completely unguarded. His heart raced with excitement. A young man devoid of vigilance, he felt assured he could manipulate the situation at will. After a 20-minute drive, the towering skyscrapers had vanished from sight. The road now transformed into a mere stretch of concrete. Apart from the occasional small village, not a single soul could be seen. Lin Feng set down his phone, astonishment evident in his voice. Master, where on earth are you taking me? Are you planning to sell me? Little brother, we bear no enmity, but I have no choice in this dire situation, came the reply. What do you mean? Lin Feng's acting was quite remarkable, his expression one of naive foolishness, nearly eliciting a laugh from Wang Dakawei. It's simple. You won 50 in the lottery. Give me 30, and I'll let you go. Oh, so you're a robber, huh? Master, you've hidden this well. TSK. You're not afraid at all. My mother always said to stay calm during a robbery. Just hand over the money. It's vital to preserve one's life. Clever. He brought the car to a halt, the desolation outside starkly apparent. They had arrived at an abandoned junkyard. In this forsaken place, committing murder and burying a body would likely go unnoticed. Get out. Brother, you're not planning to kill me, are you? According to the rules of the underworld, one seeks wealth without regard for life. But should you refuse to cooperate, do not blame me for being ruthless. Lin Feng feigned terror, trembling as he said, but I have no money. What do you mean? Just a moment ago, I distinctly heard you say you won 50 in the lottery. I was just talking nonsense. Their eyes locked, a cold breeze swept through, and Wang Dakawei felt a momentary lapse in his faculties. He had brought this person here with utmost seriousness, only to discover he was spouting absurdities. This kid had no idea how desolate the life of a fugitive could be. Damn it, I'll kill you. Rage surged within him. Feeling offended, Wang Dakawei's hidden murderous intent erupted. His right hand brandished a gleaming dagger aimed at Lin Feng's chest. Clang! A shower of sparks erupted, reminiscent of metal grinding against metal. Lin Feng's shirt was slashed open, revealing his fair skin beneath. Yet, nothing happened, not even a scratch. This was a dagger, and Wang Dakawei knew its properties well. Confusion flooded his mind. Was it possible he had read too few books? Could the dagger have undergone a chemical reaction in some peculiar environment? Uncle, stop overthinking. I have mastered the Golden Bell Shield to the 10th layer, achieving the realm of retracting my essence into my abdomen. Your strike cannot harm me. Nonsense. Do you think I, Kuai Yi, practice exorcising sort techniques? Wang Dakawei was incensed, roaring as he lunged forward. Lin Feng retaliated with a swift kick. Bang! A heavy thud resonated, and 10 meters away, the frenzied fugitive lay twisted on the ground. It felt as if every bone in Wang Dakawei's body had been shattered. What kind of monstrous strength was this? Uncle, with your meager strength, how can you even attempt robbery? This one do. In that moment, he suddenly felt weightless, his 140-pound frame lifted effortlessly by Lin Feng, who grasped him by the waistband. Grandfather, great-grandfather, I was blind not to recognize your might. Please, spare me. Wang Dakawei's agonized screams reverberated through the surroundings as he was unceremoniously hurled out. His 180-centimeter frame traced a graceful parabolic arc before landing 5 meters away. As night fell, a distorted figure crawled forward, driven by an instinct for survival. The fierce will to live ignited the last vestiges of Wang Dakawei's potential. In his eyes, Lin Feng had transformed into a demon, a soul-reaping specter from the depths of hell. Why run? Am I that fearsome? Suddenly, his path was obstructed by a pair of flip-flops. What a calamity! A notorious murderer reduced to this state. Sir, you've already dealt me a blow. Grant me a swift end. That is not permissible. I am a law-abiding citizen. How could I commit murder? That would be a crime. And I have no desire to face the consequences. Rest assured, the police will arrive shortly. What? You call the police? For what purpose? Wang Dakuei's despair deepened. He had initially believed he had encountered an easy target, only to find his adversary exceptionally formidable, and perhaps slightly unhinged for having contacted the authorities. Apologies. My financial situation is dire. I must claim your bounty. Damn it. Why must you utter such profanities? Lin Feng unleashed a couple of powerful slaps, disorienting him further. Just as it seemed Wang Dakuei would succumb to unconsciousness, the sharp wail of a police siren pierced the air. Assistants, cease the assault. You two, cover your heads and crouch down. Who made the call to the police? The arrival of the police offered a sense of security. In the past, Wang Dakuei would have fled at the sight of uniformed officers, but now they appeared terrifying. The ruthless criminal felt tears welling up, overwhelmed with emotion like a 3-year-old child. He was finally saved from the torment inflicted by this devil. Officer, my phone number is 138,658. I made the call. This man is Wang Dakuei, a taxi driver hiding in Sioux City. He is a fugitive murderer, and I recognized him. However, before Lin Feng could finish speaking, Wang Dakuei, struggling to lift his head from the ground, wailed, I am the wanted criminal, Wang Dakuei. Quickly apprehend me. I surrender, I confess, and I accept the legal consequences. But I require legal assistance. He has abused me. The officers stood bewildered, a fugitive seeking legal aid, and his face was a grotesque mess, rendering his features unrecognizable. What had this man endured? Chapter 7. The Criminal's Plea. See, the wanted notice can still be found online. It is undoubtedly him. I could not be mistaken. Lin Feng accessed the search results and presented his phone to the police. It does bear a resemblance, but with his face in such disarray, identification is challenging. Officer, look. The physical description states that he has a birthmark on his posterior. A glance will confirm it. Wang Dong's eyes brightened, nodding in appreciation. This young man possesses a talent for criminal investigation. You too, check his backside. Captain, there is indeed a birthmark, just as described online. Arrest him. This man has taken several lives and is an extremely dangerous individual. Ouch, that hurts. Be gentle, be gentle. It feels as though all my bones are broken. Now you feel pain, do you? During the initial act of murder, those victims surely felt pain. How could you exhibit no trace of compassion? This individual, however, possesses remarkable strength. He can send me flying with a single punch and effortlessly lift and hurl me over 10 meters. There is undoubtedly something amiss here. You must investigate him. Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback, his anger transforming into a sardonic smile. Realizing he had been apprehended and was at the end of his rope, he began to speak nonsensically, attempting to distort the truth. Why do you not claim he is a superhero? Do you think I will believe you? His legs are not even as thick as your arms. Why not assert he is an immortal with magical powers? I'm not deceiving you. He truly is abnormal. I was nearly beaten to death by him. Wang Dakuei had never felt so helpless. By nature, he was brutal. The first life he took was out of rage upon discovering his victim was a pauper, possessing merely 200 yuan in cash and savings. In a fit of fury, he ruthlessly ended the man's life and dismembered the body, burying it in a field. However, a torrential downpour soon exposed his crime. To evade legal repercussions, he murdered an entire family from the same village who discovered the remains, thus embarking on a path of perpetual flight. Wang Dakuei, do not resort to tricks. Save your strength for your explanation to the judge. At that moment, a young officer interjected. Captain Wang, it seems this fellow has sustained numerous broken bones. Hardly a single one remains intact. Wang Dong was taken aback, inquiring with suspicion. Mr. Lin, did you truly do this? Indeed, he did. With one punch. He sent me flying over 10 meters. This man is no ordinary human. Furthermore, he is impervious to blades and bullets. My dagger pierced his chest and sparked upon contact. Wang Dakuei howled in a state of hysteria, his eyes reflecting growing terror. Lin Feng sighed and replied, When I discovered his identity, I was dragged to this desolate place. Fear gripped my heart. This man held me hostage with a knife. In that moment, thoughts of my deceased parents surged forth, and I found an unexpected strength to execute a shoulder throw on him. My mind was in chaos as I rained blows upon him, never anticipating the severity of the situation. Captain Wang, I want to end up in prison, will I? Wang Dong smiled gently. patting Lin Feng on the shoulder with an expression of admiration. Indeed, young hero, thank goodness you unleashed your latent potential. Otherwise, this man might have claimed yet another life. Wang Dakuai stood petrified, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of injustice. To be lifted effortlessly and sent flying 10 meters. His body as unyielding as steel. Would you call this the unleashing of potential? He felt further insulted. Where human rights? Where lies the moral baseline? As a murderer, can he not be trusted? A wave of depression surged within him, and he suddenly found it difficult to breathe. Abruptly, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and he collapsed unconscious. 10 minutes later, Wang Dakuai was taken away by an ambulance. Shaolin, shortly, you will accompany me to the station to complete the paperwork. Paperwork? Don't be anxious. Wang Dakuai has a bounty of 50. This is rightfully yours for the peril you faced in capturing him, but it requires some formalities. Ding. Real-time information obtained. This is an upright officer. Even if you refuse the bounty, he will insist you accept it. With this definitive information, Lin Feng felt it prudent to feign politeness. Captain Wang, never mind. Let us leave the money for the police department. It can be used to acquire a few more vehicles. No, the apprehended criminals were your doing. Leaving it for the department is inconsequential. We have budget allocations for purchasing vehicles. Then let be a donation in your name. Shaolin, let us not dwell on this. The bounty of 50 must be awarded to you. Otherwise, who would be willing to capture criminals in the future? But Captain Wang, since you insist, I shall accept it. If I encounter criminals again, I will surely apprehend them. Excellent, but ensure your safety first before attempting any arrests. Today's situation was perilously risky. Lin Feng nodded and followed Wang Dong to the police car. It was quite the struggle to suppress laughter, especially as Wang Dong earnestly stated the dangers of the day's events. Had the police arrived any later, Wang Dakuai would have truly faced dire consequences. At 8 in the evening, Lin Feng left the Sioux City police station in high spirits. After walking a mere 10 meters, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon checking, he discovered that the bounty of 50 had indeed been credited to his account. Wang Dong had mentioned 3 working days, yet it arrived much sooner, and the bounty was tax-free. Splendid things were looking up. He hummed a little tune while making his way toward the city center. Half an hour later, Lin Feng ordered a duck leg rice and a bowl of clay pot soup at the Shaxian Hotel. Although he had money now, he still needed to maintain a low profile. After all, attracting trouble was ill-advised. It was not yet the time for ostentation. After swiftly finishing his meal, Lin Feng planned to find a nearby room to spend the night. Just then, a young couple entered the restaurant. They appeared to be migrant workers. The woman wore heavy makeup, reminiscent of a 90s hair salon attendant. The man was lean, bare-chested, with a dragon tattooed on his arm, a quintessential embodiment of the spirited youth of the new era. What are you staring at? Want to fight? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. He merely glanced their way and was met with hostility. He found it pointless to engage with such individuals, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and prepared to leave. Damn, look at him, acting so tough, what a coward. You should keep your mouth shut, he retorted. What is wrong with you, you little brat? Haven't you been to work for days? If you're not out entertaining, how am I supposed to eat? Every day, and you're still playing the lottery. If winning was that easy, would there be any poor people left? The woman, taken aback by the confrontation, lowered her head and silently fiddled with her phone. Ding. Obtained real-time intelligence, 1. Ding. Acquired an important wealth intelligence. Walk straight for 100 meters, turn right at Longyan Road. There lies a fortune discarded by this couple. Readily available upon your arrival. Chapter 8. The discarded wealth, valued at 10 scratch cards. There is often a reason behind one's misfortune. Even in such dire straits, the woman remains unwilling to divorce. Her suffering is entirely self-inflicted. If she does not cherish herself and devalues her worth, who can she blame? Why do you say such things? I worry you might cause trouble. Oh, do you think the guy is more handsome than me? Are you tempted to stray? No, not at all. Truly a revelation. The ability to endure such treatment indicates that in the realm of unrequited affection, both men and women are equally represented. The audacity of that little rascal to wander about while owing us money. If I catch him, he shall regret it. Search the vicinity thoroughly. Should you spot him, inform me at once. A group of ruffians swaggered past Lin Feng, exuding an air of menace, seemingly intent on violence. Ding. Acquired real-time intelligence, 1. This gang of thugs is on the lookout for a spirited young man inside the Shaxian Hotel, who owes them a considerable sum in usurious loans. Should they discover his whereabouts, they will not hesitate to inflict grave injuries. As fate would have it, Lin Feng, upon perusing this intelligence, was intercepted by one of the thugs. Have you seen this man nearby? The thug inquired, presenting a photograph of the agitated young man. Lin Feng gestured towards the Shaxian Hotel not far off, stating, "Indeed, I have seen him dining there with a woman." I merely glanced at him, and he appeared ready to strike me. Damn it, understood. You may leave. Lin Feng hastily made his exit, but after walking a mere 20 paces, he was startled by a scream from behind. Turning back, he beheld a shocking scene. The spirited young man lay sprawled on the ground, while the woman valiantly shielded him with her body against the onslaught of the thugs, who were mercilessly beating the pair. They deserved it, Lin Feng thought. As he pivoted to depart, he intended to seek out the wealth that this couple had so carelessly abandoned. 100 meters away, Lin Feng turned onto Longyan Road. However, after only a few steps, he halted in disbelief. Could it be that the treasure lay here? He gazed quizzically at the refuse bin before him, a battle waging within his mind. The trash can emitted a foul odor, the stench palpable as he drew closer. To his right stood a waste processing station, where the refuse of the area was collected each morning for disposal. Ding! Acquired real-time intelligence 1. There are still 10 hours until the refuse in this area is cleared, and any hidden wealth will vanish. Having discovered potential riches, he felt compelled to seize the opportunity. To forsake readily attainable wealth would be a folly in the pursuit of fortune. Lin Feng pinched his nose and forcefully kicked over the towering plastic garbage bin. A cascade of refuse tumbled forth, the stench overwhelming. Ding! Acquired various target intelligence. A third-hand umbrella, not particularly clean. A rotten cucumber, inedible. A piece of durian skin, previously knelt upon. An electrical appliance, rendered unusable due to leakage. A wad of tissues, sullied with nasal remnants. Worn-out socks, discarded by a 180-pound elderly man. Lin Feng began to feel anxious. The odor was unbearable, and he was on the verge of losing his composure. Yet, the bin contained nothing but repugnant items. He could not possibly delve into the refuse with his bare hands. Curiously, Lin Feng looked down to find a colorful piece of cardboard fluttering at his feet. A scratch-off ticket? To his astonishment, he discerned the inscription on it. It was a previously used scratch-off lottery ticket. Ding! Acquired real-time intelligence 2. This scratch-off ticket, having been discarded, veered off course and did not land in the garbage bin. It is dry and clean. It is a $10 scratch-off ticket, carelessly thrown away by an ignorant-spirited young man, and can be redeemed at any time on a weekday. After taxes, it amounts to $8, though not substantial. It was an opportunity too easy to pass up. Capturing wanted criminals carries inherent risks, yet scratch-off lottery tickets seem like a free gift. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired. This area is secure. No one will pass by within the next 10 minutes, and no surveillance cameras have been detected. Departing now will ensure discretion. At this moment, it was the perfect time to leave. Accumulating wealth quietly was the wisest strategy. In these times, one must conceal their fortunes to avoid attracting attention. A few police cars stood parked, their lights flashing. An ambulance navigated through the crowd, sirens blaring as it sped away, likely taking 2 individuals who might become vegetative state victims. It was hard to say. After being stabbed over a dozen times, survival seemed doubtful. Rumor had it that the man owed money to loan sharks and had been in debt for 6 months, which led to his retribution. Thus, women should choose their husbands wisely, lest they ruin their lives. Amidst the incessant murmurs, Lin Feng merely cast a fleeting glance before hastily departing. It was of no concern to him. Were it not for his desire to avoid trouble, he would have relished the opportunity to teach the spirited youth a lesson. Upon returning to the hotel, he extended his stay for another day. Once he redeemed his lottery winnings the following day, he planned to find a place to rent and settle down. Continuously drifting was not a sustainable lifestyle. The next day, at 10 a.m., Lin Feng emerged from the lottery center with a triumphant smile. Although the post-tax sum of 8 was modest, even the smallest morsel was still sustenance. With his career just beginning, he could not afford to miss any opportunity. Currently, his assets totaled 58, restricting him to renting accommodations for the time being. After a hasty lunch, he made his way to the bustling downtown area. In this era, money could expedite nearly everything. At 3 p.m., within the scenic Jingyuan community in the city center, Lin Feng unlocked the door to a 3-bedroom apartment, spanning 120 square meters. It was tastefully renovated and ready for immediate occupancy, situated in a prime location with convenient transportation and available for a monthly rent of 5,000 yuan. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired. The property owner renovated the apartment but never resided there. Currently, all formaldehyde has dissipated, making it safe for habitation. Perfect. He reclined on the plush sofa, activating the 100-inch LCD television and felt a wave of nostalgia. Compared to his previous life in a slum, this was a true home. If he were to become wealthy in the future, he would undoubtedly acquire a similar abode. Ding! System upgrade completed. You are now at level 3. Wishing you joy. A notification chimed, and the system panel automatically appeared. The level had progressed from 2 to 3, and the panel seemed to have undergone some alterations. It now featured a previously unseen module, resembling an inventory or storage space from video game. Ding! Due to the system upgrade, you will receive a random reward. Congratulations! The virtual space has been activated. It is presented in a grid format, allowing you to store any items within. Objects from reality will appear as images, facilitating intuitive selection. Lin Feng was nearly propelled with excitement. This was akin to the storage rings from Cultivation novels. Chapter 9. All-encompassing virtual imaging, simply mesmerizing. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Merely contemplating it ignited a fervor within him. This feature may hold little promise domestically, yet it could prove invaluable abroad. Should one procure a few small tactical nuclear warheads from the black market for a bit of amusement, it would certainly lead to a plethora of familiar faces in the vicinity. Exciting indeed. However, it seems premature to indulge in such thoughts at present. The system has transitioned to version 3, necessitating exploration of its new offerings. System, do not feign ignorance. Showcase the new functionalities of version 3. This system has entered version 3, and you shall embark on a new journey. Ding! Global virtual imaging has been activated. Note: global virtual imaging is a cutting-edge technology that enables all-encompassing surveillance of the activated area without any equipment, capable of dynamic monitoring of individuals or objects, while providing recording services that leave no trace, thus posing no risk of usage. Before Lin Feng, waves of blue ripples gradually coalesced into a massive virtual screen, estimated to be around 100 inches in size. Ding! The virtual imaging system has been initiated, granting access to the activated area, Sioux City in its entirety. Note: subsequent area activations will require points. Video surveillance and a localization of individuals or objects will consume the corresponding points. To the right of the virtual screen was an information panel detailing the functionalities of global virtual imaging along with their respective point costs. Target localization: 1,000 points, valid within the activated area. Recording surveillance video and sending it to devices such as mobile phones or computers: 2,000 points, valid within the activated area. These two simple functionalities were remarkably extraordinary. If one were to embrace a touch of wickedness, what secrets could possibly elude one amidst the lofty goddesses of the modern world? The thrill was palpable, invigorating Lin Feng to his core. He felt fortunate indeed. However, before he could revel in his excitement, his gaze caught the point balance, and a chill swept through him. The points displayed a disheartening 0. What use was it to observe without the means to present colored video? The potential for intimidation was drastically diminished. System: did not version 3 introduce the point system? Ding! This system senses your yearning to assist you in ascending the pinnacle of life. The point system is officially activated. A flash of green light revealed a string of text before Lin Feng. Points remaining: 0. Completed intelligence: 98. Unsettled intelligence: 98. Note: completed intelligence can be settled for points, with each intelligence settling at a rate of 10 or 30. This must be the fabled point system. Yet, it had not been previously indicated that acquiring points would be so arduous. With 98 pieces of intelligence settled, even at the maximum rate, it barely amounted to 3,000 points. Insufficient for a single localization or recording. A sense of despair washed over him. It felt absurd. One could starve for sake sleep, and frantically churn out intelligence for a day and still scarcely accumulate a few points. Furthermore, if points were only usable for such trivial pursuits, they seemed woefully undervalued. Alert! The point system is now active. Would you like to settle your intelligence? Let us settle it. What other choice do I have? I shall settle it first. Ding! Commencing the settlement of intelligence. Total: 98 pieces of unsettled information. Ding! The intelligence settlement is complete, and a total of 650 points have been acquired. Ding! As this is your first use of intelligence settlement, you have received an additional boost, multiplying your points tenfold. Wishing you joy. In the blink of an eye, the 650 points transformed into 500 points. Lin Feng exhaled a breath of relief. This truly matched his protagonist's demeanor. He noticed a question mark following the points. With a mere thought, a line of text appeared before his eyes. Friendly reminder: please strive to obtain complete type intelligence to gain more points. Wishing you joy. A smile unconsciously spread across Lin Feng's face a genuine joy emanating from within. Given the current circumstances, the future development of his newfound abilities appeared quite promising. However, the immediate priority was undoubtedly to accumulate points. Perhaps it would be prudent to assess the situation within the building. Understanding both oneself and the environment is essential for ensuring safety, especially since monitoring does not consume points. Activating the virtual imaging, the internal layout of the building materialized before him. There were 5 floors in total, each with 2 units. The first to third floors primarily housed retired elders and middle-aged working couples. The 4th floor was where Lin Feng resided, facing an unoccupied raw unit. The 5th floor also had an uninhabited unit opposite, but upon visualizing the floor above, Lin Feng's mind went blank. The screen revealed swirling smoke, with someone humming a melody. The 360-degree, all-encompassing surveillance was indeed impressive. With a single thought, Lin Feng phased through the wall. To his astonishment, what unfolded was breathtakingly beautiful. He had never encountered such a goddess-like figure. It was astonishing that such a stunning beauty resided in his complex, and moreover, directly above him. The girl depicted on the screen was the most flawless individual Lin Feng had ever laid eyes upon. Yet, it was not solely her appearance that left him speechless. With his limited vocabulary, he found himself unable to articulate the reasons, merely acknowledging that she was quite a sight to behold. Approximately 20 minutes later, she emerged from her bedroom. This was overwhelming. Such capabilities should never be misused, for the consequences could be dire if they spiraled out of control. Just as he prepared to deactivate the virtual screen and take a moment to calm his nerves with a cigarette, the woman unexpectedly approached the balcony. Lin Feng's pupils widened, his mouth agape in astonishment. He witnessed the young lady going out to retrieve clothes from the balcony, but as she reached, a pair of undergarments slipped from her grasp and fell. As the camera panned, he observed the garments descending directly onto his own balcony's drying rack. Lin Feng turned his gaze towards his balcony. Despite the barrier of the door, he distinctly saw a fabric-like object tumble down. Indeed, the undergarments had fallen. In the footage, the young lady seemed equally taken aback. Leaning out slightly to peer over her balcony, her brow furrowed, evidently sensing the predicament. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. This was fortunate, as it would have been quite awkward otherwise. Thankfully, having just moved in, it was likely that she remained unaware of his presence. However, the unfolding events often take unexpected turns. After several unsuccessful attempts with her clothes hanger, the young lady grew increasingly frustrated. With a sudden exertion of force, the undergarments plummeted directly into Lin Feng's balcony. Chapter 10 this time, I was drenched in sweat. I have a rudimentary understanding of gynecological, traditional Chinese medicine. What should I do? Should I retrieve it or simply discard it? No. Someone occupies this room, it will inevitably be discovered. If those trousers vanish without a trace, the outcome may lead to misunderstandings, perhaps branding him as a pervert. This predicament is dire. After contemplating various possibilities, Lin Feng could not devise a satisfactory solution. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and resolved to place it on the staircase. Glancing at the offending garment in his hand, he prepared for swift action. Ding! Warning! Information acquired 1. Your actions may result in the loss of the item, with a 100 probability of being misinterpreted as a pervert by the owner. Kind reminder, the owner will arrive at the scene in 3 minutes. What? Lin Feng was perplexed. How could a woman have the audacity to request her underwear back? Suddenly, he felt a jolt of realization as the virtual surveillance imagery shifted. The woman was descending from the 5th floor, nearing the entrance. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Up close, he could sense her striking demeanor. From her expression, she appeared aloof, exuding an air that distanced her from others. However, upon encountering Lin Feng, her countenance shifted slightly, and a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. Ding! Real-time psychological insight acquired. What is going on? There was no one living here yesterday, yet today there's a man. How should I address him? What if he is already engaged in strange behavior? Lin Feng was in a state of alarm. He could be eccentric, but he must not be perceived as a deviant. Ahem, miss, do you need assistance? Did something fall from your balcony? I can check for you if you'd like. Can I check myself? Very well. Feigning ignorance seemed a plausible strategy. As Qin Shui accepted his permission, she lowered her head and strolled toward the balcony, where she immediately spotted her underwear. Her face flushed crimson as she bent down to retrieve it. However, just as she attempted to rise, the world spun around her, her legs buckled, and she collapsed. This scene was exceedingly bizarre. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, feeling a dull throb in his head. What on earth was happening? Was this some sort of trap? Would a group of burly men burst in, accusing him of assaulting someone's wife? That garment lying on the balcony would serve as damning evidence. Oh no, I feel unwell. The woman feigned distress. Yet Lin Feng was not easily fooled. Ding! Real-time information acquired 1. This girl is experiencing discomfort due to hypoglycemia. She requires a glass of sugary water to alleviate her symptoms. You're hypoglycemic? Yes, I feel quite unwell. Lin Feng hurried back to the kitchen, rummaging through cupboards until he unearthed a bag of 2-year-old granulated sugar. Having just moved in, he had to make do. If it caused his stomach upset, he would deal with it then. 10 minutes later, Qin Shui finally regained her composure. She lay on the sofa, appearing quite frail, clutching the underwear that had fallen from her balcony. Do you possess medical knowledge? Oh, I have acquired some knowledge, albeit superficial. Thank you for your assistance. No problem. By the way, have you received the item? Is everything all right? Qin Shui's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded and replied, I truly apologize. It's fine. Just don't perceive me as a pervert. Ding. Acquired real-time intelligence 1. This young and beautiful foreign executive suffers from hypoglycemia due to work-related stress, and her irregular lifestyle has led to conditions such as uterine cold, kidney deficiency, menstrual irregularities, and dysmenorrhea. Lin Feng was astonished. She was only in her 20s, yet her health was in such a precarious state. Indeed, the pressures of modern life weigh heavily on the youth. Unlike myself, who can earn money merely by reading reports. What is your name, sir? I am Qin Shui. I am Lin Feng. Well then, I shall take my leave. Ding. Acquired real-time intelligence 1. A young girl experiencing sudden menstrual cramps feels unbearable pain. She requires a cup of hot tea. Miss Qin, it seems your irregular lifestyle has left you quite frail, and you're suffering from menstrual pain, correct? Allow me to fetch you a cup of hot tea. Qin Shui lifted her head, her expression one of shock. How could he possibly know of her dysmenorrhea? Does he possess medical knowledge? Ding. Acquired real-time psychological insight. Could this young man, who has just moved in, truly understand medicine? Is he a charlatan attempting to deceive me? Lin Feng was speechless. With his integrity and good looks, how could he possibly resemble a swindler? Miss Qin, please drink this cup of warm water. Rest assured, it is harmless. Qin Shui, feeling a bit awkward, accepted the hot water. Thank you. Are you a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, Mr. Lin? I suppose so. In fact, I have a modest understanding of gynecology and TCM. For instance, Miss Qin, your complexion appears quite poor, and the white coating on your tongue indicates kidney deficiency, while the scalloped edges suggest significant internal dampness. You likely have a penchant for consuming cold foods, which has contributed to your menstrual irregularities, dysmenorrhea, and uterine cold. You must take care. Qin Shui was stunned. What was happening? He articulated her health condition more precisely than her seasoned TCM physician. So young, yet his medical skills are truly remarkable. Lin Feng smirked inwardly. If you were to mention a mole on her posterior, how would she react? Mr. Lin, I am embarrassed. I did not anticipate your medical skills to be so profound. She appeared as though she wished to speak, but hesitated. Ding. Acquired real-time psychological insight. If only he could diagnose me. Yet, how should I broach the subject? At that moment, Lin Feng noticed that his experience points were steadily increasing, and several uncalculated pieces of intelligence had emerged. It appeared that these recent actions had yielded fruitful information. Ding. Acquired real-time intelligence 1. Your medical knowledge has gained a degree of credibility. This young girl's health is not severely compromised, but she can improve her condition through dietary adjustments and a regular routine. Adequate rest, timely meals, and avoidance of cold foods will yield results within 3 months. Qin Shui still felt a bit embarrassed, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. What do you mean, Mr. Lin? Do you have a solution? By adhering to regular meal times, maintaining a light diet, rising early, avoiding late nights, and engaging in moderate exercise, you will undoubtedly see improvements within 3 months. Wow, you truly are a miraculous healer, exclaimed Qin Shui, suddenly rising from the sofa with great enthusiasm. Her vigorous movement startled Lin Feng, who instinctively turned his head away, yet could not resist stealing a glance. Chapter 11. Do not become infatuated with me. A bunch of ungrateful offspring. Miss Qin, I feel dizzy. Could you please refrain from swaying? Qin Shui's face flushed, momentarily losing her composure. Resembling the elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner she had been consulting, who charged 200 for each session. Ding. Obtained physical condition 1. Contemporary youth, beneath their glamorous exteriors, often possess fragile bodies. Lin Feng recalled his own initial days after transmigrating, when the previous owner's frail physique was even worse than that of this young lady. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize. There is no need for apologies. With such an impressive figure, I am merely indulging my eyes. Qin Shui was rendered speechless. One moment he appeared wise, the next he seemed rather unrefined. What kind of person was he truly? Miss Qin, your body indeed requires care. Beyond what I mentioned earlier, your cervical spine issues are quite severe, and one must not overlook the lumbar strain caused by prolonged sitting. Most critically, your allergic asthma requires attention, especially in colder weather. Having never encountered someone so capable, her initial wariness began to dissipate. She even casually placed the intimate item she had been holding on the sofa. Mr. Lin, could you provide a prescription or something similar? I am willing to pay. It is not that I am unwilling to assist. These matters do not constitute illnesses in the traditional sense. It primarily relies on proper care. If you adhere to my lifestyle recommendations, you will naturally recover. Miss Qin, you may return for a follow-up in 2 weeks to see if there has been any improvement. Qin Shui's expression brightened, and she excitedly rose to her feet, saying, Then I shall trouble you, Mr. Lin. No need for formality. We are neighbors, and it is only natural to help one another. By the way, do remember to take your undergarment. Don't forget it here again. How could I be so forgetful? Qin Shui blushed as she picked up her garment. Lin Feng escorted her to the door, watching her ascend the stairs, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. After closing and locking the door, he accessed the system panel. As anticipated, his experience bar had increased by 1/4. Convincing Qin Shui to view him as a miraculous healer was indeed valuable intelligence, augmenting his experience while also converting into unsettled information. He had essentially grasped the system's mechanics. Being capable is indeed advantageous. I could never have imagined being in such proximity to a beauty of this caliber. Yet, one must not become infatuated. With such prowess, I will undoubtedly encounter even more extraordinary individuals in the future. My vision must remain broad, lest I lose sight of the greater picture while fixating on trivial matters. Lin Feng lit a cigarette, leisurely enjoying its smoke. Just as he was lost in thought, the sound of an argument erupted outside his door. The commotion seemed to be emanating from downstairs. With a flicker of thought, he activated the virtual imaging, and a high-definition image appeared on the 100-inch screen. It depicted the scene directly across from his apartment, where the door stood wide open. 4 middle-aged individuals occupied the entrance, 2 men and 2 women. Elder brother, second brother. You are the sons. When mother was still around, she said the house was to be given to you. Now that you have the house, should you not care for father? The younger sister is right. Once our daughter marries, she becomes an outsider, and the family need not worry about her. Nor should the in-laws. Third sister, fourth sister, such words cannot be uttered. When father passes, the savings will indeed be shared among you. Furthermore, the 4 of us bear the duty to care for father. Oh, elder brother, are you now a purveyor of cold remarks? When sister-in-law was vying for the house and pressuring father to transfer ownership, you did not speak in this manner. Third sister is correct. The second brother also possesses a modest home. Yet we 2 daughters have nothing, unable to hold our heads high in our in-law's home. With father now bedridden, do not expect us to contribute. You 2 truly lack conscience. How old is father? Are you not afraid of causing him distress? Stop casting aspersions. Once father passes, this house will belong to you 2 brothers as well. Do you think we are unaware? You have likely been persuading him to draft a will, truly believing us to be fools. Third sister, let us depart. Only 2 middle-aged men remained on the screen. Elder brother, what shall we do? What can be done? In any case, I have no time to care for him. Neither do I. Your brother and sister-in-law are also in poor health, and I cannot come here to tend to that old man. After all, we brothers have already secured our share of the finances, and the old man cannot have much longer to live. Let him fend for himself. I have no objections. The 2 brothers reached an unspoken agreement, and shortly after entering the room, they departed. He lay there, pale and devoid of vitality, his hollow eyes fixated on the ceiling, his spirits seemingly low. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired. A soon-to-be abandoned solitary man, paralyzed 3 days ago, unable to rise, will pass away in 5 days. How pitiful, truly pitiful. Lin Feng shook his head and sighed. Though he is not a virtuous person and can be selfish at times, he would never be an unfilial son, for that would lead one to the depths of hell. Perhaps the old man harbors outdated notions of gender preference, yet, as a father, he should also share his wealth with his daughters. Observing the demeanor of his 4 children earlier, they hardly seemed benevolent. He was filled with regret and prepared to close the surveillance. Others' affairs are beyond his involvement. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired. This solitary elderly man feels helpless. He requires care, and if someone is willing to tend to him, he will selflessly offer all that he possesses. The old man is quite naive. His sons and daughters are unwilling to care for him, So who among outsiders would be inclined to do so? Even hiring a caregiver requires payment. This old man's funds have likely long been depleted by his own children. Ding. Secret intelligence acquired. This elderly gentleman has 100 in his bank account. Savings from his youth, originally intended to be divided among his 4 children after his death. However, the years have passed, and he has abandoned the notion of sharing his home, valued at 150, with them. Lin Feng was taken aback. This revelation shocked him deeply. He had never anticipated that this dying old man possessed such wealth. His children, believing they had drained his resources, are reluctant to care for him. These blind, ungrateful offspring, if they were to learn the truth, would surely be filled with regret. What a vast world, full of the unexpected. Lin Feng felt a myriad of emotions. Even the most basic familial ties have now become entangled with self-interest. Ding. Acquiring invaluable intelligence. Caring for the elderly can grant one their entire inheritance. Chapter 12. Money matters little. A much-lauded youthful idealist. What does that mean? Lin Feng's gaze flickered with uncertainty, suspecting he had misheard. Ding. Wealth guidance intelligence acquired. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., the elderly man downstairs will attempt to go to the restroom alone, but due to his atrophied limbs, he will fall. Around 9:10 a.m., he will muster his last strength to crawl to his doorstep seeking help. If assistance is provided at this critical moment, the chance of winning the elderly man's entire inheritance increases to 100. Lin Feng swallowed hard in disbelief. Could this truly become a means to acquire wealth? Wouldn't that border on taking advantage of someone in need? A gentle reminder. If you do not intervene 30 minutes after the old man falls, society will arrive, and this inheritance will be claimed by another. So that is how it is. His 4 children will not have any claim to this inheritance. It will either go to him or someone else. Lin Feng felt enlightened. Who would take it otherwise? Moreover, he considered himself a compassionate person, and helping others is a virtue cherished by the people of Huaxia. Living just a floor above, knowing someone had died below would surely weigh on his conscience. How could a man of his integrity turn a blind eye to suffering? He resolved to act on the intelligence. Money was of little concern. The essence lay in compassion and the inability to witness human suffering. How pitiful was this lonely elder. It was only right that he extend a helping hand. In that moment, his fa-ade of faux benevolence nearly deceived even himself. The next day, at 9:10 a.m., Lin Feng hummed as he descended the stairs of the complex. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he indeed heard faint cries for help, accompanied by labored breathing. Help! Is anyone there? Lin Feng approached the door and inquired. Is anyone home? What is wrong? Please help me. I cannot walk. I have fallen and need assistance. Can you open the door? Lin Feng heard some commotion from within, followed by the door swinging open. In a virtual projection, he beheld a frail, paralyzed old man sprawled on the floor, appearing quite weak. Sir, are you all right? Let me help you to your bed. Thank you. Lin Feng assisted him onto the bed and arranged him comfortably. Sir, your home is quite disordered, and there's a lingering odor. We must open a window for ventilation. Being paralyzed, I manage day by day. Do you have children? Children? They have all started their own families. I have no money left, and no one is willing to care for me. Isn't that inhumane? Young man, the world is quite harsh. Thank you for your help today. When you leave, please close the door behind you. I apologize for the trouble. Old man, what will you do once I leave? I suppose I will just fend for myself. That simply won't do. If I had not encountered you, it would be one thing, but I cannot stand by and do nothing. My home is just above. Starting tomorrow, I will bring you meals 3 times a day. No, that would be too much trouble. Please do not refuse. I am a freelancer. I can work from home. Besides, I will continue to check on you. Should any issues arise, I can ensure you receive timely medical attention. The old man's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he yearned for care. Fear not. I shall first tidy up, then bring you lunch in the afternoon. The previous owner, though inept, had a talent for cooking. While he could not replicate the flavors of a restaurant, his home-cooked meals were quite delightful. Lin Feng initially thought he would not need this skill, yet proved invaluable. With only 5 days to spare, he deemed it better to claim this inheritance for himself rather than allow it to fall into the hands of others. At first, the old gentleman felt somewhat embarrassed. He believed that his limited mobility would soon dissuade Lin Feng from attending to his needs. However, the unfolding events were unexpectedly heartwarming. Lin Feng persevered, undeterred by hardship or mess, willingly engaging in all manner of tasks. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The old man grew increasingly frail, yet his complexion radiated health. During these days, he found solace in Lin Feng's presence. News of Lin Feng's dedication spread throughout the building. and he quickly became a celebrated figure. Particularly, Qin Shui, who had grown closer to him since that day, reevaluated her perception of him upon learning the full story. On the fourth day, at 9 in the evening, the old man summoned not only community members but invited everyone in the building to his home. Lin Feng helped him sit up, propping him against the bed. An exhilarating moment was approaching, and the gathered crowd was puzzled, uncertain of the old man's intentions. Alas, I sense my time is drawing near. These past 4 days have brought me immense joy. Soon, a notary will arrive, and I shall draft a will declaring that upon my passing, this apartment shall belong to young Lin. Furthermore, I have 150 in my bank account that I wish him to inherit, and I hope you all can witness this, lest my ungrateful children come seeking trouble later. Lin Feng quickly interjected, "Old sir, this is unnecessary. My intentions are not driven by monetary gain." He was the only one aware of his own 100 in savings, as this property was originally meant to be divided among 4 children. Thus, it was clear he was not motivated by money in caring for the old man. The old gentleman pondered this irony, reflecting on how a stranger's kindness surpassed that of his own flesh and blood. Shaolin, everyone has witnessed your actions, except the old man's goodwill. Indeed, upon introspection, Lin Feng realized that as a neighbor, he could not have done the same. Yes, we all know the old man has no one to care for him. Previously, I would occasionally bring him food, but to reach this level of commitment is truly remarkable. Shaolin, you must be new to the neighborhood. We have heard about this situation within the community. Please honor the old man's request and fulfill his last wish. Qin Shui, standing nearby, smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, do not refuse. The old gentleman's heartfelt intention is evident. You have shown kindness to me as well. Shaolin, this is your grandfather's sole request. Do not let me depart this world with regrets." With a resigned sigh, Lin Feng replied, "Very well, old sir, I thank you." Observing the old man's genuine joy, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief. Though he did not harbor guilt, as he had given much in return, he recognized that life is fleeting, and embracing joy is paramount. Soon after, the notary staff arrived on the scene. The signing of the agreement and the recording of the video proceeded seamlessly. Only he was aware that the old man's life had less than 24 hours remaining. Beyond acquiring the house and money, he yearned to accompany the old man on his final journey, for in this world, he too was an orphan. As Qin Shui departed, she cast a lingering glance at Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with admiration. The man was handsome, wealthy, talented, capable, and compassionate. His allure to women was undoubtedly lethal. Chapter 13. Inheriting the Legacy, Goodness Truly Reaps Rewards. Mr. Lin, are you free in the coming days? I would like to invite you to dinner. Qin Shui inquired as she reached the doorway. Ding. Real-time intelligence acquired. This beautiful lady is deeply captivated by the exceptional gentleman and feels an irresistible urge to delve deeper into acquaintance. The phrases delve deeper and acquaintance must be emphasized, as they certainly warrant examination. Who would have thought that a simple retrieval of trousers could lead to a romantic encounter? Clearly, I possess remarkable talents. Very well. As long as I can take care of the old man, I am available at any time. Yes, as long as it doesn't disrupt the old man's routine. I will also come to assist you when I have the chance. With that, she blushed and departed. Shaolin, it seems that Xiao Qin has taken quite an interest in you. How'd you two meet? You felt a bit awkward. Revealing the incident with the trousers would be mortifying. After all, Qin Shui was a young lady, and he wondered if she would continue to reside there. Make sure to seize the opportunity. It is evident that Xiao Qin is a good girl. Old man, please rest. It is getting late. I do not wish to sleep. If I do, I may not awaken again. Thank you, Shaolin. Old man, what are you saying? Please. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, realizing that the old man's eyes were slightly closed, and his consciousness seemed to be fading. Ding. Real-time intelligence acquired. The target has entered a state of impending demise. He will depart this world in 12 hours. Lin Feng silently covered him with a blanket, shaking his head in sorrow. The night passed without conversation. The following morning at 10 o'clock, Lin Feng summoned all the neighbors. The old man had passed away, and arrangements needed to be made. By noon, his 4 children arrived on the scene. Upon hearing that the house had been bequeathed to Lin Feng, they were incensed and threatened to sue him. However, when Lin Feng presented the notarized will, video evidence, and agreements, they were left utterly bewildered. Being ordinary citizens, they dared not contest the law. Yet, their cold-heartedness was evident. Seeing no profit to be gained, they performed a few symbolic bows and swiftly departed. They did not return even for the burial. 3 days later, the house was cleaned and, through legal procedures, transferred to Lin Feng's name. However, he had no intention of residing there, It was not out of superstition, but rather because the house had not been renovated and was nearly in its raw state. The living conditions inferior to his rental above. For the time being, he left the house vacant, contemplating how to manage it. Selling was inevitable, as many eyes were watching. Furthermore, according to the regulations in Sioux City, a house cannot be sold within 3 years of death. Nevertheless, the addition of 100 cash to his account was undeniably delightful. Ding. Please pause. There's untapped value in the bedroom. Lin Feng paused, intrigued by the solitary existence of the old man and the potential treasures that might lie within. With a sense of curiosity, he ventured into the bedroom, and indeed, the notification sound chimed once more. Ding. A wooden box hidden beneath the bed contains collectibles of immense value. Approaching the window, he glanced down to discover a dusty brown box. Ding. The box is not locked. Simply open it to acquire wealth. Could it possibly be adorned with golden jewelry? Unlikely. For if it were, his siblings would have long since divided it amongst themselves. Moreover, the old gentleman appeared to be an ordinary citizen, unlikely to possess such treasures. Curiosity compelled him to lift the box, revealing a stack of yellowed slips of paper. Could the information be erroneous? Doubt crept into Lin Feng's mind. Ding. These stamps are of great antiquity. The owner, advanced in years, has forgotten their existence. In this current era, they hold considerable value. Such fortune seemed almost surreal. He swiftly extracted the stamps, which indeed appeared quite aged. Lin Feng laid them out flat on the ground, totaling 6, each differing in style and design, none of which he could comprehend. Ding. Acquired real-time information. 6. 1968 edition large stamp, issued by the military of Huaxia. This rare collectible is highly sought after by collectors due to its historical significance, with a market acquisition price of 10. Teal small sheet. One of the most renowned stamps in Huaxia, due to its scarcity and excellent preservation. This stamp is valued at 8. Red small sheet. A classic piece among Huaxia stamps, also coveted by collectors, valued at 5. 10. 1980 foot endangered species protection stamp, valued at 5. 1980 foot flowers and bird stamp. This set, themed around traditional Huaxia floral and avian art, is exquisitely designed and much adored by collectors, valued at 20. The first set of stamps issued by Huaxia in 1949. This set holds significant historical importance and is valued considerably. Due to fluctuating prices, it is not advisable to display, with an estimated starting price of 30. This revelation was utterly astonishing. Who would have imagined such valuable stamps lay hidden beneath the bed? Those 4 unfilial children. Had they only devoted a little more time to accompany their father, these stamps would have rightfully belonged to them. Lin Feng couldn't help but reflect on the importance of harboring goodwill. As the saying goes, good deeds yield good rewards, and there is wisdom therein. In a mere few days, he had transitioned from an impoverished state to a middle-class individual, possessing a house and over $1 million in savings. An astonishing accumulation of wealth. Although the means by which he acquired this fortune were somewhat dubious, Lin Feng felt no guilt. It was rightfully his. Alas, the house could neither be inhabited nor sold. For the time being, it would remain an unutilized asset. Ding. Acquired future information. 1. In half a month, due to urban planning in the ancient district of Sioux City, your community will be included in the demolition plan, with expected compensation amounting to twice the normal selling price. Lin Feng was taken aback, astonished that he might have misheard. He retrieved the intelligence records from the system panel to confirm, and only then did he realize he had not misheard. Goodness, is this the manifestation of one's desires? No. It must surely be the old man's spirit guiding him. Lin Feng's eyes brimmed with tears, and he vowed that should circumstances allow, he would engage in more charitable deeds. At 2 a.m., Qin Shui was still awake, her fingers flying over her phone as she typed rapidly. The screen displayed a group chat with 4 members. The messages swirling chaotically, inundated with a cacophony of lewd remarks. Schwer, is there anything unusual with your pants? How could there not be? I suspect there is. Schwer, let me teach you, if you do this. I refuse to believe there are any virtuous gentlemen. Our Schwerer is a goddess. What man could resist such a lure? Stop talking nonsense. I assure you, there is nothing amiss on my end. I'm not deceiving you. He genuinely understands traditional Chinese medicine and can discern my health merely by feeling my pulse. Chapter 14. Precisely locating quality buyers, a pathway to wealth. Oh, traditional Chinese medicine? Why not call him a master then? Fortunately, it's not a grave matter. Otherwise, our Schwerer would surely be in for a shock. Ha, Xuya. After 25 years of preserving your purity, you won't be losing it now, will you? Qin Shui fell silent, realizing that encountering such friends was indeed a misfortune. Who would have thought that 3 seasoned veterans would have such an innocent friend like her? Never mind, I won't indulge you any longer. In a few days, I'll treat him to dinner. You're all welcome to join if you're free. After sending the message, she tossed her phone aside and burrowed into her blankets. Yet, sleep eluded Qin Shui. She could not fathom why her mind was consumed with thoughts of Lin Feng's roguishly handsome figure. Master, let us stop here. All right, that will be 15 yuan. After scanning the code, Lin Feng chuckled. Master, you should have your car serviced. I feel your brakes are not in the best condition. The taxi driver engaged the gear to start, but suddenly his eyes widened in shock. A warning light for brake failure illuminated the dashboard. Damn, a spirit? A monster? Lin Feng, hands in his pockets, stood before a stone archway, igniting a cigarette. Since the incident with the old man, he had resolved to approach all matters with goodwill. A taxi's brake failure could be fatal. A simple warning was a small effort, but if the driver chose not to believe it, that would be on him. Before him lay Wenbao Street, a cultural relic market in Sioux City. Though it was labeled as a cultural relic market, it was essentially a small commodity market. Everything was sold here, even street food. Ding. Real-time intelligence acquired. This market is a chaotic blend of high and low quality. Genuine collectibles are exceedingly rare, with most items being modern crafts. The security within the market is severely lacking, a haven for thieves. With a 100 chance of encountering con artists and a 100 likelihood of consuming food cooked in gutter oil, while the probability of meeting conscientious sellers stands at a mere 1. The chance of encountering reputable buyers is 100. Lin Feng's expression shifted to one of clarity. The intelligence was explicit. This market held no value, yet it attracted many affluent buyers daily. They might possess considerable wealth, but they were undoubtedly novices, merely paying tuition here. Of course, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility of experts seeking hidden treasures. Upon entering the market, Lin Feng was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming sense of chaos. Without any need for exaggeration, he could perceive that at least 9 out of 10 individuals were casting malevolent glances in his direction. The remaining one was merely a novice, filled with boundless aspirations, eager to pay tuition fees. Ding. Successfully collected character information. A victim of deception, having lost 5. A novice who has paid tuition fees over 10 times, foolishly considering himself a discerning collector. A cunning swindler, making a living by selling counterfeit goods. A somewhat affluent victim, whose life motto is to only buy the expensive, not the right. A group of organized thieves specialized in stealing from others. The market environment was exceedingly poor. Lin Feng shook his head, feeling quite helpless. In this day and age, one could hardly earn a profit without resorting to unscrupulous methods. Boss, you might as well keep this coin for your own enjoyment. I cannot afford it. Sir, do take another look. This is genuine. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses passed by. The vendor selling ancient coins behind him wore a dejected expression and could not help but curse. Damn. To encounter an expert is truly a stroke of bad luck. Lin Feng couldn't help but glance at the middle-aged man again. Ding. Acquired real-time intelligence 1. A collector with solid expertise in cultural relics, specializing in ancient coins and stamps, who is disappointed with the market during this business trip to Sioux City. Goodness, have I not just encountered a rare target? With his hands in his pockets, Lin Feng altered his direction and followed him. After perusing several shops and stalls, the man seemed utterly disheartened and prepared to leave. At the entrance of the cultural relic market, he hailed a taxi and was about to board when Lin Feng called out to him. Sir, please hold on. Are you calling me? He adjusted his glasses, appearing wary, indicating that he was quite familiar with such market environments. However, upon noticing Lin Feng's attire, his vigilance lessened considerably. No need to be anxious. I simply observed that you have been browsing the stalls and shops for quite some time. You seem to have a keen interest in coins and stamps. Young man, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. Ding. Acquired real-time intelligence 1. A collector without moral issues, capable of assuaging his doubts and completing a transaction. Lin Feng, heeding the advice, retrieved a stamp from his pocket and smiled. Sir, might you be interested in taking a closer look? This is a stamp from my collection at home. I am in urgent need of money, but this market is rife with deception, and I fear being swindled. You appear to be a respectable person. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the man glanced around and replied, This place is crowded and chaotic. Let's find a quieter spot to discuss. The two of them proceeded to a nearby tea house, where they reserved a private room. My surname is Lin. May I ask your surname, sir? My surname is Tan. Mr. Tan, please take a look at these items. Lin Feng placed the stamps on the table. The man did not refuse. Instead, he donned gloves and carefully picked up the stamps. Initially, his expression was calm. However, merely seconds later, his demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. When he picked up the second stamp, his hand trembled involuntarily. After scrutinizing the third stamp, the excitement on his face became impossible to contain. A notification chimed, indicating the acquisition of real-time intelligence. A collector, having encountered a genuine stamp, was teetering on the brink of uncontrolled emotion. Lin Feng, seizing the moment, remarked, "What do you think? I wasn't deceiving you, was I? If it weren't for my urgent need for funds, I would never part with this." Mr. Lin's willingness to engage prompted an immediate offer. "I'll take all 6 stamps for 120. Fearing Lin Feng might hesitate, he quickly added, "The first 5 can be bundled for around 55, but that last one, if sold to someone else, would fetch a maximum of 30 or 50. However, I have a particular fondness for the first set of stamps issued by Huaxia in 1949, so I'm pricing it at 70. His luck was astoundingly remarkable. He had indeed found a prime buyer. The valuation was consistent with the intelligence received, and he confidently set the price of 70 for the final stamp. Any further negotiation would be akin to squandering money. All right, it's a deal. Upon hearing this, the other party's face lit up, and they swiftly completed the transaction. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng sat alone in the private room, gazing at the newly credited 120, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. It seemed he had stumbled upon a lucrative path to wealth, with wads of cash beckoning him. After sipping a few cups of tea, he unexpectedly received a text from Qin Shui, the stunning beauty inviting him to dine upstairs that evening. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as a notification chimed in his ear. Chapter 15, Dragging You All into the Abyss. Welcome to the Spider's Denver. A notification echoed. The staff at this tea house were colluding with local thugs, disseminating information about the recent 120 transaction. Over 10 ruffians were en route, intending to extort some money, expected to arrive in 5 minutes. Indeed, these individuals were insidious. Moving to the window, he could see the market across the street. After approximately 3 minutes, a group of lively young men swaggered over, arms slung around each other, smoking and swaying. Another notification chimed. The target of these thugs was the guest in the private room 201 the Baixing Tea House, where they intended to demand a 20-unit protection fee. This was utterly absurd. While one might comprehend a protection fee for operating a business, demanding a fee after a transaction within a tea house was shameless. A further intelligence alert arrived. A group of cowardly thugs without any backing. Most patrons here preferred to endure rather than escalate the matter and risk being extorted. The arrival of police would frighten them into retreat. Lin Feng smirked mischievously. He took out his phone and dialed 110. "Hello, this is the Sioux City 110 Police Center. Greetings. I'm in the private room 201 the Baixing Tea House in the Cultural Market. There are individuals attempting to extort me. They threaten to break my legs if I don't pay. Please hurry. Sir, please ensure your safety and do not provoke the criminals. The police will arrive within 5 minutes. All right, hurry. They are approaching, and they have weapons." With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. Bang! The door to the private room was violently kicked open, and a slender young man stepped inside. "Who are you?" "This is our brother Monkey, the boss of this area." "Kid, I heard you just sold something and made 120, huh?" "In this market, there are rules. Setting up a stall requires paying protection fees, and transactions must be taxed." The leading young man, emaciated and rather lecherous, bore a striking resemblance to a monkey. "Hand over 20. I want to make it difficult for you." "Big brother, this is robbery." Lin Feng's display of fear only emboldened the thugs further. As long as the opponent was afraid, it was easy to extort money. "Kid, if you pay, we won't harm you. But if you don't, my brothers are merciless." One of his subordinates lifted his shirt, revealing the hilt of a knife tucked at his waist. "What if it goes awry and hurts your own guy? Damn it, what are you thinking? Are you going to pay or not?" Noticing Lin Feng's strange expression, the thugs grew visibly impatient. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired. Complete the transfer within 10 seconds, or the plot of being caught red-handed will trigger. Transfer now. Lin Feng took out his phone, scanned the thug's QR code, and then sent over the 20. "Good. You know your place. You're not at a loss. Otherwise, a beating from us wouldn't even cover your medical expenses." Bang! The door to the private room was kicked open again. 3 uniformed police officers entered. "Officer, save me. They asked for a 20 bribe, and if I don't pay, they said they would break my legs." "Did you just call the police?" Lin Feng nodded vigorously, pulling out his phone to show the transfer record. "Look, I just made money, and I was scared to death. This leader said, if I don't pay, the 20 wouldn't even cover medical fees." "Aren't you afraid of the police?" "They actually said that the police were nothing. In this market, they held all the power." Not to mention the police. Even the anti-terror squad would get slapped around before leaving. The gang of thugs was stunned, and Brother Monkey stared at Lin Feng with wide, ignorant eyes. This is slander. When did I ever say that? Oh, officer, this is too corrupt. It's my first time here, and I'm so scared. The leading officer's face turned pale as he glanced at Lin Feng's transfer record, anger rising within him. You lot have some nerve. Return the money and come with us. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng waved goodbye as he watched the police car drive away. Unfortunately for the thugs, they had picked the wrong target and were all taken away. Concrete evidence of robbery, and the amount was merely 20. These individuals faced a minimum of 15 years, with the possibility of life imprisonment. Ding dong. Lin Feng, don't forget about dinner tonight. Qin Shui sent another message. The beautiful lady seemed anxious that he might not show up. Did she have ulterior motives for the evening? Ding. Future intelligence acquired. In 4 hours at the dinner, you will experience unexpected joy. As he stepped out, he found 3 boxes of Okamoto in his hands. Although he was quite capable, Qin Shui was an ordinary person. 3 boxes should suffice, right? Standing outside Qin Shui's door, he wore a puzzled expression. Through the door, voices and the sound of tinkling laughter emerged, unmistakably from multiple women. Xiao Shui, do you think he might have ulterior motives tonight? You must consider carefully. Even if you are single, one should not be too casual. How about we test his character together? You are all so mischievous, Xiao Shui replied, her cheeks flushed. What if we help you tonight? Perhaps you might find love. What's going on? Lin Feng suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck, his scalp prickling. It seemed there were more than one woman in the room, and the nature of their discussion left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Ding. Real-time intelligence acquired. A girl interested in you has invited her close friends to meet you. They are all stunning beauties with remarkable figures and vivacious personalities. They are seasoned in matters of the heart, and a single misstep could reveal your true self, leading to an embarrassing display. The virtual screen opened silently, the image gradually coming into focus. 4 fashionable and attractive women gathered on the sofa, whispering amongst themselves. Lin Feng felt a twinge of nervousness. He had never encountered such a scene before. This was indeed a den of enchantresses. It was one thing for Qin Shui to be beautiful, but her friends were equally captivating. Yet the thought of being teased and looked down upon by these women filled him with a sense of defiance. Could he truly endure such humiliation? He reached into his jacket pocket, filled with confidence, and knocked on Qin Shui's door. At worst, he would face death, even if it meant being utterly destroyed. He could not allow himself to be humiliated. In this perilous situation, one must dare to venture forth. If not him, then who? At that moment, the door swung open, and upon seeing Lin Feng, Qin Shui beamed. You're here? Guoming. As Lin Feng stepped inside, he felt the curious gazes of the 3 women upon him. Chapter 16. A young man must protect himself when outside, a master of traditional medicine. Ding. Real-time intelligence acquired. The 3 goddesses appear flamboyant, yet their hearts are quite traditional. They delight in teasing Na'vi boys, but would never engage in anything inappropriate. Lin Feng felt as though he had been doused with cold water. What did the system mean by presenting him with such intelligence? Lin Feng, come in quickly. These are my good friends. They are very nice. Hello, I am Wang Yao. Chen Han, pleased to meet you. Wang Qingqing, delighted to make your acquaintance. Hello, everyone. I am Lin Feng. He endeavored to be polite and understated. If you don't hurry, Xiao Shui will keep nagging you. She shared the story of your acquaintance with us. Honestly, have you ever done anything strange with Xiao Shui's belongings? Don't lie. I'm a psychologist. Qin Shui stomped her foot, exasperated. What nonsense are you all spouting? Lin Feng, don't listen to their absurdities. Lin Feng felt overwhelmed. Indeed, such fortune was not easily born. Oh, is that so? Does that imply that if you had discovered something, you would have acted inappropriately? Ah, you seem nervous. The 3 pressed closer, quickly cornering Lin Feng on the chair in the living room. The young man possesses a commendable physique, evidently the result of regular exercise. It is surprising to discover that he boasts a set of 8 abdominal muscles. No wonder he has captivated Xiao Shui so thoroughly. While his exterior seems appealing, one cannot help but wonder if there lies a lack of substance beneath. Xiao Shui, do exercise caution. Wang Qingqing, brimming with audacity, began to dance with exuberance. Suddenly, her expression shifted, a look of perplexity crossing her features. What is this? In the vicinity of Lin Feng's pocket, the outlines of 3 small boxes became visible. Could it be? Chen Yao, quick of hand, swiftly retrieved the box from his pocket. To their astonishment, the 3 women erupted into laughter. Xiao Shui, look, you claimed he was a good person, yet he clearly has ulterior motives. Lin Feng, confess honestly, Have you taken a fancy to our Xiaoxue? Do not think you can deceive us. We are not so easily fooled. Lin Feng, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, a graceful lady is best matched with a gentleman. What is so peculiar about that? Must you all make such a fuss? The three were taken aback, not anticipating Lin Feng's frankness and his audacious words. Xiaoxue, why aren't you saying anything? His audacity is quite remarkable. How dare he tease us? Xiaoxue chuckled softly. What is there to laugh about? Should anything go awry, I can testify that it is your fault, not his. Xiaoxue, you've turned the tables. How bold of you to jest with us. Let us see how we shall deal with you today. The four engaged in playful banter, leaving Lin Feng utterly astonished. They seemed to regard him as one of their own. Did they not have any sense of propriety? Modern girls are indeed quite liberated. Young men must learn to protect themselves well. At 8 p.m., after several rounds of drinks, the four women began to feel a slight intoxication, while Lin Feng, with his robust constitution, remained as steady as a mountain, showing no signs of inebriation. They dared not pour more alcohol into Lin Feng's glass. For who knows what might transpire if he were to truly become drunk. Ladies, I am a gentleman. Please drink with ease, he reassured them. Wang Yao shot him a glance, responding with a hint of irritation. Oh please, a gentleman? I heard from Xiaoxue that you practice traditional Chinese medicine, and you also specialize in gynecology? Her words piqued the curiosity of Wang, Qingqing, and Shen Han, who leaned in closer. Qin Shui, feeling a bit shy, interjected, Lin Feng. I didn't mean to bring it up. They're simply eager to learn. Beep. Real-time information acquired. These are affluent young ladies. Diagnosing them could yield substantial rewards. Xiaoxue, since they are your friends, I shall examine them. However what? There may be some physical contact involved, and if you are uncomfortable with that, we can forego it. Wang Yao paused, her expression puzzled. Didn't Xiaoxue say that you wouldn't need to make contact? Indeed, how could there be any physical contact? Are you planning to take advantage of us? Xiaoxue, is this reliable? I have no such intentions. For instance, with Wang Qingqing, I can identify certain cysts only through contact, as it is essential to discern their nature. How could that be? This is something no one knows. How would you know? Otherwise, how could I possibly treat you? They were left speechless, previously harboring doubts about Qin Shui's words, only to realize how limited their own understanding was. Shen Han, you have cervical polyps, don't you? You know about that? Of course, I can discern ailments, but your situation is somewhat delicate. After all, there are boundaries between men and women. Never mind, it's rather inconvenient. However, their reluctance to accept this was evident. Initially, they merely intended to tease Lin Feng regarding his exceptional medical skills, which they had heard from Qin Shui, simply seeking amusement. Yet, upon witnessing such remarkable abilities, they were captivated. Despite having consulted reputable hospitals where doctors assured them nothing was amiss and that surgery was unnecessary, they remained unsettled. Shen Han declared, I'm willing to let you examine me. I shall also give it a try. I want to see as well. Wang Yao and Wang Qingqing chimed in. Lin Feng, they won't be looking for free. If they're satisfied with the consultation, they will compensate you. Xiaoxue is right. We are not short of funds, and won't let you labor in vain. Ding. Real-time information acquired. These three accomplished women, each earning over 500 annually, are indeed affluent. Should the consultations proceed smoothly, substantial fees will be earned. As long as it's not in vain, why would one forego profit? That would be foolish. Xiaoxue, is there a bedroom I could use? Yes, there is a small room facing south that is unoccupied. That is fine, but let us be clear, you must pay. No problem, we're not concerned about the cost. The three women felt a tinge of nervousness. Being alone with a man in a room, especially with a bed present, raised questions about potential complications. Yet, the fear of their health issues suppressed any other thoughts. I'll go first, Wang Yao volunteered, ready to take the lead. Chapter 17. Your complexion looks much better. I don't want to strive anymore. All right, come in with me. Wang Yao followed Lin Feng into the room. Shen Han and Wang Qingqing curiously pressed their ears against the door, eager to catch the sounds from within. Could you exhibit a bit of decorum? Xiaoxue, I need to ensure this fellow isn't up to no good. Han Han is right. Aren't you concerned about Yao Yao being unfaithful? Qin Shui couldn't help but smile wryly. Her three friends were far too audacious. Had it not been for their serendipitous meeting at a yoga class, such uninhibited confidence would never have graced her life. Please, restrain yourselves. Lin Feng is not that kind of person. Oh, you're quite the helper. I believe the previous incidents were certainly not trivial. Qin Shui chose not to engage further. Her trust in Lin Feng was unwavering. After all, she considered herself quite attractive, and Lin Feng had indeed behaved appropriately towards her that day. The room was dimly lit, and Wang Yao wore a look of astonishment. Don't be overly dramatic. This is a confidential matter. She quickly covered her mouth, gazing at Lin Feng with uncertainty. I need to conduct an examination. Wang Yao did not dwell on it, merely nodding in agreement. Lin Feng held his breath, beginning the examination. He felt both anxious and exhilarated, but as a doctor, he knew he must maintain a level of professionalism. Ding! Real-time information acquired. A Western doctor would likely have you return for a checkup every 6 months, right? Yes, exactly. Incredible. Your judgment is akin to that of the director at Sioux City Hospital. You truly are a miraculous healer. Hurry and step outside. Oh. Very well. Wang Yao briefly flashed a look of panic. Her mind had been a blank just moments ago, a rather peculiar sensation. Ding. Obtained real-time intelligence 1. The young lady was astonished by the handsome man's exceptional medical skills, accompanied by an indescribable feeling. Lin Feng was at a loss for words. Their composure was rather feeble. Soon after, Chan Han entered the room. She was the eldest among the four and possessed the finest demeanor. I noticed Yao Yao seemed quite happy just now. Has her issue been resolved? What about mine? Yours is fine as well. Aren't you going to examine me? Lin Feng's gaze turned toward her, revealing a troubled expression. Chen Han was taken aback and insisted, please examine me, otherwise I won't feel at ease. 10 minutes later, she exited the room, her face alight with joy. Upon the arrival of the third individual, Wang Qingqing, she curiously inquired, Lin Feng, what did you do to them? Why does each of them appear so radiant? It was merely a routine checkup. Fortunately, there are no significant issues, so they should feel relieved. Is that true? I can't help but think Han Han looks rejuvenated, as if she has consumed an elixir. Wang Qingqing wore a skeptical expression. Don't speak nonsense. I wouldn't dare treat you under such circumstances. Oh, come on. They've all been examined. I certainly must as well. Are you certain? Indeed. Very well. Let us proceed accordingly. Lin Feng outlined the examination process. All right, please check me. 20 minutes passed, and Wang Qingqing emerged from the room, beaming with delight. Lin Feng wiped his hands and casually remarked, overall, there are no major issues. However, there are a few points you must heed. With a shift in tone, the three women displayed curiosity and anticipation. Chen Han, you likely suffer from migraines. Reduce your alcohol consumption and avoid washing your hair with cold water. Wang Yao, you've been experiencing persistent diarrhea? Excessive intake of iced coffee and chilled water at your age will do you no favors. No remedy can save you if you continue. Wang Qingqing, you seem relatively normal, but refrain from consuming too much takeout. Your blood lipid levels are not low. After Lin Feng's detailed exposition, the three women stood in astonishment, their mouths agape. Every symptom he described was accurate, and their lifestyle habits aligned perfectly. Ding. Obtained real-time intelligence 1. The three affluent women were petrified with shock. They had not anticipated that this young, handsome man possessed such remarkable medical expertise. Lin Feng exhaled in relief. He had slightly overstepped his bounds earlier, almost losing control. Thankfully, he successfully changed the subject while simultaneously showcasing his medical prowess. Moreover, the small balloons he had purchased earlier proved useful, affirming his brilliance. Everything I do is solely for the sake of health examinations. There are absolutely no ulterior motives. Lin Feng. Xiao Shui, what is it? Did you employ some secret technique on them? Why have their complexions improved so dramatically? No, how could that be? They're simply aware that their health is sound, and thus their spirits are elevated. Is that truly the case? You mustn't deceive me. Rest assured, I wouldn't deceive them, let alone you. Qin Shui felt a surge of delight within. Women invariably harbor a hint of competitive spirit. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. The secret methods were indeed available. Yet one must exercise caution in their application. The line between a divine healer and a rogue is perilously thin. One could either achieve renown or find oneself imprisoned. Tianheng, Wang Yao, and Wang Qingqing whispered among themselves, their heads bowed. It soon appeared they had reached a consensus. Lin Feng, thank you this time. We three cannot let your efforts go unrewarded. 150 is to be considered your consultation fee. Please do not refuse. This is something we have all agreed upon. Of course, we may trouble you for follow-up consultations in the future. 150, and in less than an hour. Apart from expending some mental energy and feeling a bit fatigued, he would also receive compensation? Ahem, that seems rather improper, does it not? Lin Feng protested. You should accept it. They are all affluent women, quite wealthy. Qin Shui whispered. Xiao Shui, you're bending the elbow outward, Lin Feng remarked. Once a daughter is married, she is like spilled water. Alas, with the decline of societal values and the loss of ancient virtues, take it, Lin Feng, you must accept the money. We do not wish to take advantage of you. We will pay you next time as well. Lin Feng's eyes brimmed with tears. He finally grasped the true meaning of the phrase, I do not wish to strive. Glancing at the time, it was 11 o'clock at night. Lin Feng smiled and said, Ladies, such courtesy makes me feel quite embarrassed. Shall we change venues and enjoy a drink? My treat. The group readily agreed. As they departed, Qian Han quietly inquired of Wang Qingqing and Wang Yao. Did Lin Feng perform any further examinations on you? No, why do you ask? They replied, puzzled. It's just strange. Could it be he examined you? Qian Han hesitated, her eyes darting nervously before she said, Do not speak nonsense. I meant an actual examination. Do not overthink it. Each of the three harbored their own thoughts as they descended the stairs. It was indeed a proper examination, and there was no issue. Lin Feng was undeniably proficient. The ailments afflicting them had been accurately diagnosed, and their wariness toward Lin Feng had significantly diminished, resulting in a surge of trust. Chapter 18. The Shift of Offense and Defense. Sisters Stand By Me. At midnight, Lin Feng strolled through the bustling streets with 4 stunning women, attracting numerous curious glances. The bar district of Sioux City was alive with energy, a world apart from the outside. Groups of young men and women swayed to the rhythm, as if they were the rulers of this realm. All around, lewd gazes and whistles were cast their way. The 4 women were undoubtedly the center of attention, while Lin Feng bore the weight of countless hostile stares. Unperturbed, he felt confident that, with his current abilities, he could easily handle 100 ruffians. He observed the 4 women, aside from Qin Shui, who appeared tense. The others maintained their composure, standing tall and exuding confidence. Truly seasoned individuals. It seemed they did not frequent such places often. Fabi Bar was the most popular nightclub on this street, teeming with youthful patrons, most of whom were already intoxicated. Good evening, how many are you? 1 man and 4 women. The receptionist was momentarily taken aback, looking somewhat troubled. We only have the largest VIP booth available, with a minimum spend of 18,888. That will do, Lin Feng replied. Qin Shui tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve, whispering, Isn't that rather expensive? Not at all. The 3 ladies have already spent 150. I don't mind spending a little, he assured her. Lin Feng could not express his thoughts openly. He felt uneasy about taking advantage without spending a dime. Upon hearing this, Qin Shui ceased her insistence. The host was elated, having secured a substantial order so late in the evening. What a stroke of luck! Just as they were about to enter the bar, a woman's voice filled with astonishment echoed from behind. Is that you, Zhanya? The accursed memories of the former owner surged forth once more. This woman was none other than the campus belle of Sioux City University and his former girlfriend. The very person responsible for his abrupt withdrawal from school after spending 50 to 60,000 on him without even a fleeting touch. To his disbelief, she flashed him a smile. Ding! A real-time insight into emotional turmoil acquired. Oh, it's this sycophant again. I heard he attempted suicide at home. Apparently, he survived. Fate has its ways. I could ask him for some money to settle my debts. Lin Feng was at a loss for words. Could it be that she had followed the scent of opportunity? Nevertheless, he had long since undergone a transformation. Moreover, the 4 stunning women standing behind him outshone her in every aspect. Lin Feng, do you still remember me? She inquired. Of course. You spent 50,000 on me. Then dumped me. How could I possibly forget? Zhanya seemed perplexed. In her memory, Lin Feng had always been timid and submissive. Why was he acting so differently today? Lin Feng, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhanya swayed her hips as she approached him. If he had not encountered the world, he might have found her beautiful. But after seeing the 4 exquisite women behind him, his perception of beauty had evolved. Stop. Right there. What's wrong? Lin Feng, why are you being so harsh with me? Listen, I have no money to spare for your extortion. Find someone else, or else I will report you for fraud. Zhanya was momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowing as her sense of superiority re-emerged. Although she had fallen from grace, she was determined to make money. Even if it meant sacrificing her appearance, there would always be someone willing to pay for her charms. What are you? How dare you speak to me like that? Wasn't that money given to you by me? Indeed, so I suppose I deserved it. If it was for a dog, why are you still clinging to me? Am I not allowed to seek companionship? Ha ha ha. I never expected that after a few months you would grow so bold, though your intellect seems diminished. With your type, who could you possibly attract? I admit you're somewhat handsome, but what good does that do? In today's society, without money, one remains single. Well, you certainly have a foul mouth. I am quite eager to see who dares to insult my beloved. Suddenly, a voice chimed in, as Chen Han linked her arm with Lin Feng's, gazing at Zhanya with a smile filled with disdain. Who is your beloved? He is my beloved young lady. Who do you think you are to mock my darling? You're not even that pretty. Where does your confidence stem from? Hurry and leave. Don't embarrass yourself. The trio of beauties, Chun Han, Wang Yao, and Wang Qingqing, presented a formidable force. In an instant, Zhang Yu transformed into an ugly duckling, overshadowed by their radiance. Lin Feng, fear not. The sisters are here to support you. Chun Han's eyes sparkled with provocation. Having navigated the corporate world for years and coming from a privileged background, she was leagues ahead of a student like Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was filled with unease as she was scrutinized, and she composed herself to admonish. How shameless. Are all these your girlfriends? I suspect they are merely maintaining you. Do not speak nonsense. The three of us are Lin Feng sisters. Is it wrong for us to support our elder brother when he is being bullied? Xiaoxue, come here. Chen Han pulled her to her side and smiled. Do you see? This is my brother's legitimate girlfriend. Take a good look in the mirror. Can you compare? Zhang Yu was utterly bewildered, her mind a blank slate. She had initially intended to reap some benefits, but found herself humiliated instead. Why? Surrounded by four stunning beauties. Did this seemingly ordinary fellow have such fortune? She could hardly bear it. Not long ago, he had been so enamored of her that he would have knelt beneath her dormitory just to catch a glimpse. In a mere 2 months, how had the roles reversed? Lin Feng, you have gone too far. You will regret this. Ding. Obtained future intelligence 1. 3 hours later, in a fit of rage and losing her senses, the woman overdosed and drove dangerously, plunging into a lake 5 kilometers away at the age of 22. Police revealed that the deceased had previously been assaulted, and the suspect is currently in custody. Lin Feng handed his card to the attendant. Swipe the card. All right, boss. He breathed a sigh of relief. The woman at the door nearly jeopardized his business, and had she not ceased her antics, he would have been compelled to notify the bar security. As Lin Feng and his companions entered the bar, disappearing from view, Zhang Yu trembled with anger. The once desperate suitor had suddenly soared to great heights. Now surrounded by wealth and 4 beautiful women, she could not endure it. Was it truly so unfair that fate had dealt her such a hand? Unwilling to accept her defeat, she walked towards the bar, her spirits in disarray. A few spirited young men, who had been watching the commotion, exchanged glances and followed her inside. In the nightclub, women like Zhang Yu were easily charmed. At that moment, Lin Feng was seated in a private booth, toasting with the 4 beauties. Despite the lively music and the frenzied crowd on the dance floor, he remained remarkably clear-headed. In the dim light, he noticed Zhang Yu being pulled into a booth by 2 young men with bleached hair. He raised his glass and drained it, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Although he was avenging the previous owner, he had inherited both the memories and emotions. If he did not settle this score, it would haunt him for a lifetime. Now, he felt invigorated, his thoughts flowing seamlessly, and a lingering resentment had dissipated entirely. Lin Feng, I think I might be drunk. Suddenly Qin Shui said, rubbing her temples as she swayed and collapsed onto the sofa beside him, her gaze somewhat unnatural. Chapter 19. The Perfect Girlfriend Confronting Unprincipled Capital. Lin Feng, let us wait until we revisit the hospital before seeking you out again. Lin Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment, but could only nod in acquiescence. Moreover, she intended to introduce her friends, and if this continued, he would inevitably find himself in the headlines, a fate he wished to avoid. The 3 stunning beauties swayed their hips as they exited the bar, leaving Qin Shui in his care. Ding. Obtained real-time intelligence 1. The beauty in your arms is 9/10 inebriated. She requires a warm embrace for support. Protect her, or she may encounter danger. 3 affluent sisters evidently wish for Qin Shui to discover her own love. You must have noticed my underwear long ago. You are quite mischievous. If we linger any longer, we might be mistaken for lunatics. He lifted Qin Shui and proceeded towards the bar's exit. Ding. Acquired real-time intelligence 1. A group of spirited young men at the nightclub envied him, hoping to stumble upon someone of her caliber. Goodness, am I merely scavenging? This feels like menial labor. Half an hour later, after placing Qin Shui on the bed, Lin Feng contemplated spending the night on the living room sofa. Suddenly, a hand grasped him. Startled, Lin Feng had no time to escape before he heard Qin Shui's voice. Stay with me, don't leave. I'm scared. Oh dear. A shrill scream shattered the morning tranquility. Lin Feng, taken aback, leapt upright. What happened between us? Ding. Acquired real-time intelligence 1. The girl, having completely lost her memory of the previous day, was oblivious to all that transpired. Lin Feng calmly retrieved his phone, forcing a smile. I too drank too much yesterday and recall nothing. Qin Shui's face flushed crimson as if a realization dawned upon her. A glance at the floor and then at the sheets suggested she comprehended the situation. In that moment, even a fool would recognize that the die was cast. Ding! Acquired a real-time glimpse into her thoughts. I still couldn't restrain myself. What a disgrace. Those plastic friends abandoned me. Alas, the die is cast. I hope he doesn't despise me, though Lin Feng is truly handsome. He braced himself for a tempest, but this? Lin Feng, I'll prepare breakfast. Come over for dinner tonight. A set of keys was tossed his way. This is the key to the door. Keep it. Ding. Acquired real-time intelligence 1. The girl is evidently prepared for cohabitation. How direct. Yet, he remained uncertain of its appropriateness. Ding. Acquired real-time intelligence 1. This is an ideal girlfriend. Obedient, non-intrusive, and fully trusting. As your abilities grow, the talents you exhibit will utterly captivate her. In the future, even if you desire to take a concubine, she will embrace it. Goodness. Lin Feng could not help but exclaim. This is undoubtedly a dreamlike ideal partner. The previous owner was ensnared by a deceitful woman, and now he found himself embodying what he most despised. Lin Feng, the beef noodles are on the table. I'm off to work. She dashed away like a gust of wind. The sound of the door closing echoed from the living room. Upon entering the living room, a steaming bowl of beef noodles ignited his appetite. A familiar pair of pants hung on the balcony. Everything felt surreal. Just as he stepped outside, he overheard a conversation from downstairs. Did someone just knock on the door? Yes, they claimed to be from a real estate company, asking if we were selling our house. Could they be scammers? Offering 50 more, something feels off. I doubt it. It's 50 above market price, quite a bargain. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Ding. Acquired real-time intelligence. The developer's premature reclamation of properties, ostensibly to mitigate demolition costs, is a most disgraceful act that adversely affects the financial interests of homeowners. Indeed, the audacity of capital knows no bounds. The community is vast, and one cannot possibly remind every individual not to sell their homes. However, the residents of this building must not turn a blind eye to the plight of their neighbors. When the elderly gentleman downstairs passed away, his 4 ungrateful children caused an uproar, and nearly all the neighbors rallied to testify on his behalf. Without their support, relying solely on video evidence and notarizations would have rendered a swift resolution utterly impossible. Dear uncles and aunts, have you given any thought? A strange voice echoed from downstairs, prompting Lin Feng to raise an eyebrow as he descended the staircase with poise. You truly lack shame. The uncles and aunts residing here are hard-working individuals who have labored tirelessly throughout their lives. How can you exploit them for such a paltry sum? Engaging in such deceitful practices, do you not fear that you will bear children devoid of integrity? With his hands tucked into his pockets, Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with derision. He held a deep-seated disdain for the lackeys of capital. What do you mean, young man? Who are you to represent the uncles and aunts? I'm a tenant on the 4th floor and an owner on the 3rd. The owner of the south-facing unit on the 5th floor is my girlfriend. Is there an issue with that? Ah, so you are indeed an owner here. Then let us dispense with the idle chatter and focus on tangible actions. If you must exploit someone, target those with wealth. What do you imply? The other party's face betrayed a hint of anxiety. I'm all too familiar with this routine. Given the current downturn in the housing market, it is unlikely that you are investors. If I am not mistaken, this area is on the verge of demolition. Is it not? The neighbors, upon hearing this, expressed their astonishment. Little Lin, is what you say true? If demolition occurs, the compensation will surely exceed 200. I have been awaiting this day for a long time. Do you know the specific timeline, little Lin? Lin Feng replied courteously, Dear uncles and aunts, I cannot ascertain the precise date, but I can assure you that it will not be long. We will receive news within 10 days. Such nonsense. Do you have any basis for your claims? My basis is you all. Do you truly believe that capital possesses such benevolence? If they're offering 50 to take, I surmise that the demolition price here will at least double. The representatives from the real estate company displayed visible panic, their true circumstances having been exposed, and they immediately felt a sense of guilt. Begone, lest I call the authorities on you. Do you understand that this is fraud? The 2 young men, startled, hurriedly made their way downstairs. It seems little Lin did not deceive us. Look how flustered they are. That was perilous. We nearly fell victim to their scheme. Thank you. Little Lin. By the way, are you dating the girl from the 5th floor? Ah, you are quite perceptive. I must remind you to treat her well. Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly. Rest assured, dear uncles and aunts, we will certainly receive news of the demolition in the coming days, and I will take good care of Xiaoxua. Chapter 20. The long-awaited news of demolition and my wealthy girlfriend. On the weekend, 3 days later, Lin Feng rose from Qin Shui's embrace. only to discover that his enchanting companion had already awakened. Since that day, they had been enjoying a relationship akin to that of lovers, natural and harmonious. With no mention of the events at the bar. Lin Feng, you are awake. Come, let's have breakfast. Qin Shui, clad in her nightgown, beamed with joy upon noticing Lin Feng had risen from his slumber. Regardless of her previous lofty demeanor and distant disposition, she had transformed into Lin Feng's obedient darling. Little did he dream that one day he would be the recipient of such adoration, especially from stunning beauty. The thought of ordering takeout seemed cumbersome. After all, cooking incessantly could be exhausting. Yet, it was imperative to avoid the unwholesomeness of takeout, which often comprised prepackaged meals detrimental to health. Reluctantly, Lin Feng arose to freshen up, his heart nonetheless warmed by the moment. Throughout both his past and present lives, he had never truly experienced familial love or romantic affection. Lin Feng, if this place is indeed slated for redevelopment, where do you intend to go? Buy a house, of course. Do not worry, I shall not abandon you. As he savored a mouthful of noodles, a look of contentment washed over his face. It must be said, Qin Shui's culinary skills were quite commendable. What's wrong? You appear troubled, reluctant to speak? Not all. Ah, so you're merely feeling shy? We seem to have developed quite a rapport. Don't let embarrassment hinder you. You simply enjoy teasing me, you rascal. Qin Shui shot Lin Feng an exasperated glance, yet the happiness radiating from her eyes was undeniable. Ding. Gained insight into Target's inner thoughts. Who would have thought we are quite in sync? Is this what it feels like to be in love? Truly blissful. A lifetime is too long. We must cherish each fleeting moment. Dear girl, you have unwittingly fallen into this. Lin Feng felt a mixture of helplessness and resignation. He had previously come across information regarding Qin Shui, indicating that should they part ways now, her likelihood of remaining unmarried for life was a staggering 100. In contrast, persuading her to accept his taking a concubine would be far simpler than ending their relationship. Knock, knock, knock. Shaolin, Xiaoqin, are you there? Great news. The redevelopment announcement for this area has been released, and we are set to receive compensation at double the market price. See, I wasn't mistaken. I had long seen through those capitalists. Lin Feng opened the door, with Qin Shui following closely behind, her eyes wide with astonishment, clearly taken aback by the accuracy of Lin Feng's prediction. If one were to call it mere coincidence, such a notion would be far-fetched. Upon opening the door, a throng of neighbors stood at the threshold, their excitement palpable. Upon spotting Lin Feng, they rushed forward to grasp his hands. Shaolin, it's fortunate to have you. Otherwise, we would have suffered greatly. Those people truly lack humanity, even exploiting our hard-earned money. Had it not been for your timely warning, we would have lost at least 100. Shaolin, you are truly remarkable. Xiaoqin is indeed fortunate. Uncles, aunties, grandparents, please do not be overly excited. I merely made a fortunate guess, just lucky, that's all. Lin Feng quickly deflected the praise. Nonsense, that is called business acumen. Who would have thought that at such a young age, Shaolin would possess such insight? I heard that a third of the residents in the adjacent building have fallen victim. Upon today's announcement, they have gathered in the community for a sit-in. How tragic. Alas, after the redevelopment, we shall part ways. It may be impossible to find a neighbor as good as Shaolin again. The crowd expressed their sentiments, engaging in small talk for some time before dispersing. At last, Lin Feng could breathe a sigh of relief. These uncles and aunties could chatter endlessly, nearly overwhelming him. Lin Feng, it seems the demolition is truly happening. You are quite impressive. It's merely good luck. By the way, when the time comes, don't bother buying a house. Just stay with me. Upon hearing this, Qin Shui's cheeks flushed, revealing a charmingly feminine demeanor. However, her expression soon returned to normal. Yet there was an unmistakable hint of reluctance in her eyes. Lin Feng instantly noticed this subtle shift in her emotions. Something feels amiss. Why has her mood suddenly dipped so low? Notification. Gained insight into real-time thoughts 1. Lin Feng was at a loss for words. It was all so sudden. Not long ago, their relationship had been flourishing, and they had planned to live together after the demolition, even discussing names for their future children. Now, this unexpected turn of events emerged, and she intends to give me the demolition compensation? Isn't that akin to relying on her financially? What are you planning to do? I'm going to further my studies. In fact, I was accepted into the prestigious University of Magic City long ago. I had initially intended to abandon my studies to accompany you, but since you were so exceptional, I've decided to pursue higher education. Otherwise, I would surely be unworthy of you in the future. There is no need. I can support you. I refuse to be a mere ornament. Will you not continue working? I had already planned to resign. Wait, you're turning down a job with 100,000 annual salary just like that? Lin Feng knew that Qin Shui was an interior designer of considerable talent. He had purchased this apartment outright after 2.5 years of hard work. While she may not be a powerful woman, she was certainly a diligent young person. I'm not lacking in money. Work is merely for gaining experience. Here, take this card. The password is my birthday. Once the compensation arrives, you can withdraw it. What? Am I to become dependent on you? That is not what I meant. Lin Feng, please just accept it. I beg you. With those two large assets swaying, who could withstand it? Unfortunately, having relatives around, Lin Feng did not have a habit of running red lights. Notification. Gained insight into real-time information 1. Though this exceptional girlfriend is not from a wealthy family. Her family runs a textile export business, providing a comfortable living. However, she possesses great integrity and aspires to build her own career, leaving the demolition compensation for her boyfriend out of concern for his well-being. It turns out Qin Shui is indeed quite affluent. Initially, due to laziness, I did not delve into her background. Furthermore, the system automatically alerts me when encountering dangerous individuals. In relationships, it is essential to maintain a sense of mystery. Otherwise, there will be no surprises at all. Xiao Shui, since you're a Magic City, I can visit you whenever I have the time. As for money, I don't care. You must take it. I'm not asking you to be responsible. What if you run out of money and cannot afford food? What if you need money for clothes? What if you miss me and can't buy a train ticket? Lin Feng quickly interjected, I have money, and I also have a demolition apartment. What you have is yours. What if you lose your money? All right, Lin Feng gave up. No wonder those goddesses find clingy admirers bothersome. Most people indeed cannot tolerate it. Nevertheless, Lin Feng felt rather good about it, as he had never experienced such concern from anyone throughout his life. Chapter 21. Driving a shabby car to show off. My friend, please wait. The compensation for the demolition was finalized swiftly. Within 2 days, the paperwork was completed, and the funds would be deposited immediately after moving out. Although the neighbors had not spent much time together, they held an exceptionally favorable impression of Lin Feng. Xiaolin, as we part ways, I wish you a bright future. Take good care of Xiao Qin. You must not mistreat her. Sioux City is not large, so do remember to visit us old folks when you have a chance. After more than a decade of living there, leaving felt bittersweet. If it weren't for Xiaolin, he would have fallen prey to a scam this time. Lin Feng politely bid farewell to everyone, leaving only himself and Qin Shui. Let me accompany you to the station. All right, we still have 3 hours. Let's walk. Given that they were soon apart, Qin Shui desired to spend a little more time with Lin Feng. Okay, I'm tired. I'll carry you. How annoying. The stench of romance permeated the air as they held hands, their intimacy palpable. Suddenly, the serene moment shattered with the blare of a horn. Lin Feng sensed something amiss and turned to see the door of a Mercedes-Benz 800 open. A middle-aged man, clad in a casual sports shirt, stepped out. He removed his sunglasses, glanced at Lin Feng, and then disregarded him entirely, devoid of any emotional response. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired. This middle-aged man possesses assets exceeding 100 million. He has been infatuated with a female employee, but, upon learning of her resignation, hurried here to make a final attempt. Look at this, what do they call it? Alicking dog, licking until there's nothing left. With hair already graying, he still yearns for a younger partner. What is he thinking? Lin Feng, he was my former boss. He is quite bothersome. I'll speak to him alone. Wait for me. Fine. He isn't even as handsome as I am. How vain. Just wait a moment. Qin Shui raised her head, her smile vanishing instantly. Mr. Jean, let's talk over there. Xiao Qin, who is he? My boyfriend. The man cast a lingering glance at Lin Feng and silently followed Qin Shui to a nearby flower bed, where heated arguments soon ensued. Even if you offer me an annual salary of 100 million, I still wouldn't stay. We are merely in an employer-employee relationship. You treat me this way just because of that brat? You're still young. Being handsome is worthless. Can you even afford such a luxury car? Mr. Jean, please maintain your dignity. Qin Shui's gaze was icy, her tone frigid, as she struggled to contain her fury. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired. Underneath that sack lies a belt of sharp thumbtacks. This area is devoid of surveillance. Lin Feng cast a glance and retrieved some thumbtacks from a pile of debris in the flower bed, hastily scattering them beneath several tires. What is the big deal about owning a dilapidated car? I possess nothing, yet still enjoy intimate moments with Qin Shui, and I was even handed millions in demolition compensation. And what about him? He won't even get the chance to touch the hem of her dress. Enough. Our employer-employee relationship has concluded. If you continue to bother me, I will call the police. Qin Shui's voice rang out coldly as she linked her arm with Lin Feng's, preparing to leave. Frustrated, Jean Quinn rushed back to the driver's seat, starting the engine to pursue them. Lin Feng, let us hurry. He is quite bothersome. It's just a piece of junk. It might get a flat tire soon enough. The sound of successive explosions reverberated through the air, prompting Qin Shui to turn around, only to be astonished to discover that the car had indeed suffered a puncture, and not just one, but 4. See, I told you, flaunting a dilapidated vehicle is pointless. Qin Shui intertwined her arm with Lin Feng's, resting her head on his shoulder, a posture that stirred a tempest of emotions in Jean Kuan behind them, causing his blood pressure to soar dramatically. 40 minutes later, at the entrance of the Sioux City High-Speed Railway Station, Qin Shui and Lin Feng embraced, their eyes brimming with reluctance. Despite having known each other for merely 2 weeks, it felt as though they had shared a lifetime of experiences. This man had an irresistible allure that captivated her from every angle. Lin Feng, Jean Kuan has a bit of money and connections in Sioux City. I worry about you. Don't fret. He's just an old fool, no real threat. Remember to call me, and do come to visit when you have the time. Why are you crying? Focus on your studies. I will surely come to see you. After all, I often miss the scent of your undergarments. Get lost, you shameless person. I'm leaving. Qin Shui's face flushed crimson. Despite her reluctance, she departed. Lin Feng sighed, bewildered by the sudden turn of events in his romantic life. He had hoped for something more stable, yet found himself in a long-distance relationship once again. Such is the unpredictability of life. With a heavy heart, he turned to leave. Young friend, please wait. He paused, glancing back to see a frail old man standing behind him. The man, around 160 centimeters tall, was gaunt and squinty-eyed, exuding an air of peculiarity. He held a flag that proclaimed, "One thread determines the universe. Destiny lies in your grasp." Lin Feng immediately recognized him as a fortune teller who frequented the station. Such individuals often lack genuine skills, yet their words could make one's finances dwindle rapidly. I don't need a fortune. Do not follow me. Ah, young friend, your anger is palpable, yet you remain oblivious to the impending calamity. Your fate is clouded, and bloodshed may loom ahead. How much will it take to avert this disaster? The old man adjusted his glasses in astonishment, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Today, fortune smiled upon him, encountering such a promising target who was so readily engaged. Ahem, let things unfold naturally. Then I shall not pay. Do enlighten me. The old man was secretly pleased. He feared neither the lack of payment nor indifference, as any interaction would compel the young man to part with his money. Young friend, it is evident that you are heartbroken, your romantic prospects severely compromised, and you may have offended influential individuals out of jealousy. Proceed. I, an apprentice of Zhang Tianshi from Longhu Mountain, know that while understanding fate is easy, defying it is arduous. You possess a calamity that may be insurmountable. Then spare me nonsense. I am leaving. What? The old man was taken aback. Shouldn't a normal person be anxious and inquire about ways to resolve their fate, thus willingly parting with their money? What was different about this young man? Did he not fear death? As Lin Feng and Qin Shui arrived at the station, the old man had already set his sights on them, eavesdropping on their conversation. These kinds of people thrived on deception. The content of their dialogue revealed much. As long as one showed interest, it implied a hook had been set, and Lin Feng had no time to indulge in such trivialities. You face a grave issue, young friend. If it remains unresolved, considerable trouble awaits. Lin Feng halted momentarily, casting a glance at him. Ding. Real-time information acquired. A charlatan, who amassed a fortune of 80 through deception and trickery, harbored an obsessive fascination with the supernatural and the esoteric arts, despite lacking any genuine abilities. Ding. A piece of intelligence has been acquired. Ding. Future intelligence one obtained. The fraudulent fortune teller, soon to be violently confronted by his former victims, is destined to encounter a calamity. Occurring in 5 minutes. Chapter 22. A living immortal. One cannot escape the consequences of their deeds. Is there a problem? Old man, do not boast. Indeed, could I deceive you? That person who just left for the bus, she is your girlfriend, is she not? Indeed, she is my girlfriend. What of it? The secrets of heaven are not to be divulged. The old man could no longer contain himself and began to ensnare Lin Feng. Lin Feng jestingly retorted, "Goodness, old man, you are quite amusing. Would you require a fee to divulge more? Everything is destined. I have never encountered such unabashed audacity. Old man, I advise you to flee. Otherwise, misfortune will surely befall you." Huh? The old man's eyes, concealed behind his spectacles, blinked in ignorance. He twitched his lips, almost breaking into a smile. By heavens, to flaunt one's prowess in front of a master is to dig one's own grave. This is a reversal of fate. Having traversed many years in his craft, Old Wang discerned that Lin Feng was a person of conviction and a skilled deceiver. Upon reflection, Relinquishing an entire ocean for a mere grain of sand seemed rather unwise. Since Lin Feng was not a valuable client, the old man resolved to seek another. However, he held a particular disdain for such cunning individuals and felt compelled to express his disdain verbally. My young friend, I possess profound knowledge of the cosmos and the earth. I can see that your destiny is fraught with peril. Should you choose to disregard my counsel, do not lament when the time comes. A calamity could be trivial, but one must avoid the destruction of family. Should your wife abandon you, there may be no solace to find. Old man, if your predictions are so accurate, have you not foreseen your own fate? Old Wang laughed heartily. Have you ever seen a doctor treat themselves? Alas, if you are destined to perish, I cannot prevent it. Lin Feng glanced at the time displayed on his phone and stated, Old man, you must run swiftly. There is less than a minute remaining before your calamity strikes. Today's youth are increasingly difficult to deceive. Not only are they hard to fool, but they also possess a wickedness that allows them to turn the tables on this elderly man. My lad, I have navigated this area for many years, and no one has ever dared to confront me. You are still quite inexperienced. 20 seconds remain. You must flee, for soon even the divine shall be unable to save you. Old Wang raised an eyebrow, about to retort, when a furious shout erupted from behind him. Damn it! At last, I have found you, you swindler. I will end your life. A group of about 10 individuals charged towards him, their demeanor suggesting they were not there for a reasoned discussion. Are you not running? Do you wish to be beaten to death? Ah! Old Wang trembled in fear and took flight, though his astonished gaze remained fixed on Lin Feng. You scoundrel! You claim my wife bore another man's child, leading to our divorce. She merely suffers from irregularities. Sir, please remain calm. Even fortune-telling can yield errors. Do not speak such nonsense. I will end your life. The middle-aged customer, having been deceived, found himself in utter despair, searching for 3 or 4 days at the station, and at last he encountered his target. Lin Feng was astonished. The old man's agility surpassed that of most young individuals. Sir, please remain calm. Shall I refund your money? Damn you! A wooden stick struck him on the back. As he fell, a group rushed forward, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks to the old man. Stop, stop. If you continue, he might be killed. Do not believe him. This old man is malicious and conceals protective plates. Lin Feng cautioned. The middle-aged man angrily tore open the old man, as clothing, and indeed, extracted several steel plates. Uh-huh. So you truly are a fraud, causing my family to be ruined. I shall kill you. Stop. The police are coming. In a panic, the middle-aged man pointed at the old man and declared, Let me never see you again. With that, he and his companions hastily departed. Gathering to assault an elderly man in the street, regardless of his guilt, constituted a crime. The middle-aged man was not foolish. He had vented his frustration and saw no reason to spend additional days in confinement over this matter. Yet, he was unwilling to let the old man off so easily. Ding! Acquired real-time information 1. The middle-aged man, still unsatisfied, planned to set fire to the fraudster's home. Ding! Acquired future information 1. 5 minutes later, in a fit of rage, the middle-aged man burned down the fraudster's residence and was subsequently arrested by the police. Old man, do you now realize I did not deceive you? You are a living deity, Mr. Wang exclaimed, exhilarated. He had long sought a true sage and never imagined he would find one in his twilight years. However, your tribulations are not yet over. Ah, please, divine being, offer guidance. Guidance? Our fates have not yet intertwined. By the way, my memory fails me. Fate must be cultivated by people. Please, divine being, reveal your QR code. Lin Feng pulled out his phone and displayed the QR code. Without hesitation, the old man scanned it, transferring 20 to him. Ding! Acquired real-time psychological insight 1. Having finally encountered a living deity, I would willingly part with all my wealth for him. Lin Feng suppressed a laugh. If this was considered a scam, then those deceived by the old man were truly remarkable individuals. However, at the age of 80, the old man was an extraordinary encounter, and it would be foolish to let the opportunity slip away. Ahem, I foresee that you will face another fiery tribulation. What do you mean? The current bloodshed was behind him, yet his sins were profound, and misfortune would ultimately descend upon him. Alas, what a pity. My goodness, living deity, please enlighten me. In plain sight, the old man suddenly knelt and bowed his head repeatedly, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, his expression shifted, revealing a look of shock. Thank you, living deity, thank you. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang to his feet and fled, his speed astonishing Lin Feng. Was this truly a 70-year-old man? Each profession has its challenges, and indeed, making a living is no easy task. Yet, to send someone off and receive payment in return felt delightful. At that moment, Lin Feng's phone vibrated unexpectedly. Your payment received. 500,000 yuan. What? Lin Feng was taken aback. How the old man sent him money again? He opened the account message and was surprised to find a note attached. Oh, benevolent spirit, leave me 10 for a meal. I am grateful for your guidance. Otherwise, I would have been left homeless. Once I have transformed, I shall surely start anew. Meanwhile, a local hot topic emerged, which amused Lin Feng greatly. So this is acceptable. I have essentially saved a fallen soul, so there is no harm in taking this money. However, he wondered if his acquisition of these funds would attract scrutiny. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired. This sum is not illicit. It was transferred by the old man from another card, the funds originating from compensation for a property demolition many years ago. Lin Feng felt a surge of delight within him. In a world of survival, one must eventually pay their dues. Chapter 23. Nipping the green hat in the bud, try it, and perish. He found himself unable to exhaust his newfound wealth, which continued to accumulate. With the addition of the card from Qin Shui, his balance reached a staggering 9 million. For someone who had never seen more than $5. This was an astronomical figure. He pondered how to indulge himself. After all, what is the purpose of earning if one does not spend? Lin Feng decided he would first seek a stable place to settle before contemplating his future plans. With the money he possessed, purchasing a decent apartment in Sioux City was well within his reach. A sleek black Mercedes 800 was parked by the roadside. Its driver's window rolled down a third of the way. Jean Kuan, upon spotting Lin Feng emerging from the high-speed train station with his hands in his pockets, felt a surge of anger that threatened to shatter his teeth. Recalling the earlier scene, his blood pressure soared. Having divorced 6 months prior, with both a son and a daughter left with his ex-wife, he was now single. Despite being a bit older, he could not comprehend why Qin Shui would not even glance in his direction while being so intimately close to this young man. He felt superior in every way. Kid, you will regret this. Since you are obstructing my good fortune, I shall ensure you face some hardship. I refuse to believe that if you become crippled, Qin Shui will still have eyes for you. Gently rolling up the window, Jean Kuan started the car and quietly drove away. However, Lin Feng was no fool. He was not so easily deceived by stealthy actions. As the Mercedes vanished from view, Lin Feng remained silent, watching its tail lights fade. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired. The owner of this vehicle intends to take revenge on his rival. He plans to pay 20 to the local gang to have one of the rival's hands incapacitated, as a means to vent his fury. What a ruthless act to sacrifice oneself for the sake of a woman. Had it not been for the intelligence alert, he would have remained oblivious. Before pursuing his ambitions, he needed to eliminate this potential threat. Ding! Points earned, 1,000, remaining, 25,500, activating real-time target location. The virtual imaging gradually sharpened, revealing the Mercedes 800 on screen. Approximately 10 minutes later, the vehicle halted in front of a bar. Jean Kuan exited the car and was escorted inside by 2 individuals with dyed yellow hair. Lin Feng casually hailed a taxi, heading straight for the designated area. Half an hour later, he found himself seated on the second floor of a milk tea shop, where he could clearly observe the entrance to the bar. Soon, Jean Kuan emerged from the establishment. Ding! Real-time psychological activity acquired. To steal a woman from me, you are still too naive. This is all you're doing. When you become a cripple, you can watch me and Qin Shui fall in love. Then you will truly experience the taste of discrimination. Lin Feng inhaled sharply. The vengeance in this individual was formidable. Was it truly worth it for a woman? Inflicting harm upon oneself to provoke another was the epitome of a villainous disposition. This person must not be allowed to remain. Regardless of Qin Shui's stance, this green hat must be nipped in the bud. Even if he were invulnerable, akin to a superhero, he could not be permitted to act with impunity. Lin Feng contemplated. This was the first person he wished to eliminate since arriving in this world. However, in a society governed by law, how could he proceed? Should he reveal his intentions? With his current capabilities, the state apparatus would swiftly eliminate him. Just as Jean Kuan was about to enter his vehicle, Lin Feng felt a surge of urgency. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. How could he have forgotten? Within his luxurious gift package lay a rather extraordinary item. In his inventory, a silver card emanated an aura of mystery. Future Experience Modifier Trial Card 1. Note: this remarkable item can completely alter the target's experiences. Once used, it grants control over life and death. This ominous object was best left unused, if possible. Yet, when his own life was at stake, it had to be tested. Ding! Future Experience Modifier Trial Card successfully utilized. The target's experiences for the next minute have been recorded. You have one opportunity for modification. A line of text appeared before Lin Feng. Target, Jean Kuan, age, 49, identity, legal representative of Kide Interior Design Company, character, licentious. Future experience, Jean Kuan enters the vehicle, starts the engine, and drives away smoothly. Please complete the modification within 30 seconds. Lin Feng dared not delay. With a single thought, the content transformed. Future experience, Jean Kuan enters the vehicle, starts the engine, mistakenly accelerates, loses control, crashes into the bar, and perishes in an explosion. Ding. Content modification complete is now in effect. His heart brimmed with anticipation. The bar was closed during the day. There would be no innocent bystanders to suffer. The individuals inside were all part of the underworld, deserving of their fate. Outside, Jean Kuan opened the car door, entered the driver's seat, and successfully started the vehicle. The black 800 slowly revved to life, then suddenly surged forward, crashing directly into the bar. Thick smoke instantly enveloped the sky, and 2 fireballs shot into the air, igniting the entire bar. The wails of the damned echoed all around, as people engulfed in flames occasionally burst forth from the building. Yet, passers-by and onlookers, lacking any means of protection, dared not intervene. Within moments, several individuals with disheveled hair were burned alive. Approximately 2 minutes later, fire trucks, ambulances, and police cars arrived almost simultaneously at the scene. Under the pressure of high-powered hoses, the flames were extinguished, and several medical personnel entered the inferno to rescue those trapped within. A total of 10 individuals were carried out, 3 deceased and 7 injured. Jean Kuan in the driver's seat was covered in soot, resembling charcoal, and still emanating smoke. This was no longer a matter of life and death, as the situation had become grim. Ding. Real-time intelligence acquired 1. These corpses are members of the underworld, notorious for their misdeeds, deserving of their fate. Ding. Future intelligence acquired 1. This bar operates as a night venue for the mafia, harboring a multitude of illicit activities. In 10 minutes, the police will uncover a significant cache of contraband in the office. Goodness, I am merely ridding society of its scourge. However, this tool is indeed a lethal weapon. A mere attempt leads to demise, leaving no room for mercy. Unless absolutely necessary, it must be used with caution. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Feng discreetly exited the milk tea shop and vacated the scene. Half an hour later, he checked into a standard room at a nearby hotel. As he retrieved his phone, a message from Qin Shui arrived. Lin Feng, I saw the news. Jean Kuan is dead. It's truly splendid. No more disturbances for me, and I need not worry about your safety. I also saw the news. It's rather tragic. Although he was detestable, his crimes did not warrant death. What a pity. Lin Feng, you are indeed a good person, but one cannot be overly benevolent. He was quite lecherous and consistently exploited his employees. Truly vile. He turned on the television, where the local news was broadcasting the incident that had just occurred. The future experience modifier is terrifying, yet one question lingers. How does one acquire it? The current system is already quite formidable, but it appears there is no avenue for obtaining items. He recalled a previous notification, for will unlock the system all. His experience bar seemed nearly full, with a staggering 220 unprocessed pieces of intelligence. System, process intelligence. Ding. Entering settlement process. Chapter 24. A miraculous new feature makes wealth acquisition inevitable. Ding. Settlement of 220 pieces of intelligence successful. Gained 6,000 points, remaining points, 31,500. The system panel erupted in a blue glow, illuminating previously locked areas. This was a straightforward shopping mall interface, akin to online marketplaces, with points serving as currency. In these times, money is essential. To make purchases in the mall, one must diligently gather intelligence to accumulate points. Upon entering the mall, Lin Feng discovered an array of items. Mighty Pill, points, 2,000, instantly increases strength by 10 points. Maximum dosage, 5. Speed Elixir points, 2,000, instantly increases speed by 10 points. Maximum dosage, 5. Agility Pill points, 2,000, instantly increases agility by 10 points. Maximum dosage, 5. Universal Human Skin Mask, points, 1. A disguise tool allowing the use of 8 billion faces at will, duration, 12 hours. Bone Shrinking Pill, points, 2. The perfect companion to the human skin mask, allows for shape-shifting within 12 hours of use. Super Hacker Card, 5,000 points, a top-tier item for concealing virtual identity. Duration, 2 hours. Death Substitute Doll, 10 points, allows for 1 substitute death, can be used on a third party. The Future Experience Modifier, points, 30. Modifies experiences within 1 minute. Caution is advised. The false death card, points, 2, once utilized, induces a state of apparent death for 100 ink marks, lasting 10 hours. Upon a cursory glance, one observes that the assortment of items totals just over 20, not in abundance, yet each is of exquisite quality. However, an awkward predicament arises. The points required for these items are quite substantial. With merely a little over 3 points to one's name, the only option is to purchase a few pills, leaving little else to be accomplished. The silver lining in this level up is that the source of items has finally been confirmed. The downside is the stark insufficiency of 1's points for expenditure. Moments later, Lin Feng sighed, his emotions settling. He remained optimistic. After all, he had traversed dimensions and gained extraordinary abilities, already surpassing the ordinary populace of the world. Points can be earned through effort, and without at least this modest ambition, there is little reason to persist. Ding! The host's uplifting spirit has touched the system, granting an additional reward. Damn it, you insidious system, spare me this charade. This is merely a reward for leveling up. Do not feign nobility. I'm not swayed by such tactics. The system is truly nefarious. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Ding! The additional reward has been successfully distributed. The virtual imaging system has activated an additional feature, Map Intelligence. Note, you can utilize the virtual map within the virtual imaging system to receive real-time intelligence prompts for any location within the activated area, without consuming points. Lin Feng's eyes widened, brimming with ecstasy. Now, this is commendable. At last, a function that can be utilized without cost, and it is indeed extraordinary. Previously, he had to approach his target to trigger intelligence. But with this feature, he could simply activate the built-in map and maintain awareness of events occurring, past occurrences, and those imminent throughout Sioux City. This not only significantly enhances his safety, but also allows him to adeptly seize various business opportunities. Primarily, he could now accrue points while reclining at home. Eagerly, he wished to test the new function and promptly opened the virtual map. This was a branch of the virtual imaging system, revealing a scaled-down map of Sioux City, reminiscent of a navigational map. At that moment, countless red dots began to flicker on the map, an occurrence never witnessed before. Ding! Map intelligence acquired, totaling 152 entries. A collision involving 3 vehicles occurred at the intersection of Tianlin Road, resulting in 5 fatalities. The Sinan community in the ancient district is slated for demolition in 1 month. A plumbing explosion is imminent in the public restroom at number 15 Lantian Road in 2 minutes. The small commodity market at No. 12 Huashan Road is involved in the sex industry. A raid by the local police station is set to occur in 5 minutes. In 5 days, an incident of falling debris is expected at number 42 Jinling Road, with no casualties anticipated. 6 days hence, an ancient Ming Dynasty tomb will be unearthed 35 kilometers from the city center in the southern suburbs, with ancient artifacts scattered within a 2-kilometer radius. At No. 12 Huayuan Street, My Zizi Private Kitchen is an illicit establishment. A wastewater pipe explosion will occur in 6 days, with numerous patrons affected by fecal matter. Lin Feng cast a cursory glance, noting a distinction from the intelligence he typically encountered. It did not delineate facts from future information, but rather presented everything in a singular rush, requiring one to sift through for valuable insights. Though this appeared somewhat cumbersome, it proved to be immensely practical. He inhaled deeply, his eyes glistening with joy. This way, he could grasp the entirety of Sioux City's situation, ensuring he would never miss any significant information. Moreover, as the number of illuminated locations on the map increased, he would soon possess an intimate understanding of global dynamics. Henceforth, he would be akin to a prophet, a deity. He hastily clicked on the map to continue his exploration. With such an abundance of intelligence, he could not afford to overlook anything of importance. In 3 days, the rent on Lanshan Snack Street will collectively rise. In 5 days, a gas explosion will occur in Donghuayuan community, but due to work commitments, there are no casualties. A unit in Jinga Garden is available for sale at a 60 discount, originally priced at 1,000, now offered at 400 due to the owner's urgent need for funds. The property is located in Building 12, boasts a prime location and floor, and is exquisitely renovated, ready for immediate occupancy. However, its low price has raised suspicions regarding potential issues, resulting in it remaining unsold for half a month. Jinga Garden is the only residential complex constructed within the last 2 years in the ancient district, and it is not a high-rise, but rather a 4-story garden villa. The average price stands at 900. Acquiring this property for 400 would effectively yield a profit of 500. Astonishing. Such fortune. Coincidentally, Lin Feng needed to sell property, and missing this opportunity would render his efforts futile. Checking the time, he noted it was already 10 p.m., and he decided to rest briefly before purchasing the house the following day. Remarkably, he could afford it outright without even utilizing the demolition compensation provided by Qin Shui. Additionally, the recent intelligence indicated that ancient tombs would soon be unearthed in the southern suburbs, but with a 2-day wait. It would be prudent for him to inspect the scattered artifacts nearby. He also observed a demolition notice, but time constraints rendered it too late to act. The next day, Lin Feng checked out early and headed straight for Jinga Garden. There were 6 or 7 real estate agencies at the entrance of the community. Since it was only 9 a.m., these agencies had just opened. A group of salespeople clad in shirts and slacks was smoking and chatting at the entrance. Lin Feng glanced around. Ding! Acquired real-time intelligence 1. These real estate agencies are all legitimate establishments, largely similar in nature. Lin Feng chuckled at his own caution. Comparatively, the world was filled with more good than bad. He approached an agency named Jingda. Upon reaching the door, a young male salesperson approached him enthusiastically. Sir, are you looking to buy or rent? Buy. Which properties are you interested in? Jinga Garden, please. Excellent. Please have a seat while I introduce you. He picked up a tablet and deftly retrieved information on several properties, presenting it to Lin Feng. Sir, these are all properties in Jinga Garden, notable for their excellent geographic locations and orientations. Lin Feng scrolled through the screen, appearing engrossed, though he had not truly absorbed any of the details. As he turned to the 6th set, a wave of excitement washed over him. He had finally found his target, the very house he wished to purchase. This property appeared quite appealing, so why was it priced at only $4 million? In comparison, similar properties in less desirable locations were listed at around $9 million. Was it perhaps a haunted house? Sir, this is not a haunted house. The owner is relocating abroad, and the only stipulation is immediate full payment for the transaction. Ding! Real-time information acquired. A sincere real estate agent, providing clients with the most accurate information to avoid pitfalls. One must maintain a positive outlook. The beauty of the world often reflects one's perspective. Since activating his advantage, Lin Feng had anticipated witnessing the darker side of human nature, but to his surprise, kindness prevailed among the majority. No problem. I can make the payment now. Really? Sir, $4 million is not an insignificant amount. Lin Feng remained unfazed. Despite the robust economy and rapidly improving living standards in Huaxia, such a considerable sum was not easily accessible to everyone. Cash flow is the true king. At just over 20, it was perfectly understandable that others might question his financial backing. I have the funds. Let us go, I'll pay by card. The young salesperson chose not to press further. To deny a card payment would be an affront. Very well, please accompany me to the finance office. We shall sign the contract first. Half an hour later, Lin Feng emerged from the finance office, holding the card payment receipt. Most of the clientele he typically assisted were ordinary citizens purchasing homes through loans, predominantly from the middle class. Few could present $4 million in cash, and those who could undoubtedly possessed far more than that. Sir, here are the keys to the house. Would you like me to show you around? No, I can manage on my own. Your service has been excellent, and I am quite satisfied. You are too kind. I have never encountered a client as straightforward as Mr. Lin. I should be the one to thank you. Lin Feng accepted the keys and replied, just notify me when the property certificate is ready. Certainly. As the young salesperson watched Lin Feng's departing figure, he felt a sense of admiration. This man must be a wealthy heir, exuding an air of sophistication. He was down to earth, yet polite. Indeed, affluent individuals often possess a certain refinement. Contemplating how effortlessly this transaction had transpired, and with a commission of several thousand awaiting him, he felt a genuine sense of gratitude towards Lin Feng. With the keys in hand, Lin Feng entered the unit of Building 12. He took the elevator to the 11th floor and successfully unlocked the door to his newly acquired residence. The 220 square meter space was exquisitely renovated, featuring a spacious balcony with a breathtaking view of a vast lake in the distance. The expansive vista revealed a large wetland park, evoking a refreshing sense of tranquility. Ding! Real-time information acquired. This property boasts exceptional feng shui and is highly livable. Lin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction, having effortlessly gained 600. Such a rapid accumulation of wealth was hard to find elsewhere. Properties in this community were in high demand, and should he desire, he could sell it at full price within a week. After surveying the house, his contentment grew. The furniture and decor were all brand new. If it weren't for the landlord's sudden decision to emigrate, I would never have stumbled upon such an opportunity. Be cautious, and do not let any whispers escape. If there is nothing pressing, venture out sparingly. Brother, let us merely procure a pack of cigarettes. It will not hinder our affairs. It has been a day since I last indulged, and I can no longer endure the craving. Damn, hurry up, will you? What is there to fear? The neighbors are absent. Yet, we should still exercise caution. We have finally caught a significant fish and must extract every ounce of its worth. The peculiar sounds emanating from outside the door piqued Lin Feng's curiosity, compelling him to press his ear against the door. Something felt amiss. There was a hidden agenda at play outside. In an instant, his all-seeing ability was activated, granting him a clear view of everything occurring within the room. The structure of the house across mirrored his own, and at least 20 individuals crowded within, the air thick and oppressive. Tables were set up in both the living room and the bedrooms, with several dealers shuffling cards. This scene was not unfamiliar to Lin Feng. Prior to his journey through time, he had visited such underground casinos hidden within the city shadows. Few who ventured here emerged unscathed. In the center of the living room, a young man, drenched in sweat, was nervously handling his cards. Damn it, it's already midnight. What a terrible table you have here, one of the players exclaimed. Chen Xiao, don't get too carried away. You've already lost 100. Perhaps it's time to take a break. No way. I must recover my losses. But you have no chips left. Lend me 100. Chen Xiao, you've already borrowed 300. Should you consider settling some debts first? What? Are you afraid I, Chen Jia, can't repay you? Chen Xiao, we are well aware of your prowess, but 300 is simply excessive. You must settle something. Damn it. With your level of play, do you really think you can achieve anything substantial? We have no aspirations of grandeur. We merely engage in small-scale operations to make ends meet. Damn it. Do you think I care about your few paltry chips? One must not speak so lightly. Human hearts are inscrutable. Are you attempting to imprison me? Do not speak carelessly. Here is the deal. You have half a day to repay a portion. If you do, we will continue to lend you money. Fine, it's a deal. Chen Xiao, do not attempt any tricks. You lot escort Chen Xiao out. The leading brute blinked, and his subordinates immediately understood the implication. They had to keep a close watch on this fellow. Should he escape, the opportunity would slip away. Once he found himself cornered, they would compel him to reach out to his family for assistance. Given their reputation in Sioux City, they would undoubtedly wish to keep such matters under wraps. And extorting a hefty sum would be as easy as pie. Chen Jie was well aware of the stakes, yet he was already ensnared. There was no turning back. The sound of a door opening resonated, and two lackeys ushered Chen Jie into the elevator. Lin Feng was taken aback. The unit across the courtyard had clandestinely set up an underground casino, and it appeared to be quite substantial. This young man seemed to possess significant connections. It was utterly unexpected to discover such dealings within a mid to high-end community in the ancient district of Sioux City. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired. The affluent second-generation heir has incurred a massive gambling debt and has been missing for 24 hours. Should he remain unaccounted for another 12 hours, his family will commence a citywide search. Lin Feng was astounded. The audacity of these gamblers was remarkable. Daring to entangle a well-connected heir in their illicit activities. Was this not a death wish? Chapter 26. The imprisoned heir, a human, ate him. Lin Feng refrained from taking impulsive actions. Firstly, this matter did not concern him, and there was no necessity for him to intervene. It offered no benefits and could easily draw unwanted attention, an endeavor not worth the risk. Unless there was something to gain, he might consider stepping in to secure a few advantages. Returning to the sofa, Lin Feng observed the images on the virtual screen with keen interest. The wealthy heir, accompanied by two enforcers, was meandering about Sioux City. 10 minutes later, impatience began to surface among them. Are you trying to play tricks? Circling around here. Do you take us for fools? Chen Xiao cautioned. I hope you won't do anything foolish that complicates our situation. Chen Jie glanced at the two, realizing that any opportunity to slip away had vanished. Creating a scene would be detrimental to him, as it would likely implicate his family, a situation he could ill afford. These individuals were far too seasoned, treating Chen Jie with care, providing him with good food and drink. If he wished to gamble, he could continue borrowing at high interest. If not, he could simply rest. Here, he could do anything except leave. Even his desires for companionship could be satisfied. Lin Feng fixated on the virtual screen for 3 to 4 hours, confirming that the young man was indeed imprisoned. However, his identity piqued Lin Feng's curiosity immensely. Ding! Acquired character information 1. Name, Chen Jie. Age, 24. Identity, son of the chairman of Huamao Technology in Sioux City. Personality, gambler, playful. Mindset, composed, calm. Ding! Acquired real-time psychological insight 1. This is troublesome. Being held captive here, my father must be frantic trying to find me. They're not even concerned about escalating the situation. How foolish. Lin Feng shook his head. While the young man might not be inherently bad, he certainly embodied the traits of a simple-minded, spoiled heir. Chairman Chun Wangshan of Huamao Technology, which specializes in e-commerce, had risen to prominence 5 years prior. In recent years, the company had pivoted towards live-streaming sales and employed a cadre of capable individuals, with personal assets exceeding 30 billion, securing a position among the elite wealthy in Sioux City. A mere online search would reveal numerous headlines showcasing his collaborations with the Sioux City government, marking him as a prominent figure. If news of his son gambling in casinos were to break, it would be catastrophic, one that even the police would not be notified of. These seasoned players understood the mindset of the powerful. As long as the matter was settled privately, they could maximize their interests. The imprisoned heir remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, yet Lin Feng sensed a hint of monetary opportunity. Just across the hallway, he had discovered a gambling den. If he acted heroically to dismantle it, he could conveniently secure a reward. Surely, there was nothing wrong with that. He chose not to act hastily, instead continuing to monitor the unfolding events through the virtual surveillance. A night passed in silence. The following afternoon at 2 p.m., the screen suddenly flickered to life. A young man entered the bedroom, excitedly exclaiming, "Big brother, there's news." Lin Feng's attention sharpened, focusing intently on the unfolding scene. The casino boss's eyes brightened, eagerly asking, "What news do you have?" His father had secretly sought out individuals from the underworld to locate Chun Jie. "Oh, how much is being offered? 500, such a sum? These capitalists truly possess wealth." "Brother, shall we cast the net?" "Cast what net? Nonsense. He owes us over 3 million in usury. Does he expect to evade payment?" However, given Chun Wangshan's status, detaining him here could lead to complications, don't you think? You all lack ambition. Why should we care that he is Chun Wangshan's son? He is merely an ordinary gambler. Let us keep him a few more days. The bounty will increase. By then, we will have received the intel and realized we captured the son of Chairman Chun. And then what? We will reach out to Chairman Chun, return his son, collect the bounty, and conveniently settle the outstanding loan. But what if he reports us? The news of the son of the chairman of a prominent enterprise gambling lavishly in an underground casino, losing millions, would be quite the scandal. The repercussions would extend far beyond a few million in loans. "Brother, that's brilliant. This way, we can extract a substantial sum from him." Liang Song lit a cigarette, smugly declaring, "With this casino, how much can we rake in? The risks are high, but once this plan is executed, we can relocate and continue our endeavors." The younger brothers gazed at him with admiration. It seemed as if the money was already in their pockets. Lin Feng was astonished. Their audacity was remarkable, even daring to scheme against an entrepreneur. The plan itself had no glaring flaws, but the disparity in power between the two parties was significant. Even if the money landed in their hands, there would inevitably be consequences within 24 hours. Ding. Future intel acquired. 1. In 24 hours, the father of the wealthy heir will discreetly publish an inconspicuous missing person notice in Sioux City's newspapers and pamphlets, offering a reward of 600. Ding. Intel alert 1. If no leads arise with the 600 reward, the wealthy family will notify the police. See, what was that saying? One must not be overly confident in life. These individuals, straying from the righteous path, would not engage in such foolish endeavors if they had even a modicum of intelligence. A tiger does not consume its own offspring, let alone the child of a wealthy family. He is an only son. Detaining him while he remains missing for 48 hours is perilous. Even if this incident causes a plummet in Huamao Technology's stock price and effects business, it is still his flesh and blood. Lin Feng sensed that his opportunity was approaching. Just across the way, it would be a disservice to his ancestors to forego this chance. 600 would perfectly bridge the gap for the 400 he spent on his house. It was simply ideal. Meanwhile, Chun Jie sprawled on the sofa, his eyes nearly closing. The table was cluttered with cigarette butts. He was exhausted yet unable to sleep. With a nanny at home, a 24-hour climate control system, and meals served on demand, how could he possibly rest in such an environment? "Brother Song, I can't make calls. I would get scolded. By the way, it's been a while. Hasn't my father issued a missing person notice?" "Haha. No, your father wouldn't neglect you. Would he? Impossible. I'm his only son. How can my father disregard me? He must not have realized I've snuck out again. I'll just wait a bit longer." Chapter 27. Too early to celebrate. Simple and brutal. Liang Song chuckled. "I think so too. Why doesn't young Master Chen play a few more rounds? What if luck is on his side? Forget it. If my father finds out, he'll be furious. All right. If you have any requests, feel free to express them, and we shall accommodate you." Chun Jie enjoys playing, Yet he is not foolish. These individuals are merely waiting for their fathers to arrive with the ransom. It would be a lie to say he is not anxious. Previously, when he frequented such places, his expenditures were mostly kept under 100, but this time he has become somewhat reckless. His father warned that he would come to his rescue. A sense of inexplicable agitation surged within him, coupled with a hint of regret for not managing his emotions better. Having accrued a substantial gambling debt that led to this embarrassing predicament, leaving him in a dilemma. At 8 o'clock the following evening, Lin Feng's eyes brightened while perusing the newspaper. In the bottom right corner, he noticed a rather inconspicuous missing persons notice. Missing person, Chun Jia, age 22, male, reward, 600. Chun Wangshan is quite resourceful. To avoid leaking information, he has been exceedingly cautious. Does the average person even notice such a notice? Lin Feng found it amusing. Sometimes, the wealthy truly seem as though they have been struck by a door. Why not simply report to the police and resolve the issue? Instead, they fret over every little detail. The thought of not spending this 600 for himself made him somewhat uneasy. He hastened to inform his superior that the reward had been raised to 600. Surely, they should be able to catch their prey now. It was about time. Waiting any longer served no purpose. Once the money was secured, they could relocate and continue their operations, enjoying the fruits of their labor. Ding! Full area imaging activated. Regional positioning completed. The virtual screen shifted once more to the opposite side. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Liang Song raised an eyebrow and coldly remarked, 600 is too little. Let us wait a bit longer. Boss, wait. I'm concerned that if we wait any longer, something might happen. Usury and kidnapping are two different offenses. Calm down. Remain composed. I am confident that they will not escalate the matter. Ding. Future intelligence acquired too. 12 hours later, Chun Jia remains unaccounted for. The Sioux City police launch an operation, apprehending all those hidden in the underground casino at Jinghe Garden, with the main suspect, Liang Song, being arrested on the spot. 10 days later, the kidnapping case involving Chun Wangshan's son is resolved, with the main suspect, Liang Song, sentenced to life imprisonment for kidnapping and extortion. This fellow lacks intelligence, possessing no cultural knowledge, yet still engaging in kidnapping, and now he must rely on someone else to rescue him. However, I wonder if my own actions might lead to complications. The ever-cautious Lin Feng decided to evaluate the potential dangers of his actions. Ding! Future intelligence acquired 1. Take direct action by breaking down the door across the way under the pretext of disturbing the peace, rescuing the wealthy heir. His family will be immensely grateful, and the heir will become your devoted fan. This action carries a risk factor of 0, and you will receive a 600 reward for your 100 investment. Primarily, it is my compassionate nature that drives me to help others. I cannot bear to witness suffering. What can I say? It is simply my kind-heartedness. Lin Feng opened his door and took 3 steps to the opposite side. Pressing his ear against the door, he could hear faint music emanating from within. In recent days, the underground casino had ceased operations in pursuit of the prize that was Chun Jia. Liang Song was dreaming of sudden wealth, celebrating far too soon. Bang! 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 Damn it, open the door. You rascals are making a racket, driving me to the brink of madness and preventing me from sleeping. Can you not exhibit a modicum of decorum? The music inside has ceased and footsteps approach. Ding! Acquired real-time intelligence 1. A young man with tousled hair is cautiously observing you through the peephole, feeling anxious and unsettled by your presence. Playing dead, are we? It has been several days, and I've had enough. If you have the guts, open the door and witness what I can unleash upon you. Dealing with such individuals requires a direct and forceful approach. After all, the activities within are far from innocent, and once exposed, they will face the dire consequences. Ding! Acquired real-time intelligence 1. The actual controller of the underground casino is peering through the peephole, feeling tense and uncertain about the identity of the intruder. Look, behold! How terrifying is Lin Feng's superhuman physical prowess. He raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick. Bang! A deafening sound erupted as the heavy iron door was forcefully kicked open. Liang Song, who had been observing Lin Feng, was caught off guard and sent flying, crashing against the wall. The excruciating pain nearly took his breath away. Once his senses returned, Liang Song's heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the entire floor. Ah, my back feels broken. Damn it, who are you? Are you insane? What are you two standing there for? Get him! The underlings were stunned. Witnessing a 150-pound adult being kicked away like a football? Is this guy Superman? Did you not hear my command? Attack! Liang Song, seeing his subordinates frozen in fear, scolded them with a pale face. What are you doing here? Is it truly that serious? I dare you to make a move. The underlings trembled in fear, their legs turning to jelly, too terrified to act. Damn it, you're insane. I've been silent for a month, causing no disturbance, and now you're bothering me. Lin Feng nonchalantly surveyed the surroundings and sneered. I've seen all sorts of peculiar people coming in and out. This is a casino. Isn't it? You. Don't speak nonsense. What casino? We merely play cards among ourselves. Brother, save me. This guy runs a casino and lends money at high interest. Suddenly, Chun Jie burst out from the bedroom. He had heard the commotion outside and saw an opportunity to escape from his predicament. Nonsense. I will end you. Liang Song, furious and humiliated, endured the pain and grabbed a nearby chair to smash it over Chun Jie. Oh, you still intend to strike? How arrogant. Lin Feng stepped forward, and before the horrified gazes of the onlookers, he effortlessly blocked the descending chair. The chair shattered, yet he remained unscathed, not even flinching. In an instant, he executed a stunning shoulder throw on Liang Song. With such prowess, he dares to roam the streets? Had this been the past, I would have dealt with you and thrown you downstairs. The rule of law has saved you. Brother, we were coerced. We didn't intend to kidnap him. Yes. Liang Song is the main culprit. We were merely accomplices, and this guy is truly vicious, attempting to extort his father. Liang Song, astonished and enraged, realized that none of his so-called subordinates were reliable. At such a critical juncture, he inexplicably sold himself out. Moreover, he distinctly recalled that there was no master on the opposite side. Why had a person suddenly emerged? The most terrifying aspect was not these revelations, but the fact that Chun Jie had been exposed. What should he do now? Wait, something feels amiss. Why do you seem so familiar? Suddenly, Lin Feng squinted and approached Chun Jie, scrutinizing him closely before retrieving a newspaper from his pocket. Goodness, is that truly you on the missing person notice? 600? Kicking him aside with force. Could an ordinary person really send someone flying like that? Undoubtedly, he was a formidable individual, and he had even saved Lin Feng's life. His benefactor, the very one who had been kidnapped, was now here running a casino and swindling others. What a disgrace. This chaotic scene warranted a call to the police. Lin Feng dialed 110, the emergency number. Chapter 28, The Honest and Simple Entrepreneur, Unveiling Hidden Commercial Value. 5 minutes later, the police and Chun Wangshan arrived at the scene. Upon seeing his son, the wealthy father refrained from scolding him, shedding tears of excitement for the first time. Chun Jie had never been missing for such an extended period. He was genuinely frightened. Liang Song and his 2 accomplices were now handcuffed, still bewildered by the turn of events. The house was rented, yet he had investigated, discovering that there were indeed 2 households on the first floor, and the opposite unit was entirely vacant. Where had this young man come from? How was he able to kick open the iron door? Officer, I had no idea this was a casino. The noise was unbearable, and without much thought, I kicked the door open. Perhaps this is the power of justice. Mr. Lin, you did exceptionally well. Your bravery is commendable. The officer taking the statement did not hold back in praising Lin Feng. For them, there was a sense of relief. The son of a well-known entrepreneur in Sioux City had been rescued, and any mishap would have been troublesome. Thus, the officers found Lin Feng increasingly likable. Goodness, he is a monster. With one kick, he could dismantle an iron door and send me flying. Could he truly be a normal person? Be quiet. For someone as heinous as you, it would be a blessing if you were not knocked out with a single punch. The officer reprimanded. For Liang Song was nearly the cause of their losing their jobs. Were it not for his status, he would have received a severe beating. Mr. Lin, I am exceedingly grateful. Had it not been for you, young Jie might have faced dire consequences, and I would have been extorted by these scoundrels. Chun Wangshan did not possess the oppressive demeanor one might expect, and appeared somewhat aged, resembling a man who had only recently become a father. He seemed to differ from the dominant tycoons of the business world. Ding. Acquired character information 1. Name, Chun Wangshan. Age, 70. Identity, chairman of Huamao Technology. Personality, cautious, prudent. Conservative, honest, pragmatic. Mood, apprehensive, relieved. Ding. Acquired real-time psychological activity 1. This is terrifying. What would I do if Jie were harmed? Thankfully, this young brother deserves every bit of the 600 spent. He is my Chun Wangshan's benefactor. No, he is the benefactor of the entire family. Indeed, he is an honest man. Although his circumstances are quite absurd, the information is undoubtedly accurate. No wonder Huamao Technology has experienced such rapid growth in recent years, capturing 90% of the local live streaming sales market. However, despite such remarkable prowess, there has been no expansion beyond the current confines. The reason lies in Chun Wangshan's conservative, pragmatic, and grounded demeanor. Lin Feng exhaled with relief. Dealing with such a person significantly raised the safety quotient, alleviating many concerns. Dad, it's all thanks to Brother Lin's valor. Otherwise, I would be in dire straits. You are aware that you almost faced calamity yourself? In the future, we shall see if you continue your reckless antics. I promise. Dad, I shall refrain from mischief. If I am to make friends, it should be with someone like Brother Lin. I hope you adhere to your word. If you encounter trouble, how will your mother and I manage? Dad, will you not at least give him the 600 reward? At least you show some understanding. How could I forget? Chun Wangshan produced a check, courteously stating, "This is a cash check for 600. You can redeem it at the bank. Please do not decline. This is my commitment." He accepted the check with composure, placing it in his pocket. When engaging with honest and straightforward entrepreneurs, there is no need for false politeness. Brother Lin, my father is quite wealthy. You needn't feel awkward. The previously harmonious atmosphere was shattered by Chun Jie's remark. Lin Feng, although thick-skinned, felt somewhat taken aback. It was Chun Wangshan who reprimanded. What nonsense are you spouting? Even if Mr. Lin refuses this money, I shall ensure he accepts it. Let it be. It is merely coincidental. Such words cannot be uttered. You have your coincidences, but who knows what harm my son might endure. Lin Feng felt a sense of relief. Observing the broader perspective, he understood the importance of empathy. He held a favorable view of Chun Wangshan, appreciating his balanced approach and profound wisdom. Perhaps he could indeed carve out a successful path in the future. Very well, you may carry on. I imagine your family is quite worried. Brother Lin, I shall visit you another day. Lin Feng was startled by the intensity of the young man's gaze, wondering if he harbored unusual inclinations. Ding. Acquired real-time psychological insight 1. Brother Lin is remarkably skilled and powerful, worthy of being my elder brother. Perhaps in the future, I might flatter him and learn a trick or two. This fellow had Lin Feng thoroughly perplexed. Is it not typical for a wealthy scion to be arrogant and dismissive of others? Why does this individual desire to acknowledge an elder brother? Just as both parties turned to leave, Lin Feng's eye caught a glimpse of a red cord around Chun Wangshan's neck, from which dangled what appeared to be a green pendant. Ding! Acquired real-time intelligence 1. A genuine Ming Dynasty jade guanyin, valued at 200. Genuine ancient jade from the Ming Dynasty. This astonished him. Having visited antique markets, he understood that over 90 of antiques today are mere replicas. Securing a genuine article is no easy feat, and he had not anticipated that the pendant around Chun Wangshan's neck was worth 200. Noticing Lin Feng's expression, Chun Wangshan assumed he had further inquiries and asked, "Mr. Lin, do you have something else on your mind?" He intended to test whether he could find valuable antiques. Those suitable sellers are hard to come by. Last time at the tea house, he had nearly been duped. Chun Wangshan possessed commendable character, making him a promising buyer, representing hidden commercial potential. "Mr. Chun, do you have an affinity for antiques?" How did you know, Mr. Lin? If I am not mistaken, the jade ornament adorning your neck must be an exquisite artifact from the Ming Dynasty. Judging by its luster, it is undoubtedly of considerable value, not less than 200. Father, is this not the gift from Annie for your 70th birthday? I believe I heard it was a Ming Dynasty antique. Chun Jie inquired with astonishment, clearly aware of its provenance. Indeed, it is a jade guanyin from the Ming Dynasty, procured by your aunt in Yanjing. How could Mr. Lin discern its origin merely with his naked eye? It is quite astonishing. I have a modicum of understanding, and fortune favored me by allowing me to make the right guess. Mr. Lin, do you also harbor an interest in antiques? Well, it is tolerable. I occasionally frequent antique markets. Alas, the current market conditions are dire, and authentic pieces are scarce. Indeed, where can one find genuine artifacts nowadays? Chun Wangshan displayed a look of regret, revealing his disappointment. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Mr. Chun, if I come across any exceptional items in the future, I shall notify you first." Truly? At this moment, the expression of the other party conveyed everything, without any need for embellishment. Lin Feng recognized him as a fervent enthusiast of antique collecting. Chapter 29. Is picking up something on the road considered theft? I am a double standard dog. He recalled the previous map intelligence indicating that a Ming Dynasty tomb lay 35 kilometers outside the city, expected to be uncovered in about a week. The reason being, some ancient coins had been discovered nearby and reported to the local police station. The authorities of Sioux City engaged several archaeologists, ultimately confirming the tomb's location. With approximately 5 days remaining until that time, he had ample opportunity to reap substantial rewards. At 2 a.m., even in the urban area, few souls could be seen. Lin Feng arrived on foot at the southern outskirts, approximately 35 kilometers from the ancient city. To his right lay a highway, while to the left sprawled an expanse of desolate land. In earlier years, the nearby villages had all been demolished, yet due to some uncontrollable circumstances, the area fell into complete abandonment. Ding! Real-time intelligence obtained. From this center, radiating outward, you shall encounter unexpected treasures. After activating his special abilities, he even possessed night vision, rendering visibility at night akin to that of day. There was little time left before this area would be taken over. Surely, others would soon visit this place. Otherwise, how would the authorities have been informed? He needed to act swiftly, as time was of the essence. After walking 1 kilometer in a specific direction, Lin Feng stumbled upon a patch of grass. His gaze swept ahead, spotting a red indicator flashing. This was a system-generated marker, which only appeared upon the discovery of significant items. Ding! Some antiques have been discovered. Their value is immeasurable. Ming Dynasty Polychrome Porcelain Wine Cup, slightly damaged, value 10. Ming Dynasty Blue and White Porcelain Plate, severely damaged, value 5. Ming Dynasty Landscape Painting, origin unknown, well-preserved, value 8. Ming Dynasty Crescent-Shaped Amber Pendant, well-preserved, value 15. Ming Dynasty Buddha Head, average quality, severely damaged, value 5. Polychrome Porcelain Wine Pot, well-preserved, value 50. Ming Dynasty Green Glazed Plate, in perfect condition, value 120. As Lin Feng walked, the system's identification speed was nearly synchronized with his movements. It resembled a supercomputer, continuously sweeping up the scattered antiques in the vicinity. Logically, Lin Feng would have to sift through them, but with his virtual space capable of accommodating hundreds of tanks, this meager collection was hardly a concern. Half an hour later, he assessed the items he had gathered, totaling a value of 350. They were mostly shabby remnants, with only a few worthy of being called treasures. However, upon reflection, this was a perfectly normal occurrence. If treasures were strewn about everywhere, it would imply that the remains buried beneath belonged to none other than Zhu Yuanzhang. He sighed, preparing to depart from the location. After all, these were antiques. If spotted by others, it could lead to complications. Just as he was about to give up, an unusual sensation arose from the grass beneath his feet. He parted the foliage and discovered a long cylindrical object, resembling a container for ancient calligraphy and paintings. In the contemporary world, renowned artworks were either missing or residing in museums, while those few who possessed ancient pieces were typically top-tier collectors. Lin Feng picked it up, finding it rather ordinary, devoid of anything particularly special. Ding! Obtained item information 1. Name: 8 Immortals Cross the Sea. Category: Calligraphy and Painting Era. Ming. Source: Preserved by Wu Changshua, a renowned Ming Dynasty painter. Condition: Pristine. Value: 801,500. Lin Feng's gaze became vacant, his heart astonished beyond measure. By mere chance, he had stumbled upon a genuine treasure. If this were to be discovered by an archaeological team, it would undoubtedly find its way into a museum. Of course, it did not reach the level of a national treasure, and private collection was not illegal. Lin Feng cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Ding! Obtained real-time information 1. The vicinity is quite safe, devoid of surveillance cameras. You may exit securely. The scroll vanished from his grasp and, in the next moment, lay quietly within his virtual space. Lin Feng lit a cigarette, calming his nerves before commencing his return journey. This technically wasn't theft. Finding something on the road was perfectly acceptable. 10 minutes later, the streetlights flickered to life, and the road widened significantly. The city lights were now distinctly visible. Finally, he could breathe a sigh of relief. It was his first time engaging in such an endeavor, and a degree of anxiety was only natural. After all, this was a matter involving millions. At that moment, it was already 3:30 a.m., with very few pedestrians on the road. Lin Feng began to ponder over the earlier incident, and inadvertently collided with a group approaching him. The opposing figure was a burly man standing 190 centimeters tall, flanked by a group of others. Upon making eye contact, Lin Feng felt a flicker of danger. A group of large men wandering the outskirts of the city in the dead of night did not seem to indicate good intentions. "Hey, can't you watch where you're going?" the man barked. "You seem rather odd. With such a wide road, why don't you step aside?" Lin Feng retorted, clearly catching the other party off guard. Alone and unperturbed in the face of such intimidating figures, he either had not been battered by society or possessed absolute confidence in his abilities. "You're quite audacious, little brother. How about we have a little chat? Discuss the philosophy of life? Brother, it has been a while since we reasoned with anyone. This lad seems eager to learn a thing or two about being a person. A group of individuals regarded Lin Feng with frigid tones and indifferent gazes. After a moment of contemplation, the burly leader remarked, "Let us be on our way. Young man, consider yourself fortunate. Not everyone shares our circumstances of sudden obligations." This assembly appeared to be in haste, unwilling to prolong the conflict with Lin Feng. The leader, clearly burdened by some concern, relinquished the notion of teaching Lin Feng a harsh lesson. The group of men gradually receded into the night, while Lin Feng lit a cigarette, a look of bewilderment crossing his features. The situation felt increasingly peculiar, imbued with an air of strangeness. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired. A group of seasoned grave robbers is approaching a Ming dynasty tomb. They have accurately pinpointed the tomb's location and successfully infiltrated it, absconding with a wealth of treasures. Grave robbers? Lin Feng was taken aback. He had only encountered such a band in sensational novels. To his astonishment, he had stumbled upon them in the dead of night. No wonder they appeared so menacing, yet they had chosen to endure rather than confront him. The audacity displayed by those individuals was overwhelming, their disdainful gazes treating him as if he were a mere ant to be crushed at will. A notion that was quite irksome. As a man, could he not possess a semblance of temper? In a flash of thought, a virtual screen materialized before him, gradually revealing clarity as the band of grave robbers approached the very area where he had stood moments ago. Damn it, what a ruckus! I thought they were formidable, but they turn out to be mere tomb raiders. Disturbing the resting places of our ancestors deserves divine retribution. Such malevolent actions could not be overlooked, especially since he had previously benefited from the encounter. Yet these ruffians had the audacity to threaten him, even considering inflicting harm. How could he tolerate that? A group of grave robbers, marked by their reckless dual standards, brought forth an unpredictable fate. Chapter 30. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed your malevolence. The scent of death lingering in the air. Lin Feng possessed a virtual imaging system, enabling him to maintain a precise and safe distance from his pursuers, always keeping 500 meters apart, ensuring they remained unaware of their stalker. Brother, we should have eliminated that lad just now. If our operation fails and the police catch wind of us, he has seen our faces. I concur. But why the sudden caution? Brother, mercy is not to be entertained. This is what you taught me. The leader, Wang Dishing, hailed from a lineage of grave robbers spanning 3 generations. At 42, he had traversed much of China, having dealt with over 100 tombs of varying sizes. He was a prominent figure among the younger generation in this clandestine circle. His core team members, Xiao Yao, Xiao Zhuang, and Xiao Kai, undertook the dirty and laborious tasks. Few engaged in grave robbing were not hardened characters. They feared nothing, and taking a life was as simple as a game to them. However, Wang Dishing's recent decision left them perplexed. This is Sioux City, not some remote wilderness. The surveillance is omnipresent, and the risk of violence is far too great. Our hands are not clean, and the more lives lost, the higher the stakes. After all, why do we rob graves? For wealth. Several individuals, upon hearing Wang Dishing's words, found his reasoning quite persuasive, yet a lingering discontent brewed within their hearts. Having traversed the breadth of the land, they had long since grown accustomed to the lawlessness of various locales, where local gangs and underworld leaders held no sway over their formidable presence. It was not merely a matter of crossing rivers. Even dragons must be tamed. With a slight smile, Wang Dishing remarked, "Once we complete this job, it will be time to withdraw. There is no need to court danger. After all, isn't the warmth of home with family far more enticing?" Regarding that young man, he added, "If circumstances permit, we ought to eliminate him before we leave Sioux City." A chill ran down Lin Feng's spine. These individuals indeed exhibited a lack of humanity. Was it not simply a minor collision on the road? Their brutality was astounding, and the notion of wanting him dead was alarming. He resolved that these scoundrels must be dealt with beforehand. Without their removal, he would never find peace. At 3:50 a.m., Wang Dishing and his group arrived at a desolate well. Descending here will lead us to the entrance. We have 3 days. Let us synchronize our watches and commence. As per usual, Xiao Zhuang and Xiao Yao, you will keep watch with the brothers while Xiao Kai and I go down, he instructed. The group nodded in agreement. Their long-standing collaboration had fostered an unspoken understanding, and a mere glance sufficed to convey intentions. Suddenly, an unexpected voice echoed through the darkness. I sensed something was amiss. I could tell at a glance that you were no good. Wang Dishing and his companions were bewildered, pausing for a full 30 seconds. Abruptly, his expression shifted, a fierce glint of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. To his astonishment, the young man they had encountered earlier had sought them out. Observing the other's righteous demeanor, Wang Disheng couldn't help but chuckle. You chose the path of hell when heaven offered you a way. Since Lin Feng had thrown himself into the fray, it would be inappropriate to let him go now. Brother, this fool has come to us of his own volition, truly foolish. It seems he has watched too much news. Aspiring to be a hero in his battle against evil. How amusing. We were pondering how to deal with you, and you've delivered yourself to us. Ding. Real-time intelligence acquired. A group of grave robbers, unexpectedly delighted, find their target has come to them willingly. Unfazed, Lin Feng relied on his own formidable physique. Taking down these few was no challenge, and he was prepared to handle even more should they come. With a single decisive move, he could incapacitate them and then contact the authorities. It was a flawless plan, and he found himself momentarily captivated by his own prowess, inadvertently smiling. Brother, this lad is smiling. I believe he has gone mad with the desire to be a hero. Brother, shall we not wait any longer? If we let him go, we expose ourselves. Wang Disheng admonished, you could have avoided this fate, yet you sought your own demise. Do not blame us, for this is of your own making. As his words fell, the remaining members swiftly surrounded Lin Feng. However, just when they believed they had the situation under control, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. Suddenly, a gun appeared in Wang Disheng's hand, and as Lin Feng faced the ominous muzzle aimed directly at him, every muscle in his body tensed. A wave of impending doom washed over him. He sensed the chilling breath of death. What was happening? Here they were in Sioux City, a newly emerging metropolis in the Yangtze River Delta, renowned for its safety, with surveillance systems permeating the city. The emergence of grave robbers is already quite absurd, yet they possess firearms as well. A notification chimes, granting real-time intelligence. Although your physique is formidable, a single bullet can inflict injury, and multiple shots will inevitably result in loss of life. It appears that I can indeed be killed. Is the system attempting to deceive me? A subsequent notification arrives, offering an important reminder. Fear not, for even in death, the replacement doll shall allow you to rise anew from the ashes, emerging even stronger. See, it has come to pass. Lin Feng understands that the system would not betray him. Following the instructions to confront these grave robbers surely does not imply a death sentence. Brothers, I must confess, I suffer from a split personality. Do not take offense, for that was merely my latent self speaking. I have since banished it. Whether you're digging graves or robbing tombs, I assure you, I have not witnessed anything. Wang Disheng and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, pondering if this individual had escaped from a mental institution. Nevertheless, they were acutely aware that regardless of his mental state, he could not be allowed to escape today. Brother, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Please continue your excavation at your leisure. With that, Lin Feng turned and, summoning all his strength, dashed away in the blink of an eye. However, despite his enhanced physique, he had not yet attained true invulnerability. A sharp, agonizing pain shot through his back, followed by 2 more waves of torment radiating from the back of his head and spine. Lin Feng's legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground. Yet oddly, he began to laugh uncontrollably. This scene appeared exceedingly bizarre, yet the grave robbers merely furrowed their brows, devoid of fear. Brothers, this fellow possesses quite the resilience. He hasn't perished yet. I told you, we mustn't skimp on ammunition. Let us give him a few more shots. He is clearly still breathing. Zhang Dekai sneered. This works in our favor. Let him experience the process of dying. Once he breathes his last, we shall see if he continues to laugh. As 2 more agonizing jolts struck the back of his head, his consciousness began to blur. Is this what death feels like? Indeed, it is rather unpleasant. Lin Feng shut his eyes, relinquishing control of his body. Yet, his awareness remained keen, and he could still hear the mockery of the grave robbers. Upon reopening his eyes, he realized that although immobile, his mind was still alert. This sensation was remarkably peculiar. Suddenly, his body convulsed violently. The blood within him began to boil, and his once stilled heartbeat resumed its rhythm. He was astonished to discover that he had regained feeling and mobility. At that moment, a notification resonated within his mind, invigorating his spirit. Chapter 31. Resurrection on site? Do not approach me. A notification chimes, indicating the successful use of the replacement doll, triggering an alert. You have been fully revived. All negative effects have been eliminated, and your physical strength has increased by 10. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 25. Strength, 110. Speed, 110. Agility, 110. Resistance, 220. The effects of the replacement doll have automatically triggered. Not only has he been fully revived, but his physical strength has also increased by 10. This item is truly remarkable. The user resembles a phoenix, growing stronger with each demise. If one were to bind dozens of effigies to their body, it would undoubtedly terrify their adversaries. Lin Feng envisioned this scenario and found it profoundly unsettling. Even when faced with the most ferocious of foes, one might succumb to despair. Damn it, what ill fortune! Before even stepping into the fray, they encounter an imbecile. Could this be a harbinger of the risks associated with their grave robbing expedition? Brother, you are becoming increasingly cautious. Even this can be linked to some deeper significance. In our line of work, we cannot be intimidated by the supernatural. We descend into tombs unafraid of spirits. Taking a life is merely a trivial matter. There is no need for such trepidation. Brother, you're growing older and overthinking things. After all these years, we have yet to encounter the undead. We should hasten our efforts in unearthing the tomb. Wang Daxing steadied his nerves and self-deprecatingly remarked, "It seems I'm overthinking things. Let's quickly get to work and bury the body. Although this place is remote, daylight will surely bring passers-by. One cannot leave a corpse unattended." However, as he turned around, he became petrified. He stood there, dazed, his mind buzzing, as fear began to engulf him. Even when unearthing mummified remains, he had never experienced such dread. Though he had overlooked countless skeletal remains in tombs, he was genuinely alarmed now. "Brother, hurry! Daylight approaches." "Brother? Brother? What the hell? Where is he?" At this moment, the group of grave robbers stood vacantly, staring at the emptiness behind them, their minds blank. Lin Feng lay lifeless on the grass. Yet that spot was mysteriously vacant. In the dead of night, the corpse had vanished. Could it be that the dead could move? "Brother, where's his body? Damn it! We didn't encounter the undead in the tomb. Yet here we are? Stop talking nonsense. Where would ghosts come from in this world?" Wang Daxing snapped. Yet his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. When confronted with that which transcends comprehension, one experiences shock followed swiftly by terror. "Excuse me, gentlemen, were you looking for me?" In the dead of night, with a corpse gone and a voice suddenly emerging from behind, even the boldest of grave robbers could not withstand such a fright. The group mechanically turned around to find Lin Feng, standing unscathed, waving at them. His smile appeared benign, yet to the others, it reeked of malevolence. Shot 5 times and with his head shattered, he was still alive. Not only was he alive, but he appeared entirely unharmed. One could not help but question his humanity. Brother, is this a case of the undead? If the dead have returned to life, it must surely be a resurrection. Nonsense. The undead lack consciousness. Have you ever heard of smiling zombie? What do we do? Are we to be hunted for our lives? He must be a vengeful spirit. Several of the underlings could no longer bear the weight of their fear, their composure collapsing in an instant. Zhang Dekai and his trio possessed exceptional mental fortitude and managed to hold on, yet their trembling legs revealed that their breakdown was merely a matter of time. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired. The grave-robbing gang, paralyzed by fear, is witnessing their psychological defenses crumble. Instilling terror, they will prove utterly vulnerable. The physical strength has increased by 10. Though this may seem modest, any enhancement beyond human limits can lead to a qualitative transformation. Moments ago, he was confronted with the muzzle of a gun, acutely aware of the imminent threat of death. Yet now, with Zhang Daxing's weapon aimed at him, an unexpected sense of ease enveloped him, as if evading the danger would be effortless. Ding! Important tip one acquired. Your physical prowess has significantly enhanced. It would require 20 bullets to strike a vital point in order to end your life, and your agility allows you to easily evade bullets. It appears it is time to deliver some formidable countermeasures. Lin Feng approached them with exaggerated ferocity, his performance undeniably lacking in finesse. Zhang Daxing felt a shiver run down his spine, yet the latent brutality within him surged forth. With the weapon of equality in hand, he felt invincible against both gods and demons. Damn it, if I can kill you once, I can certainly do it again. Zhang Daxing pulled the trigger, flames erupting from the barrel. However, the atmosphere grew even more sinister in the next moment. Not only had he risen from the dead, but he could also teleport. Was he truly a ghost? Brother, I saw an afterimage. It seems he can dodge bullets. How could this be? Had they truly encountered the supernatural? We should flee at once. Increasingly agitated, Zhang Daxing felt fear creeping in. Yet, as the leader, he could not afford to show weakness. Haha, your legs are trembling. Do not fear. Damn it, I will kill you. Zhang Daxing abruptly turned and fired at Lin Feng until he emptied the magazine, only to find Lin Feng had vanished, leaving nothing but emptiness before him. My God, this is truly supernatural. You all grab your weapons. We must leave Sioux City immediately. No one dared oppose. They could discern the value of wealth versus life. Wishing to flee, are we? Who? The sudden voice startled Xiao Liao, tightening his collar and lifting him off the ground. Lin Feng held him aloft with one hand, akin to lifting a chick. This spectacle shattered the already fragile composure of the tomb-raiding crew. Let me go. I was wrong, brother, sir, grandfather. Xiao Liao flailed desperately, attempting to pry Lin Feng's grip from him, but it was in vain. Lin Feng carried him closer to Zhang Dishing. Brother, I beg you, spare our lives. What? Spare your lives? Why did you not spare mine earlier? He continued to advance, exerting psychological pressure. Do not come any closer. Please, we acknowledge our mistakes and bow to you. A group of ruthless grave robbers, now displaying fear, knelt and begged for mercy. Lin Feng initially intended to unhinge their psyche before alerting the authorities. Yet at this moment, another information prompt echoed in his ears, compelling him to halt. Xiao Liao, like a discarded rag doll, lay gasping on the ground, while Zhang Dishing knelt in fear, hesitant to make a move. Lin Feng suddenly froze, standing still, his gaze flickering as he pondered his next course of action. His heart raced, a sense of unease settling within him. Chapter 32. The Dark Side of Humanity, the Thrill of Betrayal. Ding! Real-time intelligence 1 acquired. This group of grave robbers, driven by an insatiable desire for survival, harbors various ulterior motives. In their quest to live, they are prepared to resort to any means. Even if it entails turning against one another, the so-called brotherhood becomes utterly worthless. A notification chimes. An important hint has been acquired. Utilizing their survival instincts, one could incite these wanted criminals to engage in fratricidal conflict, ultimately leading to their own demise in a catastrophic scene of betrayal. It is akin to a cinematic portrayal. Albeit these individuals have congregated primarily for personal gain, their bonds of brotherhood merely a facade of deceit. In the face of mortality, one should not harbor excessive hopes for human nature. You wish to survive? Zhang Dishing momentarily pauses, nodding his head like a bobblehead. Very well, then eliminate them all, and I shall allow you to depart. Lin Feng unveils a devilish grin, instilling a chilling dread. What did you say? I said kill them, and you shall be free. Of course, this applies to all of you. The sole survivor may exit unscathed. Who, then, emerges as the true villain? Beneath Lin Feng's youthful and handsome visage lies a concealed malevolence. I grant you merely 30 minutes. Time is of the essence. Naturally, should your bonds of brotherhood prove genuine, I would be moved to accompany you on your final journey. Their fear escalates, for this is an overt threat. However, Zhang Dishing and his companions exchange glances, seemingly communicating silently. A notification sounds. Real-time intelligence acquired. A relentless band of grave robbers, undeterred by peril, resolves to take a desperate stand and unite against their foe in a bid for survival. Suddenly, Lin Feng strides to a nearby boulder, towering at half a man's height. He caresses the stone, speaking to himself. Do you truly believe you can confront me together? Do you possess the strength? With a resounding crash, the boulder shatters under his touch, leaving the onlookers in stunned disbelief. They could not even perceive the force he exerted. If such power were to be applied to themselves, how could their slender frames withstand it? Time is running short. Zhang Dishing suddenly erupts, delivering a punch that sends Xiao Liao crashing to the ground. Brother, what are you doing? If you still recognize me as your elder brother, then grant me this favor, Zhang Dishing. Are you truly willing to forsake us for your own survival? How ruthless you are. After all these years, have you no shred of sentiment? I have no choice. Neither should you feign innocence. Do you not wish to eliminate everyone and flee? This revelation stripped away the final veil of pretense. With words laid bare, the group decided to confront their reality. The core members, along with a few lackeys, engaged in a chaotic brawl. Zhang Dishing, you are merciless. You are the most ruthless of all. I cannot find peace until you are vanquished. Xiao Liao clutches his abdomen, blood seeping forth. And soon his gaze falters as his body collapses lifelessly to the ground. Truly merciless. Zhang Dishing, you possess no humanity. Spare me the chatter. None of us will be leaving here. Lin Feng lights a cigarette, exhaling smoke as the conflict escalates. 20 minutes later, as Zhang Dishing eliminated the last adversary, he found himself gravely wounded. Lying on the ground, he could not conceal the fear evident in his eyes as he watched Lin Feng approach. It dawned upon him that Lin Feng had never intended to let anyone escape. From the outset, the promise of a safe passage was merely a ruse to incite infighting among them. Brother, are you all right? Zhang Dishing's heart brimmed with hatred. He longed to strike Lin Feng dead with a single blow. Rendered immobile, bloodied and battered, he could scarcely believe Lin Feng would utter such foolishness. Brother, do you need me to call an ambulance? You, please call for help. Huh, just kidding. Besides, given all the wrongs you've committed, a swift execution awaits you. You might as well embark on your journey. Your brothers are waiting for you below. You, the seasoned Tomb Raider, who had envisioned countless scenarios of his demise, never anticipated such a humiliating end. Reflecting on his glory days, Zhang Dashing suddenly felt a surge of anger that left him gasping for breath. Even as a ghost, I will not let you go. The scene froze in that final moment. At 4:20 a.m., as dawn broke, Lin Feng confirmed the deaths of these individuals and began to search their bodies. Apart from the lowly henchmen, the core members led by Zhang Dashing possessed several valuable items. Notification. Item information acquired 6. Ming Dynasty Night Pearl, well-preserved, high quality, value, 40. Tang Dynasty Sheepskin Scripture, severely damaged, value, unknown. Qing Dynasty Emperor Qianlong's Imperial Seal, well-preserved, value, 200. Song Dynasty Landscape Painting, well-preserved, origin, unknown, value, 70. Qing Dynasty Yongzheng Period White Jade Inkstone, well-preserved, value, 100. Qing Dynasty Pure Gold Longevity Lock, value, 300. Lin Feng placed these items into his virtual space, feeling satisfied as he prepared to leave. Notification. Real-time information acquired 1. The death incident here will be classified as infighting among Tomb Raiders. You have left no traces, safety level 100. You may leave with peace of mind. Lin Feng exhaled in relief, though a hint of doubt lingered in his mind. Having operated in this area, he must have left some traces. So why did the information indicate no danger? Was the police force truly that inept? Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed as dark clouds enveloped the sky. Notification. Real-time information acquired 1. In 2 minutes, a torrential downpour lasting half an hour will commence, washing away all traces. Goodness. Lin Feng hastily made his exit. He had no desire to become a drenched chicken. Large raindrops began to fall, pounding against the glass windows with a cacophony. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat fatigued, and prepared to have breakfast and catch some sleep. To be frank, the thrill of black-on-black crime was exhilarating. The treasures he procured from the corpses were even more valuable than those he had previously collected. If the opportunity arose again, he would certainly engage in such ventures more frequently. Listening to the sound of the rain outside, he quickly drifted off to sleep. He slept soundly for an entire 12 hours before awakening at 6 p.m., his stomach growling with hunger. He prepared to head downstairs to satiate his hunger, when he noticed a news alert at the top of his phone screen. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Breaking news. Several male corpses discovered in the southern suburbs of Sioux City. According to police, they belonged to a gang of wandering Tomb Raiders, who allegedly engaged in internal conflict due to unequal distribution of spoils, resulting in a violent clash. Currently, the police have found scattered ancient artifacts in the vicinity, and experts speculate that the presence of an ancient tomb nearby is highly probable. Lin Feng put away his phone, feeling a sense of relief. The situation had resolved itself perfectly. However, he realized that he could not trade the antique in his possession just yet, as the Tomb Raider incident would undoubtedly lead to a purge in the antique market. He decided to lay low for the time being. As he descended in the elevator, his phone began to buzz incessantly with updates regarding the Tomb Raiders. The case had finally reached a conclusion. They had been classified as having succumbed to internal strife over the unequal distribution of benefits, ultimately leading to their complete downfall. No signs of a second faction were discovered at the scene. Merely 5 meters from the crime scene, the police unearthed a dry well. Experts from the Sioux City Archaeological Association conducted an exploration and discovered the entrance to an ancient tomb, confirming it as a burial site of a noble from the Ming Dynasty. The area is now cordoned off, with plans for archaeological excavation to take place on a later date. Finally, the ordeal was over, and his risk level had plummeted to 0. He could once again indulge in leisure. At the entrance of his community lay a quaint commercial street named Garden Street, bustling with numerous small eateries. Street food, fast food, hot pot, stir-fry. There was an abundance of options, and each establishment seemed to thrive. Lin Feng strolled to the center of the street, where a double-fronted restaurant was bustling with patrons. They specialized in pig trotter rice and various delicacies from Guangdong province. Whether they were authentic remained uncertain, but they would suffice to fill his stomach. With his hands in his pockets, Lin Feng entered the establishment and found an available seat. In this era of convenience, ordering via a scan was a breeze, and before long, he had completed his order. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. A middle-aged woman stormed in, visibly distraught. The owner at the cash register frowned and scolded her. Are you out of your mind? Your husband only ate pig trotter rice all day. Why are you blaming me? He had porridge at home this morning. Our entire family had it without issue. Yet, after eating your pig trotter rice at noon, he nearly lost his life. She retorted, I have no time for your nonsense. Don't impede my business, or I shall call the police. Ah, a black shop. A black shop. The middle-aged woman began to wail, attracting the attention of several passers-by and diners. At that moment, Lin Feng's meal was served, a feast for the senses, enticing in aroma and appearance. Yet, the woman's outcry left him feeling uneasy as he glanced at his plate. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired. A bowl of pig trotter rice contained severely spoiled pork knuckle, with the proprietor employing spices to mask the rancid odor. The vegetables within the rice had not been thoroughly cleaned, revealing numerous insect eggs and remains. This dish harbored over 100 harmful bacteria, along with 3 strands of human hair. The probability of experiencing diarrhea from the ingredients was a staggering 100, and the risk of severe food poisoning stood at 60. Lin Feng broke out in a cold sweat. Goodness, should one take a bite, it would be akin to consuming the entire periodic table. What was once an enticing meal had instantaneously transformed into a mound of excrement, an unbearable reality. You must take responsibility and compensate me. My husband lies bedridden. This unscrupulous establishment, run by a heartless proprietor. Enough with your nonsensical claims. This is slander. Boss, we have been loyal patrons. You must provide an explanation. After all, we are regular customers, and it is easy to prove the quality of your food. Why not partake in a serving yourself? I have felt unwell after dining here for the past month, suffering from persistent diarrhea, initially attributing it to my irregular lifestyle. Clearly, there's an issue with your food. The proprietor, now flustered, could manage a single person's outburst, even resorting to intimidation. But with so many questioning him, he began to falter. You speak nonsense. How could I not know the quality of my own cooking? I warn you, this is a society governed by law. Do you dare challenge me? Lin Feng had lost his appetite. Originally intending to leave for another restaurant, the proprietor's defiance incited a sense of indignation within him. How dare he act so brazenly in running an illegitimate establishment, treating patrons as fools? Moreover, he had nearly consumed the spoiled meal himself, which only served to heighten his distaste. You raucous troublemakers, get out. My establishment does not welcome your kind. The proprietor had lost his temper and issued an eviction order. Lin Feng looked on in disbelief. He had never encountered such arrogance from one in the wrong. Boss, your food is indeed questionable. Observe. I have discovered 3 unknown strands of hair. While your pig trotter rice may smell enticing, a closer inspection reveals a foul, rancid aroma. Nonsense. You are all in cahoots, aren't you? The proprietor's countenance shifted dramatically, his gaze becoming erratic. There have been no significant issues until now. Typically, one might experience an upset stomach after a meal without raising suspicions. Indeed, I too have noticed an off-putting flavor. Have you all realized that the spices in this pig trotter rice are overly potent? Upon closer inspection, there is indeed a hint of spoilage. Boss, you should take a bite. Why won't you eat your own cooking? Is there truly a problem? If you consume a bowl, we shall believe your assertions. Lin Feng pushed his portion of rice toward the proprietor, smiling. I've already touched it. You may eat this serving. Faced with the collective scrutiny of a dozen individuals, the proprietor could no longer feign ignorance. Eating a bowl could hardly pose a significant risk. Very well, I shall eat. If nothing happens, you must all apologize to me. Otherwise, prepare for a lawyer's letter. And you, fabricating tales, young man, you will face the consequences. The proprietor, with a scornful air, retorted, You better think carefully. I genuinely believe there's something amiss with this meal. Should you suffer from diarrhea, do not blame me. The young man, unperturbed, replied, Consider the legal repercussions of defaming me. This food is perfectly fine. If you experience any issues, you shall bear the consequences alone. With that, the proprietor seized a spoonful of Lin Feng's meal and tasted it. Alert. Acquired real-time intelligence 1. The proprietor of the dubious eatery, suppressing his nausea, felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. He was on the brink of being sickened by his own spoiled food. Alert. Acquired future intelligence 2. 5 minutes later, having consumed the meal, the proprietor would face the repercussions, enduring 10 minutes of uncontrollable diarrhea. 6 minutes later, a catastrophic rupture in the sewage pipe would occur, and the proprietor, seeking relief in the restroom, would trigger an unfortunate incident. Lin Feng's mind raced with incredulity. Such bizarre occurrences were indeed rare, and he found himself grappling with the absurdity of the situation. Just moments ago, he had activated the map intelligence feature, which had foretold an explosion of the sewage pipe at number 12 Garden Road occurring in 6 days. His gaze shifted to the address outside the door, a smile creeping onto his face. What a coincidence! Number 12 Garden Road was none other than this very establishment. The unscrupulous owner had claimed he would consume his own spoiled dish. Lin Feng shuddered at the thought. Suddenly, he jested, "Boss, do not be too hasty. If you find yourself in distress later, I wonder how you shall manage to eat." Chapter 34. You see, retribution has come. I shall report you. The proprietor's cheeks were stuffed with pig trotters. In truth, knowing he was consuming spoiled food made the act all the more repulsive. It felt akin to having a mouthful of maggots, and the urge to vomit was nearly overwhelming. Yet, with so many eyes upon him, he dared not reveal his revulsion. Should he be discovered, it would be challenging to explain. In a desperate attempt to hasten the ordeal, he quickened his chewing and swallowing, seeking to numb his mind. Approximately 5 minutes later, he finally finished the repugnant meal. Despite the psychological torment, no amount of spices could mask the foul taste. The proprietor furrowed his brow, swallowing the last morsel with a sense of relief. He surveyed the room, noting that all eyes were fixed upon him. At that moment, he felt no immediate ill effects. Surely, his robust digestive system was to thank for his well-being. He cast a triumphant glance at Lin Feng and boasted, "You shall be the one crying soon." Alert. Acquired real-time intelligence 1. Spoiled food began to infiltrate his intestines. Negative reactions would manifest in 10 seconds, and total loss of control would ensue in 20 seconds. Boss, wait a moment. It's only been a short while. Diarrhea requires time, he scoffed, though his bravado began to falter. Suddenly, his complexion shifted, and his body quivered slightly. A sudden, unmistakable sound erupted, and he instinctively grasped his rear, feeling a disturbing stickiness. In that instant, his once calm abdomen seemed to be besieged by a tempest. His face drained of color, his teeth chattered uncontrollably. The intense abdominal pain reached a critical threshold. The flatulence he had just released was accompanied by an unfortunate liquid. In that moment, he realized his fate was sealed. A foul stench permeated the establishment, prompting patrons to cover their noses in disgust and retreat to the entrance. Lin Feng also rose and stepped outside, aware that in just 1 minute, this place would be subjected to a biochemical attack, and he had no desire to be caught in its aftermath. The proprietor of the establishment was in dire straits, his stomach churning violently. Waves of flatulence assailed him, yet he dared not release any. At this moment, one could trust no fart. Goodness, did that fool just suffer from diarrhea? This pork knuckle rice must surely be tainted. Barely minutes after consuming it, such a reaction occurred. One could only wonder how spoiled the meat had become. Look, my husband became ill after eating here. This is a black market establishment that must pay for medical expenses, a middle-aged woman exclaimed, her spirit rekindled as she unleashed her full force against the owner. The proprietor, already overwhelmed, had lost interest in these complaints, expecting relief, but as minutes passed, his condition worsened. Finally, unable to contain himself, he turned and dashed towards the restroom. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of splattering echoed from within, accompanied by an overpowering stench that wafted out. The patrons, repulsed, hastily covered their noses and distanced themselves from the shop. "Thank heavens for you, my friend. Otherwise, we might have fallen victim to this nefarious establishment," one remarked. "Just thinking about it makes me nauseous. I've been eating here for over 2 months. I must get a health check tomorrow. I can't afford to have any hidden issues arise. Do you think this unscrupulous owner might retaliate against us?" Lin Feng chuckled. "I bet him that if anyone fell ill from his food, he would have to eat it himself." The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Was he truly suggesting that the unscrupulous owner would willingly consume excrement? That was utterly inconceivable unless he were deranged. "You are still too young. We should contemplate how to ensure he faces legal repercussions. The notion of him eating excrement is merely a jest. He could never actually do it. It will be far more prudent to contact the health inspection agency." Yes. Let us inform the regulatory authorities. This unscrupulous merchant must not be allowed to escape justice. Suddenly, an alarming realization swept through the onlookers. Had the restroom exploded? The door burst open, spewing sewage, and within moments, the entire establishment was inundated with a noxious yellow liquid, the air thick with its stench. Ugh, how revolting. Has the toilet exploded? Patrons murmured in satisfaction. Evil deeds beget retribution. He deserves this misfortune. Even the heavens have turned against him. It is truly gratifying. Amidst the chaos, a figure staggered out of the restroom, drenched and covered in an array of unidentifiable yellow substances, violently retching. The unscrupulous owner, having expelled all the bile from his stomach, still felt an overwhelming taste lingering in his mouth. Moments prior, the sewage pipe had burst, and before he could comprehend what had transpired, he found himself inundated with foul matter. Just as he was about to expel it, a second wave of sewage surged forth, knocking him to the ground. He would never forget that repulsive sensation, even in death. Lin Feng crossed his arms, a smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "You see, this is the very manifestation of karma." Although the proprietor did not consume his own tainted concoction, he did ingest the filth that spewed from the sewage pipes. He has indeed met his just deserts. The unscrupulous owner was suffering from severe gastrointestinal distress, his predicament a clear sign of retribution. In that moment, several individuals instinctively took a few steps back, their expressions betraying a sense of dread as they gazed at Lin Feng. The unscrupulous proprietor was in utter disarray, caught in a cycle of vomiting and diarrhea. "You, please call an ambulance for me. I beg you." "Look at your condition," someone retorted. "You've consumed spoiled pig trotter rice. You're suffering from food poisoning, yet you refuse to acknowledge it." "Yes, I admit it. I've been serving spoiled pork. I am a heartless merchant, a rogue traitor. Please save me. I feel I am on the verge of collapse." The crowd gasped in shock upon hearing his confession. Though it was widely known that the owner was a nefarious businessman, the undeniable truth shook them to their core. "Damn it, no wonder my stomach has been aching for the past month," one person lamented. "Same here. I thought it was just the greasy food or late nights catching up with me." "You are truly despicable, daring to sell spoiled goods, and yet you behave so brazenly. There is no law that governs you, is there?" A surge of indignation swept through the crowd, their emotions ignited. The unscrupulous owner, with a voice tinged with desperation, pleaded, "Please, someone call an ambulance. If I don't get to a hospital soon, I might die." "Now you know fear?" Another voice chimed in. "You weren't so remorseful when you were poisoning others with your tainted food. Little brother, I bow to you. I beg for your assistance." Ding. Real-time intelligence acquired. This is a truly despicable merchant, and once he recovers, he will relocate to another city to continue his nefarious trade with spoiled ingredients. A leopard cannot change its spots. Such individuals are inherently wicked and incapable of reform. Lin Feng declared, "I will not call an ambulance, but I will report you." He picked up his phone and dialed the Market Supervision Bureau. The unscrupulous owner's pupils dilated in terror. He had not anticipated that this young man would show such a lack of compassion. Chapter 35. A surge of positive energy. Isn't this a turn for the better? Well done, little brother. He should not be let off the hook. We are all witnesses. He cannot escape justice. Serving such food to others is akin to murder. Indeed, it is murder, and he must be imprisoned. At that moment, Lin Feng's call connected. After providing the necessary details, within 10 minutes, the Food Safety Bureau arrived at the scene. As soon as they disembarked, the staff were taken aback, having never encountered such a dire situation before. After listening to Lin Feng and the patrons' accounts, they steeled themselves against the nauseating stench and proceeded with their investigation. The results revealed severely spoiled pig trotters in the kitchen. Furthermore, the sanitation of the utensils did not meet food safety standards. In a dark corner of the kitchen, they also discovered an alarming number of cockroach carcasses and rodent droppings. The pig trotter establishment was promptly shut down, and the unscrupulous owner was transported to the hospital. In the aftermath, he would face hefty fines, and should any patrons exhibit severe food poisoning symptoms threatening their lives, he would be subject to legal consequences. "Mr. Lin, your courage has inadvertently saved many lives. The food safety issues here are grave, and fatalities are a genuine possibility." The staff of the Food Supervision Bureau displayed their gratitude. Strictly speaking, these issues fall under their negligence. In the event of a significant food safety incident, no one would escape unscathed. They were profoundly appreciative of Lin Feng's timely report, expressing heartfelt thanks. "It's nothing. Everyone has their oversights. It is my duty to report such matters, and I will do so again should the need arise," Lin Feng replied graciously, leaving amidst a chorus of praise. "What a splendid young man. So brave. We are indeed lacking in comparison. At just over 20, he possesses such audacity. We feel ashamed. This single phone call to report has potentially saved countless lives. If there were more individuals like him among the populace, many social injustices could surely be eradicated. I forgot to leave my contact information. With such good character, it would be wonderful to introduce him to my daughter," one lady mused. Her schemes were audible even from afar. Handsome, virtuous, and courageous, he may appear quite unassuming. But at his age, he is a promising prospect. What a pity to have missed the opportunity. The crowd murmured in admiration, deeply moved by Lin Feng's positive actions. Half an hour later, After devouring 3 bowls of Lancy beef noodles, he finally felt rejuvenated. His enhanced physical constitution required more energy than that of the average individual. 3 bowls of noodles with an added pound of beef left him only 9/10 full. Fellow diners stared in disbelief. It was astonishing that such a handsome and well-proportioned young man could consume so much. Lin Feng paid no heed to their astonished gazes. As the protagonist, being the center of attention was entirely normal. If he couldn't handle this, how could he face global scrutiny in the future? However, this evening had led to the downfall of a dining establishment. Although he had performed a commendable act, Lin Feng felt no joy. Praise was of little use to him. It could not be converted into sustenance. He had originally intended to find Qin Shui later that evening to enjoy a meal together. Beep. You have completed a positive energy event, earning public acclaim and triggering the special reward of benevolence. Amidst his boredom, the sudden notification startled him. The system panel automatically popped up, and a dazzling display of virtual fireworks erupted, revealing a line of text before him. Completion of this special event, 100. Your character is highly regarded, and each act of kindness will trigger special rewards. This reward, 10 points. Remaining points, 131, 500. Beep. The virtual imaging across the region has illuminated a new map, Magic City. The virtual map emerged, and the previously gray area of Magic City, bordering Sioux City, was now aglow. Lin Feng's spirits soared. This significantly enhanced his safety. Furthermore, Qin Shui resided in Magic City, his girlfriend. With the map now illuminated, although he was in Sioux City, he could glean information about everything occurring over 100 kilometers away in Magic City. Most surprisingly, the system had generously awarded him 10 points. Since the inception of the point system, Lin Feng had realized just how challenging it was to accumulate points. Even locating a target on the map requires 1,000 points, and sending surveillance videos to mobile devices or computers demands an additional 2,000 points. As for the enticing items in the marketplace, he hesitates to expend his resources. A mere 3 points are insufficient for any meaningful creation. Presently, the system grants 10 points, allowing him a fleeting opportunity to indulge in the marketplace. Upon entering, Lin Feng disregards the highly functional items. Masks and bone reduction pills can be exchanged when the need arises. His immediate priority is to enhance his own prowess. Ding. Points, 3. Remaining points, 101, 500 acquired strength pills, x5. Speed pills, x5. Agility pills, x5. Ding. Item usage successful. Strength, 50. Speed, 50. Agility, 50. Ding. Character attribute panel activated. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 25. Strength, 160. Speed, 160. Agility, 160. Impact resistance, 300. This data synchronously increases with the enhancement of the 3 core attributes. That familiar sensation coursed through his body, a gentle warmth traversing every corner. Lin Feng felt his veins, bones, and internal organs being purified. With each wave of warmth, a refreshing clarity enveloped him, his body feeling considerably lighter. While the colossal force within him seemed capable of obliterating anything, he was unaware of the exact strength of his body. But now he felt confident that he need not flee from the Tomb Raiders. Even if Zhang Dushing were to fire his battered gun 100 times, he would remain unscathed. What in the world is this? Lin Feng's trousers unexpectedly pitched a small tent, and as he loosened his belt and looked down, he was utterly bewildered, his mind buzzing. With such stature, even the imposing black brother would have to bow in submission. Lin Feng mused silently, uncertain whether this was a boon or a bane for Qin Shui. The next time they meet, he must tread carefully, should he mishandle the situation. The consequences could be dire. Reclining on the sofa in his new home, he felt an exhilarating sense of ease. This unexpected turn of events was indeed a surprise. Regardless of the circumstances, one must never forget their original intentions and strive to perform good deeds. It is far better to remain kind-hearted. Lin Feng was unaware that doing good would yield rewards. At that moment, he merely found the unscrupulous boss repugnant and sought to retaliate. Yet, did things not turn out well? Suddenly inspired, Lin Feng decided to check on his beloved girlfriend. Ding. Virtual imaging system activated. Points, 1,000. Target location determined. Chapter 36. Treasure girlfriend and exquisite mother-in-law. Dare to be bolder. Lin Feng felt a flicker of anticipation. If he were to witness something tantalizing, it would surely be exhilarating. The image of Qin Shui's graceful figure floated in his mind. Remarkably, after just a day's brief separation, he found himself missing her. As the image sharpened, He beheld a girl-themed study, awash in shades of pink. At the desk, Qin Shui, clad in pajamas, rested her chin on her hand, holding a photograph. Lin Feng was taken aback. She was actually holding his photograph, gazing at it with a rapturous expression. Her eyes, at times bashful and at others filled with joy, culminated in a moment where she pressed her lips to the picture. A buzzing sensation filled Lin Feng's head. Who could have anticipated being held in such esteem? Apart from his handsome appearance, he believed he had no remarkable traits. When it came to wealth, Qin Shui's family was certainly better off than his own. This thought brought a faint smile of pride to his face. He couldn't help but glance down at his trousers. It seemed his little brother played an indispensable role in this admiration. A sound of a door creaking open broke the silence, and a refined lady entered the room, her face lighting up upon seeing Qin Shui. "Oh, are you admiring your boyfriend? Let me have a look." "Mom, why did you come in without knocking?" Qin Shui, flustered, hastily tucked away the photograph, but she was a moment too late. "I heard you were in a relationship. Who is this person?" The lady's curiosity was evident, her tone not accusatory. "Mom, he is just an ordinary guy, but he is really kind and quite capable. Just make sure you're not being deceived." "How could that be? He is genuinely caring. Please don't say such things." Qin Shui recounted how Lin Feng had selflessly cared for an elderly man and even mentioned his medical knowledge to her mother. The lady's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Shui, are you sure you haven't been misled? He couldn't possibly be using some trick, could he? That's impossible." The elderly man's own children neglected him. Yet Lin Feng helped him without expecting anything in return. His inheritance was merely a stroke of luck. And as for the redevelopment, who could have known? Once a daughter is married, she is like water that has been spilled, and you haven't even married yet you're already so supportive of him? Mom, I'm being objective. He is truly a capable individual. Moreover, love should be free, and I will take responsibility for my choices. Qin Shui's admiration for Lin Feng was unmistakable, her affection radiating in her gaze. Lin Feng felt warmth in his heart, a flutter of excitement. Perhaps this was fate. He had neither wealth nor power, and their connection began over a pair of trousers. The result was remarkably enchanting. Qin Shui's affection for him surpassed all expectations. "Mom, one day I'll introduce you to him. You will surely come to like the son-in-law I've chosen for you." Her mother was quite open-minded and would not hinder her pursuit of love, but her father's stance was uncertain. "Let him be. My pursuit of love and marriage is my own affair. It's merely a modest foreign trade company. Does he really think he is part of a wealthy family? Shui, your mother will undoubtedly support you, but..." Lin Feng perked up his ears, curious about the shift in his future mother-in-law's tone. "Mom, but what? You're not going to try to stop us, are you? You don't want me to run away from home, do you?" "Ridiculous. Why would you run away? What I mean is, you need to be prepared for this." She pulled 3 elongated items from her pocket and placed them in Qin Shui's hand. Then, adopting the tone of someone with experience, she added, "Listen, while other things are trivial, safety measures are paramount, not only to prevent pregnancy, but also for various safety concerns. Do you understand?" "Mom, what are you talking about?" "Oh, your mother knows from experience. Can you youngsters really control yourselves? Stop pretending. Mother has but one request: safety and hygiene. If you become pregnant, make sure to terminate it before bringing it into the world." "Mother, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm not discussing this any further. I must leave now. I have a class tonight." "Xiao Xue, heed your mother's words. Take these condoms with you. Just in case you encounter any ruffians along the way, you will be able to." Bang! The door slammed shut, and Qin Shui's footsteps faded into the distance. She sighed and murmured to herself, "Why doesn't this girl listen? Everything I told her is merely precautionary advice." Lin Feng turned off the surveillance, his head buzzing. Not only does he have a precious girlfriend, but also an extraordinary mother-in-law. This was the first time someone had discreetly provided him with condoms. Was it a trap for his daughter or genuine concern? It took him a full minute to calm his thoughts. Ding! Reading a piece of map information. An abandoned warehouse at the entrance of Nantian village, Kuanqing, conceals a batch of smuggled arms, worth a considerable sum. Huh? The sudden alert left him somewhat bewildered. Smuggling arms? That's outrageous. If caught, one would either face a lengthy prison sentence or suffer dire consequences. People today are truly audacious. Lin Feng was not foolish. Even if the system provided the information, he would not engage recklessly. Obtaining a batch of arms. Who would he sell them to? The critical question was which account to use for payment. If traced, it would lead to endless trouble. He had no intention of meddling in such affairs. If arms dealers set their sights on him, it would spell considerable trouble. Good days had just begun. He could not afford to jeopardize them. The world is vast, and with the system, almost no secrets remain. Yet, it is impossible to expect good fortune to find him at every turn. He prepared to shut down the virtual imaging system and retire for the night. However, the virtual imaging system inexplicably refused to shut down. This was a first for him. What's going on? A rebellion? Ding. Important prompt received. Lin Feng swallowed, his gaze filled with uncertainty. Could it be that he was meant to smuggle this batch of arms? He was intelligent enough to grasp the deeper implications of the information. However, whether this course of action carried risks remained uncertain. Lin Feng propped his chin in contemplation, weighing the pros and cons. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his thoughts. Previously, the risks may have been significant, but now circumstances had changed. The human skin masks and bone-shrinking pills available in the system's marketplace were tailor-made for such endeavors. Storing the arms in the virtual warehouse could prove useful in the near future. Even if not used in China, there would be fewer concerns abroad, and he might even experience the thrill of being a soldier of fortune. The more Lin Feng pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Perhaps one day, he could visit the little island and drop a few bombs on its ghost temples. That would surely be exhilarating. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng boarded a taxi heading to Cultivation. Departing from the ancient district of Sioux City, it was a total of 60 kilometers. The roads were relatively clear at night, so he would arrive in about 40 minutes. Lin Feng felt a sense of anticipation, curious about what treasures lay within the warehouse. Chapter 37. This is a rebellion. Society. Behold my prowess. An hour later, Lin Feng arrived on the outskirts of Cultivation, where it bordered the Shanghai metropolis. In the distance lies an expanse of land, upon which stands a warehouse that appears to be a factory storage facility. Despite the enveloping darkness, Lin Feng's gaze encounters no visual impediments. A notification chimes. Real-time intelligence acquired too. The surface of this warehouse masquerades as a factory belonging to a foreign enterprise. However, it is in truth an arms depot established by arms traffickers within the borders of Huaxia. The vicinity of this warehouse is heavily guarded, and any intrusion would activate the security system, leading to entrapment. The most opportune moment for infiltration occurs nightly at 6 o'clock, when vigilance is notably lax. Another notification sounds. Target intelligence acquired 1. Name, Wanha Electronics Company. Limited. Registered location, Little Japan category. Manufacturing and processing chairman. Yang Yongkai age. 46 identity. Descendant of Huaxia residing in Little Japan disposition. Ruthless and cunning background. A Huaxia national who acquired citizenship in Little Japan, using the company as a facade for smuggling arms, primarily supplying various domestic criminal syndicates. Lin Feng crouched within the underbrush, his heart racing. This world indeed conceals numerous secrets unbeknownst to the average individual. Such audacity to indulge in activities shrouded in darkness. A sudden impulse struck Lin Feng, prompting him to activate virtual imaging, revealing the interior of the warehouse with clarity. A notification chimes. Real-time intelligence acquired 1. Within this warehouse are concealed 4 750 firearms, 2 rounds of ammunition, 1 670 firearms, 2 rounds of ammunition, 500 rocket launchers with 500 rockets, 50 suicide drones, 2,000 grenades, 500 tear gas canisters, 500 flashbangs, 5 Gatling guns with 10 rounds of ammunition, 1 Barrett 821 sniper rifle with 2,000 rounds of ammunition, 10 grenade launchers with 500 grenades. Lin Feng was taken aback. Could this truly be an arms smuggling operation? The inventory here could easily equip a small squad. If one were to suggest rebellion, it would scarcely raise an eyebrow. In the darkness, Lin Feng's pitch-black eyes sparkled with a hint of exhilaration. While pilfering these items may seem unfeasible at present, their potential would be invaluable for future endeavors abroad, a veritable windfall. When the time comes, with the right personnel, would he not stride forth unabashedly? Even if he were to act alone, with his physical prowess, wielding a Gatling gun in one hand and a rocket launcher in the other, he would be an unstoppable force. He exhaled deeply, casting a lingering glance at the warehouse before quietly retreating. Cultivation City, a county-level city under the jurisdiction of Sioux City, lies in close proximity to the bustling metropolis of Mo City, benefiting from significant economic influence. Despite its classification as a county-level city, it boasts a thriving economy. As Lin Feng made his way from the outskirts to the urban core, he discovered a bustling cityscape. He sought refuge in a business hotel named Wanrong, intending to secure a room for the night while contemplating how to discreetly empty the arms depot. Sir, we happen to have a standard room available for 260 per night. Very well. Here is my identification. Please hold on a moment. Though it was a modest establishment, the front desk staff exhibited remarkable professionalism and courtesy. Lin Feng waited patiently. I would like to book a standard room. Apologies, but the last room has just been allocated to this gentleman. 500 yuan bills were slapped on the counter, and a hefty man, weighing at least 200 pounds, embraced a glamorous woman as he barked at Lin Feng. Take the money and get lost. Brother, I was the first to open this room, Lin Feng replied. Dragon brother, he doesn't seem to be a local. He doesn't know your strength. The woman, heavily made up and exuding an air of the night, shook her head at Lin Feng, the cheap scent of her perfume nearly overwhelming him. Not a local? Go ask around this street. Who doesn't know Dragon brother? Gentlemen, let us discuss this civilly. There's no need for hostility. Damn, you don't recognize me? Dragon brother, please don't be angry. We certainly know you, but this gentleman arrived first. It doesn't matter who arrived first. I want to check in now. I've already given him 500. What more do you want? At that moment, the front desk girl appeared anxious and somewhat at a loss. Clearly, she understood that this local bully was not to be trifled with, yet she couldn't simply send Lin Feng away. If a complaint arose tomorrow, the one in trouble would be her. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired. The local ruffians lurking on nearby streets have underlings who are all minors. They usually bully the weak and fear the strong, claiming to be the local bosses, yet they cower before real gangsters. Brother, you are quite domineering. Little brat, you talk too much. Do you believe I can make a phone call and have your legs broken? I believe you, of course, brother. You're formidable. Would not let you check in? Smart kid. Here, the 500. I certainly can't take Dragon brother's money. All right, may you enjoy a passionate night. Dragon brother, I shall take my leave. Lin Feng, with his hands in his pockets, quickly departed the hotel lobby. The front desk attendant breathed a sigh of relief and swiftly completed the check-in process for Dragon brother. You truly are impressive. That outsider is already scared. My prowess extends beyond this. Tonight, you shall witness just how formidable I truly am. You're so annoying, yet I find you quite appealing. The two entered the elevator, where a fierce battle was undoubtedly about to unfold. However, Lin Feng did not walk far. Instead, he stood behind a tree, observing as Dragon brother entered the elevator. He refrained from departing immediately, contemplating a possibility. He needed to access the arms depot, but using his own face was out of the question. He possessed a human skin mask, but whose face should he replicate? Random selection would be akin to harming someone. Yet, the appearance of Dragon brother seemed to present a fitting solution. Ding! Important tip acquired. By utilizing the human skin mask to replicate the target's face to rob the weapons depot, your success rate is 100, with a 0 probability of exposure. The probability of the target's death is 100. Wow, this guy's appearance is tailor-made for my needs. Lin Feng exclaimed in admiration. The timing was impeccable. He extinguished his cigarette and turned to leave. The next evening at 5:30 p.m., he returned to the location of the warehouse. As the workday concluded, workers in uniforms poured out like a tidal wave. He did not act, as the intelligence indicated that 6 p.m. was the optimal time. Thus, he patiently waited. As night fell and most employees had departed, the surrounding lights dimmed. A group of shadowy figures exchanged whispers before making their way towards the factory in the rear. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired. The warehouse guards are on dinner break. Currently, only 2 guards are on duty, making security weak for the next 20 minutes. Lin Feng instantly felt invigorated and opened the system shop, selecting a human skin mask. Chapter 38. A hefty investment, the disappearing armory. Ding! Points earned, 30,000. Remaining, 71. 500. Acquired 1 versatile human skin mask, 1 bone shrinking pill. With a mere thought, Lin Feng found 2 items in his hand. A sticky, mask-like substance and a small blue pill. Ding! The versatile human skin mask adapts to the wearer's thoughts. Duration, 12 hours. The bone shrinking pill allows for any alteration of bone size within 2 hours, without side effects. Astonishing, impressive, utterly remarkable. Lin Feng had indeed invested heavily today. However, he felt a tinge of fear at using these items for the first time. As long as he exercised caution, with these 2 items at his disposal, he could engage in whatever mischief he desired. Burglary, murder, or smuggling would be trivial pursuits. Today marked the initial use of these tools, and he hoped they would not disappoint. Exchanging for these 2 items cost him 3 points. Such consumable items vanished upon use. If they yielded no profit, it would be as if he had wasted 3 points. Were it not for the 10 points earned from helping others, he could not have afforded such expenditures. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the mask onto his face. It felt cool, akin to a jelly-like texture. Suddenly, his face tightened as the mask fused with his skin, becoming one. Lin Feng touched his face, the sensation indistinguishable from real skin. The visage of Brother Long flashed in his mind, and at that moment he felt an inexplicable itch, as if countless ants were crawling across his face. Yet, it vanished within a second. Gazing into the front-facing camera on his phone, he was astonished. He had transformed into Brother Long's likeness. Even the mole at the corner of his mouth was identical, complete with 3 tiny hairs. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the blue pill. Tasteless and odorless, it bore no side effects. At the instant he swallowed it, an odd thought emerged in his mind, as if he could freely alter the size of his bones. With a series of strange cracking sounds, Lin Feng's physique expanded, morphing him into a hefty figure akin to Brother Long. He quickly retrieved a large-sized outfit from his backpack and stealthily made his way towards the warehouse. Ding! Warning intelligence acquired. In 2 minutes, patrolling personnel will pass this route. It is safe to proceed now. Lin Feng hurried onto a narrow path, swiftly approaching the warehouse. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired. The right side of this path is closer to the warehouse, but there are 2 cameras. The left side requires a detour, but there are no cameras. Lin Feng touched his face and broke into a sinister grin. As I gaze upon the visage of my brother, Long, amidst society, it is evident that he would undoubtedly choose the path adorned with surveillance cameras. Otherwise, how could he shoulder the blame? He adeptly maneuvered through the darkness, relying on an advanced virtual imaging system, opting for the route most heavily guarded and replete with cameras, ultimately arriving at the entrance of the warehouse. The 2 formidable iron locks on the door, each as thick as an arm, were effortlessly severed into 3 segments by Lin Feng's hands. Time was of the essence, and he wished to avoid any delays. A disturbance could lead to significant trouble. Upon entering the warehouse, a swift glance filled him with trepidation. The audacity displayed by hiding such an arsenal in this location was astonishing, and the art of concealment was executed with remarkable clarity. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the air within the warehouse to momentarily contract, as if slightly distorting. In the next instant, a horrifying scene unfolded. The warehouse transformed into an empty shell, with all weapons mysteriously vanished. Within the virtual space, the arms were neatly arranged upon an unoccupied plot of land. The sheer magnitude of the collection occupied barely a fraction of the area. Aside from the regrettable inability to transport living beings, every other aspect was undeniably exquisite, devoid of any flaws. Casting a glance at the time, he noted that merely 15 minutes had elapsed. To avoid detection, he resolved to depart. On his way back, he deliberately provoked a camera with brazen audacity. Having assumed the guise of Brother Long, it would be remiss not to capitalize on the enmity to bolster his points. Damn it, your weapons are now in my possession. In Kuan City, smuggling arms necessitates discretion from the authorities, and here, Brother Long must be acknowledged. Remember this, in society, I am Brother Long. I am ruthless and speak little. With that, he extended his middle finger towards the lens and swaggered away. Around 9 p.m., the once tranquil factory of Wanha Electronics suddenly became a flurry of movement. The armory was ablaze with light. A group of individuals clad in blue work uniforms scurried about the empty warehouse like headless flies, their faces etched with fear. A bald, middle-aged man entered, his countenance exceedingly grim. He was Yang Yongkai, the legal representative of Wanha Electronics, known in daily life as Yamamoto Yutsai, who had acquired citizenship in Japan a decade prior. Having operated a lucrative arms smuggling business for several years, he had amassed considerable wealth. In recent years, he even established connections with the Japanese military, and his enterprise was steadily progressing as envisioned. Yet, now, the weapons in this warehouse, valued at over 100 million, had vanished into thin air. What are you all doing? Have the surveillance tapes been retrieved? We are currently accessing them. Results will be forthcoming shortly. I give you 5 minutes to ascertain who is responsible for this. Internally, he was profoundly unsettled. The situation was too bizarre. Even if someone had emptied the warehouse, how could there have been no noise at all? It is known that even transporting those weapons would require at least 10 trips with containers. Could it be that the intruders possessed some form of magic? In truth, all present shared this sentiment. This was no film. What could possibly account for the mysterious disappearance of an entire warehouse filled with arms? We found it. We discovered that someone infiltrated here at 6 p.m. Who is it? Show me at once. His subordinates hastily placed a tablet on the table. The image became clearer, revealing a hefty individual weighing around 200 pounds on the screen. Could it be him? What could this fellow accomplish alone? Mr. Yamamoto. He effortlessly opened the warehouse door and entered, emerging empty-handed approximately 10 minutes later. What could he have possibly done inside? The cameras within malfunctioned. Yet the footage indicates that the arms vanished shortly after his entry. Ridiculous. Could he be performing tricks? Mr. Yamamoto, suppressing his anger, noted that the specifics of how this occurred remain unclear, but we have confirmed the identity of the individual in the footage. Who is he? His name is Wang Long, nicknamed Dragon Brother, a petty thug from Kuan City, with most of his underlings being dropouts lacking any significant background. Are you certain? Such a worthless individual could clear out my entire armory? While it seems absurd, it is indeed the case. Yang Yongkai furrowed his brow, feeling an increasing sense of unease. The situation was too bizarre. For someone to single-handedly move such a vast arsenal was already preposterous, and the surveillance showed he emerged empty-handed. After considerable contemplation, he spoke in a somber tone. Can we locate him? Mr. Yamamoto, it is quite simple. He has been active near Lanshan Road. Find him. I wish to interrogate him personally. Chapter 39. Trouble strikes from above while one is at home. Those with fierce hearts are often ruthless. At this moment, Lin Feng had already walked over 40 kilometers along the national highway. This time, he donned the face of an unrelated passerby. The 2-hour efficacy of the disguise may not be extensive, yet it sufficed. He pulled out his phone to peruse the local news, discovering no significant incidents had occurred. It appeared that nothing had transpired on that front. Soon he would indulge in a delightful bath and rest, with everything else being of no concern to him. In Kuan City, at number 12 Lanshan Road, stood a row of houses, relics from the last century. In modern times, they had become slums, inhabited by transient workers and individuals like Wang Long, a second-rate social scoundrel. Having just enjoyed a rendezvous with a fling at a hotel, he still felt invigorated. He refrained from staying at hotels, feeling they were unsafe. Despite his bravado, he was not foolish. He had made numerous enemies and was no crime lord. To avoid being targeted, he typically avoided hotel stays. Reflecting on the recent encounter at the hotel, he felt a surge of adrenaline. Damn, that woman certainly knew how to please. I must arrange another meeting with her tomorrow. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from the door. Who could it be? Surprised by the late-night visitor, he initially thought little of it. After all, he held sway over this area, and with a mere signal, he could rally over 20 spirited individuals from his slum. Dragon Brother, we are local thugs hoping you could provide us protection. Upon hearing this, he wore a look of astonishment, standing in silence for several moments. His notorious reputation in this area had indeed spread, but he had never before encountered those seeking to pledge allegiance. Dragon Brother felt a swell of pride. Surely his renown was influencing nearby thugs, and his influence was about to expand. Excited, he approached the door and, without hesitation, flung it open. A black, cylindrical object pressed against his forehead. What is the meaning of this, my friend? Are you attempting to frighten me with a mere toy gun? The silencer rendered the gunshot nearly inaudible. Yet the assailant had managed to puncture a hole in the antique 8 Immortals table within his home. Having witnessed enough in life, Wang Long's mind was overwhelmed, and he collapsed onto the ground in sheer terror. Brother, you must be mistaken. I merely engage in minor scams, extort a bit, collect protection fees, and occasionally flirt with nightclub ladies. I have never crossed paths with any influential figures. A group of men clad in black parted to reveal Yang Yongkai. Did you visit Wanha Electronics tonight? Wanha Electronics? No, not at all. I'm not even working. What do I go there for? Then what is this? The tablet screen illuminated, and initially, Long Ge was perplexed, but soon beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. He was depicted in the footage, sneaking into a factory. After lingering for several minutes, the image of himself exited the premises and departed. Speak up. Where's the item you took? My patience is limited. What item? This man is clearly not me. Wang Long, I understand your role well. This matter is beyond your solitary capability. Now, tell me who instructed you. Brother, I truly do not comprehend what you are saying. Could you be more explicit? Yang Yongchai's Thuri Surged. This fellow was indeed a slippery character, denying irrefutable evidence. However, he was not one to be trifled with. He had countless methods to make a man's life unbearable. Break his legs. No, please, it's not me. Wang Long trembled in fear, nearly on the verge of tears, but his captors paid him no heed. Several burly men stuffed a white cloth into his mouth, pinned him to the ground, and seized a nearby chair to strike him. Wang Long's body convulsed violently, his eyes bulging in terror. Release him. Yang Yongkai commanded his subordinates to relent, coldly inquiring, still not willing to speak. Next time, it will be your hands. I truly know nothing. I have been with my partner all night. You can verify this. What? Are you certain? One of his men nodded. It should be accurate. This time, unease crept into Yang Yongkai's heart, and he cast a deep, cold glance at Wang Long. Finish him off. but do not use a gun. Wang Long was bewildered. He was to be killed without reason? Why? The primal instinct for survival eclipsed his fear. Damn it, you go die. An ashtray struck Yang Yongkai squarely on the head, blood splattering everywhere. You bastard, to kill me? I'll kill you first. Wang Long drew a dagger from his pocket and, despite limping, charged forward. With 2 swift stabs, Yang Yongkai's eyes rolled back in shock. His men brandished their own knives, lunging at Wang Long. In the distance, the sound of police sirens echoed, indicating that nearby residents had alerted the authorities. The following day, at 9 a.m., Lin Feng's first act upon waking was to check the local news on his phone. As a result, he indeed witnessed a midnight altercation in Kuanqing, leading to the tragic demise of 2 individuals, Yang Yongkai and Wang Long. One was fatally stabbed twice, while the other endured a relentless barrage of over a dozen strikes, with his entrails spilling forth. This spectacle brought a certain amusement to Lin Feng. The 2 antagonistic protagonists had been abruptly eliminated, a scenario steeped in drama. For him, this was the most fortuitous news, particularly concerning Wang Long, known as the ruthless dragon brother of society. Yet, a flicker of doubt arose within Lin Feng's mind. The news merely reported the fatalities without delving into the circumstances, and the trending topic was swiftly suppressed, an oddity indeed. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired. The case has presented numerous bizarre occurrences, leaving the police utterly baffled and suggesting the possibility of supernatural phenomena. The case has now been sealed and classified as a confidential, unsolved mystery, perpetually beyond resolution. Upon accessing the virtual repository, he was greeted by an array of weapons, igniting a surge of adrenaline within him. If an opportunity to venture abroad arose, perhaps he could engage in significant endeavors. Pursuing arms dealing in regions like the Middle East or Africa did not seem entirely implausible. Ding! Completion of a high-difficulty special intelligence task has resulted in the resolution of an intelligence query, with rewards amounting to 50,000 points. Remaining points, 121,500. Excellent. This is the hallmark of a competent boon. Let it not be for naught. Ding! Future intelligence acquired. In 1 minute, you will receive a phone call heralding prosperous fortune. Chapter 40. The Opportune Invitation Call, the Wealthy Second Generation Seeking Fame. Lin Feng displayed a look of perplexity. Prosperous fortune? Could it be that someone intended to bestow upon him monetary gifts? He promptly dismissed this improbable notion. In this day and age, who would be foolish enough to give away money? His current status remained that of a lowly individual devoid of assets. The phone indeed rang precisely 1 minute later. Curiosity piqued, he picked it up to discern the caller's identity, nearly erupting into laughter upon seeing the display. Leak 1. It was a call from the father of Chen Jie, the wealthy second generation who had recently indulged in drinks with him. He recalled possessing a considerable collection of antiques, an ideal clientele. Just as he pondered how to offload them, the call arrived, truly a stroke of serendipity. According to the intelligence, Chen Wangshan was a reputable businessman, and engaging with him posed no risks. The family regarded him with admiration. The elder treated him as a benefactor, while the younger idolized him. Visiting their home would undoubtedly secure him a place of honor. Hello, who is this? Mr. Lin, this is Chen Wangshan. Do you remember my son, the one you rescued? Ah, yes, Mr. Chen. Is there something you require? Not at all. Please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to invite you to our home. Ajia has been eager to see you. Mr. Chen, you jest. I am hardly a woman. Do not take offense. Ajia now regards you as an idol. Furthermore, I have other matters I would like to discuss with you. A spark of delight illuminated Lin Feng's eyes. He seemed to grasp the underlying implications. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired. The previous conversation left Chen Wangshan in a state of eager anticipation. As a seasoned collector, he harbored an almost obsessive passion for antiques. This invitation was not merely a gesture of gratitude. He also wished to ascertain whether his benefactor possessed any exquisite items available for sale. Indeed, there were numerous treasures, so abundant that they could scarcely be sold. The timing of this call was fortuitous, sparing Lin Feng considerable trouble. What could a young man in his 20s like me possibly inquire about? He mused, to which the reply was focused solely on antiques. Without the need for Lin Feng's guidance, the other party had willingly ensnared himself in the conversation. It seemed he was compelled to disperse his wealth, seeking comfort in doing so. Lin Feng, well-versed in antiques, confirmed that he indeed had several remarkable pieces available. Is that so? Chen Wangshan exclaimed with palpable excitement. If it is convenient for Mr. Lin, please do bring them for my appraisal. His enthusiasm was barely containable, and had it not been for the desire to maintain dignity in front of his junior, he might have desperately pleaded. Ding. Future intelligence acquired. Tonight's banquet will proceed exceptionally well, and you shall emerge as the greatest victor, reaping a substantial profit. There was no longer any reason to refuse. The prospect of both selling goods and securing a safe transaction was undeniably appealing. With Chun Wangshan's enthusiasm, Lin Feng felt compelled to accept. Please send me the location, he requested. Chun Wangshan joyfully replied, I shall await your esteemed presence at my residence this evening. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the call ended. This perfectly timed invitation was a welcome relief. Otherwise, Lin Feng had considered revisiting the antique market, a place rife with dubious characters, where his presence alone could draw unwanted attention. Following customary practice, Lin Feng activated the virtual imaging system, pinpointing Qin Shue's location, where he discovered she was already attending class early in the morning. This observation stirred a sense of admiration within him. Often, those born into privilege exert themselves even more diligently. Qin Shue, who could comfortably embrace the life of a pampered heiress, had instead chosen to pursue further education, a decision influenced by his own impact on her. As he deactivated the virtual imaging system, Lin Feng's phone vibrated with a notification from Chen Wangshan, indicating that he was not far away, merely 3 kilometers from a villa community. Suddenly, a news alert caught his attention, bringing a smile to his face. His former neighbor, Zhang Dekai, who had resided in a slum, had been reduced to a vegetative state due to aggressive debt collection the previous night. This unfortunate soul had nearly faded from Lin Feng's memory, and he felt a sense of poetic justice. Had he not harbored ulterior motives towards Lin Feng, he would not have faced such calamity. At 6 p.m., Lin Feng arrived at the entrance of an upscale villa community. The security personnel, exhibiting a commendable standard of professionalism, did not look down upon him despite his ordinary attire. After registering his personal details, he was granted entry. Following the coordinates, he swiftly located the villa. Just 20 meters away, a figure rushed toward him in excitement. Chun Jie had been eagerly awaiting Lin Feng's arrival, having been exhilarated for the entire day. He had been waiting at the doorstep for 2 hours. Having witnessed Lin Feng's extraordinary capabilities firsthand, he was in awe. Those who engaged in loan sharking appeared as fragile as mere paper in his presence. Chun Jie sought more than just friendship with Lin Feng. He aspired to establish a familial connection with such an impressive individual. From a distance, Lin Feng discerned that the other party's expression was rather peculiar. He was not a woman, so why the undue excitement? Could there be issues with his orientation? A shiver ran down his spine, startled by his own musings. If that were the case, he would turn on his heel and leave. After all, there are countless ways to earn a living. An entanglement with such a matter posed too great a risk. Ding! Real-time psychological insight acquired. I, Lin Feng, am quite remarkable, and my sister possesses considerable charm. Introducing him to my sister would surely please her, and then Lin Feng would become my brother-in-law. Now, that is the proper way to secure a powerful ally. Goodness, this young man actually intends to orchestrate a match between himself and his own sister, thereby elevating his status to that of a brother-in-law, setting aside his own willingness. Would his sister agree? The audacity of seeking fame at the expense of one's sister is extraordinary. This fellow is undoubtedly a talent. Lin Feng would not willingly plunge himself into a pitfall. He was no fool. Where could he find a treasure of a girlfriend like Qin Shue, sweet, obedient, understanding, and self-centered? As for a future mother-in-law, who covertly provides protection, where could one find such an enlightened elder? The future father-in-law might be a bit challenging, but who was he? No wonder Chun Jie fell prey to the tricks of those running gambling houses. He was not merely a spoiled rich kid, but a truly foolish one. Lingo, you have arrived. Yes, I have. You haven't been running around lately, have you? Good. You must heed your father's advice. Do not wander outside. There are too many bad people out there, and with your understanding, you cannot withstand them. Thank you for your concern, Lingo, Chun Jie replied, his face full of gratitude. Lin Feng had clearly indicated that he should refrain from risking himself due to his lack of sense. Yet this fellow was so simple-minded that he failed to grasp it and was instead touched. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Feng followed Chun Jie to the living room of the villa. He speculated that if his brother was so unreliable, his sister was unlikely to be a paragon of normalcy either. Chapter 41. Strike the capitalists with precision. Entering the hall, Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings and felt a wave of emotion. In comparison, he still deemed himself a mere nobody. This villa alone must cost over 2 million. And this was not even the wealthiest entrepreneur in Sioux City. They were merely a notch above the middle class. After all this time, the scant amount of money he possessed could only serve to impress ordinary people. Though Lin Feng maintained a low profile, The star comparison left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Approaching him was Chun Wangshan, who now appeared to Lin Feng as a flourishing chive. He was both a benefactor and a guest invited to the banquet. The capitalist had already cleaned his neck and presented himself. If he did not strike now, he would be neglecting his own conscience. Mr. Lin, you have arrived. You are too kind, Mr. Chun. No, it is only proper. Dinner is ready. It is a simple home-cooked meal. Feel free to partake. Following Chun Wangshan into the dining room, Lin Feng was once again astonished by the spread before him. King crab, geoduck, wild East Star grouper, caviar from sturgeon, Australian lobster, bluefin tuna, and so forth. Was this truly a home-cooked meal? The stench of capital S decay lingered. If one did not take a cut, who would? Mr. Lin, I raise a toast to you. Chun Wangshan lifted a glass of 30-year-old Mao Dai and downed it in one go. After Lin Feng followed suit, the host began to serve the dishes. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, the atmosphere became exceedingly cordial. Chun Wangshan had been stealing glances at Lin Feng's backpack from the very beginning, suspecting that the prized items mentioned over the phone were concealed within. In truth, the backpack was empty. However, the virtual warehouse was remarkably impressive. Lin Feng could summon any item to manifest within it with merely a thought. Mr. Lin, I've heard you brought some treasures this time. I have a few fine items, but I wonder if Mr. Chun would find them appealing. Chun Jie raised an eyebrow and replied earnestly, Father, please refrain from bringing your business tactics to the table here. Do you understand? Both Chun Wangshan and Lin Feng were momentarily bewildered, unsure of what this somewhat naive second-generation wealthy heir was up to. What do you mean, Ajia? Lin Feng inquired. Nothing much, just a reminder that my life was saved by brother Lin Feng. If you intend to purchase from him, do not entertain any dubious ideas. Otherwise, do not blame me for being disloyal to family. Ajia, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm just offering a warning. The lad was merely concerned that his father might misjudge the situation, potentially causing displeasure for his idol. Displeasure was a minor concern, if genuine anger ensued. How could his boisterous older sister continue her sales pitches? All right, I understand. Mr. Lin, please forgive me. My parenting has been lacking, resulting in such a rebellious offspring. Lin Feng couldn't help but find amusement in this. Was this truly a rebellious child? Perhaps he had emerged from the womb with a bit of squeeze. He didn't wish to dawdle, but before making a purchase, it was essential to ascertain the other party's preferences to enhance efficiency. Ding. Real-time intelligence acquired 1. Name, Chun Wangshan. Bank deposit, 1. 2 billion. Hobbies, antiques, particular interest, calligraphy and paintings, Qing dynasty seals. In business, understanding the client's needs is paramount before making a move. This approach not only saves time, but also ensures a profitable transaction. Ding. Real-time psychological insight acquired 1. In recent years, the antique market has deteriorated, with genuine items becoming increasingly scarce amidst a sea of forgeries. I wonder if Mr. Lin can present any rare treasures. Should he also offer a forgery? I would still be obliged to purchase it as a means of repaying his life-saving grace. However, if he produces authentic pieces, especially in the realms of calligraphy, paintings, or royal seals, I would be willing to pay a premium to acquire them today. Chun Wangshan's desires were transparently evident, and fortuitously, Lin Feng possessed exactly what he favored. Most individuals might not afford such items, but Chun Wangshan was different. He was not lacking in funds and harbored no ill intentions. Observing Lin Feng's silence, Chun Wangshan hesitated to inquire further and chose to wait for the other party to speak. Mr. Chun, I do indeed have 2 fine items here, a piece of calligraphy and a Qing dynasty royal seal. I wonder if they might pique your interest? Chun Wangshan was taken aback, his eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. Ding. Real-time intelligence acquired 1. This ardent antique enthusiast began to feel exhilarated upon hearing of items that captured his interest, leading to a sharp decline in his judgment, with the likelihood of impulsive purchasing rising from 10 to 50. Incredible. Merely speaking of it has already led to such an increase. When faced with something one adores, be one a street ruffian or a business magnate, no one can truly resist. The 8 immortals crossing the sea map and the Qianlong Emperor's seal have vanished from the virtual warehouse, now appearing in the backpack simultaneously. Lin Feng took them out and placed them on the table, chuckling, Boss Chun, you must have an eye for treasures. Chun Jie shook his head vigorously, utterly perplexed. These worthless trinkets have been dug out from graves for who knows how many years. It's quite ominous. I can't fathom why my father holds such affection for them. Xiao Jie, you fail to understand, do you? Just these 2 items could purchase a villa in Sioux City. Although this rich second generation was a bit dim-witted, he was not malevolent and occasionally quite endearing. Lin Feng, considering him a fan, offered a brief explanation. Brother Lin Feng, where on earth did you acquire these items? Did you excavate them from a tomb? Take me along next time. Lin Feng was tempted to slap him for his wildly imaginative thoughts and chose to ignore him. Falling silent. Ajia, what nonsense are you spouting? This must be something Mr. Lin obtained through his prowess. I Chun Wangshan. Never imagined I would encounter such treasures in my twilight years. Father, take it easy. Perhaps you should have some calming pills? Don't let joy lead to sorrow. Get lost. You little rascal. You're cursing me. Leave. I have matters to discuss with Mr. Lin. Shao Jia, heed your father's words. Dad, please don't misunderstand. I am merely showing respect to Brother Lin Feng. Otherwise, I would consider it a loss if I left. Mr. Lin, my apologies for my lack of discipline. I hope you can forgive me. Not at all. He is rather charming. Now, let's discuss these two items. Chun Wangshan instantly perked up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Resembling a romantic who has just encountered an old flame. Lin Xingxing, this is indeed the 8 immortals crossing the sea map. You are truly remarkable. And this seal must be the imperial seal of the Qianlong Emperor, right? Lin Feng was secretly astonished. This fellow was no fool, indeed, demonstrating keen insight. Boss Chun, you possess a discerning eye. Mr. Lin, are you willing to sell? I'm open to selling, but it depends on your offer. The value of these two items is self-evident. Chun Wangshan rubbed his hands together, proceeding cautiously. Let me ponder it for a moment. Please hold on, Mr. Lin. Lin Feng lit a cigarette, unhurried. He would sell if the price was right. Otherwise, he would seek other buyers. After all, Chun Wangshan was a man of integrity, not one to entertain any crooked schemes. Thus, there was little risk involved. Chapter 42, A Family of Rebels, Profiting Handsomely. Outside, Chun Jia, cigarette in mouth, wore an expression of indignation. He was not a child anymore, yet still perceived as one, which left him feeling quite resentful. However, due to Lin Feng's influence, he surprisingly refrained from contradicting his father. The sound of footsteps approached from behind. Chun Jia turned to see a pair of stunning legs clad in black stockings before him. Yet he remained unfazed. Chun Sini shot her younger brother a disapproving glance and retorted, Unlike you, I have numerous matters to attend to at Dad's company. Oh, I see. You must be on a date with that pretty boy from the Internet Operations Department. Sister, you wouldn't be in the office with him, would you? What nonsense are you spouting? Do you believe I could tear your mouth apart? Chun Sini, at the age of 28, is several years senior to Chun Jia. After graduating from university, she began working at Chun Wangshan's company, and now she is in charge of human resources, possessing remarkable capabilities. Enough. I am too lazy to engage with you today. My idol has arrived. Your idol? The one who saved you, Lin Feng? Exactly. How about I introduce you to him? He is far superior to that pretty boy, and I can see that Dad quite likes him. Don't meddle in my affairs. By the way, were they discussing? Cease. They are trading antiques. Antiques? Dad is quite willing to spend money. Little brother, do you want to borrow some cash? That would be delightful. He lectures me all day long, and I have been quite displeased. Let's do it this way. The siblings whispered to each other, revealing a sinister grin. He had already discerned the other party's conflicted mindset. Although he was an honest man, he was still a businessman and instinctively sought to negotiate a suitable price. Lin Feng was not greedy. As long as the price was close to what the intelligence suggested, he would accept it. Suddenly, the restaurant door swung open, and a woman with exquisite features and exceptional poise walked in, with Chun Jia trailing behind. Dad, please don't scold me. My sister wants to meet my savior. Sini, you just got off work? Are you dating him again? Lin Feng sensed a hint of tension. It appeared that the father-daughter relationship was not very harmonious. Ding. Real-time intelligence acquired. A strong-willed career woman is romantically involved with the manager of the operations department within the company, feeling discontent due to her father's covert interference. Ding. Future intelligence acquired. This independent woman finds happiness, marrying for love. Her partner is equally outstanding and, years later, will help her father-in-law's company overcome an economic crisis and ascend to new heights. Ding. Real-time psychological insight acquired. Dad is too feudal. It's the perfect opportunity to cooperate with my brother and extract some funds from him. After all, he is the savior of our family. It's only reasonable for Dad to contribute a little more. The entire family is rebellious, each with the ability to strike at the heart of the matter. Old Chen's life is not easy either. Lin Feng was at a loss for words upon receiving the intelligence, unsure of what to say. This overwhelming wealth. Refusing it would be disrespectful to our ancestors. Dad, is this the benefactor who saved my brother? Chun Sini skillfully shifted the topic, smiling as she inquired. Chun Wangshan paused in surprise and nodded, saying, Indeed, this individual is the savior of our Chun family. Then you are in the wrong. Huh? I am the wrong? What do you mean? He furrowed his brow, perplexed about where he had gone awry. He had always believed he treated Lin Feng with respect and had not assumed a condescending demeanor despite their age difference. The debt of gratitude for saving a life is akin to being reborn. Our family has only one male heir to carry on the lineage. If anything were to happen to him, given your age and mom's, it would be impossible for you to have another, right? Cinny, what exactly are you trying to convey? Chen Wangshan's brow furrowed, feeling a sense of unease. He knew his children all too well. They were up to something. Father, my sister's perspective is that a life-saving grace is equivalent to a rebirth. If you purchase an antique in a miserly manner, people might think you are financially constrained. My younger brother is right. Father, given your fervent passion for antique collecting and Mr. Lin's role as a benefactor, is it unreasonable to offer a higher price? My sister is correct. What are you hesitating for? Are you reluctant? Do you not fear that Brother Lin might feel disheartened? Mr. Lin, if my father lacks sincerity, then so be it. Although he has a penchant for antiques, he tends to be rather stingy during transactions. Chen Wangshan could no longer hold his composure. The sibling duo, who were usually at odds, had surprisingly united to press him. He himself wasn't particularly attached. He was merely contemplating the price, considering these items are not trivial possessions. Their combined worth is nearly 2,000. However, being pressured by his daughter and son left him flustered. If Lin Feng misinterpreted his intentions, it could lead to significant trouble. Mr. Lin, please do not misunderstand. That was not my intention. Boss Chun, there's no need to be anxious. I understand your position. However, it seems your children hold quite a strong opinion of you. I apologize for the embarrassment. It is my poor guidance. Chen Wangshan revealed a hint of awkwardness. It's quite all right. Simply assess the value and proceed if the price is appropriate. That simply won't do, Father. If you offer too little or match the market price, how does that reflect the value of Mr. Lin's life-saving act? Is my brother's life worth less than these antiques? That would be utterly hurtful. Lin Feng was enlightened. These rebellious siblings were quite the revelation. He had never encountered such audacious, second-generation, wealthy individuals. Yet, why did he find them increasingly appealing? Beep. Gain real-time inner thoughts 1. What sin have I committed to bear 2 such rebellious children? I suppose I am simply unfortunate. Nevertheless, Mr. Lin's kindness is monumental, and this opportunity to purchase these 2 antiques at a premium might serve to strengthen our relationship. Mr. Lin, I can offer 3,000 for these 2 items combined. Chen Wangshan's voice resonated, startling Lin Feng inwardly. These items were valued at a maximum of 1,700, according to the intel he received, which should be accurate. He had offered an additional 1,300, clearly going all out to curry favor. Lin Feng found himself puzzled. How could such an upright individual thrive in today as cutthroat business environment? However, since the amount was offered, he would certainly accept it. After all, having saved his son's life, charging a higher price seemed justifiable. Boss Chun, that is quite generous. Mr. Lin, you are not intentionally trying to embarrass me, are you? I cannot allow my son and daughter to look down upon me. Moreover, it is undeniable that you have rendered our family a rebirth. As a collector, I have an intrinsic understanding of the value of collectibles, which need not align with market prices. Brother Lin, please do not hold back. He is not short of funds. Mr. Lin, my father has always been generous with his beloved possessions, so do not decline. Then, I shall not be modest. Lin Feng maintained a calm demeanor. Yet internally he was thrilled, desperately wishing for a secluded place to laugh heartily. He could effortlessly predict the magnitude of Chen Wangshan's psychological shadow at this moment. To be schooled by his own daughter and son united was surely enough to rattle him. Chapter 43, Remarkable. With the funds in place, even the Buddha assists you. Half an hour later, Lin Feng received 3,000. Chen Wangshan truly exemplifies a magnate, accustomed to grand spectacles. Upon acquiring the antique he had long coveted, the earlier distress evaporated into the ether. Moreover, he had intended to spend a bit more to purchase the painting and seal from Lin Feng. His earlier displeasure stemmed from being outmaneuvered by his daughter and son, making him seem unwilling to pay a fair price, an utter embarrassment. Dad, you carry on with your work. I shall converse with Brother Lin Feng for a while, Chen Wangshan's son said. Glancing at his son, Chen Wangshan did not object this time, evidently eager for his son to engage more with Lin Feng. But do not embarrass yourself, and if Mr. Lin wishes to leave, do not cling to him. Father, I still possess some dignity. Mr. Lin, I shall take my leave now. Should you wish to depart, please inform me, and I will arrange transportation for you. Lin Feng nodded, and Chen Wangshan, clutching his treasure, departed with great anticipation. At this moment, Chun Jie turned his eyes shrewdly and said with a flattering smile, "Brother Lin Feng, this is my sister, Chun Sini. She was the belle of Sioux City University in her time, and suitors could encircle the city thrice for her." "Shao Jie, do not speak nonsense," Chun Sini admonished. "I am not being absurd. Brother Lin is vastly superior to that pretty boy at your company," he retorted. Chun Sini frowned, displeased. "Cease your foolishness. Mr. Lin is indeed exceptional, but that bears no relation to my choice in partners. If even our father cannot manage his affairs, do you think you can? Beware, that pretty boy may be dismissed. Then we shall see how you handle it," she added. Lin Feng interjected, "That will not happen. Boss Chun is fair in his dealings and would not engage in such actions. At most, he would merely adjust work assignments to keep you apart." Chun Sini was taken aback, her eyes wide with surprise. In truth, her father had already done so, transferring her from the operations department to human resources, under a most odious supervisor. The rationale for obstructing her romantic pursuits was utterly ludicrous, merely because her love interest was from out of town. What troubled her most was that the new HR manager was insufferable, persistently pursuing her. The fact that he was local and from a well-off family seemed to garner her father's implicit approval. "Mr. Lin, your insights are quite astute." Ding. Acquired real-time intelligence 1. A wealthy young woman beset by emotional turmoil, yearning for freedom and love, yet hindered by her father. Her current supervisor is a local with a prosperous background, both parents employed in official capacities, yet of despicable character, a schemer who, if successful, would jeopardize her lifelong happiness. Chen Wangshan appeared quite sagacious. Indeed, everyone can act foolishly regarding their children's affairs. However, Chun Sini's gaze held a peculiar intensity as she fixed her eyes on him, seemingly harboring a silent plea. Ding. Acquired real-time inner thoughts 1. This Mr. Lin, so highly praised by my brother, has garnered our father's admiration as well. I wonder if he might assist me in resolving my troubles for a fee. Lin Feng felt a stir within and suddenly smiled. "Miss Chun, do you have a request? Are you hoping I might assist you with some troubles for compensation?" "Huh? How did you know?" "Elder sister, let me tell you, Brother Lin's capabilities are extraordinary. You should believe me." "Silence you." Chun Jie flinched at a reprimand, instinctively retracting his neck. It was evident that he had endured considerable mistreatment throughout his life, resulting in a conditioned reflex. With sincere demeanor, Chun Sini inquired, "Mr. Lin, are you truly adept at fortune-telling?" "Not in the traditional sense, but I possess a keen insight into human nature," he replied. "Your father's meddling is one thing, but transferring you to another department and subjecting you to harassment is quite another. Isn't it? Goodness, how do you know all this?" "Can ye adflemet?" "Logically speaking, a father would naturally be concerned for his daughter. I suspect your current superior hails from a well-to-do background, with parents likely holding positions within the official system." "Hey, sister, what are you doing?" Chun Jie protested as Chun Sini pinched his ear, her dissatisfaction evident. "Mr. Lin is quite remarkable. Why didn't you mention it earlier?" "I did mention it, but you chose not to believe me," he retorted. "Was that even a serious claim? You spoke of Mr. Lin being able to knock someone away with a single punch and possessing X-ray vision, akin to a superhero. Who would take such nonsense seriously?" "Sister, please let go. It hurts," he pleaded. "See, I told you we would meet him." Upon releasing him, Chun Jie grimaced in pain, yet he dared not argue back, as his fear was deeply rooted. "No wonder your brother is so eager for you to marry. It seems you have subjected him to a fair share of torment. He's just being foolish." "Mr. Lin, what did this kid say to you?" "He wants to introduce you as my girlfriend," Chun Jie interjected. "Mr. Lin, please disregard his nonsense. Rest assured, I have a girlfriend. Our fates are misaligned, and we are not destined to be." Chun Sini suddenly felt a wave of admiration for Lin Feng, recognizing his logical reasoning. Indeed, he was quite handsome and possessed an enigmatic aura, yet love cannot be quantified by such attributes. "Mr. Lin, you are truly humorous, but I genuinely seek your assistance. Miss Chun, your current superior is undoubtedly persistent, employing every means possible. His character leaves much to be desired. He is arrogant, insidious, and ruthless. That's astonishing. Mr. Lin, you even know this? Indeed, he is intolerable, practically glued to me, and he has threatened to dismiss my boyfriend." "Is he from the HR department?" "They wield considerable power." "Mr. Lin, do you have a solution?" Lin Feng pondered for a moment before asking. "Do you have a photograph of him?" "Yes, a group photo from a company team-building event." "Will that suffice?" "That will do." Lin Feng took the phone and glanced at the image. Ding. Acquired character information 1. Name, Zhao E. Age, 30, marital status, unmarried, position, HR manager at Huamao Technology. Traits, Stingy, insidious, highly jealous, vengeful, ruthless, selfish, mama's boy. Hidden secrets. He believes he must succeed in pursuing Chun Sini, harboring minimal genuine affection, viewing it merely as a game. Unable to accept the relationship between the loser Wang Chong and Chun Sini, he would go to great lengths to destroy them. Leveraging parental connections to plunge Hua Mao Group into despair. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, somewhat taken aback. To harbor such extreme thoughts for a woman was alarming, revealing a complete lack of moral boundaries. Ding. Acquired important hint 1. Eliminate the scoundrel, and countless lives may be spared. Neglecting this will ultimately lead to dire consequences. Goodness. What does this Zhao Yi have to do with me? Lin Feng was perplexed. Ding. Important tip 1 acquired. Due to tonight's banquet, your narrow-minded superior will mistakenly believe you are Chun Sini's suitor and direct his ire towards you. He will relentlessly seek to make you pay the price. Lin Feng suddenly broke into a smile and replied nonchalantly, as long as the money is in place, even the Buddha himself could be persuaded to assist you. Chapter 44, arriving at the scent, utterly shameless. He found himself unjustly caught in the crossfire, yet it was not appropriate to implicate the entire Chen family. It was merely a coincidence that he chose to dine here, and it happened that someone mistakenly identified him as Chun Sini's suitor, thus harboring resentment. Such individuals must be shown their place, but payment must also be secured. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Chun Sini was overjoyed. Initially apprehensive that Lin Feng might refuse to assist, she was pleasantly surprised by his readiness to comply. As for the money, it posed no issue. Unlike Qin Jia, she had worked for many years, and, with the pocket money from Shen Wangshan, she had several million at her disposal. She was even willing to use it all to resolve this matter. Mr. Lin, please name your price. Chun Sini expressed her sincerity, wishing to avoid any tricks. Ding. Real-time intelligence acquired. This wealthy young lady has savings of 800, and she is more than willing to utilize it all to settle this matter. Taking all of it would be somewhat unscrupulous. Asking for half would suffice. Lin Feng chuckled. How about 400? Chun Sini was taken aback, her eyes sparkling with surprise, as she found the amount quite reasonable. All right, 400 it is, deal. Miss Chun, I have but one requirement. Full payment, though we can certainly sign an agreement. No need for a contract. I trust you. She was also forthright, pulling out her phone to initiate the transfer. 10 minutes later, Chun Jia and her brother escorted Lin Feng to the door, agreeing to provide results within a week. This transaction sparked Lin Feng's imagination. The items in the virtual space could be relocated to any desired position, and the armaments within were not merely for combat purposes. In Huaxia, privately storing weapons was no trivial offense. It could lead to severe consequences. A distant beam of light pierced the darkness as an 8-seater business vehicle came to a halt outside Chun Wangshan's residence. A sharply dressed young man alighted from the vehicle. Chun Sini frowned, her eyes betraying her disdain. Chun Jia whispered, Big Brother Lin, that is Zhao Yi. Had this fellow come sniffing around? It was rather coincidental. He hadn't seen her for a minute, fearing Chun Sini might be taken advantage of. He failed to consider that she was not his girlfriend. If she were indeed compromised, he would hardly be the one to wear the proverbial green hat. The siblings exchanged glances, maintaining their composure. Sini, you're still awake? What brings you here? I came to check on you. I was worried. Oh, Zhao Yi, you're quite impressive. My sister can still find herself in trouble at home? Ah, so it's the little brother-in-law. Long time no see. Little brother-in-law, how far have you and my sister progressed? Not far yet. But isn't it only a matter of time? Zhao Yi, my tolerance has already reached its limits, but in your presence, I can only bow in defeat. My brother-in-law is truly humorous. Who might this be? Clearly, his target is Lin Feng, and a few jabs from Zhao Yi will not perturb him in the least. For one, he is the sole heir of the boss, and secondly, he is the younger brother of the one he pursues. Let's not adorn ourselves with false accolades. Who the hell is your brother-in-law? Zhao Yi, do not overstep your bounds. This is my home, and this gentleman is a guest of my father. Hence you're not welcome here. Chun Sini offered no semblance of goodwill, while Zhao Yi wore a smile that belied the turmoil within him. In his eyes, all of this was Lin Feng's fault, and that legitimate boyfriend in the company was equally despicable. Ding. Gained insight into real-time thoughts 1. None of you who compete with me for women will meet a favorable end, especially this one before me, who, despite being slightly more handsome, possesses nothing of value. Tonight, I must devise a plan to ruin his reputation completely. Lin Feng maintained his composure, smiling as he said, You all continue your conversation. I shall take my leave. At that moment, Zhao Yi's eyes flickered, and he sighed, Since Sini does not welcome me, I shall take my leave as well. Sir, may I escort you? This seems rather inappropriate, does it not? No worries, I have my car. Very well, then I appreciate your kindness. Not at all. It's no trouble whatsoever. Chen Sini watched as Lin Feng entered the business vehicle. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, what does Mr. Lin intend to do? The actions of Mr. Lin are beyond our comprehension. For the first time, Chen Sini refrained from bickering with Chen Jia, her curiosity escalating. However, he did not believe the other party would swindle him out of 400. After all, he had just sold an antique for 3,000. Would such a person care about a paltry sum? Mr. Lin, it's still early. Would you care to visit my home? Inside the quiet confines of the business vehicle, Zhao Yi unexpectedly invited Lin Feng over. Ding! Gained insight into real-time thoughts 1. This fellow appears to be virtuous, pretending to be a good person. Tonight, I shall orchestrate his downfall. I wonder how Chen Sini and her family will perceive a thief. This fellow is truly shameless, utterly corrupt to the core. Since I understand his intentions, how could I possibly acquiesce? This seems inappropriate. We are not well acquainted. I have no interest in her. Zhao Yi glanced at the rearview mirror, noticing Lin Feng reclining in his seat, seemingly ignoring him. Keep pretending. Continue your charade. Mr. Lin, I assure you, I harbor no malice. I merely wish to converse. It is getting late. Kindly let me out here. Thank you. Zhao Yi's expression stiffened, yet he still pressed the brake. Lin Feng opened the door and exited the vehicle. Mr. Lin, are you truly not coming to my place? Or perhaps we could go for a bath. Lin Feng was speechless. Why was this invitation to bathe being extended yet again, unendingly? Ding. Gained insight into real-time thoughts 1. If I take him to bathe and arrange for a technician, I shall find a way to secretly record him during the service, allowing the Chen family to witness the true nature of this lecher. I have encountered shamelessness before, but never one so brazen. A mind full of malice, thoroughly rotten to the core. Such a person poses a significant danger to society. No, I shall not go to a public bath. Zhao Yi was taken aback, feeling quite vexed. Yet, with Lin Feng not taking the bait, he found himself at a loss. All right, farewell then, until we have the opportunity to converse again. As the vehicle surged onto the street, it swiftly vanished from sight. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired. If one does not court danger, one shall not encounter demise. This fellow has left himself such a conspicuous opening. There is no reason not to seize it. The opportunity has presented itself so promptly. Tonight, I shall impart a lesson upon him, transforming him into the most striking figure in the nation. Chapter 45. In the absence of evidence, fabricated super hacker card. Indulgence in pleasures, wine, women, and wealth constitutes a man's joys in life. Yet, one must not resort to extremes. The notion of humane annihilation is unbearable for anyone. Lin Feng found himself bewildered by this youth's twisted mindset. If left unchecked, the repercussions would be endless. The moment Lin Feng stepped out of the car, the virtual map was already activated. The display revealed a god's eye view, showcasing Zhao Yi's vehicle speeding away. This lad is quite cunning. Has he disowned my intentions? Unlikely. He seems merely disinclined to intersect with me. Once I uncover your background, I shall take action against your friends and family. Competing for women? A fatal mistake. I will cleanse the entire lot of you, and subsequently deal with Chen Sini's legitimate boyfriend, ensuring that no one stands in my way. Soon, the car entered a community known as Jean Phone Garden. After parking, he proceeded to room 802 in building 23. This young man's mentality is severely distorted. He seems to believe the world revolves around him, indicating the extent of his parents' indulgence. At 9:30 p.m., he indeed drove out. Lin Feng stood in the shadows, watching him depart, a smirk playing on his lips. Ding. Points. 3. Remaining. For 1500. Acquired Universal Human Skin Mask, Shrinking Pill X1. Ding. Item usage successful. Data replication successful. Target. Zhao Yi age. 30. Replication rate. 100. In the blink of an eye, his visage and physique had perfectly mirrored Zhao Yi's. Lin Feng's gaze swept the surroundings, ultimately circling to the rear of the community, where he stealthily entered, a blind spot for surveillance. To him, the entire complex appeared transparent, devoid of secrets. Remarkably, the surveillance system in Zhao Yi's building was malfunctioning, sparing Lin Feng considerable trouble. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of 802, successfully unlocking the door with the password he had previously observed. The apartment, approximately 140 square meters with 4 bedrooms, was not extravagantly decorated. Given his financial standing and income, it was evident that he could not afford this residence valued over 7 million. It must have been purchased with familial assistance. With everything in place, Lin Feng grinned wickedly. The thought was exhilarating. Playing with Zhao Yi might lead to his undoing. How delightful. He had resolved to strike decisively, leaving no room for respite or retaliation. Imprisonment would be the most fitting destination. In the absence of evidence, one must fabricate it. Suddenly, a cascade of blue light emanated from the arsenal within the virtual warehouse. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded as various weapons materialized within the living room where Lin Feng stood. Hand grenades, rocket launchers, suicide drones, and an array of ammunition appeared before him. In a 150 square meter abode, half of the space was filled to the brim. Lin Feng, with a singular thought, activated the Wan Yu virtual imaging system, targeting this four-bedroom residence. A notification chimed, indicating a reward of 2,000 points, leaving him with a balance of 39,500, and activating the video surveillance transmission feature. It was now his time to shine. He intended to transform this space into a premier private armory while meticulously documenting every moment with the surveillance footage. Lin Feng's performance was nothing short of impeccable. His movements flowed with an effortless grace. Each firearm and grenade was thoroughly cleaned before being placed into the cabinet. This place felt like his home, and his demeanor before the camera conveyed a clear message. Zhao Yi held these weapons in high regard. For a solid hour and a half, the cabinets and floors of the four-bedroom apartment became increasingly occupied with munitions. The scene resembled the secret armories of spies depicted in patriotic dramas, fully stocked with everything imaginable. After completing his task, he exhaled a satisfied breath, boasting, "With these assets, my firepower is formidable. Capturing the Sioux City authorities should pose no challenge." A hint of arrogance graced his countenance as he chuckled. "I shall ultimately unify the realm, starting from Sioux City." Originally, he viewed merely hoarding arms as somewhat trivial. He intended to elevate this endeavor, aspiring to be the first of his kind since the founding of the nation, a modern-day rebel. After surveying his surroundings to ensure no issues arose, Lin Feng departed. With 20 minutes remaining until the expiration of the props, he delved deeper into understanding their impressive capabilities. The human skin masks could alter facial features and retinal patterns, while the bone-shrinking pill could align one's entire skeletal structure, skin patterns, and fingerprints to match those of a target with absolute precision. Thus, Lin Feng harbored no fear of exposure. Today, he was eager to experiment with a prop he had never utilized before, one obtained from a luxurious starter package long ago. Incredible, he thought, as he eagerly accessed the virtual imaging system. "Help me find the phone number of the Sioux City police chief." A notification chimed again. 1,000 points deducted, leaving a balance of 38,500. Target location successful. Data transmission complete. The details appeared. Name, Zheng Haitao. Position, Chief of Sioux City Police. Phone, 18625. Lin Feng retrieved his phone and dialed the number. "Chief Zheng, don't ask who I am. I am reporting an individual hoarding arms, preparing to assault the Sioux City authorities. The person is extremely dangerous. Immediate action is imperative. A video has been attached for your review." The 200-second video file was transmitted in an instant. Satisfied, Lin Feng pocketed his phone, closed the system, and prepared to wash up and retire for the night. What transpired next was of no concern to him. Tonight, or perhaps tomorrow, Sioux City would trend on social media, heralding the rise of the first formidable figure since the nation's establishment. At 11:30 p.m., Zheng Guitao remained awake. As the head of Sioux City's police force, his duties were far more burdensome than the public imagined. Over the years, he had adhered to a moral code, leading by example, never crossing ethical boundaries. The price of his integrity had been a prolonged single status. Knock, knock, knock. "Is Chief Zheng in?" "Come in." The door swung open, revealing a young officer who asked, "Shall we order some late-night snacks? We are considering takeout. This is what we ought to do." The case of Yang Yongkai in Coen City is shrouded in enigma. Although all news has been sealed, we must investigate. I can only ask for everyone's hard work. No sooner had he finished speaking than a vibration emanated from the phone on the table. "Director, what's the situation? A scam text?" "Ha! The message states that someone in Sioux City is hoarding arms and planning to rebel against the authorities. Can you believe it? Director, are the scammers nowadays really that dim-witted? If they were clever, they wouldn't resort to scamming. Come, let us grab a late-night snack and continue working." Chapter 46. Such audacity. Just hiring an escort. And you call in the special police? Ha ha, behold my lavish arsenal. I shall attack the Sioux City authorities. I will revolt. Soon, the whole of Huaxia will be beneath my feet. The young man in the video appeared somewhat juvenile, rambling on excessively. Zheng Haitao felt no anxiety. He was nearly amused. It was evident that this video was staged, overly extravagant. Although the video showcased an array of weapons, it was apparent that it was not filmed in Huaxia. In many foreign countries, gun ownership is permissible and private armories are quite common. This must merely be a prank, an attempt to instill fear. Xiao Zhang, investigate the number that sent me this message and ascertain whether it's within the country. Such boldness, daring to deceive even me. Huh, garbled text? Is someone trying to play the hacker game? This is outrageous. Xiao Zhang, summon the network security personnel to come over. Xiao Zhang, what are you doing? Are you joking? Who would be so audacious as to hide arms in Sioux City? Seeking death? I'm not joking. This is Lin Feng community, right on Jingshan Road, where my uncle resides. Moreover, the video shows a door plate number, Building 24, Apartment 802. Really? If you don't believe me, take another look. Zheng Guitao grew tense, re-examining the video, and indeed discovered the door plate number. This is characteristic of Huaxia. It could not possibly be abroad. Immediately investigate the residents of Jinfeng community and, additionally, have the technical department trace the identity of the individual who sent me the message. Understood. Zheng Guotao's gaze turned anxious, his mood increasingly irritable. The situation in Kuan City remains unresolved, and now such a malignant case has emerged in the central district. This individual might genuinely be contemplating rebellion. Just thinking about it made his back damp with cold sweat. He decisively picked up the phone and dialed an internal number. Hello, Special Police Team? This is Zheng Guotao from the headquarters. Report to the headquarters within 10 minutes. Bring heavy weaponry. Someone is planning a rebellion. 5 minutes later, the headquarters building was ablaze with light, while the identity of the individual who sent the alert remained untraceable. All details regarding the location and individuals in the video were thoroughly investigated. The technical department reported that the source of the alerting phone could not be traced. But that was of little consequence, as long as the suspect could be located. Director, we have pinpointed the current location of the suspect. It is at the Honglinmen Center on Huayuan Street. Good. The special police will apprehend the suspect at Honglinmen, while our headquarters personnel secure the scene at Jinfeng Community. It is currently 2 a.m. By 2:30 a.m., conclude the operation without sirens and show no mercy. Understood. Zheng Guitao lit a cigarette, smoking irritably. He aimed to resolve the case at the minimal cost, wagering both his career and the reputation of the entire Sioux City police force. In the private room of the Red Romance 202, after 3 exhausting hours, Zhao Yi found himself utterly fatigued. All 3 technicians possessed remarkable skills, and throughout the session, he envisioned them as Chun Sini, allowing his pent-up emotions to finally be released through fervent expression. Once he regained his composure, thoughts of Lin Feng and Chun Sini's legitimate boyfriend, Wang Gang, intruded upon his mind. Coming from a privileged background, how could he possibly be outdone by an outsider and a seemingly inconsequential individual? Wang Gang could be excused, as he was, after all, a high-achieving student with genuine talent. Yet that young man he had encountered today was nothing of the sort, and he exhibited an audacious demeanor. He resolved that when the opportunity arose, he would certainly rid himself of this thorn in his side. Extinguishing his cigarette, Zhao Yi prepared to take a shower and rest before devising his next plan. At that moment, however, he heard the rapid approach of footsteps outside, suggesting the presence of more than one individual. His seasoned instincts stirred a pang of alarm within him. Could it be a raid? Yet he quickly regained his composure. He was an experienced hand. The transaction had concluded, conducted entirely in cash, and all used items had been disposed of. Even if a raid were to occur, they would have no leverage against him. After all, he was merely a weary worker seeking a legitimate massage, was he not? Suddenly, the door to the private room was violently kicked open, and a group of uniformed, heavily armed personnel surged in. A dozen menacing guns were aimed squarely at Zhao Yi, who lay on the bed, stunned and bewildered, his mind racing to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Most absurdly, the insignia on their uniforms read Special Police. Were not Special Police typically engaged in addressing severe terrorist incidents? What could have brought them here? Had the public safety in Sioux City deteriorated to the point where special forces were now involved in vice operations? The authorities seemed to have no tolerance for idleness. Who are you? Are you insane? Zhao Yi attempted to rise and confront them, but a cold barrel pressed mercilessly against his forehead. Do not move. Raise your hands and resist not. You have no escape, should you persist in defiance. We will execute you on the spot. Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback, a bitter laugh escaping him as he failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. What is this? I merely came to find a couple of ladies, and you dispatch special forces? Have you lost your minds? Do you think I will file a complaint against you? Before he could finish his retort, two special police officers pinned him onto the bed, securing his hands with silver handcuffs. What madness is this? Why are you arresting me? Even if I were soliciting, it is not within your jurisdiction. Zai, one of the officers declared, introducing himself as Captain Wang Ji of the Special Police. Are you denying the charge of solicitation? How could it not be solicitation? I sought the services of two technicians, which may not be conventional, but I am single and unashamed. What does your deployment of special forces signify? Are the technicians part of the control department? Captain Wang scoffed, retrieving a tablet from his pocket, swiftly manipulating its screen before presenting it before Zhao Yi. Still defiant. You ought to reflect upon your actions. This is Sioux City, a prosperous region within the Yangtze River Delta of Huaxia. You truly possess audacity. Having constructed a private arsenal at home is one thing, but to brazenly threaten an assault on the official authorities of Sioux City? Are you contemplating rebellion? Witnessing a figure on the video, identical to himself, arrogantly shouting while his home is cluttered with an array of weaponry, Zhao Yi was instantly drenched in sweat. This individual could not possibly be him, nor were these weapons his. Yet, the location depicted in the video was undeniably his residence. Why was this happening? His mind was a blank slate, his worldview unraveling. When confronted with phenomena that defy scientific explanation, one often loses the capacity for rational thought. Wang Ji picked up the tablet and coldly inquired, "What do you have to say for yourself now?" "It's not me. You must believe me, I've been framed. Only when faced with the grave reality do you shed tears. We will take you to the scene for a fingerprint comparison, and then we shall see what you have to say. Take him away." Chapter 47. The first rebel of Huaxia. It seems he shall languish in prison. Emerging from the confines of Honglingmen, Zhao Yi felt utterly disoriented. A sense of helplessness enveloped him. Oh, but his parents were both employed by the authorities. They had considerable connections. Surely they would rescue him. I must find my parents. Your father and mother? They have already been detained, and their positions have been suspended. Why? As officials, how could they overlook the fact that their son has concealed arms with the intent to rebel? Why do you think? No, I am innocent. Wang Ji, uninterested in further conversation, dismissed him. Innocent? With irrefutable evidence before you, you still dare to argue. This man is beyond redemption. The entire neighborhood was under the vigilant watch of the Sioux City police. To avoid inciting panic, Zheng Haitao had minimized the commotion. Unit 802 had been taken over by the City Bureau's Major Crimes Division. As Zhao Yi stepped into his familiar abode, a wave of dread washed over him, causing his legs to tremble. How could a once peaceful home now be filled with arms? Now you understand fear? It's too late. A middle-aged officer approached. His tone as frigid as ice. Captain Wang, this individual is in your custody. Thank you for your assistance. Wang Dong politely acknowledged Wang Ji before turning his cold gaze toward Zhao Yi. I am Wang Dong, the captain of the Major Crimes Unit responsible for your case. You are truly deranged, amassing these weapons with the intention of leveling Sioux City? I'm being framed. Huh? Framed? We have matched the fingerprints. Those on the weapons belong to you, and the surveillance for the entire building has conveniently malfunctioned. Was this your doing? And no, you must believe me. What about my parents? Can I see them? Please, I am innocent. I have been wronged. Trust me, you must believe me. Despite Zhao Yi's desperate explanations and cries, they fell on deaf ears. The evidence was insurmountable, and he could only await the consequences of the law. This matter could not be entirely suppressed. The following morning at 8 o'clock, as the Chun family enjoyed breakfast at home, they sat in bewilderment before the television. The composed morning news anchor was reporting the latest developments from Sioux City. In the upper right corner of the screen, a small photograph prominently displayed Zhao Yi. However, the content was somewhat alarming. Chen Wangshan initially thought he had misheard, but after scrutinizing the image for a considerable time, he confirmed that the individual depicted was indeed his employee, Zhao Yi. The Chun siblings exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's astonishment. Zhao Yi had been apprehended by the police, with the origins of the munitions in his home remaining unclear. Nonetheless, the irrefutable evidence of his nefarious intentions against the security of Huaxia left no room for his defense. The police of Sioux City and the anti-terrorism unit would convene for a joint examination. Zai a terrorist. How could this be possible? Chen Wangshan clutched a bun in his hand, unable to take a single bite. Soon, his phone rang, prompting him to answer promptly. Hello. This is Chen Wangshan from the Sioux City Police Department. All right, I will be there immediately. After hanging up, he had no time to waste. He turned to the Chin siblings and said, the police are seeking information about Zhao Yi. You two continue eating and XINE if the police approach you. Do not speak recklessly. Okay, Dad, I understand, Chin Sinny replied. As she watched her father leave in haste, She could no longer contain her excitement. She playfully slapped Chen Jie on the back of his head, exclaiming animatedly, "This guy is finished, right? Do you think Mr. Lin had a hand in this?" Chen Xinyi's eyes gleamed with exhilaration, her enthusiasm palpable. Chen Jie, rubbing his head and grimacing, protested, "Sister, why did you hit me? That hurt." He was perplexed. The notion of secretly harboring arms and inciting rebellion was utterly absurd. Moreover, he recalled that just last week, he had hosted a gathering at his home, inviting the entire HR department, including their sister. How could he have smuggled so much weaponry in such a short span? "Come on, speak up, little brother," Chen Jie urged. "Cough, cough. Sister, you were at his house last week, right?" With such a brief interval, transporting all that would be quite a feat, especially arms. "Do you think it's feasible?" Indeed, Sioux City is rife with surveillance. It would be impossible to move them without detection. Could it be? Don't ask, and don't dig too deeply. Can we truly comprehend the machinations of those more adept than us? Little brother, I adore you. Thank goodness you introduced me to Mr. Lin. Otherwise, you would still be prancing around before me. Chen Jie chuckled with pride, pulling out his phone to tap the screen a few times, suddenly displaying shock. "Sister, there's a video circulating online. Show me," she exclaimed, unable to suppress her excitement on such a momentous day. The video on the phone depicted Zhao Yi in his home, organizing weaponry. Chen Jie opened the comments section, discovering the overwhelming consensus among viewers. "Incredible. The foremost trader of Huaxia," echoed countless times in the comments, numbering in the tens of thousands. A truly spectacular sight. "Sister, his parents were also taken in for questioning overnight, and a massive corruption case was uncovered, involving over 5,000 in bribes. Serves them right. This entire family is nefarious. Little brother, do you think I've been saved?" With arms dealing, rebellion, and his parents embroiled in scandal, it was rumored that He had been apprehended during a solicitation. "I see no way out for him." Chen Jie observed his sister's exuberant demeanor and couldn't help but jest, "Sister, what has you so elated? As far as I know, our father has lined up numerous suitors for you. You are far from positioned to be so smug." "Ouch. Sister, what are you doing? That hurts." Chen Xinyi tugged at Chen Jie's ear, sneering, "You seem to revel in my misfortune, don't you?" "No, dear sister. I am merely providing you with intelligence." "Then what do you propose? Shall we pay Mr. Lin to assist us?" "Please let go of me." Chen Xinyi released her grip, frowning as she inquired. "You had better come up with a reasonable solution." "Sister, I am no oracle. How would I know what to do? Moreover, you can't expect Mr. Lin to always be your problem solver, can you? Are you suggesting we should eliminate every suitor? That is not my intention, but at this rate, I will eventually crack under the pressure." "Well, that is simple enough. Just give Mr. Lin a call. Seek his assistance, regardless of whether he will help. Shouldn't we express our gratitude? And perhaps consult him as well? Little brother, I must say, you can be quite astute at times. I shall call Mr. Lin immediately." Chen Xinyi, unable to contain her eagerness, retrieved her phone and dialed Lin Feng's number. Chapter 48. What a cunning strategy. It is primarily born of compassion. "Xiaoxue, you are even more radiant than before. It's been a few days. Oh, spare me the flattery. When will you come to Shanghai to see me? All right then, let us agree that you will come to my home for a meal. Sound good, moi? Shameless. By the way, do take care. I've heard there has been quite a commotion in Sioux City. The police presence on the streets of Shanghai has notably increased. It's nothing serious. Just a madman with a few concealed weapons claiming a rebellion. It won't stir up much trouble. Regardless, do remain vigilant. If you miss me, text me. All right, I'll hang up now." Lin Feng ended the call, feeling quite pleased. He had been discreetly eliminated. This notorious rebel of Huaxia would spend the remainder of his days in prison. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Ding. Received real-time intelligence 1. A grateful heiress has come to express her thanks, seeking guidance on how to gain her father's acceptance of her boyfriend. It seems I have become quite the consultant. Nevertheless, Lin Feng held a favorable impression of Chen Xinyi. She was straightforward and knew when to retreat, showing no sign of hesitation even when it came to the matter of 400. Most importantly, she did not pry into Zhao Yi's fate. Overall, this brother-sister duo was quite impressive and worth befriending. Lin Feng opened the door, and Chen Jie eagerly asked, "Brother Lin, are you surprised? Isn't it curious how I came to know your home? Ha, the door across from yours. Was it not where you nearly met your end? Have you forgotten? Brother Lin, it seems nothing escapes your notice. All right, come in." The siblings entered, and Lin Feng poured them each a cup of tea, asking, "What brings you here today?" "Mr. Lin, I will forego any unnecessary pleasantries. I will not inquire further. Thank you. No need for formalities. I have stated before that with the right funds, even the Buddha can assist you. However, Miss Chen surely has other matters to discuss today. See, sister? I told you so. Chen Jie became animated again, as if Lin Feng's prowess reflected his own. Chen Sini shot Chen Jie a glance, and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, asked, "Do you have a way for my father to accept my boyfriend? I can pay a consultation fee. Never mind, having received payment once. This time I shall offer my counsel free of charge." Mr. Lin, thank you so much. You truly are a kind-hearted individual. Lin Feng remained composed, a thought flickering through his mind. Ding. Acquired hidden information too. Chen Wangshan is a rather traditional man who upholds the principle of parental arrangement in his daughter's marriage. Yet he is also a loving father. If his daughter were to become unexpectedly pregnant, he would compromise and hold a grand wedding, ultimately embracing his son-in-law over time. Chen Sini's future husband is bound to be a person of great promise. Missing this opportunity would undoubtedly lead to regret. I suppose I am indeed a good person to the end. However, the method is somewhat underhanded. It depends on whether Chen Sini can accept it. There's a way, but it hinges upon your willingness. Mr. Lin, please tell me. I am willing. Really? Yes. Lin Feng shrugged and smiled. It's quite simple. Just force a marriage through pregnancy. What? Mr. Lin, are you suggesting that I should become pregnant first? Ah, you are clever. Indeed, become pregnant first, then confront your father, and it will suffice. Brother Lin, do you think my sister will be harmed by our father? This lad is truly dim-witted. How could he even pose such a question? Even a tiger would not harm its own cubs. Rest assured, Boss Chin's temper is not so explosive. Trust me and proceed this way. If you doubt it, just wait. Miss Chun and your boyfriend's fate is not lacking. They will eventually achieve a fruitful outcome. With a swift motion, Chen Sini stood up and pulled several boxes from her bag, tossing them directly into the trash bin. Chen Jie looked down and discovered they were condoms. Hey, cease. Wait for me. Where are you going? To create life. 5 minutes later, Chen Jie reluctantly exited Lin Feng's home. Brother Lin, do come to visit me when you have time. I'm rather busy, so I probably won't have the opportunity. Perhaps fate will bring us together again. Bang. Chen Sini truly impressed him. Her execution ability was strikingly robust, unhesitatingly resorting to such a cunning strategy. After all, this family, aside from Chen Wangshan, did not resemble a typical one. Lin Feng took out his phone to check his balance, and his spirits soared. With a balance of 4,700, he was nearly halfway to his small goal. Lin Feng's plan was straightforward. When he ventured to the magical city, he ought to have at least a modest target, lest he fail to impress, especially in front of Qin Shui. Yet, there remained numerous antiques in the virtual warehouse unsold, and he certainly could not rely on Chen Wangshan for that again. Focusing attention on a single individual could easily attract scrutiny. However, the antiquities market here was notoriously harsh, and lingering about could easily draw unwanted attention. Ding. Acquired real-time information 1. Please proceed to the window and look down. Without hesitation, Lin Feng approached the window and gazed below. There lay a junction bustling with traffic, a complex transportation environment. Ding. Acquired future information 1. At 2:12 p.m. tomorrow, an elderly person will be struck down by an electric bicycle at the junction below, and you may have the opportunity to act heroically. What? Lin Feng was amused, pondering the absurdity of it all. Being a good person had seemingly become an addiction for him. Helping the elderly? Wasn't that just inviting trouble? Why should he assist someone if he wasn't the cause of their plight? Ding. Congratulations on successfully eliminating a malicious scoundrel, thereby contributing an ounce of love to this world. Special task completed. Reward points earned. 15. Remaining points. 188. 500. Item reward. Future experience modifier X1. If this was the rationale, Lin Feng found it rather enlightening. Had it been articulated sooner, he would have realized that aiding an elderly person was a commendable endeavor, one he would naturally wish to partake in. Since childhood, he had been taught through his school books to be helpful and compassionate. A person of his caliber was rare. Encountering him was indeed a stroke of good fortune for others. Suddenly, a notification chimed on his phone, a news alert. Lin Feng glanced at it, unable to suppress a smirk at the grim news. Zhao Yi, the mastermind behind the arms smuggling case, succumbed to a sudden illness while in custody and died after failed medical intervention. How tragic to meet such an end. Yet, Lin Feng felt no sorrow. Rather, he found it somewhat amusing. It was a case of reaping what one sowed, and his demise was hardly lamentable. The following day, at 3:05 p.m., Lin Feng sauntered downstairs for a stroll. He found himself at a crossroads, lighting a cigarette as he patiently awaited his target's appearance. Chapter 49. The Well-Meaning Common Man. This lad was bound to be duped. The Jinghe Garden development had been around for about 7 or 8 years, once considered a premium property in Sioux City. However, time had transformed it into an ordinary mid-range community amidst economic growth. Its merits lay in the well-rounded amenities surrounding it: dining, entertainment, and public transport, all exceedingly convenient. In the distance, the door of a pig trotter rice shop stood firmly shut, permanently out of business. Rumor had it the owner had undergone over 20 stomach washouts, yet continued to feel nauseous. A pitiful fate, indeed. Lin Feng, too, gleaned a bit of wisdom from this. One ought to harbor more kindness. If one wished to commit wrongdoing, one must possess equal prowess. At precisely 2:05 p.m., the traffic at the crossroads was moderate. He crouched beside a cluster of trees, scrolling through his phone, yet his attention was solely on the intersection. In the distance, a taxi halted in front of a supermarket, and a gentleman in his 60s emerged from the back seat. Clad in a blue cloth shirt, black trousers, and a pair of fabric shoes, he exuded vitality. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the man without immediately rising. The individual matched the age described in the intel and possessed an extraordinary aura concealed beneath his simplicity. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired. Target identified. In 5 minutes, an out-of-control electric scooter will careen towards him. Due to its speed, he will be unable to evade it, resulting in a fractured right leg that will leave him incapacitated. Indeed, it was this individual. If he was to assist the elderly, then the man's identity was surely significant. He was no ordinary person. Ding! Character information acquired. Name: Zhang Bin. Age: 65. Personality: kind-hearted, upright, optimistic. Identity: Professor of Archaeology at Magic City University, President of the Magic City Antique Association, Archaeologist, Level 1 Antique Appraiser. Mood: serene. The thoughts of Lin Feng wandered as he contemplated that Sioux City was far more suitable for living than the bustling metropolis of Magic City. After retirement, he mused about finding a way to relocate here to enjoy a peaceful twilight of life. Suddenly, a revelation struck him. This seemingly ordinary old man was, in fact, an archaeologist and the president of an archaeological association. This meant that the ancient artifacts he possessed might finally find their rightful place. An alert chimed, indicating the acquisition of real-time intelligence. This elderly archaeologist, while lacking wealth and power, could provide access to numerous high-quality clientele through his rescue. The immediate priority was to sell all the antiques he had on hand, as cash was of utmost importance. Another alert sounded, revealing future intelligence. There were only 50 seconds remaining before an out-of-control electric scooter would collide, resulting in an impending accident. Lin Feng extinguished his cigarette and focused intently on the scene. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, filled with dread. "Quick, move aside!" Zhang Bin, upon hearing the commotion, jerked his head up, terror flashing in his eyes. His body attempted to evade the danger, but his reflexes failed him. A deafening crash echoed as the electric scooter collided with a nearby utility pole, sending the rider flying over a meter, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Another alert confirmed the acquisition of real-time intelligence. The rider, having operated the scooter recklessly, lay in a state of unconsciousness with 5 broken ribs. Remarkably, he had survived the fall. Lin Feng's attention shifted to Zhang Bin, who was slumped against a flower bed, his phone shattered nearby. My leg hurts so much. Can someone please call an ambulance?" He gasped, cold sweat beading on his forehead, the agony in his right calf overwhelming him. Yet, the onlookers around him hesitated to assist. Some even took a step back, their expressions filled with apprehension. Lin Feng sighed internally, reflecting on the changing times and the erosion of compassion among the masses. However, he could hardly blame them. The prevalence of gruesome incidents had bred a chilling indifference. It seemed he would have to embody the role of a benevolent citizen himself. While the elderly man had sustained serious injuries, Lin Feng reasoned it wise not to assist him directly, as doing so could lead to complications. After all, the character of the elderly man's family was unknown, and the risk of being falsely accused loomed large. It was not worth putting oneself in jeopardy for an act of bravery that might lead to unwarranted trouble. "Shall we call the police or summon an ambulance?" someone suggested. But others dismissed the idea, arguing, "Why should we call an ambulance for someone who wasn't even at fault?" The crowd unconsciously retreated, quickly widening the gap between themselves and Zhang Bin, their faces etched with caution, devoid of any semblance of empathy. "My leg hurts so badly. Could someone please call an ambulance? I'm not trying to scam anyone," Zhang Bin pleaded, nearing the brink of unconsciousness, his calf swollen alarmingly, a clear indication of a fracture. At that moment, Lin Feng stepped forward, leaving the crowd in astonishment. They had assumed that this young man was sheltered from the harsh realities of society. Young brother, you should think twice, one bystander warned. This act of assistance could lead to the ruin of one's family. One must consider the well-being of their parents. What is your status, your identity? To dare to extend a helping hand? Are you willing to gamble with your life? We cannot entirely blame these individuals, for they are mindful of past experiences. The crisis of trust arises from numerous factors. However, some individuals lack compassion and merely use the fear of being wronged as an excuse for their indifference. Lin Feng's expression momentarily faltered, yet he resolutely declared, I believe that the elderly gentleman is a good person. I'm simply an ordinary citizen with a warm heart. With that, he straightened his posture and approached the man. Zhang Bin was also taken aback. There are not many young people of such integrity these days. Goodness, how courageous. This lad is truly naive. This is dire. I must inform the elders at home to prepare some money. If my son were this foolish, I would slap him senseless. I'm not exaggerating. This young man will undoubtedly be taken advantage of. The crowd shifted from caution to cautionary advice, now merely spectators. Their hearts were not so pure. If Lin Feng were indeed deceived, it would highlight their own sagacity. Unfortunately, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Lin Feng reached Zhang Bin's side, helped him to his feet, and dialed 120 for emergency assistance, while also reporting the incident to the police. However, within a minute, Lin Feng's phone rang again. Hello, who is this? Greetings, we are from the emergency center. A sudden situation has arisen. The ambulance has been in an accident and may not arrive promptly. Additionally, it will take over half an hour for another vehicle to be dispatched. Could you possibly take a taxi to the nearest hospital? Lin Feng was speechless. How could such a situation occur? Who could he turn to for justice? All right, I understand. After hanging up, he resolved to wait for the police vehicle to arrive, which could also transport them to the hospital. Yet, his phone rang once more. Hello, this is Lin Feng. What? Stuck in traffic? An ambulance has met with an accident? Lin Feng was astounded. How could such absurdity occur? There was no choice left. It seemed he must rely on himself. He sighed. Sir, the ambulance has encountered an accident, and the police car is also obstructed at the scene. If we call for help, it may take a while to arrive. This is troublesome. What should we do? My leg hurts so much. Forget it. I shall carry you. Without hesitation, he hoisted Zhang Bin onto his shoulder, and as he passed the wrecked electric bike, he effortlessly lifted the unconscious rider onto his other shoulder and swiftly vanished from the crowd's sight. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. To carry two individuals weighing nearly 300 pounds with such speed was extraordinary. Was this man even human? Chapter 50. The heroic spirit is truly admirable, a self-taught prodigy. Is this lad a superhero? Goodness, to carry almost 300 pounds and still move so swiftly. Has he practiced lightness skill? This is unbelievable. This young man is indeed a marvel. Everyone disperse. He will take these individuals to the hospital and will have to cover the costs up front. When the families arrive, he will likely face accusations of fraud, and then they will truly understand the perilous nature of society. It cannot be said that they are cold-hearted. Rather, the prevailing social ethos is disheartening, leaving ordinary people unable to take such risks. Once wronged, one risks not only their reputation, but also their very livelihood. Lin Feng deliberately slowed his pace, displaying signs of fatigue, giving the impression of merely being a seasoned practitioner superior to the average person. In the emergency room of the First People's Hospital of Sioux City, Lin Feng entrusted two individuals to the doctor, advancing 5,000 yuan for their medical expenses. Approximately 10 minutes later, the traffic police arrived at the hospital. Upon learning that both injured parties had received timely treatment, they expressed profound gratitude towards Lin Feng, praising him profusely and even mentioning their intention to present him with a banner of commendation the following day, which Lin Feng graciously declined. At 5 p.m., Lin Feng encountered Zhang Bin once more in a private hospital room. His foot was encased in a cast, yet he appeared to be in good spirits. Mr. Zhang, I hope you are well, Lin Feng inquired. Thank you, Xiaolin, Zhang Bin replied. What thanks are needed? It was merely a fortunate coincidence, Lin Feng modestly stated. No, there are not many who act heroically these days. Had it not been for you, my leg would have been irreparably damaged. At 65 years of age, Zhang Bin, now in his twilight years, held life in high regard. He felt genuine gratitude towards Lin Feng for saving him. What about the driver? Is he all right? Lin Feng asked. Yes, fine, just a mild concussion. However, your timely assistance was crucial. Otherwise, any delay in treatment could have led to serious repercussions. His family is looking for you to express their gratitude. Lin Feng was indifferent to the notion of gratitude. Saving the driver was due to the fact that it was unintentional, and he had only acted to avoid Zhang Bin, which led to the accident. His primary concern was Zhang Bin. According to the intel, saving him would usher in prosperity. But where was that prosperity? Staring blankly at each other in the hospital room? What was so intriguing about an elderly man? Ding. Acquired real-time psychological insight 1. As an archaeologist, my salary is decent, and I have savings of hundreds of thousands. But would it be too meager to offer this young man? It seems I can only present him with a cherished collectible as a token of gratitude. A collectible? Lin Feng was taken aback. It appeared the old man was about to reveal something significant. However, it seemed somewhat different from his expectations. He was seeking resources. As for treasures, he had plenty. Yet, having saved a life, it would be foolish not to accept. Doing good deeds was commendable, but one must never toil in vain. Xiaolin, you are truly a noble young man. The debt of gratitude for saving my life is unforgettable. However, my finances are limited. I do possess a valuable item, a long-time collectible, which I present to you as my token of appreciation. With that, he retrieved a palm-sized box from his bag and handed it to Lin Feng. Ding! Acquired real-time intel 1. This unassuming box contains a Ming Dynasty jade statue of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, valued at 500. It is the most precious item he possesses. The old man was quite generous, yet Lin Feng, having seen such items before, felt less excitement. What was the use of so many antiques if he couldn't find a way to sell them? Ding! Important reminder 1. Demonstrate your expertise and prowess in antique appraisal. The recipient is a highly esteemed elder in the archaeological community. If recognized, you will gain access to the resources you desire. Although Lin Feng had no expertise in antique appraisal, the system did. Wherever he went, nothing was left untouched. What was this item? In my early years, I stumbled upon a treasure at the Panjian Antique Market in Beijing, a jade statue of Ksitigarbha, a most precious artifact, which Xiaolin has graciously gifted to you. What? Such a valuable item. I cannot possibly accept it. Lin Feng exclaimed, declining while lifting the lid of the box. Inside lay an exquisitely crafted jade Buddha statue, remarkably detailed. Yet upon closer inspection, its surface bore significant signs of wear. Ding! Item information acquired. Name: Ksitigarbha jade Buddha statue. Era: Ming Dynasty, during the reign of Zhu. Material: natural Hatian jade. Color: pale green. Condition: minor surface wear, otherwise well preserved. Value: 300. If sold at an auction, it could fetch up to 500. Evaluation: a highly collectible antique. Indeed, one must acknowledge that the spirit of altruism is truly rewarding. One may attempt to cultivate flowers without success, while inadvertently nurturing willows in their shade. Had it not been for the ambiguous intelligence of the system, I might have genuinely believed it to be a source of positive energy. Now it was time for me to showcase my own skills. I desired the statue, as well as the resources it represented. Ahem, it's far too precious. If I am not mistaken, this statue is crafted from natural Hetian jade, and the minor surface wear does not indicate a flaw in the jade itself, but rather the marks of time. The Ksitigarbha statues are uniquely carved using techniques from the Ming Dynasty. Though there are slight imperfections, they are far more valuable than modern machine-carved jade artifacts. Judging by its hue, the jade used for the statue is of upper-middle grade Hetian jade, exhibiting a natural pale green color with minimal impurities. I suspect it originated during the Ming Dynasty under Zhu Di's reign. It is worth at least 300. I wonder how much Mr. Zhang acquired it for. Lying in the hospital bed, Zhang Bin's mind momentarily short-circuited. His mouth slightly agape. He wore an expression of disbelief. Just by holding it and glancing at it a couple of times, he had nearly deduced the statue's intricate details. No, it was a remarkably thorough summary, flawless in its accuracy. Moreover, the speed of appraisal was astonishing. During his own time at Panjiayuan, he had faced numerous challenges and required extensive confirmations before he could even approximate its value. To think that a mere accident would lead him to encounter a prodigy. Filled with excitement, Zhang Bin contemplated the field of archaeology, a niche profession often occupied by seasoned veterans. Given the current climate, fewer young individuals are choosing this path than ever before. Mr. Zhang, this item is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. No, you must take it. Otherwise, my conscience will be troubled. Zhang Bin insisted, his demeanor turning serious, his tone brooking no argument. But, Xiaolin, you are most deserving of it. I simply wish to know where you acquired your knowledge of antiques. Was it in university? I'm self-taught. What? Lin Feng replied, his tone tinged with melancholy. I am an orphan. I studied computer science in college, but dropped out. Since childhood, I have been fascinated by ancient texts and relics, and, through time, I have inexplicably come to understand quite a bit. Zhang Bin's eyes widened, his gaze as round as longan fruit, his voice trembling. You taught yourself? Well, sort of. To achieve such a level of understanding through self-education is truly extraordinary. Yet, Lin Feng's demeanor did not suggest deceit. And a person willing to act with valor must undoubtedly possess a noble heart, rendering it impossible for him to mislead Zhang. This is a naturally gifted individual who has encountered a true genius within the realm of antiques. Chapter 51. The Heart for Talent, where those in higher positions facilitate matters. Ding. Acquired insight into character psychology too. A self-taught prodigy, a rare encounter in a century. I, Zhang Bin, am fortunate to meet in my twilight years. And even more rare is the presence of a young man of impeccable character. Such a treasure. If he were to immerse himself in the field of archaeology, his future would undoubtedly be boundless. However, one must not force matters. Otherwise, one might fall to a lower standard. Ultimately, it depends on Shaolin's willingness. I cannot dictate another's life. Behold, this is what it means to be both virtuous and talented in old age. No moral coerción. No insistence on others pursuing what they do not love. This exchange of information has significantly elevated Lin Feng's admiration for Zhang Bin. Shaolin, you are still young. Have you ever considered entering the field of archaeology? Huh? The archaeology field? Mr. Zhang, are you involved in it? A proud smile graced his face as he retrieved a black card from his pocket. Ding. Acquired real-time information 1. A business card crafted from metal, which holds no intrinsic value, yet serves as a key to many doors. Goodness, is this akin to a pass? Shaolin, this is my business card. Take it. Lin Feng accepted the card, glanced at it, and feigned surprise. Mr. Zhang, do you hold so many titles? Mia Taitzes, Vice President of the Antique Association of the Magic City, Professor in the Archaeology Department of Magic City University, Archaeologist, First-Class Antique Appraiser. So, you are indeed an intellectual. It has been quite some time since I encountered such an outstanding young man. However, despite your exceptional talent, if you remain isolated, neglecting to acquire new knowledge and engage with new experiences, your abilities will stagnate. Shaolin, are you inclined to enter the archaeological circle? I fear that is not feasible. I have other matters to attend to. Very well. Everyone has their aspirations, and I shall not impose upon you. Yet in these times, possessing an additional skill opens up further opportunities. This card is exclusive to my students. With it, you can access all the museums in the Yangtze River Delta that are not open to the public and witness many precious artifacts. Furthermore, possessing this card grants you entry to all antique market auctions in the Yangtze River Delta, allowing you to entrust them with the auctioning of any antiques in your possession. This is a splendid opportunity for you to expand your knowledge. Lin Feng was secretly astonished. He had heard that wealth could accomplish great feats, but witnessing firsthand how prestige could confer privileges was enlightening. The extent of power, inaccessible to the ordinary person, was beyond his imagination. Incredible, indeed. Quality resources are now at hand. The intelligence has proven to be trustworthy. Lin Feng feigned politeness. How can this be? I cannot accept the statue and keep the card. That would be inappropriate. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Moreover, venturing into those places will truly test your discernment. A misjudgment could lead to financial loss. Mr. Zhang, thank you immensely. It is nothing. I also wish to contribute to the advancement of archaeology in China. The future belongs to you young people. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Feng took his leave. At the hospital entrance, he was halted by a middle-aged couple. They are the parents of the reckless driver. And upon learning that Lin Feng had saved their son, they insisted on offering him a token of $1 as gratitude. Unable to refuse, Lin Feng reluctantly accepted the money and hurriedly departed. What began as a quest to cultivate quality clientele unexpectedly resulted in a windfall of several million into his account, an amount far too substantial to exhaust in a lifetime. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, Lin Feng returned to the antique market. Despite its modest size, the market harbors an auction house deep within, a place not accessible to just anyone. On his first visit, he noticed several security guards stationed at the entrance, with the interior aglow and filled with luxury vehicles in the parking lot. At that time, the intelligence indicated that it was an area he could not enter. This time, however, Lin Feng was well acquainted with the surroundings. The guards remained at their posts as before. Alert! Real-time information acquired too. Private auction house. Assets exceeding 8,000 or possessing a certain special identity is required for entry. Present Zhang Bin's business card, and you will enjoy unobstructed access, along with a reserved seat. What a privilege! Lin Feng approached the entrance, only to be halted by the security. These guards were not elderly men, but rather professionally trained individuals hired from a security firm, demonstrating both skill and high standards. Sir, this is a private establishment. Entry is restricted. Lin Feng produced a black card and handed it over. Upon inspecting it, the young guard's expression shifted to one of surprise as he exclaimed, "Ah, you are a student of Vice President Zhang. My apologies for the inconvenience. Please do come in." "Hello, could someone please come out to receive a student of President Zhang?" The guard communicated through his radio, and shortly thereafter, a stunning woman clad in black silk approached to greet him. "Greetings. You must be a student of Professor Zhang?" "Indeed, hello, I am Lin Feng. May I inquire if you are here to attend the auction or to consign items?" "Aren't you going to verify my information?" Lin Feng wondered, intrigued that he was granted entry without further checks, as that card could potentially allow anyone in. "Professor Zhang has already provided us with your information at Xinyuan Auction House. Your identity has been verified. Throughout the Yangtze River Delta, you may access our auctions freely." What a boon. Saving that person was undoubtedly worthwhile. Having connections at the top makes matters much easier. Nonetheless, it seemed rather hasty to proceed directly to consigning items. "Is there an auction happening now? I would like to observe." "There is an auction commencing in 5 minutes. Please follow me." Lin Feng followed her into the auction hall, where he was seated in the third row. The position was impeccable, offering a clear view of the proceedings. The auction venue was approximately the size of a large cinema screening room. As he surveyed the surroundings, Lin Feng noted that it was nearly filled to capacity. Alert! Real-time information acquired 1. Guests in the first 3 rows of this small auction house possess special identities. Those in the rows beyond have personal assets of at least 8,000. Indeed, the affluent are numerous. Those who do not reach this echelon will forever remain oblivious to the spectacles within. Suddenly, the lights in the hall brightened. A hostess, standing at 170 centimeters and adorned in a cheapao, gracefully ascended the stage. "Greetings, everyone. The auction is about to commence, featuring a total of 8 exquisite items. I wish you all the best in acquiring your coveted treasures." Lin Feng felt a surge of anticipation. This was his inaugural experience at an auction. He wondered if he might seize an opportunity to discover hidden gems. The atmosphere around him grew increasingly vibrant. Having left empty-handed last time, he was determined to gain an advantage this round. After all, he had polished his skills and was resolute not to overlook any opportunities. It seemed that auctions were fraught with pitfalls. While counterfeit items may have diminished, discrepancies in quality and inflated prices were all too common. The risk of incurring losses felt more severe than that of purchasing a fake. Chapter 52. The Treasure at a Bargain Price. An Unexpected Encounter with a Female Patient. Beep. Acquired Item Information 7. Yuan Dynasty Blue and White Porcelain Bowl. Significant Flaws. Starting bid 100. True Value 20. Republic of China S. Jade Guanyin with 1,000 hands. Preservation Level Low. Starting bid 50. True Value 3. Qing Dynasty Embroidered Shoes. Flaws concealed through restoration. Starting bid 20. True Value 2. Ming Dynasty White Jade Inkstone. Moderate Preservation Level. Starting bid 50. True Value 100. Song Dynasty Glazed Vessel. Moderate Preservation Level. Starting bid 10. True Value 80. Ming Dynasty Square Box. High Preservation Level. Starting bid 5. True Value 50. Lin Feng finally comprehended Zhang Bin's words. While one could gain knowledge by attending such events, a lack of self-control could lead to losses far exceeding those in the external market. The items here were merely a game of semantics. There were no fakes. Yet the reality was even darker. The frequent misalignment of quality and inflated prices had become the norm. As for the auction house, they were indifferent to these matters, as their commissions depended on high selling prices. This place was indeed a nightmare for novices. The tuition fees began in the millions. The competition for these items was fierce. Even the white jade, inkstone, glazed vessel, and square box, despite their low starting bids, ultimately sold for prices exceeding their true worth. There were many novices present, with few truly knowledgeable participants. Lin Feng felt a twinge of disappointment. He had perhaps been too naive. However, viewing the situation from another perspective, if he were to secure any of these items, he could very well reap significant profits. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the auction of our final item for today, a piece of artwork with an unknown era. The seller cannot specify its age, only that it has been passed down through generations. Please direct your attention to the big screen. An image of a painting appeared, resembling a landscape, crafted on notably aged paper with numerous damages. Was this not the Traveling Through Streams and Mountains, a masterpiece by the Tang Dynasty artist Li Xixuan? long believed to be lost? How absurd. Were they treating us as fools? This was preposterous. The money was not ill-gotten. Could an authentic piece ever emerge from the annals of history? If this were genuine, I would eat my words live on air. Whispers filled the air as a group of pretenders offered their unsolicited critiques. Yet, Lin Feng stared intently at the painting, his pupils shimmering like gemstones in the darkness, radiating a mysterious glow. Beep. Acquired real-time information 1. The artwork, Scenic Journey Through Streams and Mountains, attributed to the esteemed artist Li Feng, has long since vanished into the annals of history. The individual who consigned this painting for auction, desperate for funds and utterly ignorant of the world of antiquities, remains oblivious to its true worth, which is estimated between 2,000 and 3,500. It is noteworthy that this piece has been lost for ages, and upon its rediscovery, it is likely to garner significant acclaim, with its value poised for substantial appreciation. Lin Feng, overwhelmed by a wave of self-reproach, wished to reprimand himself for his earlier nonchalance regarding the auction. He had initially perceived it as an ordinary event, yet now it seemed he had stumbled upon a veritable treasure. Surrounding him were those woefully uninformed, oblivious to the painting's significance. Leaning back in his chair, he maintained an impassive demeanor, betraying no hint of emotion. The auction item in question was a painting by the Tang Dynasty artist Li Feng, though it was likely not an authentic piece. The seller claimed it had been passed down through generations for 2 centuries. The starting bid was set at 20. A profound silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to place a bid. Lin Feng's heart raced with excitement, yet he knew he must temper his enthusiasm. As the final minute approached with no bids placed, the item appeared set to go unsold. With a sudden resolve, Lin Feng raised his hand and made his bid. 20. Once, 20, twice, 20, thrice sold. The process unfolded seamlessly, devoid of competition, and Lin Feng successfully acquired the genuine artifact. After the auction concluded, he blended into the crowd, drawing no attention as he departed. Half an hour later, stepping out of the auction house, he felt invigorated. Although he had not sold anything, he had fortuitously secured a priceless treasure at a bargain price, a stroke of luck not afforded to everyone. Deciding to leave the premises to avoid drawing any unnecessary attention, Lin Feng contemplated future sales, knowing that with Zhang Bin's business card, he could return at any time. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Lin Feng, is that really you? A striking woman clad in shorts and black high heels stood not far away. Removing her sunglasses, she revealed a captivatingly feminine visage. Lin Feng was taken aback to recognize Chen Han, Qin Shui's close friend, who had been particularly thorough during a recent medical examination. Why the expression, "Are you unhappy to see me?" she teased. Chen Han, don't be ridiculous. I missed you, he replied. Stop with the nonsense. Remember that outrageous examination? Chen Han's face flushed slightly at the memory. By the way, how have you been feeling lately? What? Are you looking for another examination? That's out of the question. I already have a boyfriend now. And with you and Xiao Shui having established a relationship, we must not complicate matters. I was genuinely inquiring about your health. Don't misinterpret my intentions. Enough with your mischief. I'm perfectly fine. I went to Shanghai for a checkup, and the doctor echoed your sentiments. Lin Feng, what exactly transpired that night with Wang Yao and Wang Qingqing? Lin Feng felt a jolt of anxiety. Such matters were best left unspoken. Nothing much, just a routine checkup, he replied evasively. Just like the one you gave me? Just as Lin Feng struggled to navigate this probing inquiry, a robust voice interrupted their conversation. A well-dressed young man with an air of sophistication approached them, exuding charisma and the unmistakable confidence of a successful professional, likely earning a 6-figure salary. Upon seeing Lin Feng, he was momentarily taken aback and cautiously inquired, Han, who is he? He is the boyfriend of a friend of mine, she replied. Wang Yao and Wang Qingqing's? No, you haven't met him. Oh. The young man appeared suspicious, his gaze towards Lin Feng filled with wariness. Ding. Real-time intelligence acquired 1. Having exerted immense effort to pursue his goddess, a successful figure in the financial realm, he was exceedingly anxious about the possibility of losing his girlfriend. Seeing her engage in lively conversation with a young man intensified his unease. After all, he was a successful individual. How could he lack confidence in the presence of a woman? He had merely exchanged a few words with Chen Han, so why the overreaction? However, the intel revealed that this lad had invested considerable effort to win Chen Han's affection, which made his fear of loss entirely understandable. If he were to discover that Lin Feng had conducted an unconventional physical examination for Chen Han, he might very well resort to violence. Lin Feng shuddered at the thought, deeming it best to keep that matter to himself. All right, I'll reach out via phone later. Chen Han seemed quite fond of him, clearly wishing to avoid any misunderstandings. Ding. Future intelligence acquired 1. In 10 minutes, this elite figure in finance will face a grave misfortune. Chapter 53. Heed my advice. The vinegar jar has been overturned. Lin Feng was taken aback, his curiosity piqued. What transgression had he committed to warrant such a predicament? Or had he merely encountered an unfortunate event? Ding. Real-time intelligence acquired 1. This financial elite, earning an annual salary of 200,000, has never engaged in illegal activities and is a principled practitioner. Aside from being particularly sensitive to the hard-won love, he possesses no character flaws. This was indeed puzzling. How could he land in prison under such circumstances? Regardless, this matter did not concern Lin Feng, and approaching them might easily lead to misunderstandings regarding his relationship with Chen Han. The fact remained that he had indeed conducted a physical examination, and there were aspects her boyfriend likely had never encountered. How awkward that would be. Ding. Important reminder 1. The core of this system is to promote positive energy. Every hidden evil lurking in the shadows will yield substantial rewards for you. Damn. The dogged system is tempting me again. Lin Feng glanced at Chen Han, who was about to vanish into the crowd, and hastily followed her. Han, who was that person just now? I told you he has my friend's boyfriend, the one I've mentioned, Qin Shui, currently in Shanghai. Oh, Su Handong, are you suspecting me? Not at all, I was merely asking. Such distrust, perhaps we shouldn't continue our conversation. Han, I'm just anxious, afraid of losing you. Forget I asked. Please don't be upset. All right then, let us not overthink things. Yes, let us go explore and see if we can find anything worthwhile. Su Handong worked as a supervisor at a financial firm in Sioux City, earning a handsome salary of 200,000, showcasing remarkable capability. Chen Han was also in finance, and their acquaintance stemmed from their professional connection. When one possesses wealth, idleness often ensues, and lately, he had developed a fascination for antiques, thus seizing the weekend to accompany his girlfriend on a leisurely outing. Lin Feng maintained a respectful distance from the pair. His curiosity still piqued regarding the circumstances that could lead to such a misfortune. At that moment, Lin Feng noticed a slender young man approaching, blocking the path of the two individuals. The stranger pulled out a dark object from his tattered pocket and began his introduction. Ding. Real-time intelligence acquired. This is a bronze bracelet, originating from the Zhou dynasty, ancient and invaluable, a national treasure in private collection, a transaction set to conclude at 50. Goodness, this is extreme. Are they all counterfeit, or is a national treasure truly being offered? Lin Feng hastened towards the trio. Su Handong was admiring the bracelet, his eyes filled with affection for it. Sir, 50 is quite reasonable. This is undoubtedly an antiquity. Su Handong, 50 is not a trivial sum. Do not act impulsively. It's all right, this piece would look splendid on you. Sir, you possess discerning taste. It is a blessing for this lady to be with you. Seeing that she could not dissuade him, Chen Han ceased to argue. Given his financial means, spending 50 on such an item seemed entirely justifiable. Wait, suddenly, a jarring voice interrupted. Why are you here again? Su Handong glared at Lin Feng with evident hostility. Lin Feng, is there a problem? Tianhan instinctively inquired, aware of Lin Feng's capabilities. I advise your boyfriend against purchasing this item. It would be wise to refrain. Initially, there seemed to be no issue, but witnessing his girlfriend's trust in Lin Feng ignited a surge of jealousy within him. What is wrong with it? Is it toxic? Or counterfeit? What I choose to buy has nothing to do with you. Had it been before, he would have simply walked away. This is neither counterfeit nor toxic. But I advise you to heed my warning. Handong, you should listen to Lin Feng. He speaks with reason. Han, why do you always consider his words? Who is truly your boyfriend? Su Handong retorted. What do you mean by that? Chen Han's brows furrowed, her tone growing icy. At that moment, the spirited young man cast a glance at Lin Feng and chuckled. Sir, you seem to meddle in matters that do not concern you. They wish to make a purchase without your financial involvement. Indeed, did I use your money? Just because you say not to buy, I shall buy it regardless. Su Handong directly pulled out his phone to scan the payment. Right in front of Lin Feng, the transaction was completed. I have purchased it. What can you do about it? I'll warn you. Keep your distance from Han. Su Handong, have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you spouting? I'm not speaking nonsense. I care about you. By now, the crowd had begun to swell, with Su Handong visibly agitated. Chen Han felt embarrassed and prepared to leave the scene. The spirited young man, having stealthily slipped away from the gathering, quietly departed. Suddenly, several burly men emerged from the crowd, forcefully pinning the spirited young man and Su Handong to the ground. Don't move. We are the police. Raise your hands. You are suspected of illegally trading national artifacts and are under arrest. With a face full of terror, she exclaimed, "Is there some mistake? Selling national artifacts? Where are the artifacts?" One officer seized the black bracelet from Su Handong's hands and coldly stated, "This is a bronze relic from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. We have been monitoring this individual for quite some time. He has sought 5 buyers without success. Why did your boyfriend purchase it? 50 is no trifling amount. Can you honestly claim that he was unaware this was an artifact?" Shenhan fell silent. The officer was correct. If you truly did not recognize it as an artifact, why were you willing to pay 50 for it? I am innocent. I genuinely had no idea it was an artifact. Please let me go. Be truthful with us. Do you know anything or not? We must investigate to ascertain the truth. The police do not wrongfully accuse. If there are no issues, we shall release you. No. Please allow me to explain. I simply found it beautiful and wished to purchase it for my own collection. I am speaking nothing but the truth. Su Handong Bani. If he were arrested and his company found out, he feared he would lose his job. At that moment, regret washed over him as he glanced at Lin Feng, silently pleading for help. Unfortunately, Lin Feng merely lit a cigarette, showing no intention of speaking. "Take him away," with a wave of his hand. The plainclothes officers forcibly escorted the anxious young man and the despondent Su Handong away. The crowd of onlookers murmured among themselves before gradually dispersing. After finishing his cigarette, Lin Feng looked at the still-dazed Shenhan and sighed. "I did my best, but he wouldn't listen." "Lin Feng, did you realize this was an artifact rather than an ordinary antique?" "Indeed, that is why I followed. I'm sorry. He is a good person, but I fear giving him a reason to doubt me." As she spoke, tears began to flow unbidden down her cheeks. Ding. Real-time psychological insight acquired. What should I do? Should I ask Lin Feng to help save Handong? But he doubted him just now. How can I seek his assistance? This fool is driving me mad. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward, yet Lin Feng remained composed. Behind the smuggling of artifacts lies a syndicate that must be dismantled, but he would not make promises. Ding. Important hint acquired. Eliminate the artifact smuggling syndicate discreetly, and you will receive unexpected rewards. Chapter 54. Unable to assist, the cunning artifact smuggling syndicate. An unexpected reward certainly cannot be mere points or simple items. Lin Feng was filled with anticipation. The system had never let him down. Shenhan remained lost in thought, seemingly unable to process her boyfriend's inexplicable arrest. Hadn't she pursued Su Handong for quite some time? Why did she appear so concerned about him? Ding. Real-time psychological insight acquired. What if he ends up in prison? No, I must find a way to save him. A boyfriend as wonderful as him is irreplaceable. I wonder if Lin Feng has a solution. Perhaps I should plead with him. The heart of a woman is as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. They often speak contrary to their true feelings and are prone to stubbornness. Without the system, one could hardly discern their innermost thoughts. This murky situation was one he wished to avoid. Addressing the smuggling syndicate and rescuing Su Handong were two distinct matters. Moreover, he spoke truthfully, without connections or backing. He could not help anyone. Ding. Future intelligence acquired. In 2 days, the police investigation will reveal that Su Handong has no ties to the smuggling syndicate. His purchase of a national treasure was purely coincidental, and he will be released without charges after appropriate counsel. Chen Han looked pitiful, and, considering the physical examination, Lin Feng remarked, "Sister Han, I certainly cannot save anyone. I have no connections with the authorities, and thus cannot help." "Ah, even you cannot do anything?" She sighed, feeling helpless. Chen Han's eyes dimmed significantly as she lowered her head in silence. Ding. Gained real-time psychological insight 1. What should I do? If even Lin Feng cannot help, will Su Handong truly end up in prison? I must find a way to save him. What does it mean that even I cannot help? Have I truly become so formidable in others' eyes? Lin Feng believed it would be prudent to offer her some reassurance. After all, she was a close friend of Qin Shui and held a considerable trust in him. However, based on my assessment, your boyfriend should be fine. You must trust the Sioux City police. I deduce that as long as the investigation reveals no connection to him, he will be released in approximately 24 hours. Really? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Chen Han's face brightened with surprise. Yes, more or less. Tell your boyfriend that the antique market is quite treacherous. He should refrain from speculating on his own. In such a market, do not trust just anyone's words. Now I must take my leave. Her eyes gradually regained their luster, as Lin Feng's words instilled her with renewed confidence. For some reason, this man exuded a remarkably dependable aura. Reflecting on the events that transpired that night at Qin Shui's home, Chen Han felt her cheeks flush. Would she have competed with Qin Shui for a boyfriend had Su Handong not appeared? 10 minutes later, Lin Feng returned home, eagerly opening the virtual map to locate the antique market. Ding. Points, 1,000, remaining. 187500, target location confirmed, activating virtual surveillance. A blue holographic screen materialized, and the images on the virtual display gradually sharpened. A shop came into view. Tianbao Antique Shop. Lin Feng recalled having passed by this establishment several times. It was one of the larger antique stores in the market, complete with an expansive rear courtyard. From a bird's-eye view, a small container truck was parked in the backyard of the antique shop. Several young men emerged from the container, locking the door behind them. Ding. Gained real-time intelligence. 1. A small container truck, filled with artifacts ready for relocation, will depart in 1 minute. They are indeed relocating artifacts. It seems the events of the day have aroused the smuggling gang's vigilance. In the footage, a middle-aged man emerged from the courtyard. His hair was white, and his gaze was exceedingly cold, suggesting a nefarious disposition. Is everything ready? Boss, it's all set. We can transport it now. Be cautious on the road. Given the earlier incident today, we must proceed with care. If these items are seized, it could cost us our heads. Rest assured, we will exercise utmost caution. Remember, once you arrive at the destination, park the vehicle and leave. Do not linger, and do not concern yourself with anything else. Understood, boss. The group climbed into the vehicle, starting it up and departing via a back road from the market. The virtual lens split in two, with one half following the container and the other remaining focused on the market. Ding. Gained character intelligence. 1. Name, Song Liang. Age, 40. Personality, suspicious, ruthless, decisive mood, gloomy, anxious. Inner thoughts. Wang Dushing has fallen. This matter is rather peculiar. I did not expect trouble to find his way to me so swiftly. The person who dispersed the goods this morning has been apprehended. Although he is unaware of my exact circumstances, with the investigative prowess of the Huaxia police, they will undoubtedly unravel the threads of this mystery. Fortunately, I have been well prepared. What a coincidence. This individual is acquainted with Wang Dushing, and their relationship appears quite amicable. However, it is not unusual for a smuggler of cultural relics to associate with a tomb raider. Yet, Song Liang is evidently far more cunning than Wang Dushing. After the container truck departed, he once again lifted his phone to his ear. Hello, it's me. At the safe point in the southern suburbs, a container truck with the last digits 554. Drive it to the northern suburbs and leave immediately. Do not concern yourself with anything else. After hanging up, he tapped a few times on the screen, seemingly sending a message. Soon after, a young man in his 30s emerged from the courtyard. Ding. Acquired character information. 1. Name, Chenjun. Age, 30. Personality, meticulous, ruthless, mood, calm. Inner thoughts. I must execute the boss's orders diligently, transferring this batch of goods to a location known only to us. How incredibly shrewd. Such a method is quite ingenious. Lin Feng felt as if he were watching a film. Ajun, head to the northern suburbs. You know the location. If those delivery men are spying, ensure they remain silent. Rest assured, boss, I will manage it flawlessly. This individual was swift and succinct, departing immediately after speaking. Before Lin Feng lay a virtual display divided into 3 sections, with Chun Jun also within the surveillance range. Half an hour later, the container halted in the southern suburbs, and the delivery personnel swiftly vacated the scene. The second group arrived 5 minutes later and drove away with the vehicle. Approximately 40 minutes later, the car reached the designated area in the northern suburbs, where Chun Jun took over the vehicle and proceeded deeper into the northern suburbs of Sioux City. Before long, the container entered a hilly area, winding its way into a secluded valley. The group parked the vehicle in a cave, then procured several large stones from the vicinity to seal the entrance. After ensuring everything was secure, they departed calmly. The process was remarkably smooth, indicating that it had been rehearsed numerous times, and the cave had been prepared in advance. In the uninhabited hilly region, there was no signal, let alone surveillance cameras. Concealing the stolen goods here would undoubtedly evade detection. What astonished Lin Feng the most was that the route taken by the vehicle either lacked cameras or the cameras were malfunctioning, ensuring a complete absence of surveillance. TSK, TSK, TSK. These smugglers of cultural relics are truly cunning. Ding. Acquired future intelligence. 1. The police will act at 4 a.m. to conduct a surprise search of the Tianbao Antique Shop. Is this even possible? Truly remarkable. Chapter 55. I am assisting you in relocating the goods, and the police can wrongfully accuse individuals? What a stroke of luck. Indeed, the spirited young man who was apprehended could not withstand the pressure. Perhaps the police uncovered a lead through that connection. However, What left Lin Feng most apprehensive was the meticulousness of this criminal organization. It is indeed remarkable how one can anticipate the actions of the police. No wonder he has managed to remain concealed within the antique market for so long without incident. Regardless of his prowess, he cannot evade the iron fist of justice. A notification chimed. Points earned. 3. Remaining points, 157,500. Acquired a universal human skin mask and a shrinking elixir. In the next moment, Lin Feng's expression contorted as his body emitted crackling sounds. An unfamiliar figure materialized in the living room. This time, he donned a visage and physique belonging to an original character, non-existent in this realm. Grasping a cap, Lin Feng departed from his residence, making his way to the northern suburbs. Covering a distance of 30 kilometers, with a virtual map guiding him, Lin Feng arrived at his destination in a mere 10 minutes. Thanks to his extraordinary speed, the surroundings were desolate, with only the dim silhouettes of hills discernible in the darkness, resembling monstrous, clawing demons. Truth be told, at this hour, no ordinary individual would venture into such a place. There were no streetlights in sight. Even the slightest rustle of the wind could induce terror or illness. To Lin Feng, the large boulder outside the cave was as malleable as plastic. He effortlessly cleared it away to reveal the front of a container truck. With a straightforward and forceful motion, he unlocked it, uncovering a trove of jars and bottles within. A profound sense of antiquity enveloped him, causing Lin Feng to tremble with exhilaration. A truckload of genuine national treasures, predominantly bronze artifacts. Possession of these national treasures by an ordinary person warrants a life sentence. Lin Feng was taken aback. Song Liang was clearly planning an extensive operation. This audacity was astonishing. While others engaged in the smuggling of artifacts with utmost caution, he boldly amassed an entire truckload, distributing them at low prices in the market. This unconventional approach had indeed allowed him to survive for an extended period. However, one cannot conceal fire with paper indefinitely. Eventually, flaws would emerge. Had Lin Feng not intervened, this operation might have continued to go undetected. A sinister smile crept across Lin Feng's face as he conceived an idea. The cargo hold became utterly empty. All artifacts had been seamlessly transferred into his virtual repository. The more he contemplated, the more thrilling it became. The scene when Song Liang, confronted by the police, vehemently claimed his innocence, only for them to unearth these items, would surely be spectacular. In the darkness, Lin Feng silently exited the valley, leaving no trace behind. At 3:30 a.m., he proceeded to the antique market, depositing all artifacts into the warehouse behind the antique shop. Once home, he collapsed into bed, for the ensuing events no longer concerned him. At 4 a.m., 3 police cars arrived at the quiet antique market. Team leader Wang Dong, accompanied by 8 officers, approached the entrance of Wanbao Antique Shop. They sealed all exits, instructing Officer Zhang to accompany him to knock on the door. The 4 officers dispersed, swiftly blocking all 3 exits. Wang Dong and Officer Zhang rapped on the shop's door. "Who is it?" "Police, open the door." As the door swung open, Song Liang, bleary-eyed, inquired, "What brings you here at this late hour?" "We suspect that you are harboring a substantial quantity of artifacts in your shop." "Artifacts? Are you jesting? I am a legitimate antique dealer. I don't even have any fakes in my shop. Selling artifacts will be a death sentence." "Song Liang, we have received a report and have witnesses. Please cooperate with the search. This is the search warrant." Wang Dong presented a piece of paper to him. A fleeting look of apprehension crossed Song Liang's eyes, but it was quickly masked. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, grateful that he had taken precautions and ensured his safety in advance. Otherwise, he would have been caught red-handed, leading to his utter ruin. With the thought that the cultural relics had already been relocated, his mood lightened. "A search warrant? Why would you search my premises? What evidence do you claim to possess? Who is the person that reported me? This is clearly a setup." Wang Dong fixed him with a cold gaze and said, "Since we were able to issue a search warrant, the police must be fully confident in our case. You are currently a suspect, and we do not require your consent to search this location." With that, he pushed past Song Liang and led 3 officers into the shop. "Boss, what is going on? What do these police want?" Chen Jun emerged from the back courtyard, his tone unfriendly and his eyes filled with hostility. "These officers claim I am harboring cultural relics. How ridiculous! I am merely a law-abiding businessman, and yet I am being slandered. Boss, do they have any evidence?" "This officer says there is evidence and that someone has reported me. This is the search warrant." Chen Jun glanced at the warrant and scoffed. "Do the police think they are so impressive? Our boss is clearly being defamed. What if they find nothing? It's absurd. If you can't find anything, we will continue to cooperate with your investigation. But how can one make a living like this? Are the police truly so overbearing? I will remember you. I will definitely file a complaint. Do as you wish. Step aside and do not obstruct official business. Wang Dong left 2 officers to watch over Song Liang and Chun Jun while he entered the shop with another officer. Team Leader Wang, this place is quite spacious. Therefore, we must conduct a thorough search, leaving no corner unchecked. Can you believe the audacity? The arrested individual claimed that this place conceals a warehouse of cultural relics. Perhaps it is not so exaggerated, but I do sense something amiss, particularly with the owner, Song Liang, who clearly displayed signs of anxiety just now. Team Leader Wang, you are quite impressive. Well then, let us commence the search. It is currently 4:05 p.m. We aim to complete this within an hour. The 2 officers split up, beginning their search from the front hall and moving towards the back courtyard. The shop spanned 2 floors, so the workload was substantial. Song Liang remained composed, confident that the evidence had been dealt with, and they would find nothing. Humph, when they find nothing, I shall see how they conclude this. Song Liang, we possess a search warrant. All our actions are legal and compliant. The absence of findings does not equate to your innocence. This is merely scapegoating. Am I to bear the blame? It seems that rather than a report, it is a rival in the market attempting to eliminate me. You are merely their pawn, correct? Boss, I believe you are right. Our business is thriving, and many are envious. This is truly despicable. Chun Jun played the role of a sycophant, fanning the flames and collaborating seamlessly with Song Liang, his sarcastic remarks igniting fury in the 2 junior officers. Oh, what kind of look is that? Do you wish to strike me? Lawless, and wearing uniforms grants you authority. You can assault someone without consequence, correct? The boss must certainly file a complaint against them. How absurd, defaming public officials. You possess quite a nerve. Regardless, let us see if they can still manage a smile once the search concludes. Ultimately, the 2 young officers managed to restrain their anger, avoiding any extreme actions. At this moment, Wang Dong and his subordinates had completed their search of the 2 floors in the front hall and were making their way to the backyard. Song Liang and Chun Jun exchanged a glance, their demeanor composed. The outcome was already predetermined. This wave of police would inevitably pay the price of apology for this search. Chapter 56. Why the laughter has ceased. What has befallen you? Who permitted you to smoke? What is wrong with me having a cigarette? Have you definitively established my status as a suspect? Do not overreach. Your eagerness to apprehend our boss raises questions about the bribes you have received. Do not attempt to provoke us. It will be futile. Chun Jun raised an eyebrow, slightly disappointed. He had been trying to incite a reaction, yet alas. These officers maintained commendable composure and did not fall for his bait. The sounds of rummaging echoed from the backyard, occasionally accompanied by the thud of heavy objects hitting the ground. Be mindful, the antiques in my shop are not inexpensive. If you damage them, can your meager salaries compensate for the loss? Chun Jun, a skilled fighter with exceptional physical prowess and heightened hearing, furrowed his brow, as if he had caught the sound of a cold snort. In a hushed tone, Song Liang inquired, his expression tinged with unease. I heard a cold snort from the back. You didn't leave anything behind, did you? Boss, how could that be? You have already investigated thoroughly. Song Liang nodded, feeling reassured. The 2 whispered rapidly, drawing no attention from the officers. Xiao Sun, come in for a moment, called Wang Dong, who was searching the backyard, prompting a policeman to step inside. For some reason, a sense of unease settled in Song Liang's heart, despite having dealt with the loose ends. Why do you still feel this way? Stay calm. Do not be anxious. They will uncover nothing. Everything has already been handled in Shandong. It is pointless to frighten oneself. The remaining young officer felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He glanced at it briefly before returning it to his pocket. Outside, several officers responsible for guarding the premises entered, their expressions natural, devoid of any abnormalities. Have you completed your search? What did you find? Song Liang adopted a provocative demeanor. Wang Dong, with his hands in his pockets, regarded him coldly, remaining silent. Found nothing to say? Rest assured, even if you were to kneel and plead, I would still lodge a complaint against you. Arrest the 2 of them. Wang Dong gestured calmly, issuing the command. 7 officers surged forward, swiftly subduing the 2 men. Although Chun Jun was a master in combat, he was outnumbered and taken by surprise, leaving him with no chance to retaliate. The 2 found themselves adorned with silver bracelets, pressed to the ground, their gazes vacantly fixed on the crowd. Suddenly, Song Liang jolted, shouting, What are you doing? What are you doing? Very well. I shall ensure you are left utterly convinced of your demise. I must admit, your psychological fortitude is remarkable. I nearly believed you were innocent. Wang Dong made his way to the backyard, where the 2 individuals were brought over. Upon witnessing the warehouse, which once housed cultural relics, now ajar and overflowing with objects. Song Liang appeared as though he had seen a ghost, his eyes wide with terror. His mind buzzed, thoughts abruptly short-circuiting. The sight before him felt as if it had shriveled his brain. He distinctly recalled that these relics had been placed in a cave around 1 o'clock in the morning. How could they have suddenly reappeared? It was akin to being struck by a multitude of resounding slaps, his head teetering on the brink of explosion. The intellectual capacity of the two men was evidently insufficient, as they stood there, staring vacantly at the trove of artifacts, their minds utterly blank. Why were they no longer laughing? Their acting skills were commendable, yet regrettably, the police were not swayed by such antics. These items? They would be imprisoned for a long time. They were far too audacious. Wang Dong barked sharply, retrieving his phone to dial the city bureau. Hello. This is Wang Dong from the Major Crimes Unit. We have discovered a staggering quantity of cultural relics at the Wanbao Antique Shop and require immediate assistance. Additionally, please contact the Sioux City Cultural Relics Bureau to send personnel to assist us. Yes, I will secure the scene. Don't arrest me. E.M. innocent. These things aren't mine. Is that so? Once we match the fingerprints, we shall see if they are indeed yours. Even at death's door, you still attempt to argue. It's haunted. It must be haunted. I know it. There are vengeful spirits attached to these relics trying to deceive us. Boss, it's over. We're finished. Be quiet. Damn it. Where in this world are there ghosts? I don't know. No matter how formidable you think you are, when confronted with bizarre events that defy logic and the laws of nature, one must crumble. Humph. Still trying to play tricks, thinking you can evade legal repercussions? Take them all away. Song Liang and Qin Jun were dragged out of the antique shop like lifeless dogs, ushered into the police vehicle. They didn't even put up a fight, not even a struggle. Captain, these two seem to have truly broken down. It doesn't appear to be an act. I concur. It truly is bizarre. Why does this scenario feel oddly familiar? Indeed, do you remember Zhao Yi, the first rebel of Huaxia? Yes, it was he who, until his death, claimed that the arms in his home had materialized out of thin air. Captain, do you believe there are truly ghosts in this world? Stop spewing nonsense. Do you want to lose your job? Didn't you learn anything in police academy? We cannot indulge in idealism. Don't overthink it. Zhao Yi merely succumbed to his fears, having been terrified of his crimes. The man shouting in the video is undeniably him, and the fingerprints belong to him as well. Is there any question remaining? Stop entertaining chaotic thoughts. Focus on your work. Recently, Sioux City has been unstable. Everyone needs to stay alert. Yes, Captain. Soon. Personnel from various units arrived, sealing off Wanbao Antique Shop and erecting a cordon around the vicinity. He had not rested for 24 hours. Casting a deep gaze at the antique shop, he too felt a sense of uncertainty. Zhao Yi's predicament bore striking similarities to the events of today. Could it be that there truly are ghosts? He spat vehemently, regaining clarity, standing under the red flag, with roots firmly planted, even if ghosts did exist. He would not be afraid. The following day, at 11 o'clock in the morning, Lin Feng was roused from his slumber by the vibrations of his mobile phone. He sleepily picked up his phone and opened the news, where the local headlines featured a story he had anticipated. Shocking. An antique shop in the antiquities market has been sealed off for suspected cultural relic smuggling, with suspects and relevant personnel already under police control. Chapter 57. Had he truly been frightened to death? A sensational new feature. Groggily glancing at the screen, he suddenly became fully alert. In addition to the news alert, there were several messages from Qin Shui, and surprisingly, Chen Han had also sent him quite a few texts. Lin Feng, thank you. Han Dong has been released. The police say he was fortunate to have a benefactor in the shadows. His luck was good. Otherwise, he might have faced a lengthy imprisonment. Since the smuggling ring has been dismantled, the criminal who sold the wristbands also claimed not to know Han Dong, leading to his acquittal. I'm immensely grateful to you. This matter had little to do with him. Even if Song Liang's gang hadn't been taken down, Su Han Dong would have emerged unscathed. The police were not fools. Lin Feng continued to scroll through the messages, but when he reached the last one, his face turned pale. Lin Feng, next time I visit you, I still feel a bit unwell, so I'll need your help to check up on me. A checkup? Who could withstand Su Han Dong's green hat phobia? Moreover, this examination certainly exceeded the scope of normalcy. There could not be a second occurrence. All right, as long as you're fine, there is no need for an examination. Astonishing. Sioux City has uncovered a smuggling ring following the discovery of tomb raiders. With an involved amount of 500 million, suspects are now under police control, and the case is undergoing further investigation. It appeared the smuggling ring was finished, with clear evidence against them, leaving no chance for a comeback. However, why had the system rewards not yet arrived? He had spent a significant number of points. Surely there wouldn't be nothing to show for it? Lin Feng fidgeted, his gaze filled with uncertainty. He repeatedly brought up the system panel, yet there was still no response. Could it be that he had truly been deceived? Lin Feng cursed the system 100,000 times as hard. After all the effort, only to toil in vain. Anyone would be furious in his position. Once more, he felt his phone vibrate, and he weakly glanced at the screen. But upon making contact with the display, his expression shifted, and he perked up. Could it be that this psychological resilience was so feeble? Lin Feng cursed explosively. He could hardly believe that Song Liang and Chen Jun had both perished. Their deaths bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Yi's, collapsing from sudden illness en route to the police station, ultimately failing to be saved. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired. The two deceased in this news report encountered a phenomenon that transcended the bounds of scientific reasoning, their worldviews utterly shattered, succumbing to acute cerebral hemorrhage triggered by fear while trapped in the vehicle. Indeed, akin to Zhao Yi, they had been scared to death. Lin Feng began to grasp that this system, apart from providing intelligence and enhancing his strength, wielded a true ace in its spiritual attacks. By fabricating bizarre events that transcended conventional understanding, it could effortlessly dismantle a person's resolve. Well, if there were no rewards, then so be it. Who among them was not an aspiring youth? After all, engaging in good deeds was hardly a fault. Ding! The cultural relic smuggling incident has concluded, and the system has prepared a special reward for you. Congratulations on receiving a reward of 10 points, with a remaining balance of 257,500. The activation of the new feature in the comprehensive imaging system has been successful. Ding! Congratulations on successfully activating the time reversal function. This feature, relying on the virtual surveillance embedded in the comprehensive imaging system, allows you to rewind time and observe everything that has transpired at a specific location in the past. This service incurs a fee. Reversing time by 1 month costs 5,000 points, 2 months requires 10,000 points, and so forth, with no upper limit. Note that should you wish to record past events as videos, there is a charge of 5 points for each recording. Ah, how delightful! Sometimes it's unresponsive, yet at other times it offers grand surprises. Although the fees are exorbitant, the capability is remarkable. Theoretically, one could recreate authentic historical scenes as videos for modern release. Coupled with a super hacker card, it renders one a veritable time traveler. Indeed, I'm the chosen one. Lin Feng chuckled with satisfaction. However, upon seeing the balance of points, a sense of dejection washed over him. The points were far too few to squander. Ding! You have 500 unsettled intelligence reports. Please settle them promptly. Lin Feng's eyes lit up with delight, nearly forgetting that he had numerous unsettled reports. A staggering 500 had accumulated. Ding! Intelligence settlement successful. Quantity 500, triggering the maximum settlement. Points gained 75,000. Reward penalty critical hit. Reward points tenfold. Total points gained 750,000. Remaining points 1,007,500. Ding! The system has successfully upgraded to level 5, refreshing the number of attribute elixirs in the store. Behold what it means to be the protagonist, the chosen one. In the blink of an eye, I have become immensely wealthy, and even the system has upgraded. He eagerly opened the store. Indeed, the purchasing limit for attribute elixirs had been refreshed, with the limit for each type of elixir reset to 10. Ding! Points 6 acquired 10 strength pills, 10 speed elixirs, and 10 agility elixirs. Ding! Attribute elixirs used successfully. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 25. Strength, 260. Speed, 260. Agility, 260. Resistance, 800. This data increases in tandem with the enhancement of physical attributes. The energy within him coursed throughout his body, traversing his bones, organs, and meridians, gradually stabilizing before dissipating. Lin Feng's body showed no visible changes, yet he could faintly sense a terrifying power lying dormant within him, akin to a tiger poised to pounce. Incredible! My younger brother has become even more formidable. I wonder whether this is a blessing or a curse for Qin Shui. Moreover, he could feel a significant enhancement in his defensive capabilities. Now, perhaps even a tank shell would not be enough to bring him down. At that moment, voices of dispute erupted from outside the door. Get out of my way. Qintao, are you insane? Do you not trust me at all? What are we even doing as a couple? You must want a divorce, so you're just making excuses. Step aside. I am certain that a man is inside. I can allow you to search. What if no one is there? Then I shall kneel and bow before you. Very well, this is your word, Qintao. Do not regret it. Next door lives a couple. Lin Feng has had little interaction with them. He knows only that the woman does not work while the man toils from dawn till dusk, working tirelessly. They're not locals, but migrant workers. Yet the house next door appears to have been purchased with a mortgage. Lin Feng spends little time at home and has minimal contact with the neighbors. Thus, he remains largely unaware of the residents' circumstances. However, it is evident that the man next door bears a significant burden. Such a man, how could his wife dare to betray him? A thought struck Lin Feng as the virtual screen automatically opened, revealing a full view of the adjacent two-bedroom apartment. Chapter 58, Blindingly Obscene, Astonishingly Imaginative. A man and a woman entered their home and closed the door behind them. The woman's hair was disheveled, arms crossed defiantly as if wronged, while the man's face was contorted with rage. He had long suspected something was amiss with his wife. Her growing indifference and constant complaints were unmistakable. He was no fool. Such a situation typically indicated infidelity. Chun Tao began to scour the apartment, his emotions in turmoil. He was torn between not wanting to find anything, yet fearing the possibility of being made a fool of. Ding. Real-time intelligence acquired. This couple's relationship has deteriorated. The woman, unable to withstand loneliness, has rekindled an affair with her first love while her husband is at work, an act that has persisted for a month. Impressive. Indeed, a heartless woman devoid of conscience. The man appears to be an honest soul, yet one must consider that a man's patience has its limits. The textual information is still too constrained. Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. This newly acquired function was opportune for testing. With ample points at his disposal, Lin Feng felt emboldened. Time retracing sounded exhilarating. Ding. Points, 5,000. Remaining points, 942500. Entering time retracing mode 1 month ago. The virtual haze dissipated, revealing a time clearly not the present. Outside, rain fell as a man and woman intertwined on the bed. Various intricate maneuvers unfolded, leaving Lin Feng utterly astonished. How can they engage in such acts? It appears dangerous, yet they're truly talented. Exciting, excessively thrilling. The visuals were almost too shocking to endure, leaving at a loss for words. Although Lin Feng had witnessed much in life, this still left him astounded. The level of difficulty in many of these actions surpassed even that of the most audacious productions from certain islands. At last, the man and woman separated, and Lin Feng discerned their faces. The woman was Chun Tao's wife, but the man was not Chun Tao. He appeared quite delicate, standing around 170 centimeters tall, slender, almost resembling a monkey. Ding. Real-time intelligence acquired. The man visible in the frame is the lover. He is the woman's first love. Their romance has been reignited for a week, during which they have engaged in intimacy 5 times. My dear, this is quite astounding, is it not? With no work or household chores to attend to, one finds oneself consumed by such thoughts all day long. The adage, when one is well fed, one thinks of lust, holds true. Idleness is indeed a perilous state. The function of time traveling is remarkably intelligent, adept at filtering out superfluous information. Days devoid of infidelity between the two are seamlessly omitted. Lin Feng was astonished to discover that, within a mere month, there were 18 days where the two were inseparable, exceeding half the time engaged in intimate activities. Most astonishingly, the woman had given the living expenses provided by the man to her lover. It is utterly exasperating. Merely contemplating it sends one's blood pressure soaring. The scene transitions once more, the date indicating today. Judging by the light on the balcony, it is likely around 10 a.m. The doorbell in the living room chimed punctually, heralding the arrival of the lover. The woman lunged at him with fervor, and they began to tussle. Lin Feng found himself perplexed, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. The subsequent visuals were swiftly filtered out. Approximately 1 hour later, a knock resounded from outside the door. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The illicit couple was startled into a frenzy, scrambling to retrieve a massive suitcase from beneath the bed. Lin Feng felt a sharp contraction in his mind, nearly rendering him paralyzed. He watched as the man dove into the enormous suitcase with his clothes. The woman hastily zipped it up and shoved it back under the bed before tidying her appearance to answer the door. The ensuing quarrel outside was captured in the footage. It was remarkable and incredibly surreal. The time travel function had rendered textual information into tangible form. It was not only convenient, but also intuitive, albeit requiring an exorbitant amount of points. If unnecessary, it need not be utilized. Yet, the most shocking and paradigm-shattering aspect was the hidden suitcase. While one may have seen individuals escape through windows, hide under beds, or in wardrobes, a suitcase was certainly unprecedented. Chun Tao searched every corner but found no trace of a man. Chintao, do you see any man here? Are you satisfied now? It's impossible. I clearly saw a man frequenting this floor, and I even found used condoms in the trash. Why is there no evidence? You must have hidden him away. You've disappointed me greatly. Humph, Chintao, you are slandering me. There's no man to be found, and yet you cast aspersions. I want a divorce. Why you want a divorce? Indeed, I wish to divorce you, and I have a rightful claim to half of this house. You must compensate me. Why you seek to deceive me out of the house to live with your lover? You are utterly vile. You busy yourself with trifles. Can you even support me? You truly overestimate your worth. We shall go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. Zhang Yun, you are inhumane. Beep. Real-time intelligence acquired too. This treacherous woman plans to provoke her husband with words, aiming for a successful divorce to abscond with money and her lover. The unfortunate man, aware of his humiliation yet lacking evidence, feels a deep sense of frustration. His disappointment in the woman before him drives him toward extreme measures, contemplating a shared demise. Lin Feng was taken aback. This could potentially lead to a fatal outcome, transforming the place into a haunted residence. He did not believe in ghosts or deities. Yet the situation was undeniably unsettling. Damn it, I suppose I'll just owe you one. Ding. Points, 5,000. Obtained a super hacker card. Ding. Super hacker card successfully activated. You are now in virtual identity protection mode. Ding. Points, 1,000 remaining. 937500. Contact information for target Chintao. 139625. Lin Feng picked up his phone and composed a text message. Do not inquire about my identity. Let me inform you that the adulterer is beneath your bed, within the suitcase. Open it, and you shall catch them in the act. Refrain from acting impulsively. Your wife desires a divorce, a division of assets, and plans to elope with her lover. Upon sending the message, Chintao, depicted on the screen, simultaneously retrieved his phone. He forcefully pushed the woman away and dragged the suitcase from beneath the bed. Lin Feng terminated the virtual video connection as tumultuous shouting erupted outside the door. Soon, the residents from both upstairs and downstairs were stirred, and the police quickly arrived. Lin Feng chose not to open the door. He was disinterested in the commotion. He was quite satisfied with the new feature, yet this time it was a complete waste of effort, yielding nothing. Chapter 59. Did I benefit again? A video request from my future mother-in-law arrived. The following days were remarkably tranquil. The neighbor's lover was apprehended. The woman was deemed at fault and left the marriage with nothing. The couple had no children, making the division of assets uncomplicated. During this time, Lin Feng categorized the antiques in his possession. Upon estimation, selling them would garner him over 30 million, coupled with the 5,000 he already had. His personal fortune exceeded 80 million. This was a considerable sum. Today, he planned to visit nearby cities to consign these antiques for auction and prepare to reap the rewards. There was no way he could spend it all. Lin Feng smiled contentedly, having transformed from a nobody into a wealthy individual in roughly 2 months. May the Buddha bless me. I bow in gratitude to Chintao. I understand your compassion, unable to bear the suffering of mortals, which is why you sent me that message. Now that the grievances have been resolved, I shall embark on a new life, committing to more charitable deeds to repay your kindness. Peering through the peephole, Lin Feng observed Chintao kneeling outside, his expression one of sincerity, hands clasped in prayer. Had this fellow been so shaken that he had lost his mind? Ding. Acquired insight into the character's psychological state. Without that mysterious message, I would never have caught the adulterer. The inner demons would have led me to self-destruction. Such power must surely come from the Buddha. From henceforth, I shall be his devotee. This incident had inadvertently turned him into a follower of Buddhism through his good deed. Perhaps he should inquire about a referral fee tomorrow. In this entire episode, the greatest loser was himself. Chintao. Oh Chintao, should you stray into wrongdoing in the future, I shall be the first to ensure you face the consequences. He could only indulge in his verbal frustrations. What else could he do? Ding dong. Is anyone there? Just as his impotent rage surged, the doorbell rang, accompanied by Chuntao's voice. What business does this fellow have knocking at my door? Has he exposed himself? He promptly dismissed the unreliable thought and opened the door. Sir, I'm your neighbor, Chuntao. Oh, I know. I heard about the previous events. Weren't you divorced? What brings you to me? Ah, forgive my embarrassment, but I have listed the house next door with an agent for sale. What? You're selling? Are you leaving? I'm relocating to a different city. It's a way to restart my life. So why are you here? You were the one who reported the gambling den across the hall, right? That individual must have impeccable character. I would like to leave my keys with you. Just as he was about to refuse, Chun Tao continued, I wish to liquidate quickly, hence I am selling at half price. The agent will handle everything. I merely need you to keep an eye on the property viewings. If the house sells, I can offer you a reward of 10. This fellow, having experienced a tumultuous romantic affair, has truly transformed. Nevertheless, Lin Feng was still reluctant to agree. He felt he had worked hard for nothing, which left him unsettled. If you have any friends in need of a house, you could refer them to me, and I would provide you with a commission, Qintao added. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a jolt of realization, chastising himself for his foolishness. The neighboring 90-square-meter two-bedroom unit, though not ideally oriented and with a subpar layout, still commanded a total price of 300. Half price at 150? Wouldn't T purchasing a guarantee of profit? Have I just been offered a bargain? Lin Feng was astonished to discover that a little kindness could bring forth unexpected fortune, unstoppable in its flow. Although the amount was not substantial, even the smallest piece of meat is still meat. Ahem, my friend, how about selling it to me? Let us finalize the deal now. What? You want to buy it? Really? Oh, thank you so much. All right, I'll reduce the price by another 10. It must be fate. Thank you. I will call the agent right away. Please hold on. The final transaction price was 140, a figure that could scarcely be found even with a lantern. After much effort, he had managed to benefit himself. This time, he would not feel as though his efforts were in vain. Even if he did not reside in the house he had just purchased, he would still profit nearly 160. Such opportunities for profit were not to be missed. In high spirits, Lin Feng decided to video call Qin Shui to strengthen their relationship and share the news. Just as he picked up his phone, it rang. To his astonishment, it was a video request from Qin Shui. Could this be the legendary connection of hearts? Lin Feng did not dwell on it. After all, she was his girlfriend, and they had played cards dozens of times together, so there was nothing to be concerned about. Bare-chested and clad in loose shorts, he reclined on the sofa, lifting his phone and pressing the answer button. The screen lagged slightly before the image appeared. Shui, are you missing me again? Do you long for me or my little brother? He playfully teased, anticipating her blush. However, his smile faltered as he stared blankly at the face on the screen, his mouth dry. Before him was a woman of considerable allure, seemingly in her 50s. From her exquisite features and the subtle charm in her expression, it was evident that she had once been a captivating beauty. Especially striking was her resemblance to Qin Shui, which sent Lin Feng's mind into a whirlwind. He was suddenly drenched in sweat, feeling utterly flustered. On that day, I utilized virtual imaging to locate Qin Shui, and the beautiful woman beside her was none other than her mother. To my astonishment, I inadvertently inquired whether my future mother-in-law preferred me or my younger brother. You must be Xiao Lin, she said. I've heard about you from Xiao Shui. By the way, I am her mother. Auntie, I didn't realize it was you. I sincerely apologize. Lin Feng prepared a dress, feeling that being shirtless was rather inappropriate. It's all right. I've seen much in my time. Besides, you're still a child in my eyes. Auntie, I truly apologize for my rudeness. No need to worry. But I must remind you both that while the joys of life are natural, safety precautions are essential. Wang Suyun chuckled softly, and in that moment, her charm was reminiscent of a woman far younger than her years. It was captivating. One might even say that a woman of 50 could evoke a similar reaction. What am I thinking? How could Qin Shui's mother send me a video request from her phone? Could something be amiss? A sense of unease washed over him, and he quickly asked, Annie, why are you using Xiao Shui's phone to video call me? Do you have time? You should come to Magic City soon. What is going on? Xiao Shui's father has arranged a blind date for her, and I've heard that several commendable young men are pursuing her at school. Indeed, what was meant to happen would inevitably come to pass. However, I'm no longer the same as I was 2 months ago. I have grown stronger, well-equipped to face any challenge. Auntie, do not worry. I will arrive in Magic City tomorrow and will personally visit you. Chapter 60. The Opening Thunderstrike. I shall remain forever free from the green hat of infidelity. In the video, Wang Siyun clearly displayed her surprise. Her daughter had claimed that her boyfriend was exceptional and confident, and it seemed she was right. Yet, was he perhaps too composed? Surely he was unaware of how formidable his competition might be. Ding. Real-time psychological insight acquired. The future son-in-law is remarkably composed, displaying a certain commanding presence and unflappability. However, whether he possesses genuine skill remains uncertain. It appears that he and my daughter have indeed progressed to a significant stage in their relationship. Otherwise, he would not utter such bold words. Lin Feng felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. The embarrassment was unbearable. Xiao Lin, I can only tell you that the situation is quite precarious. Auntie is certainly in favor of Xiao Shui, yet there are numerous obstacles at home. Auntie, I have confidence. Suddenly, the screen went black, and the signal was lost. Yet, Lin Feng felt helpless, like a child, overwhelmed and drenched in sweat. This formidable mother-in-law was no ordinary contender. They say that a tiger's son cannot be a mere dog, yet Qin Shui was so shy. The time when her undergarments inadvertently ended up in my possession was a moment of pure embarrassment. If my future mother-in-law were to question me about whether I had ever tampered with her daughter's undergarments, the thought alone was too daunting to bear. The contrast between mother and daughter was stark indeed. However, this was not the time for such considerations. Receiving news from my future mother-in-law was already a rare blessing. Starting tomorrow, I must ascertain whether anyone dares to mistreat my precious girlfriend. The following day, Lin Feng rose early. After refreshing himself, he activated the remote monitoring system. He verified the target's location in the historical records and opened the virtual screen. Lin Feng felt a twinge of anxiety. Uncertain if Qin Shui would withstand the relentless advances of others and not yield. Enough. I warn you. Cease your pursuit. I have a boyfriend now, and if you don't stop, I'll call the police, she asserted. Xiao Shui, must you be so heartless? The young man groaned, covering his face, ignoring the pain as he continued to trail behind Qin Shui. I told you, I have a boyfriend, she reiterated sternly. And what's that to me? Even if you're married. Divorce is always an option, he retorted, extending his hand towards hers. With a swift motion, she delivered a sharp slap across his face. The young man grimaced, his face flushed with anger and humiliation. I've treated you so well. How could you be so cruel? Zhang Rong, feel free to report me if you wish. Just leave me alone. If you continue to follow me, I will accuse you of harassment, Qin Shui declared before hastily striding towards the school, disregarding the murmurs of onlookers. She entered the university with confidence, undeterred by the whispers surrounding her. Why bother? The pursuer is left with nothing. This woman was undeniably among the top 10 beauties at the school, a fact that could not be denied. Top 10? She could easily claim the first spot if she desired. Regrettably, her boyfriend hailed from Sioux City and was rather ordinary, which incited the ire of her admirers. Zhang Rong seethed with rage, feeling overshadowed despite being a native of the metropolis with a privileged background, unable to compete with a mere commoner from Sioux City. In that moment, jealousy clouded his judgment as he begrudged an unseen rival. Lin Feng, reveling in the spectacle, found it utterly delightful. It was a revelation to discover his beloved girlfriend possessed such a fierce side. Her tenderness was a privilege reserved solely for him. This loyalty to their relationship moved him deeply. The defeated Lin Feng had little interest in the spectacle outside. As the scene shifted to Qin Shui entering the prestigious Magic City University, it was undeniable that the grandeur of this first-rate institution far surpassed that of Sioux City University. With a plethora of handsome and beautiful students, within the halls of this university lay countless affluent young individuals from illustrious backgrounds. Xiao Shui, why haven't you called me? I could have driven you to school. Suddenly, another young man appeared on screen. He stood approximately 180 centimeters tall, with sharp features and a buzz cut, clad in a white tracksuit. By mere presence, he rendered Zhang Rong utterly inadequate. Wang Yin, I advise you to refrain from calling me Xiao Shui. We are not familiar, she warned. Xiao Shui, you are being rather inconsiderate. The economy is faltering, and your father's textile trade has long since collapsed. Do you not realize this? And what of it? Even if his business fails, I can still earn my own living, she replied confidently. Wang Yin paused, a mocking smile creeping onto his face. I hear you've started dating a boyfriend from Sioux City. Not only is he a nobody, but also an orphan. He must be after your family's wealth. That has nothing to do with you, she retorted. People can be treacherous, Xiao Shui. You are too naive and will surely be deceived. Compared to my boyfriend, you wouldn't even be worthy to shine his shoes. Well, I didn't realize you were so deeply infatuated. I wonder how far your relationship has progressed. Wang Yan's complexion turned a dark shade of iron as he wrestled with his indignation. Although his family was not among the elite echelon of wealthy individuals, their assets exceeded 100 million. He was, after all, a second-generation rich kid. How could he possibly be outdone by a mere commoner? How far had he fallen? Did he wish to know? It was as though he were on the brink of fatherhood. Was that satisfactory? He was supposed to be Qin Shui's suitor, only to be subjected to such humiliation. All of this stemmed from that unseen rival. The implication of nearing fatherhood suggested intimacy had been shared, albeit with precautions. Damn it! How dare he vie for a woman that belonged to me? He would pay dearly for this transgression. Lin Feng observed the virtual screen, bursting into laughter reminiscent of a pig's snort. Particularly amusing was Wang Yan's impotent fury, akin to a scene from a mindless idol drama. The tension he had felt dissipated, as he marveled at how resilient love could be, even when reduced to something as trivial as a pair of undergarments. Indeed, the unpredictability of life was astounding. It seemed he was fated to remain forever distant from the likes of Green, with a high-caliber woman like Qin Shui, who could ever hope to pry her away. Suddenly, the frame showcased a group of imposing figures. Each individual was tall and muscular, exuding an aura that suggested they were anything but ordinary students. Leading them was a burly man with yellow hair, his physique radiating immense strength. "Young Master Yan, do you see? Qin Shui is not easy to pursue," he remarked. "Shun Xuesong, do I need to remind you?" Wang Yin retorted sharply. "Do not let your anger consume you. We are both failures now. But must we allow our misfortunes to benefit others?" "What do you mean?" Lin Feng interjected. "When her boyfriend arrives in the metropolis, we could have a word with him." Wang Yin hesitated, casting a cold glance at his interlocutor. "You intend to resort to violence to resolve this?" "Young Master Yin, violence isn't without its merits, wouldn't you agree?" A cruel smile crept across Wang Yan's face. "You are correct. While violence may not be the most astute approach, the identity of the perpetrator is crucial. I shall make Qin Shui see just how weak her so-called true love is in the face of peril." As Lin Feng beheld the two men reveling in their arrogance on the screen, he could scarcely contain his amusement. How utterly foolish these fools were, unaware of their own limitations. They wished to resolve matters through brute force. Before long, they would find themselves on their knees, begging for mercy. Chapter 61. An unexpected high-end friend. "Brother Lin, you are truly a good man." She had surrendered herself, yet he continued to hesitate. A man should embody the essence of masculinity. At 11 o'clock, he boarded the high-speed train bound for the metropolis, a journey of merely 40 minutes. As a neighboring gem of the metropolis, Sioux City not only benefited economically from its proximity, but also enjoyed exceptional transportation links between the two cities. Lin Feng effortlessly located his seat. Although it was in the second-class carriage, the high-speed train maintained a pleasant ambience. Aside from the somewhat cramped seating, there were no significant grievances. With less than an hour of travel, the minor inconveniences were negligible. Moreover, having endured hardships in the past, he retained his humble habits despite newfound wealth. Within the second-class carriage, the majority were everyday citizens. "Hey, I'm sitting on the inside. Mind if I pass?" "Of course," Lin Feng replied courteously. His ticket was for a double seat, with the window side occupied by another. He graciously shifted to allow the other passenger to take their seat. A young man in his 20s, dressed quite ordinarily, exuded an undeniable vitality and radiated an aura of sunshine. However, Lin Feng, being a man himself, held no interest in him. He feared that lingering glances might lead to misconceptions regarding his inclinations, which could spell trouble. The high-speed train gradually commenced its journey, swiftly entering a state of rapid acceleration. In a fleeting moment, a mere 40 minutes had elapsed. At that juncture, the young man beside Lin Feng reached into his pocket, his expression abruptly stiffening. The notification chimed. Ding. Real-time intelligence acquired. To his astonishment, he thought, how unfortunate. In this era, where electronic payments have become the norm and cash is nearly obsolete, encountering a thief seemed an extraordinary stroke of misfortune. Lin Feng, however, did not intend to meddle in affairs that were not his own. Approaching the situation without cause might lead others to suspect him as the thief. The remaining 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the train came to a smooth halt at the station in the bustling metropolis. Lin Feng rose and made his way toward the exit. While everything appeared to proceed smoothly, a reprimanding voice suddenly echoed from behind. At such a young age, already resorting to deceit. How disappointing. With such a handsome appearance, how could you stoop to swindling a mere few dozen yuan? Your parents must be regretting your existence. Your tricks are too amateurish. Heed my warning, or I shall have to call the authorities. The notification chimed again. Ding. Real-time psychological activity acquired. Hastily, Lin Feng merged with the crowd and quickened his pace toward the exit. He found the young man to be somewhat of a fool in today's society, who would lend money to a stranger. At the security gate, 2 officers from the station's police department intercepted the young man and escorted him aside. Lin Feng, following closely behind, observed the scene, his eyes widening in disbelief. Could this be the son of a prominent figure? The notification chimed once more. Ding. Character information acquired. Name, Sun Tao. Age, 24. Personality, cheerful, lively, and optimistic. Identity, heir of Shanghai real estate, the sole son of Sun Guoliang, ranked 12th on the Huaxia rich list. Current mood, anxious, uneasy, and embarrassed. Inner thoughts, this is a disaster. I can't explain myself now. I must remain low-key and avoid revealing my identity, or it will be over for me. Ding. Future intelligence acquired. In 5 minutes, reporters with inside information will arrive at the scene, exposing the young man's identity and landing him on the headlines. Ding! Important reminder acquired. If only you had spoken up sooner. If you had been forthright, this young man would not have been taken by the police. Lin Feng approached the officers just as Sun Tao was about to be led away. Clearly, the police were skeptical of his account. "Excuse me, officers." The two policemen frowned and inquired, "Who are you? Please do not misunderstand. I was seated beside this gentleman." 20 minutes into the journey, he began to search frantically for something. He appeared genuinely distressed, certainly not a deceiver. "Your statement is merely one-sided. Our police require evidence to proceed." Lin Feng remained unperturbed. Within moments, he located the footage from a few hours prior, capturing the moment when Sun Tao was robbed. Lin Feng exchanged for a super hacker card. This time, he opted not to engage directly, but instead utilized a popular influencer's account with 10 followers from Sioux City to publish the video on a short video platform. He chuckled. "Officer, you're quite right, but I too possess evidence." The others present displayed expressions of astonishment. True signs of wealth are often well-mannered, devoid of the foolish arrogance that exudes a sense of invincibility. This is the proper way to engage. Lin Feng took out his phone and remarked, "I only just stumbled upon this short video. A social media influencer from Sioux City recorded the entire theft. If you don't believe me, take a look." He directed the screen towards the officer. The title read, "What audacity! No regard for the law, thieving in broad daylight." Below was the name of the Sioux City Police Department. The two officers glanced at it briefly, confirmed the video's authenticity, and their expressions softened considerably. It appeared to be a misunderstanding, and they felt quite embarrassed. Sun Tao smiled and said, "No worries. It is your duty after all. Rest assured, once we coordinate with our colleagues in Sioux City, we will return your belongings if they are found." The two exited through the station gate. At that moment, a throng of journalists, armed with cameras, rushed over and surrounded the two officers. Lin Feng chose to ignore them, walking towards the exit. However, Sun Tao was taken aback. He was not a fool. How could these two junior officers attract the attention of the press? Clearly, he had inadvertently leaked information about his predicament. Suddenly, he recalled Lin Feng and turned to find he had already distanced himself. He hurried after him. "Excuse me, kind sir, I truly appreciate your help just now." "It was nothing. I indeed saw the video," Lin Feng replied. Sun Tao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, inquired, "May I ask your name?" "I am Lin Feng." "I am Sun Tao." "You're truly a good person, Brother Lin." The number of journalists nearby was increasing, and he felt a chill run down his back. Had it not been for Lin Feng, he would have been in serious trouble. Chapter 62. The life-saving 200 yuan. Which affluent family's young master is this? Brother Lin, I cannot thank you enough. No need for such formality. It was a mere trifling matter, Lin Feng responded. Without your assistance, I would have been in a dire predicament. Haha, it's not that dramatic. The police would not wrong an innocent person. I must take my leave now. Lin Feng feigned readiness to depart, but was called back by Sun Tao, who appeared somewhat awkward and fidgety. Ding. Obtained real-time psychological insight 1. This young man is rather bashful. Quite unlike the typical rich heir. I just remembered, you've lost your money and phone. Here, let me lend you 200 yuan for transportation. That should suffice, right? Really? That would be wonderful. 200 yuan is surely enough. Do you happen to have cash? Of course, I prefer to carry some cash for peace of mind. One never knows when trouble may arise. It's just 200 yuan, nothing to worry about. Lin Feng produced 200 yuan bills and handed them over. Sun Tao received the money with palpable excitement, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Throughout his life, he had never truly understood the significance of money. In his memories, whenever he needed funds, he merely had to voice his request. His family resided in a lavish mansion, drove luxury vehicles, and dined daily on exquisite delicacies or fresh seafood. Yet today, the mere 200 yuan in front of him offered an entirely new experience. Ding. Obtained real-time intelligence 1. The affluent heir, feeling a profound sense of relief, was elated at the prospect of receiving a modest subsidy of 200 yuan. His fondness for the young man before him surged, perceiving him as amiable and helpful, a potential friend worth cultivating. The gesture of providing assistance in times of need is far more precious than mere embellishments during prosperous moments. Thus, Sun Tao's gratitude became increasingly palpable. Given the rarity of encountering such kindness, particularly due to his privileged background, he often found himself surrounded by insincerity, from classmates, household servants, to his father's employees, all of whom treated him with feigned respect and formality. In contrast, Lin Feng's warmth stood out distinctly. Brother Lin, please share your phone number with me, he implored. Since you insist, I shall oblige. However, let us refrain from discussing repayment. We can meet for a meal sometime. I've been to Magic City lately. Agreed, it's settled then. Oh, thank you, Brother Lin. Meanwhile, within a 3-story villa in a Magic City, a middle-aged man was vociferously berating someone over the phone. You steal something and get caught on video. This is what you call professionalism? Furthermore, you missed the reporters at the station entirely. What are you all doing? Damn it, there will always be another chance. I warn you, clean up your act and don't let your mess fall on me. Next time, wait for my signal. As he hung up, he muttered coldly to himself. A bunch of useless fools. Just wait, I shall not fail again. Simultaneously, Lin Feng promptly arrived at the antique market in the Magic City. The scale of this market exceeded that of Sioux City by more than double, with a more rational layout. As he surveyed the scene, he noted the absence of any makeshift stalls, a clear indication of elevated standards. The planning here was evidently far more formal than in Sioux City, with a significantly greater foot traffic, albeit with correspondingly high rental costs. His purpose today was not to seek out bargains, but rather to consign items for auction. After a lengthy absence, returning to the Magic City to consign items would greatly enhance the security of the transaction. Upon reaching the market's end, Lin Feng located the premises of Xingyuan Auction House, the headquarters of the auction event, which was impressively spacious, its grand entrance capable of accommodating 5 trucks simultaneously. Sir, please halt. This is a private auction house. Entry requires an invitation or qualifying identity. A professional security guard intercepted him. Lin Feng produced Zhang Bin's business card and presented it to the guard. Upon seeing it, the guard's demeanor shifted markedly, and he courteously replied, "Ah, you are a student of Vice President Zhang. Please, you may enter. I am not here to attend the auction. I am here to consign items for auction. Oh, you may proceed through the main entrance and turn right. Thank you." As Lin Feng entered and turned right, he spotted a sign indicating the consignment auction area. 10 meters ahead, a separate building stood open, its entrance labeled Consignment Auction Area. However, Lin Feng did not approach immediately. Beep. Real-time information acquired. One of the nation's top antique and cultural relic auction houses, known for its integrity and fairness. Your items will face no risks during auction here, and your personal information will be strictly confidential and safeguarded from exposure. Indeed, I have been overly cautious. Surely, there are not so many conspiracies in the world. Given the grand scale of this event, the Xingyuan auction house must be above reproach. 10 minutes later, the staff member assigned to assist Lin Feng was left in bewilderment. This exquisite white jade inkstone from the Yongjing period of the Qing dynasty started at a bidding price of 80, while the landscape painting from the Song dynasty commenced at 60. The longevity lock from the Qing dynasty began at 250, the Ming dynasty celadon plate at 100, and the imperial seal inscribed by Emperor Qianlong was set to start at 180. Some of these items were salvaged from the antiques market, while others were discovered near Ming dynasty tombs. The remainder were acquired from tomb raiders. Lin Feng chose not to present certain severely damaged or low-value items. To avoid attracting undue attention, he also concealed the genuine work of Li Xixuan, which had been unearthed during his antiquities hunt. It would be wiser to sell it later to the unsuspecting Chen Wangshan. Additionally, items whose value could not be determined by the system were withheld, for the risk of mistakenly selling a treasure would be too great. The female staff member smiled and said, "Please hold on. We need to conduct an appraisal." "Of course," he replied. Soon, several staff members clad in protective clothing and gloves took the auction items away. Within half an hour, the staff member returned with the agreement. "Mr. Lin, everything is in order. You may sign the agreement and then depart. Should the items sell, the funds will be directly transferred to your account. Thank you." With a flourish, he signed his name and departed with grace. The 2 female staff members exchanged curious glances as they watched Lin Feng's retreating figure. Shan, how can someone so young possess such an extensive collection of antiques? Are you foolish? He must be extraordinary. Who knows which affluent family he hails from? Are you swooning again? It has nothing to do with you. Oh, please. Exiting the auction house, Lin Feng took a deep breath. It was already 3 p.m. Suddenly, his phone screen lit up. Qin Shui was calling him. Chapter 63. Do I need your approval to invite my girlfriend? Let us head to the hotel. Hello, Lin Feng. My mother mentioned you would be in a magical city tonight. The voice on the phone brimmed with excitement, revealing her eagerness for both him and her younger brother. I'm already in a magical city, just 3 kilometers from your school. Really? I'm done with classes. Could you come pick me up? Sure. Let me grab a share bicycle, and I'll be there. Wow, riding a bike. That's wonderful. I'll be waiting for you. People often reminisce about their youthful days, and it was evident that Qin Shui was recalling the innocence of her earlier years. Sitting on the bicycle's rack, Embracing Lin Feng's waist must have felt delightful. Lin Feng's thoughts were rather simple. First, he had no car. Second, the congested traffic in the magical city would make taking a taxi a cumbersome ordeal. Thus, he scanned for a shared bicycle by the roadside and joyfully pedaled toward the university. Tonight, he would treat his younger brother. How could he not feel elated? Whistling a cheerful tune, he swiftly covered the 3 kilometers. The majestic presence of the magical city university loomed before him, its rich cultural heritage palpable even to the naked eye. Regrettably, he had never attended university prior to his transmigration. The previous owner of this body had been led astray by a woman and dropped out, certainly a significant regret in life. Look, a handsome guy. I indeed appear quite handsome. Yet alas, riding a bicycle gives the impression of modest means. What if he is an invisible wealthy heir? Huh, you nearly made me laugh to death. An invisible rich second generation? This sounds like something from a romantic drama. I would rather weep in a BMW than smile on a bicycle. These girls possess a narrow vision, and their remarks are superficial. Lin Feng merely chuckled, dismissing the absurdity. As a strong individual, is it not a misallocation of effort to prove one's strength to such pretentious individuals? At the school gate, Qin Shui, clad in form-fitting jeans and a white tank top, spotted Lin Feng from distance. After a prolonged separation, her face lit up with delight as she quickened her pace, eventually breaking into a light run towards him. The charismatic figure of Magic City University, a top contender in the beauty rankings, drew the attention of many students, both male and female. Could it be that Qin Shui is running toward a loser? Rumor has it that prior to his graduate studies, he worked in Sioux City and dated a rather unimpressive boyfriend. Could it be him? What on earth does she see in him? Can he even ride a bicycle? Look, Qin Shui has leaped into that man's embrace. Oh my, I can hardly bear it. Woe is me. The goddess has lost her purity. Why is it that I, with my modest car, am deemed inferior to someone riding a bicycle? It is profoundly unfair. A prize cabbage has been ravaged by swine. Look, the man pursuing Qin Shui is arriving. This is bound to be entertaining. A crimson Porsche roared onto the scene, the throaty engine sound turning heads. Wang Yan was in exceptionally good mood today, eager to flaunt his status at Magic City University. Beyond impressing Qin Shui, he relished the envy of his peers, boys' jealousy and admiration, girls' infatuation and adoration. However, after preparing for so long to make a grand entrance, he was struck by lightning upon arriving at the school gate. He was met with the sight of the aloof Qin Shui, radiating joy, arms wide open, soaring toward another man. This man was taller and more handsome than himself, yet rode a bicycle, a shared one at that. Moments later, they embraced, their lips meeting in a kiss. Lin Feng and Qin Shui shared a passionate kiss, their eyes locked in a fervent gaze as they brazenly indulged in their affection. Witnessing this, Wang Yan felt a sharp pang in his heart, his head buzzing as if he had been struck by a flurry of blows. The world had crumbled. His goddess had been kissed by another. He forcibly adorned himself with the green hat of betrayal, convinced that Qin Shui had forsaken him. You there, stop. Qin Shui, how could you do this with someone else, especially in front of me? What do you take me for? Huh? Little Shui, is this your homeroom teacher? No. Surely one wouldn't dare to date in college? Lin Feng's words elicited a ripple of laughter from the surrounding crowd. As Wang Yan regained his composure, he shivered, realizing his previous faux pas. Who are you? Keep your distance from little Shui. What is your standing? Do you not care about being so intimate in public? Have you considered that little Shui is a girl? Lin Feng, this man seems a bit unhinged, persistently bothering me. I almost want to report him for harassment. Qin Shui whispered, leaning close to Lin Feng's ear. From an outsider's perspective, their closeness appeared exceedingly intimate, having never touched even the hem of her garments. She now audaciously kissed a stranger in front of him, and in such a public setting, it was intolerable. He felt as if he were a mere jester, utterly ridiculous. If he were to lose to some affluent scion of a powerful family, or to a wealthier heir, he could accept that. But this? Who claimed she was his girlfriend? I'm her girlfriend. Is there a problem with that? Qin Shui intertwined her arm with Lin Feng's, her gaze resolute. What do you see in someone who rides a share bicycle? Even if Lin Feng were a mere garbage truck driver, I would still adore him. It is none of your business. Suddenly, on the brink of fury, Wang Yan's expression faltered slightly, his turbulent emotions settling almost instantaneously. He had been blinded by rage, forgetting this crucial detail. For days, he had been contemplating how to bring Qin Shui's boyfriend to heel. He even considered luring him to the metropolis. Yet, here Lin Feng was, having come of his own accord. So you are Lin Feng? Well, I must say, I am quite well known, aren't I? How could the legitimate boyfriend of Xiao Shui not be famous? I never anticipated your arrival in the metropolis. Ding. Acquired real-time character information 1. Haha. It's actually Lin Feng. What a stroke of luck. I had planned to lure you here myself, but you've come to deliver yourself for slaughter. With so many suitors vying for Qin Shui, I need to lift a finger to ensure your downfall. Watch how I play with your fate. Lin Feng. I initially thought Xiao Shui had found new boyfriend, but now that it's you, I feel reassured. Very well. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. Why prolong the conversation with trivialities? Lin Feng wrapped his arm around Qin Shui's waist, smiling. Come, let's take a ride to the hotel. Absolutely, let us hurry along. What a foolhardy endeavor. Hearing their brazen exchange, Wang Yin erupted once more, excitedly exclaiming, Lin Feng, as a guest from afar, I would like to host a banquet in your honor tonight, and I hope you will grace us with your presence. Chapter 64. Only a fool would attend a banquet at Hongmen. You may weep in your luxury car. Ding. Acquired real-time psychological insight 1. A hotel room? Seeking death. Tonight, I will ensure you comprehend the consequences of vying for my woman. Inviting him to a public banquet guarantees he won't decline. After all, one must maintain appearances, and this unsophisticated fellow has likely never encountered such grandeur. My invitation should excite him immensely, no? Truly absurd, self-righteous, and overly confident. He scarcely knows me. Why would I accept such an invitation? For the sake of face? We have no prior acquaintance, so why should I extend him any courtesy? Lin Feng had never encountered someone so brimming with self-importance. He nearly burst into laughter. Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin? Noticing Lin Feng's lack of response, Wang Yin couldn't help but prod him a few more times. Qin Shui frowned, saying, Lin Feng, pay him no mind. This fellow harbors ill intentions, filled with nothing but malice. Upon hearing these words, Wang Yin was consumed with rage. However, in order to ensnare Lin Feng, he suppressed his anger and replied courteously, Xiao Shui, you yist. Given our close relationship, should I not extend my hospitality to your boyfriend visiting the bustling metropolis? His face beamed with an exaggerated smile, almost resembling a blooming flower, leading one to believe that Lin Feng was his dearest friend. Brother, we are not acquainted, and your invitation seems rather presumptuous, Lin Feng retorted. Was the atmosphere so blatantly straightforward? Did this fellow possess no emotional intelligence whatsoever? Was it really necessary to be so overly familiar given our relationship? Never mind. I still wish to embrace and kiss Xiao Shui. Mr. Lin, I simply wish to treat you to a meal, a modest gesture of hospitality. Why do you refuse to accept even a modicum of courtesy? Wang Yan's patience began to wane. He had not anticipated Lin Feng to be so impervious to persuasion. Because you possess no standing, Lin Feng replied coolly. Wang Yan, momentarily rendered speechless by the retort, felt the scrutinizing gazes of those around him. His face flushed crimson. Mr. Lin, you are quite timid, are you not? Are you afraid I might consume you? As a man, that seems rather cowardly. I believe Xiao Shui prefers courageous men. Does she not? Qin Shui, taken aback, exclaimed, Wang Yan, are you unwell? What use is brute courage? Lin Feng's vigilance makes me feel immensely secure in his presence. The goddess of Sioux City University, usually aloof, appeared transformed today, exuding warmth and enthusiasm, revealing the significance of this so-called loser boyfriend in her heart. Wang Yan's insides twisted with frustration. If he did not depart soon, he felt he might explode. All his plans had been disrupted. He had not anticipated Qin Shui's boyfriend to be such a formidable opponent. Reluctantly, he resolved to leave, lest he lose all semblance of dignity. Very well. Since it is so, I shall not press further. I truly did not expect Mr. Lin to be so difficult to invite. I concede my error. He donned a facade of grievance and disappointment, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Beep. Real-time intelligence acquired. Plans to feign camaraderie and incite public opinion against the couple before him, thereby coercing the young man into attending the trap he had set. Lin Feng was unwilling to prolong this tedious encounter. Wang Yin was exceedingly vexatious and needed to be dealt with sooner or later, though certainly not today. Brother, what are you pretending for? I know you have feelings for Qin Shui, as you pick her up from school every day, but she has no interest in you. What nonsense are you spouting? Whether it is nonsense or not is inconsequential, but I assure you I will not accept your invitation to dinner. Save your efforts. They will be in vain. What do you mean? Am I a fool? Why would I attend a banquet of treachery? Am I tired of living? Your invitation to dinner promises no good fortune. Even if you were to treat me to a feast of dragon meat, I would not attend. Besides, Xiao Shui has mentioned your questionable character, deeming you rather unscrupulous. It is wise to limit our interactions. Xiao Shui, You actually said that about me? I merely spoke the truth. Qin Shui mounted Lin Feng's bicycle, wrapping her arms around his waist, openly acknowledging her previous remarks. Xiao Xue, I specifically bought a car for you. Why are you riding a bicycle? He questioned, incredulous. This mere shared bike. Can such a pauper truly provide you with happiness? I am willing. Let us proceed, Lin Feng. Suddenly, an intriguing piece of information emerged. In 1 minute, a 5-car pileup would occur 100 meters from the school gate. Fortunately, there would be no casualties, but a significant traffic jam would ensue, rendering vehicles within and outside the school unable to depart for an hour. This unexpected revelation brought a grin to Lin Feng's face. It truly had nothing to do with him. Even the heavens could not bear to witness his pretentiousness. A mischievous glint flickered in Lin Feng's eyes as he provocatively remarked, "The Porsche 911, worth over $1 million, is indeed swift, yet there are times when it cannot outpace my bicycle." What? Ha ha, Lin Feng, you've lost your mind. I admit no woman has ever stolen your heart, but uttering such nonsense is merely self-deprecation. Oh, then why don't you chase after me? I'm leaving. Lin Feng pedaled away leisurely on his shared bicycle. How could Qin Shui possibly fancy someone like him? It was perplexing. Love was indeed a mysterious phenomenon. Yet, this fellow had become overly complacent, initially basking in fortune, only to insist on boasting about his vehicle. Was that not self-inflicted humiliation? He had become arrogant, emboldened by the goddess's favor, and soon enough, he would face disgrace. Damn it, such a fine cabbage. Why is this not my fortune? Lin Feng pedaled his shared bicycle at a leisurely pace while the Porsche 911 caught up with him, its engine roaring aggressively. Xiao Shui, you should get out of that clunky car. It's quite embarrassing. Not interested, Lin Feng, let us go. All right then. He suddenly quickened his pace and rode off into the distance. Wang Yin, exhilarated, pressed the accelerator, eager to pursue. Initially, he had suffered a loss of face today. Yet this fellow was only digging his own grave by boasting about his car. Can your car really shake me off? That is not a certainty. Lin Feng's enigmatic smile sent a shiver down Wang Yan's spine. Just then, a deafening crash echoed, followed by screams from all around. The entire road descended into chaos, black smoke billowing into the air. All subsequent vehicles came to a halt, completely obstructing the road. Lin Feng's grin widened, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. See, I told you. What is so remarkable about a luxury car worth over $1 million? Can you still chase after me now? Enjoy your laughter in that luxury vehicle while I indulge in sweet moments with Xiao Shui. Farewell. Wang Yin stood dumbfounded, gazing at the congested roadway. His Porsche was utterly immobile, while Lin Feng's shared bicycle nimbly weaved through the crowd, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Damn it. I want to let you off so easily. I will make you pay. In a fit of rage, he punched the windshield, only to recoil in pain, grimacing and howling. Students at the school gate witnessed the entire spectacle, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Is this even possible? That guy has such incredible luck. Chapter 65. What kind of divine mother-in-law is this? What is her name? Auntie? Godmother? Sweet, sweet. Your smile is so sweet, like flowers blooming in the spring breeze. Lin Feng hummed a cheerful tune as he pedaled along, feeling utterly content. This turn of events against Wang Yin was not merely satisfying. It was exhilarating beyond measure. Exuding an air of sophistication requires a certain finesse. Otherwise, acquiring a luxury sports car worth over $1 million merely invites ridicule. In the back seat, Qin Shui's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she received a call from her mother, who bluntly inquired if she had booked a hotel room. All right, I understand. I have protection with me, Qin Shui muttered after hanging up, bemused by her mother's unexpected audacity. Lin Feng, unfazed, chuckled. Perhaps our mother has always been this way. After all, she has been through it all. Our mother? You seem rather comfortable with that term, Qin Shui teased. Isn't it inevitable? Shall we still proceed to a hotel? Forget it. Let us visit our mother first. Otherwise, with my capabilities, I wouldn't be able to accomplish anything in less than 3 hours. Oh, how vain you are. You'll find out tonight, she retorted, her confidence having grown considerably, driving openly becoming a routine for her. Guided by Qin Shui, Lin Feng soon arrived at their destination. The Shanghai Shangrui Garden was a villa community. Though not the most elite, it required a certain level of affluence to own property there. Lin Feng recalled the wealthy second-generation individuals he encountered on the high-speed train. This neighborhood belonged to their family. At the entrance of a 3-story standalone villa stood a charming woman, who approached Lin Feng and Qin Shui with a warm smile. Lin Feng immediately recognized Wang Suyan. He greeted her with a broad smile, politely introducing himself. Hello, Annie, I am Lin Feng, Qin Shui's boyfriend. Wang Xiyun scrutinized Lin Feng, nodding approvingly. Not bad. You have a pleasing appearance. Good genes, indeed. Mom, what are you rambling about? Qin Shui interjected. Nothing much, just casually asking. You haven't gone to a hotel, have you? Wang Xiyun inquired nonchalantly. Are you out of your mind, Mom? How could you even think that after such a short time? Well, that's a relief. You nearly scare me to death, she replied. Qin Shui, utterly perplexed, asked Mom, why are you frightened? It has only been half an hour since your call. If you had considered a hotel in between, never mind, I dare not imagine. Mom, please, Lin Feng is quite remarkable. As soon as she spoke, Qin Shui covered her mouth, her face turning crimson. Xiao Shui, why are you so shy? Your mother merely wishes the best for you. Money is secondary, and looks aren't everything. What truly matters is health. Shaolin. Yes, Annie, I'm here, Lin Feng replied, his heart racing at the unexpected openness of his future mother-in-law. Is such a topic really suitable for casual conversation? How old are you? She asked. I'm 24. Love and desire are natural. As a mother, I understand. How about I arrange for you both to undergo a health checkup sometime? It's essential for both parties to feel secure. Notification. Gained real-time psychological insight. The man my daughter has chosen must possess exceptional qualities. As elders, we should refrain from excessive interference, yet necessary precautions must be taken. Young people, full of vigor, may occasionally find themselves at hotels. Safety and health must never be compromised. Goodness, one rarely witnesses such a mother-in-law, compared to those parents who go to great lengths to obstruct their daughters from pursuing romantic relationships. This delightful mother-in-law appears almost ethereal. Her progressive mindset and transcendent demeanor are truly admirable. Oh, how I adore her. Mother, could you please behave a little more seriously? Qin Shui felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. It was utterly embarrassing. However, Lin Feng held a different perspective. Wang Xiyun was evidently an amiable individual, fully aware of her purpose here. While Qin Shui could confront her mother, she dared not do the same. Relying on a bit of bravado would only lead to a tragic end for their romance. The task at hand was to cater to her preferences and win her approval, ensuring her comfort at all costs. Ding. Obtain detailed character information 1. Name, Wang Xiyun. Age, 49. Identity, Qin Shui's mother, wife of the chairman of Jiuhong Textile. Personality, open-minded, optimistic, kind-hearted, amiable. Hobbies, jade artifacts, playing mahjong, landscape painting, calligraphy. Mood, joyful, surprised. Inner thoughts. I never expected that the boyfriend my little Shui found would be so pleasing to the eye. Wealth is not a primary concern. What matters is his character, and he must possess a sense of propriety. Most importantly, can he accompany me in playing mahjong? That would be perfect. Is this truly her only requirement? What sort of test is this? Lin Feng had prepared himself for potential difficulties, yet he had already become the prospective son-in-law. Shui, don't say anything more. Auntie is right. We should listen to our elders. There is nothing embarrassing about it. Health checkups are for our own good. He provided Lin Feng with a stepping stone, and he was quick to ascend. This simple reasoning left Qin Shui momentarily speechless, even questioning who truly belonged to Wang Xiyun. Look, Shaolin is so considerate. Auntie, this is a jade Buddha head I happened upon. Although it's significantly damaged, it is a genuine relic from the Ming dynasty. Consider it my gift to you. Huh? For me? Yes, I hope you won't think poorly of it. The jade Buddha head, though severely damaged, was clearly of significant value to Wang Xiyun. She might not be well-versed in antiques, but her knowledge of jade was evident. Upon receiving it, a subtle change flickered across her expression. This is ancient jade, isn't it? It should be. The nervous, anxious glint in Lin Feng's eyes was performed with remarkable realism. Yet, before Wang Xiyun could fully process this, Lin Feng retrieved a painting from his backpack and presented it to her. Annie, this painting is also something I chanced upon. According to expert appraisal, it should be a landscape painting from the Song dynasty, though not by a master. I noticed you possess an air of cultured elegance, making this piece quite suitable for you. Is what you say true? Indeed, it suits you perfectly. No, I meant the previous statement. Of course. You clearly hail from a scholarly family. Shui, look how sweet Shaolin is. Mother, please be a bit more reserved. How am I not reserved? Lin Feng chuckled. Shui, Annie has seen her fair share of storms. Her joy stems from the gifts I brought. Indeed, you're absolutely right. Shaolin, why do you call her Annie? That feels too distant. Call me godmother instead. Chapter 66. Xiyun, you are truly fortunate. I will smooth over any exaggerations made by my girlfriend. Then I shall not be too polite. Godmother. Ah, dear son, come and sit down. Why are you still standing? Xiao Shui, please fetch some tea. Ah, What do you mean, ah? Hurry up. Qin Shui was astonished. She had not anticipated that her mother would be so easily appeased. A portion of her anxiety dissipated, yet she still had to face her father and those relatives. However, with her mother in her corner, the situation should become considerably simpler. Shaolin, will you have a casual meal tonight and accompany Annie for a few rounds of mahjong? Auntie, you can arrange it as you wish. I shall be at your service. Very well. Xiao Shui's father is perpetually busy with work and seldom returns home. I rarely have anyone to converse with, so tonight, you must stay and keep Annie company. Certainly, Annie. If anyone overheard this exchange, who knows what misunderstandings might arise. 10 minutes later, Qin Shui approached Lin Feng with a cup of tea. Curiously, she inquired, "What kind of enchanting brew did you serve my mother? Not only did she invite you to dinner, but she also wants to play mahjong? There's no helping it. I'm just too exceptional," he replied, with a hint of vanity. "Oh, how boastful. It seems that we may not be able to engage in certain activities tonight. Eager, are we? Patience, my dear. Once your mother is taken care of, there will be ample time ahead. Don't speak nonsense. Why would I be anxious? I merely worry that you might burst with pent-up energy." Then shall we interact a bit now? 2 hours later, Wang Xiyun had prepared a sumptuous feast, and the three of them enjoyed a delightful dinner. "Mom, I'll wash the dishes. You and Lin Feng should prepare. The card players will be arriving soon. No, you must be exhausted. Go rest. I'll introduce Xiao Lin to some friends." Qin Shui blushed and softly said, "Then, Lin Feng, I shall take my leave for a rest. Andy, I'll assist you with the dishes. Leave it be. Your legs must be weary. We have a maid. Come, let us head to the card room." About 10 minutes later, in the opulent card room, 2 more players arrived. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired. These 2 middle-aged ladies hold a unique status. If you marry your girlfriend, they will be your aunts. Ding! Important hint acquired. These 2 influential relatives have a close relationship with Wang Xiyun and adore Qin Shui. Your future father-in-law holds them in great esteem. It seems that if I can win over these 2, gaining my father-in-law's approval will be considerably easier. Thank you for your efforts, Annie. Xiyun, who is this? This is Xiao Shui's boyfriend, and also my godson. Oh, he is quite a handsome young man. Lin Feng politely greeted, "Hello, dear aunts, I am Lin Feng. Xiao Lin, this is Qin Shui's aunt, the eldest aunt Qin Shuyan, and the second aunt Qin Xiaofen. Our little Shui has truly blossomed. She now has a boyfriend. Xiao Lin, do not blame us for not warning you. Winning over your mother-in-law is trivial compared to the challenge of your future father-in-law. I am confident that my genuine actions will earn the acceptance of Uncle Qin. All right, let us play. It's already 8 o'clock. The mahjong machine whirred to life, and as the tiles were dealt, the 3 immediately settled into the game. Lin Feng's focus was not on the tiles. Having pleased the 3 elders today, he had achieved his objective. After several rounds of play, Lin Feng began to make his moves. Ding! Real-time alert. The eldest aunt requires a tile. She wishes to meld. The second aunt requires a 9 of characters to meld. Your godmother is waiting for the last tile to complete her hand. Oh dear, it seems I've made a mistake. Su Yun, your luck is remarkable. You managed to complete your hand with the last tile. It is my godson who is intentionally amusing me. No, it is your godmother's skill combined with good fortune. Lin Feng showered them with compliments, and the game continued. 2 hours later, Lin Feng discarded the final east wind tile. Wait a moment, I've completed my hand. Yes, indeed, a pure sequence. Auntie was overjoyed. This hand was no small feat, yet the last east wind is notoriously difficult to draw, and Lin Feng had surprisingly played it. After 2 hours of mahjong, apart from their self-drawn wins, Lin Feng had lost over 20 rounds without winning a single hand, resulting in a loss of more than 5,000 yuan. The 3 of them were seasoned players. If they couldn't see that Lin Feng was deliberately losing to amuse them, then all those years of playing would have been in vain. I'm done. I'm getting too old for this game. Su Yun, you are indeed fortunate. Young Lin is quite the considerate child. This evening's mahjong session was the smoothest of the year. Young Lin, despite his age, knows how to bring joy to us older ladies. Very thoughtful indeed. Wang Xiyun chuckled. Lin is quite perceptive. ISNT, much more than that lad who played with us last time. Another chimed in. What was his name? Wang Yan, right? My brother said he was a matchmaker for Qin Shui. Nonsense. He lacks insight. I didn't fancy him. I didn't either, came the agreement. Lin Feng felt a swell of pride. The older sisters were easily entertained. Wang Yin was merely a pretentious fool, and in comparison, Lin felt he could easily outshine him. He realized that his mother-in-law's intention was to win hearts today. Wang Su-yun, beaming with delight, initially aimed to make her daughter happy. Yet she found herself quite pleased with Lin Feng and thus decided to invest more effort in nurturing this connection. Eldest sister, second sister. I heard from Xiao Shui that Lin also possesses medical knowledge. Some of her ailments were identified by him, and the hospital found no discrepancies. Is that true? How extraordinary. Lin, you aren't from a family of traditional Chinese medicine, are you? No. I merely have a fondness for ancient texts since childhood. It's not that remarkable. Come now, Lin, don't be modest. I heard from Xiao Shui that several of her friends consulted you, and the feedback was quite positive. Lin Feng felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Was that really a consultation? The young lady could be easily persuaded. But the older sisters were adept at discerning truth, and his true nature as a rogue would be exposed in an instant. However, the praises for Qin Shui were exaggerated. He needed to find a way to smooth things over. It wasn't entirely his fault. After all, he had acted with ulterior motives upon seeing her. It was merely coincidental that he had studied related texts and recognized their ailments. The sisters' eyes brightened with interest. Lin, why don't you take a look at me? At our age, we all have a few hidden ailments. I just had a checkup yesterday. Aside from a few minor issues, everything else seems fine. Wang Suyin perked up as well, pulling Lin Feng closer. You should take a look at me too. I've been feeling unwell lately, and I can't tell if I'm sick. This was an opportunity to earn favor, and Lin Feng was not about to let it slip away. This examination is indeed a serious one. It must not be taken lightly. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng humbly remarked, I only possess a superficial understanding. After all, traditional Chinese medicine is vast and profound. I shall attempt to demonstrate my insights, and if any discrepancies arise, I kindly ask for your understanding. Do not worry, Shaolin. If you make a mistake, Aunt won't blame you, nor will your two aunts. All right, let us commence. Chapter 67. A surprising revelation. Those who win hearts gain girlfriends. Lin Feng was cautious this time. These three women had undoubtedly encountered more in life than he had grains of rice. Being too astonishing could provoke unnecessary shock. And if targeted by those with ulterior motives, the consequences could be dire. He had no desire to be taken to a laboratory as a guinea pig for research. Aunt, let me examine you first. Very well. Lin Feng placed his hand on her pulse and, with a serious demeanor, closed his eyes. After all, this is how it is portrayed on television. Neither he nor the three aunts could discern the truth. Ding. Acquired targets, physical information. Target exhibits excessive internal heat, significant dampness, mild insomnia, elevated blood lipid levels, and a slight presence of kidney stones. Treatment plan. No special treatment required. Ample rest, increased water intake, reduced late nights, and regular exercise. Each morning, consume a bowl of boiled koik seeds to effectively eliminate dampness and restore overall health. Wang Suyun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She underwent a physical examination every 6 months and was well aware of her health. Her curiosity piqued. She wondered if Lin Feng could accurately describe her condition. Aunt, you have quite a bit of dampness and you tend to stay up late, don't you? Yes, I do play cards quite often. Then you'll need to rein it in. Not to mention, your blood lipid levels are elevated, and with mild insomnia, this situation cannot continue. Did you deduce all of this merely from taking my pulse? I suspect you also have a few kidney stones. You should drink more water. I can't say for certain. I just took a casual look. See, and how about you? Do you have these issues? Speak up. Why are you dazed? I had a physical examination last month and consulted a traditional Chinese medicine expert who mentioned the same concerns. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuyan and her sister perked up. Shaolin, quickly take a look at me. Yes, do show me as well. Lin Feng chuckled. I will examine you both shortly. Aunt, you must prioritize your rest, limit late nights, particularly with the dampness in your body. Consuming a bowl of boiled koik seeds each morning will yield excellent results. Additionally, you must engage in more physical activity. Oh my precious godson. What you say is just like what the doctor advised. It is truly remarkable. Wang Suyun beamed with the joy of a child. Her previous curiosity about Lin Feng entirely replaced by affection. Aunt, let me check you now. All right. Qin Shuyan extended her hand. Ding. Acquired targets, physical information. Target maintains an early-to-bed, early-to-rise routine, rarely stays up late, practices Tai Chi in the park each morning, and takes evening walks after dinner. Her health is robust, with the exception of slightly elevated blood sugar levels. Treatment plan. Reduce carbohydrate and sugary food intake. Increase water consumption and exercise to effectively manage blood sugar levels. How am I? Do I have any issues? She appeared quite anxious. Auntie is in good health, though her blood sugar levels are slightly elevated, necessitating a reduction in sweets and a careful management of carbohydrate intake. Without a doubt, she could live a century. It's astonishing. During her last health examination, the results were similar. Shaolin, you truly are remarkable. Lin Feng humbly shook his head, saying, not at all, it was merely guesswork. How could that be? I could believe a single guess. But 2. Xiao Lin, you undoubtedly possess genuine skill. Not all. It's merely superficial. Xiao Lin, do take a look at me as well. Qin Xiaofan was eager for Lin Feng to check her pulse. Among the 3, she was the least concerned about her health, indulging in drinking, late nights, smoking, and gambling, living a life even more carefree than the youth. 3 days prior, she reluctantly underwent a comprehensive health examination. Unsurprisingly, she had numerous minor ailments, though fortunately, no significant issues arose. However, the imaging results were yet to be released, leaving her with a sense of unease. Lin Feng pretended to place his hand on her wrist. Ding. Acquired target's health information 1. Target exhibits high cholesterol, mild fatty liver, hypertension, chronic gastritis, and cervical spondylitis. While these conditions are not severe, they cannot be overlooked. However, there is a concerning lesion in her lung, currently measuring 0.8 centimeters, irregular in shape, and growing rapidly. Without surgical intervention within 3 months, it may evolve into a malignant tumor. Lin Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated such alarming findings. The revelation that Qin Xiaofan had a tumor, potentially malignant, was shocking. If Wang Xiyun and Qin Shuyan were in good health, Qin Xiaofan's situation could become dire without intervention. Ding. Acquired real-time information 1. Xiao Lin, do I have any issues? Why are you silent? Any. While your hypertension, fatty liver, chronic gastritis, and cervical spondylitis are not major concerns, they warrant attention. However, you do have a ticking time bomb. What do you mean? The 3 became anxious. A tumor? Surely you jest? I cannot be mistaken, yet I wish to verify. I just underwent a health examination 2 days ago. And results? The imaging results have yet to be released. Just as Qin Xiaofan finished speaking, her phone rang from her pocket. Upon checking, she found it was a call from the hospital, causing her heart to race. A call from the hospital in the dead of night could hardly signal good news, and an ominous feeling crept over her. Hello, it's me. Please come to the hospital tomorrow for a recheck of the lung tumor. It is suspected to be progressing towards malignancy, and immediate surgery is required. All right, I will be there tomorrow morning. After hanging up, surprisingly, Qin Xiaofan felt no fear. She inquired, Xiao Lin, you mentioned that timely surgery would pose no issues? Indeed, I can assure you it will be fine. Xiao Lin, once I have undergone the surgery, I will personally approach Qin Shue's father to discuss matters. I jest. I only acknowledge you as my niece's husband. I must take my leave now. Preserving my life at the hospital is paramount. Wait for me. I will accompany you. Qin Shuyan cast a deep, appreciative glance at Lin Feng before hurrying after her, her eyes brimming with admiration, while Wang Xiyun wore an expression filled with a matronly smile. The daughter certainly did not deceive herself. Lin Feng truly possesses medical skills. It is unlikely that a young man endowed with such formidable expertise would be simple. His family has undoubtedly stumbled upon a treasure. Who would refuse a son-in-law of this caliber, unless one had been struck senseless? Ding. Important tip 1 acquired. You are no longer isolated and helpless. You have secured the support of 3 formidable allies, who will play a decisive role in establishing your relationship with Qin Shue. As accepted by her father, all is well. Winning hearts is the key to a girlfriend. Lin Feng felt elated. How could one court a wife if one had offended her father? A gentle approach is essential. If he could win over Qin Shue's numerous aunts, her father would be rendered powerless. Chapter 68. It's all about the thrill. This group is truly impoverished. Xiao Lin, why don't you stay here tonight? The bed in Xiao Shue's room is quite large. I will prepare a change of clothes for you. Wang Xiyun was quite perceptive. Since she could not prevent her daughter from falling in love, she decided not to interfere. Initially, she merely intended to gauge Lin Feng's character, which is why she had summoned Qin Shue's 2 aunts. However, she was utterly astonished. Lin Feng surpassed all expectations. Not only was he exceptionally talented, but he also possessed high emotional intelligence, a sweet tongue, and impeccable manners. Most importantly, he could heal. Lin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. Staying over would be a significant step forward. The die had been cast. Even if Qin Shue's father were to discover this, there would be no remedy. Ding. Future intelligence 1 acquired. The sudden influx of information left Lin Feng somewhat taken aback. Ding. Real-time intelligence 1 acquired. Your precious girlfriend is exceedingly fatigued and has already fallen asleep, undisturbed by the outside world, and will awaken naturally at 9 a.m. the following morning. Well, she has fallen asleep. It would be unwise to overstay his welcome. Xiao Lin, what are you pondering? And it's getting late. And I see Xiao Shue is also asleep. I want to disturb her. I've already booked a room, so there is no need to trouble you. Wang Xiyun was momentarily taken aback, admiration flickering in her eyes once more. He exhibited discretion, knew when to advance and retreat, and was astutely thoughtful. This son-in-law was far more impressive than she had anticipated. "Aunt, there is plenty of time ahead. I'm not afraid of the future. I will be in the city, and I can meet Xiao Shui daily. When the day comes that her father accepts me, it will not be too late to settle down." "Very well, and will not insist you stay. Xiao Shui should be asleep by now. Shall I have a driver see you off?" "No need. I had a hearty dinner and would prefer to take a stroll." "Shaolin, do be careful and visit us often." Meanwhile, Lin Feng timed his exit perfectly, stepping out of the community just as a Mercedes entered. Ding! Real-time intelligence, one acquired. Goodness, that was close. He nearly got caught. Lin Feng was not afraid. After all, creating chaos at home in the dead of night would be quite embarrassing and could lead to ridicule. He had ample time. After all, this was Qin Shui's father, his future father-in-law. One could not rely on force. One must win hearts and minds to gain acceptance. Lin Feng stepped out of the community, vanishing into the night. In the shadows, a few figures lowered their heads and followed in the direction Lin Feng had taken. Wang Suyun gently pushed open the door to Qin Shui's room, discovering her in a peaceful slumber, and quietly closed the door behind her. Suddenly, the sound of an engine echoed from outside, causing her brow to furrow as she approached the entrance. A wave of shock washed over her, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Old Qin, are you out of your mind? What does this mean? I'm already 50. Do you think I could still be unfaithful? Is Xiao Shui at home?" Wang Suyun paused, recalling that Lin Feng had just left moments earlier, her heart racing with alarm. Fortunately, Lin Feng had the foresight. Otherwise, tonight would surely turn into an insomniac ordeal. "She's at home, merely asleep. Any matters can wait until tomorrow. Did you know he's dating?" She continued with a smirk. "Old Qin, your daughter is grown. Isn't it perfectly normal for her to be in a relationship? While dating is commonplace, it matters with whom he chooses to associate. We cannot allow him to act recklessly. Come on, it's 2024. Are you still clinging to those outdated notions? Just because you have some money doesn't make you a magnate. When you married me, what wealth did you possess? Suyun, why bring up the past? Times have changed. They're incomparable. All right, you're right. It's getting late. We should rest. As for our daughter's happiness, it's wise to heed her opinions rather than make assumptions. Otherwise, if a rift forms in their relationship, you may come to regret it." Qin Rong cast a glance at Qin Shui's room, his stern gaze suggesting a resolution had been reached. 3 figures trailed closely behind him, and Lin Feng had long since noticed their presence. At that moment, the leading young man furrowed his brow in confusion, asking, "Why is he heading towards the outskirts?" "Songgu, I recall that a cemetery lies ahead." "Goodness, this fellow can't possibly be." "Don't be ridiculous. The 3 of us are from the Sonda team. Even if he were a ghost, we would pin him down and make him beg for mercy tonight." Beep. Real-time intelligence acquired. 3 university athletes from Magic City have set their sights on you. They are Sonda experts harboring inappropriate intentions toward Qin Shui. They are currently collaborating with Wang Yin, preparing to teach you a lesson, having received 5 yuan as compensation. Beep. Important alert received. They're Sonda experts who, due to their exceptional talent, became athletes. Their family backgrounds are not affluent. The leader's parents are divorced, and he lives on his mother's meager support. Yet he harbors dreams of unattainable success. These individuals are easily swayed by money. They accepted 5 yuan from Wang Yin to teach you a lesson. But that is the maximum he is willing to offer. Any amount exceeding this could lead to betrayal. This group epitomizes unrealistic daydreamers, harboring delusions about their circumstances. The 3 of them combined could scarcely muster 500 yuan, yet they dare to pursue Qin Shui. Lin Feng, while not one to judge others superficially, was nonetheless taken aback. This group was genuinely impoverished. If matters could be resolved with money, it was best not to resort to violence. In a fleeting thought, 20 yuan from his virtual inventory appeared in his backpack. Initially, he had led them to the cemetery to instill fear and allow them a taste of his iron fist. However, he reconsidered. "Songgu, it seems he has noticed us. What is there to fear? We are 3 against 1. Let us go and confront him." Relying on his formidable strength, Chen Shuesong was utterly unperturbed by Lin Feng, whom he regarded as a mere pretty boy. With a single punch, he could easily subdue him without breaking a sweat. "Do you know we are following you?" The several brothers behind him made no attempt to hide their presence, striding confidently in his wake. Certainly, he was not blind to their presence. Witnessing Lin Feng's smug demeanor ignited a firestorm of anger within Chen Shuesong. Despite being surrounded, Lin Feng feigned calmness, which was intolerable. "Lin Feng, I advise you not to retaliate. It will save you some suffering. Which of the brothers sent you to confront me?" Surely I deserve to know before I meet my demise. Chapter 69. Truly lacking in integrity. He has given far too much. You quite the schemer. Do you think this will compel us to divulge anything? Some matters are beyond your grasp. Many are eager to inflict harm upon you. Chun Shuesong scoffed. Even if I told you, it would be futile. Seeking revenge will only invite a harsher beating upon yourself. Do not fight back. We will only break one of your legs at most. Here, take this. Lin Feng opened his backpack and casually tossed 5,000 on the ground. Indeed, the expressions of Chun Shuesong and his companions shifted dramatically. The moment they laid eyes on the money, their greed was unmistakable. Just tell me who sent you, and this 5,000 is yours. Impossible. We uphold professional integrity. Chun Shuesong gritted his teeth, firmly rejecting Lin Feng's offer. With a swift motion, another 10,000 was thrown to the ground. The trio's faces instantly grew uneasy. Notification. Acquired real-time psychological insight. Curse it. 5,000, offering more than Wang Yin ever did. And without even raising a fist. This fellow is quite affluent. This kid is extravagantly generous. Why should Sangha hold back? 5 and 10, clearly. One should take the larger sum. No, I must advise Sanggu. Do not let money become a barrier. With his character, there is no chance he could have any dealings with Qin Shui. 5,000 for a beating could lead to incarceration. Not worth it. Without uttering another word, Lin Feng produced another stack of cash and cast it onto the ground. I'll add another 10,000. Still not saying anything? Sangha, we aren't familiar with that kid, and we are not professional killers. What rules are we adhering to? This is 7,000. Are you truly not going to speak? You must consider this carefully. Chun Shuesong's eyes nearly bulged. 7,000 was no trivial amount to him. Don't want it? Are you truly at odds with money? It was Wang Yin who sent us to deal with you. He is envious of your relationship with Qin Shui. Thus he offered us 5,000 to cripple you. With a swift flick of his wrist, another 30,000 was tossed on the ground. Take this 10,000, and please refrain from further violence against me. Will you? Really? This 10,000 is for us? Of course, 10,000 is yours. Chun Shuesong and his companions trembled with excitement. A group of impoverished souls. They had never encountered such a sum. Typically, their living expenses barely sufficed during their time at school, and they had exhausted their student loans. With no income forthcoming, their situation was dire. Lin Feng, I must admit, you are quite astute. We will take this money and will not trouble you further. Huh? And what will you tell Wang Yin? We will return the money to him, stating that we could not accomplish the task, especially given the generous amount you provided. Are you not concerned about your reputation? We're not mere thugs. What about ceasing the pursuit of Qin Shui? Chasing after what? Only someone like Mr. Lin is worthy of her. As Chun Shuesong's words faded, Lin Feng reached into his backpack and nonchalantly tossed a wad of cash onto the ground. Here, S100,000. I hope you will assist me in giving Wang Yin a sound beating. Is that agreeable? Of course, that's no problem at all. Chun Shuesong picked up the money, unable to contain his excitement. Such a sum was astonishing. Is this what it means to live a wealthy life? Indeed, the rumors circulating outside were entirely unfounded. This Lin Feng was far from a loser. He was even wealthier than Wang Yin. Here I am, looking foolish for taking just $5. If they truly laid a hand on him, retaliation would be inevitable. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I guarantee that Wang Yin will leave with broken legs. Go ahead. Understood. Chun Song turned and left with his two subordinates, not pausing even for a moment. Ding. Important notification one received. A smile crept across Lin Feng's lips, and his expression shifted subtly. Suddenly, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing into the night. Covering 20 kilometers in just 3 minutes was a terrifying speed. His attributes had now reached 260, approximately 5 times that of an average person. Yet, Lin Feng sensed that this fivefold increase was not merely a multiplication, but an exponential enhancement, truly formidable. Upon returning to his hotel room, precisely 3 minutes had passed. In this manner, even if Wang Yin decided to call the authorities, he would possess an alibi. The virtual imaging system activated automatically. In the next moment, the figures of Chun Shuesong and his companions appeared on the screen. At the entrance of the Phoebe bar, a throng of inebriated young men and women mingled. Chun Shuesong glanced around and exclaimed, "We are wealthy now. I'll bring you all here to enjoy ourselves soon. Brother Song, what shall we do next?" Call Wang Yin and inform him that the matter is settled. Tell him to come out and watch the video. The two subordinates exchanged puzzled glances. Why? Should I call him? Make the call quickly. With no other choice, one of the subordinates fished out his phone and dialed Wang Yin. While waiting for news in his booth, Wang Yin noticed his phone vibrating on the table. He quickly pushed aside the nightclub hostess beside him and rushed to the restroom. "Hello, speak. Is it done? Great. I'll wait for you at the entrance. Wang Yin hung up, elated. Lin Feng was the most detestable person he had ever encountered. Were it not for the sound legal framework in Huaxia, he would have relished the idea of ending Lin Feng's life. He had heard that Lin Feng had gone to Qin Shui's house tonight. He pondered whether he had stayed over. The thought of his unattainable goddess sharing a bed with Lin Feng filled him with indignation. Wang Yin sought his father's influence to pressure Qin Shui's father. But that was insufficient. He was determined to personally ruin Lin Feng. Exiting the bar, he signaled to his 3 companions and made his way towards a nearby grove. Upon reaching the depths of the woods, he maintained a stoic expression and stated, "Show me the video." Wang Yin, "I have already returned you 50,000. Huh? What do you mean? Wang Yin asked, puzzled, as he retrieved his phone from his pocket. A transfer notification appeared on the screen. You no longer want the money? I see. You wish to befriend me, correct? Teach him a lesson. With a flick of his hand, Chun Shuesong signaled, and before Wang Yin could react, the 3 of them lunged forward. The combat team engaging with an ordinary individual felt akin to a mere pastime, especially considering that 3 were pitted against 1. In no time, Wang Yin transitioned from pitiful cries to muted whimpers. A minute later, the trio ceased their assault. Chun Shuesong coldly remarked, "Wang Yin, you can only blame your misfortune. Why you have such audacity to strike me? I believe my leg is broken. I shall not let this go unpunished. Seeking to employ us without funds? How miserly. To speak frankly, it was Lin Feng who instructed us to come after you." "What? Lin Feng sent you to harm me? Why would you assist him? As for us lowly folks like Qin Shui, we would never have such an opportunity. You offered me 5, yet he offered so much more. Regrettably, we must decline you." "How much did he pay you?" 200,000. I hadn't realized he was so affluent. "Wang Yin, I hope you refrain from troubling me, or we shall meet with hostility at every encounter." As the 3 departed, he trembled with rage, shakily retrieving his phone from his pocket and dialing a number. Chapter 70. Remote Transport. I am indeed the chosen one. These individuals truly exemplified the adage that wealth begets privilege. His gaze swept over Wang Yin, who lay on the ground, making a call. "Hello, Dad. I'm at the entrance of Phoebe Bar. Someone has assaulted me and broken my foot. I assure you, I did not provoke this. I know who did it. Please send a car to take me to the hospital, and I will explain everything slowly. Yes, I will remain here and not move." Ding. Obtained Future Intelligence 1. Tomorrow at 4 p.m., Wang Yan's family will choose to report the incident to the police. Chun Shuesong and his associates will be apprehended, and you will be summoned by the authorities. Ding. Important reminder 1. Please clean up the only item bearing your fingerprints tonight. Your risk will be reduced to 0. Lin Feng was left speechless. He felt he had acted with a degree of recklessness. However, the system would not engage in fruitless endeavors. It had consistently guided him toward this course of action for a reason. After much contemplation, he remained perplexed and reluctantly rose to prepare for a trip. What other choice did he have? Otherwise, if the police arrived tomorrow, it would spell disaster for him. Damn system, you truly led me into a pitfall. Lin Feng accessed the system's marketplace, intending to utilize the universal disguise mask and the bone-shrinking elixir. After all, the number of surveillance cameras in Magic City surpassed that in Sioux City. Should he be captured on film, it would be a costly misstep. Ding. Remote transport function successfully activated. Each use requires 10 points. Note, items can be transported through virtual surveillance imagery, excluding goods. Each use necessitates 10 points and lasts for 10 minutes. He found this utterly baffling. If they had the means, why not provide it directly? Why complicate matters? If he had known, he might have simply altered his appearance, eliminated the target, and buried him alive. Ding. The first use of this function incurs no point deduction. Please use it with confidence. Now that was more reasonable. Ding. Remote transport initiated. Please select the item you require. The virtual surveillance imagery shifted. The dormitory on the screen became transparent, with all obstructions vanishing. 20 cash notes lay quietly within a massive travel bag. With a singular thought, Lin Feng witnessed the cash in his backpack transform into a brilliant white light, vanishing entirely. In the next moment, the 20 he had expended materialized in his virtual warehouse. Unscathed. Astonishing. If this is how it works, does it mean I could perhaps procure any design schematics for chips or lithography machines? The implications are terrifying. Such power must be wielded with caution. A moment of negligence could expose him, leading to his demise countless times over. A sense of relief washed over him. Having scammed 3 individuals alleviated the lingering discomfort in his mind. Once the truth surfaced, he planned to feign ignorance and move on. After a brief refreshment, he collapsed into slumber. The following day, at 9 a.m., Lin Feng was roused by the persistent ringing of Qin Shue's phone. He offered her words of comfort and arranged to meet her at school the next day before ending the call. Qin Shue was engrossed in her studies, preparing for exams, and indeed quite busy. Perfectly, as he was new to the bustling metropolis, a stroll to familiarize himself with the surroundings seemed fitting. Activating the virtual surveillance, he observed that 3 individuals had already risen in the university dormitory. According to the narrative, at 4 p.m., the police would arrive, and he needed to brace himself for the impending confrontation. However, at that moment, a furious outburst erupted from the virtual screen. Chun Xuesong, in a fit of rage, seized his backpack and hurled it to the ground, fuming, "You two have some audacity to abscond with my money. Brother Song, please refrain from such baseless accusations. We have been together the entire time, just awakening, and have not touched your backpack," one of his companions protested. "Indeed, you cannot unjustly blame us." Chun Xuesong ripped open the backpack, demanding, "Then where has the money gone?" The 2 lackeys exchanged glances, one of them suddenly lifting his head with a sneer. "Damn it. Are you not the one who, in your greed, is unwilling to share with us? Unbelievable. I thought we were your subordinates, yet you give us nothing. Not even a sip of the 20. They retorted. "What do you intend? To bite back? I'll make you regret it." As an elite member of the fighting team, Chun Xuesong possessed formidable strength. However, while he could potentially fend off one opponent, facing 2 was a different challenge altogether. Soon, a fierce brawl erupted among the 3. The scene ablaze with chaos. Lin Feng widened his eyes, savoring a packet of sunflower seeds as he relished the unfolding drama. What a spectacular kick. Goodness, that throw was intense. Let's take him down together. Yes, just like that. Incredible, they're pulling out all the stops. Strike his head. Initially, Chun Xuesong managed to hold his ground against the 2. However, it wasn't long before they abandoned any semblance of fair play and resorted to weapons. After sustaining a heavy blow to the head, Chun Xuesong collapsed. One assailant pinned his leg while the other delivered a brutal kick to his head. Just as he appeared on the brink of defeat, Chun Xuesong's physical resilience kicked in, allowing him to unleash his latent potential in a moment of crisis. Suddenly, he executed a roll, narrowly evading a fatal strike, simultaneously ensnaring both of their necks as he charged toward the balcony. Lin Feng, mid-bite of a sunflower seed, was left momentarily stunned. Chun Xuesong tightly gripped the necks of 2 individuals, forcefully pushing them towards the edge of the balcony, and in an instant, the trio plummeted from the precipice. A chilling scream echoed, death, as frantic footsteps reverberated throughout the dormitory building. Lin Feng hastily shifted his perspective downward. The 3 bodies lay sprawled on the ground, surrounded by a gruesome pool of blood and brain matter. Lin Feng swallowed hard, unable to suppress a sinister grin. With the demise of these 2, his own safety was significantly enhanced. There would be no witnesses, and the matter would be settled conclusively. Even if Wang Yan had 100 mouths, he could never implicate him. Conversely, Lin Feng could even accuse the other of slander. Indeed, he felt like the chosen one, relishing this unexpected turn of events. Ding. Future intelligence acquired 1. At 4 p.m., the police will arrive at the hotel. Remain calm. All evidence will vindicate you. Ding. Important reminder 1. Face the interrogation with composure and cooperate fully with the investigation. Your chance of acquittal is 100. Chapter 71. Those with clean hands need not fear shadows. We suspect your son is mentally ill. Ding. Important reminder 1. To further ensure your safety, you may utilize a super hacker card to manipulate video surveillance, thereby creating more convincing alibis. What? Manipulat video surveillance? You need only 2 steps to complete this operation. Redeem the hacker card and use it, costing 1 point, to rationalize your whereabouts after leaving Qin Shue's home last night. Was there ever any doubt? Although the police might not investigate thoroughly, eliminating all inconsistencies was prudent. Issues that could be resolved with points were hardly issues at all. Lin Feng began to grasp the true magnitude of the system's power. As time progressed, various hidden functionalities would undoubtedly be unveiled. Ding. Points. 15,000. Super hacker card acquired and utilized. Activating automated surveillance manipulation. Ding. Manipulation progress 100. You may now face the police investigation with confidence. The fool will ultimately be Wang Yan. A malevolent smile crept across Lin Feng's face. At 3:58 p.m., a contingent of police officers arrived at Lin Feng's room, accompanied by Wang Yan, who sat in a wheelchair. The individual pushing the chair was an elderly man, likely in his 70s, bald, with a shadowy gaze, bearing a striking resemblance to Wang Yan. Who are you? Lin Feng feigned ignorance. Ah, Wang Yan, how unfortunate you become disabled. How pitiable. You paid someone 20 to attack me, and now you play the benevolent? What? What nonsense are you spouting? Who did I hire? Be careful not to fall. I wouldn't want you to exploit me again. He constantly harassed my girlfriend, using money and luxury cars to seduce her into betraying me. You're talking nonsense. How am I lying? Officer Wong, if you don't believe me, just ask at the school gate. I swear on my life. Lin Feng remained unfazed. Currently, he was the only one in his family. We'll discuss that later. There's a situation at hand. Wang Yin reported that the 3 suspects he paid 20 to assault him are now dead. Officer Wang, just say it. I haven't done anything and certainly do not know any suspects. Do you know Chen Xuesong, Wang Kai, or Zhao Feng? I do not. He lies. Chen Xuesong said it himself. He took 20 from you and wants my leg. Wang Yin erupted into a frenzied roar. Is denying it of any use? Do you know that we can check the surveillance? The elderly man behind Wang spoke in a chilling tone. Go ahead and check. Lin Feng maintained a calm demeanor, though a wave of apprehension washed over him. If they check the surveillance, they will undoubtedly examine the Skynet as well. Fortunately, he had taken precautions. Since he had everything meticulously arranged, he thought there was no harm in being a bit arrogant considering the trouble he had gone through. At that moment, a young officer rushed in and whispered a few words into Wang Shan's ear. Have they checked the Skynet? Mr. Wang, we are currently investigating the Skynet. But due to the vast amount of data involved and some privacy concerns, please bear with us. Oh, what is there to check? I went to my girlfriend's house yesterday, had a meal, and then played a few rounds of mahjong with my future mother-in-law. By the way, my girlfriend's aunt was there too. They all adore me. Lin Feng, you're courting death. What are you doing? He is going to hit me. You all need to be serious. This is a case in progress. Wang Shan scolded, while the elderly man behind Wang shot him a glance, and the situation finally stabilized. Officer Wang, you must investigate thoroughly. I am innocent, and shadows cannot distort the righteous. This brat, however, covets my girlfriend. He is not a good person. I suspect he is also eyeing other people as girlfriends, which is why he got beaten up. Wang Yin, heed my advice. Associating with bandits leads to no good end. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I don't believe it, Dad. He must be scheming or colluding with the police. Wang Shan furrowed his brow, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Mr. Wang Yin, I advise you to choose your words carefully. Defaming the police could lead to legal consequences. Indeed, slandering public officials. How bold of you. Who gave you the courage? Your father, perhaps? Well then, since we have made a mistake, Mr. Lin, my apologies. Xiao Yin, let's take our leave. Ding. Real-time intelligence, acquired 1. Ding. Important hint, acquired 1. Your girlfriend's father is under his control, but with your capabilities, you can break the deadlock with Chungong. Damn it, you old man. Daring to scheme against your own. What audacity. I could eliminate him now, but it would attract the police's attention. An idea struck Lin Feng. The future experience modifier in the virtual warehouse had been dormant for too long and now needed to be activated with some intensity. Ding. Future experience modifier successfully employed. Target. Wang Yin. Future experience for 1 minute. Pushed out of the room in a wheelchair by his father, feeling indignant and furious, yet having to endure it, wanting to tear Lin Feng apart. Modified experience. Pushed in a wheelchair out of the room, suddenly needing to urinate, unable to hold it. He ended up pulling down his pants and urinating on the floor, exclaiming in excitement. Finally found a toilet. I was about to burst. His father, startled, lost control of his grip, causing his son to fall awkwardly. Ding. Modified experience effective. Item vanished. Wang Shan shook his head, apologetically saying, Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused. It's nothing. This is what I ought to do. With a clear conscience, why should I fear? As Lin Feng's words faded, suddenly at the entrance, Wang Yin unfastened his trousers, and a stream of urine cascaded forth, soaking the luxurious floor of the 5-star hotel. A pungent odor permeating the entire room. I was about to burst, finally found a restroom. What a relief, he exclaimed, a blissful expression adorning his face. Wang Yan's father wore a grim countenance, disbelief etched across his features. Lin Feng, with a mournful visage, implored, Officer Wang, you must vouch for me. This is not my doing. What shall I do if the hotel demands compensation? He then approached Wang Yan's father, gesturing towards Wang Yin. Mr. Wang, I advise you to take your son to a hospital for an examination. We suspect he may be suffering from a mental disorder. His expression was earnest, devoid of any mockery or sarcasm, clearly reflecting Wang Shan's genuine belief in his words. Chapter 72. This meal is anything but ordinary. I am brimming with malice. Officer Wang, please be cautious with your words. I might consider lodging a complaint against you. Wang Shan was momentarily taken aback, slightly stunned. His well-meaning warning about urinating in a five-star hotel room, accompanied by a boastful exclamation of satisfaction, seemed inappropriate. Were there journalists present, this incident would undoubtedly trend on social media. Wang Qilong, a wealthy man of some repute, would find his business adversely affected by any negative publicity. Who on earth urinated here? This plush carpet costs over 10,000. Your indiscretion necessitates a complete replacement, incurring costs. Yes, it was him. Must you be so courteous to a disabled person? Lin Feng feigned reprimand. Wang Shan quickly pulled the manager aside. Lowering his voice, he may not be entirely sane. Please be understanding and let him cover the costs. The manager appeared bewildered, but with the police's input, he could not persist in his anger. Should the entire carpet need replacing, it could amount to 10. Fine, I will compensate. He was eager to leave, pushing the wheelchair when it unexpectedly tipped forward, causing Wang Yin to tumble to the ground. Ouch, that hurts. Son, are you all right? Dad, I think my front tooth is broken. Hurry, take me to the hospital. Wang Qilong, in a frenzy, tossed a card to the hotel manager. The code was 6 zeros. You handle it. I have no time to waste. He summoned 2 subordinates to carry his son away. What a stroke of bad luck. I must change rooms now. Wang Shan, with an apologetic tone, remarked, Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused. Officer Wang, it is my duty to cooperate with the police, Lin Feng replied, his amiable demeanor endearing him to Wang Shan. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Feng took his leave. Officer Wang, what shall we do now? What do we do? Investigate the case involving Chen Xuesong and his companions. And Lin Feng, are you blind? Can't you see he is wrongfully accused? This is likely a personal vendetta from Wang Yin, an attempt to frame him. However, the reason Chen Xuesong and his associates assaulted Wang Yin remains an enigma. The service at the 5-star hotel was commendable to preserve its esteemed reputation. Lin Feng was assigned to a top-floor executive suite, with the room fee waived and an additional 5,000 yuan voucher offered for future stays. The 120 square meter executive suite is more than twice the size of the 50 square meter king room. Beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows lies the vibrant landscape of the metropolis. A single glance invigorates Lin Feng. Indeed, wealth affords a different perspective on the world. Deeply moved, he pulls out his phone, only to find news alerts detailing the tragic incident of 3 university students in a dormitory, whose altercation led to their untimely fall from the building. Ding! Important notification 1. This case will ultimately be classified as an accident, and your likelihood of being implicated is 0. Lin Feng breathes a sigh of relief. However, his primary purpose for visiting the metropolis revolved around Qin Shui. It appears that he faces considerable obstacles, particularly from Wang Yin. As his future father-in-law seems to be under their control, he must devise a strategy. Ding! Future Intelligence 3. Tomorrow at noon, you are invited to your girlfriend's family for a meal, an invitation initiated by your future father-in-law. Attendees will include your future mother-in-law, great-aunt, and your second aunt, who is awaiting surgery in the hospital. They're your steadfast support. Wang Yin and his son will also be present at this gathering, where your future father-in-law will lay down the law to prevent you and Qin Shui from continuing your relationship. Ding! Important notification 1. Your future father-in-law, due to business pressures, feels compelled to sacrifice his daughter to eliminate the threat posed by Wang Qilong and his son, allowing you and your girlfriend the possibility of a long-lasting union. Is this absurd? If pushed to the limit, who could stop me from taking Qin Shui away? Not even her father. Ding! A friendly reminder. A love that is forced may bring happiness to you and your girlfriend, yet a cascade of repercussions could lead to lifelong regrets. This is quite troublesome. Ding! Important notification 1. Lin Feng rubbed his hands together, his eyes darting about, and suddenly broke into a sinister smile. A rather devious plan emerged in his mind. Sometimes, he mused, he is quite wicked, filled with mischief. Half an hour later, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, a delivery person handed Lin Feng a tightly packaged bag. Returning to his room, he drew the curtains and opened the bag. Inside were 5 boxes of condoms, 5 boxes of Viagra, 3 bottles of aphrodisiac spray, and other enticing items that would undoubtedly excite any man. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. If these items were to fall to the floor during dinner, it would surely create quite a stir. Yet, upon reflection, he felt it might not be sufficient. An idea sparked in his mind, and he quickly retrieved a small card he had slipped under the door earlier. Adding these items would surely enhance the experience. One of the wealthy heirs and affluent individuals. The persona of the opponent would be crafted by himself. Just then, Lin Feng's phone rang. He quickly answered it. Hello, Xiao Shui, are you out of class yet? Not yet. My dad said he wants you to come for a meal tomorrow at noon. Sure, where will we eat? Lin Feng, I think you should skip it. And I won't go either. What? Why? My father harbors ill intentions. My mother mentioned he even invited Wang Yin and his son. I have no desire to see them. By the way, an incident occurred at our school. 3 boys tragically lost their lives in a dormitory brawl. Moreover, I heard that Wang Yin seems to have had his leg broken, though the identity of the assailant remains a mystery. How delightful. Lin Feng sighed inwardly. Who could it be but your husband, the mastermind behind it all? Xiaoxue, let us refrain from meeting tonight. I shall attend the banquet punctually tomorrow at noon. Please send me the address. Are you truly going? My father will undoubtedly create difficulties for you. What is there to fear? The outcome remains uncertain. Who knows who will be the one to face challenges? Very well, but if they trouble you, you must leave with me, understood? We need not accommodate anyone. All right, I promise you that. I will send you the location shortly. I shall wait for you at the hotel entrance tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng felt quite pleased. His girlfriend was always considering his well-being, leaving little room for dissatisfaction. As for his father-in-law, he would manage the situation if things went awry. He need only to disregard the consequences and whisk away his daughter. Chapter 73. The Foolish Son of the Landlord. You two truly have no shame. The following day, at 11 a.m., in the seafood restaurant East Sea Dragon Palace in Shanghai, room 301, faced with Wang Yin, who sat in a wheelchair, and the rather unfriendly expression of Wang Qilong, Qin Rong could only politely appease him. Mr. Wang, please do not be upset. Is it not within my right to make decisions regarding my own daughter? Can you truly make decisions? Look at my son's current state. Do you still wish to pursue business? The economic downturn has made export ventures increasingly challenging. Wang Qilong, a man of substantial means, operates a food conglomerate with extensive overseas distribution. He has numerous connections in Europe across various industries. Recently, he had promised to introduce Qin Rong to some textile clients in Europe and America, but only if he could facilitate a romance between his son and Qin Shui. Then, unexpectedly, Lin Feng entered the equation. I am capable of making decisions, Mr. Wang. Soon, I shall demonstrate to him the disparity between his standing and that of the upper echelons of society. Qin Rong felt a pang of anguish. Initially, he and Wang Qilong seemed a suitable match, perhaps even a step up for him. Furthermore, Wang Yin was quite a handsome young man, making him a commendable son-in-law. Yet now, the sight of him in a wheelchair, saliva occasionally dribbling from his mouth, resembled a foolish son of a landlord. Although he aspired to elevate his status through his daughter, he had his limits. Even if Lin Feng's status was humble, he was at the very least a normal person. It would be unacceptable to have his daughter care for someone with disabilities. Oh, you arrived quite early. At that moment, Wang Siyun, Qin Shuyan, and Qin Xiaofan entered. Eldest sister, second sister, you are here. By the way, I heard that second sister has been unwell. Arong, do not blame second sister for not warning you. This tumor was only detected because of Xiao Lin, otherwise I would have lost my life. Qin Rong's expression faltered, and he inwardly lamented. Orphaned at a young age, his 2 sisters had raised him. Their presence exerted a palpable familial pressure. Xiao Rong, you have only one daughter. I heard Mr. Wang's son has been injured, leaving him with permanent disabilities. Is Xiaoxue truly so humble as to care for a disabled person? Miss Qin, what are you saying? Who is disabled? Mr. Wang, I do not seek anything from you, but merely wish to express the truth. You, Suyun, please speak up. Wang Suyun shrugged her shoulders and, with a sense of resignation, remarked, what authority do I, an outsider, possess to voice my opinion? What my elder sister and second sister have said encapsulates my thoughts. Is my daughter truly lacking? Caring for someone who cannot take care of themselves is a burden. Arong, what are your thoughts on this? Are you and your family treating me as a mere plaything? Qin Rong, I will wait for 5 minutes. If the person has not arrived by then, I shall take my leave, and we shall have no further dealings. Qin Rong was taken aback. Just as he was about to respond, 2 figures, intertwined and seemingly enamored, appear at the door. Xiaoxue, you look truly lovely. How annoying, but you are quite handsome as well. The couple strolled into the private room, disregarding all others as if they were mere air. Son, what? What is the matter? Do not frighten me. Wang Yin pressed his hands against the wheelchair, his body trembling, his face turning a shade reminiscent of liver. His already distorted mood, steeped in melancholy, could hardly withstand the public display of affection from these 2. So, Qin Rong, what do you mean by this? Xiaoxue, what nonsense are you up to? Is there no decorum? Qin Rong rebuked sharply, casting a shadowy gaze toward Lin Feng. Hello, uncle, I am Lin Feng, an orphan from Sioux City, with personal assets in the millions. I am in a romantic relationship with Qin Shui. I shall marry no one else, and she shall not wed anyone but me. Please do not stand in our way. What nonsense is this? Before Qin Rong could erupt in anger, Lin Feng had already taken the initiative. His smooth self-introduction left Qin Rong momentarily speechless. Lin Feng, you say? I am Qin Shui's father. What right do you have to make decisions for her? I am willing, father. If you do not allow us to be together, we shall elope. You dare? Following him. What kind of life could you possibly have? With a swift motion, Lin Feng clasped Qin Rong's shoulder and produced his phone, presenting it before him. Uncle, take a look. This cash exceeds what you possess, does it not? Is there an issue with supporting Xiaoxue? Qin Rong adjusted his reading glasses, repeatedly scrutinizing the series of numbers, his breath hitching in disbelief. How do you possess such wealth? Ding dong. The phone vibrated, a message arriving. The Huaxia bank card ending in 9953 received an auction payment of 200, balance 6,500. Qin Rong was rendered speechless. Lin Feng had not anticipated that the auction funds would arrive at this very moment, but it served as a fortuitous stroke of luck. One must remain discreet when necessary, yet bold when the situation requires it. To do otherwise would be folly. Little Lin, what is your profession? Uncle, that is of little significance. I am healthy, virtuous, affluent, and handsome, and I am filial. Supporting you in your later years will pose no challenge. The three elder women beamed with delight, increasingly enamored by Lin Feng. He possessed eloquence, confidence, and remarkable mental fortitude. Yet, Lin Feng intended to deny his counterpart any respite. He pointed at Wang Yin, declaring, unlike this fellow, who is of low quality, lacking morals, a prodigal, and rather twisted. Lin Feng, silence yourself. Wang Qilong abruptly rose, ready to unleash his wrath, but Lin Feng swiftly approached, retrieving a box from the footrest of the wheelchair. TSK, TSK, TSK. Carrying condoms with you. Even in your condition, you still think of such things? You speak nonsense. With a clang, something else fell out. Goodness, a blue pill. What on earth were you thinking? Dad, I don't know, it wasn't me. Lin Feng, be quiet. Wang Qilong shouted, and as he moved slightly, a series of items tumbled from beneath him. Goodness, Mr. Wang. Both you and your son are quite peculiar, carrying such items around, even while confined to a wheelchair. How shameless can one be? This father-son duo was truly bizarre. The younger one might be excused, but the elder's possession of such items was simply unacceptable. Thankfully, our dear Xiaoxue did not fall into the flames. TSK, TSK, TSK. Arong, I won't say much more, but do you truly wish for your daughter to marry a man like this? Qin Rong stared blankly at Wang Yin and his son, a whirlwind of emotions surging within him. He had never intended to sacrifice his daughter for business advancement. Ideally, he hoped to find her a good match while ensuring the business thrived, but the current situation clearly disqualified Wang Yin and his son. Ding. Obtained character, psychological activity 1. Even if I were to lose everything, going bankrupt, even if it meant preventing Xiaoxue from marrying Lin Feng, there is no way I would allow her to wed Wang Yin. Who would have thought this father and son duo would be so despicable? Lin Feng chuckled inwardly. Had he not already taken a crucial step forward? A thought flashed through his mind, and 3 socks vanished from the virtual warehouse. The next moment, Qin Shui screamed while covering her face, "How disgusting! You truly have no shame." Everyone followed her gaze and discovered several pitch-black stockings lying at Wang Qilong's feet. Chapter 74. The Fierce Mother-in-Law, Supported by My Aunts. How revolting. We cannot eat this meal. Arong, keep your eyes peeled in the future. Not everyone is a friend. Sister-in-law, you should manage him. What is he thinking? Sisters, I truly have no way to control him. He doesn't listen to me. If he won't listen, next time call us, and we will educate him for you. Qin Rong dared not utter a word. He knew that if he spoke foolishly, his 2 sisters would surely reprimand him. Damn it, this kid must be behind this. What exactly did you do? Dad, you were right. It must be him using some sort of sorcery to trap us. Wang Xian scoffed. The items fell at your feet. My godson is no magician. Mr. Wang, I do not wish to bring up your sordid affairs, but do not entertain any thoughts regarding our Xiaoxue. As our aunts, we have every right to intervene. Our parents passed away early, and, as the eldest sister, I am like a mother to her. My brother is willing to heed my advice. Wang Qilong glared at Qin Rong, his tone unfriendly. What do you intend to do? Let us just forget it. Fine, that is what you say. You better not regret it. Dad, what about Qin Shui? Forget about Qin Shui. Let us go. Wang Suyun laughed. Mr. Wang, take your son to see a doctor. If he ends up disabled, don't expect him to find a daughter-in-law. He might as well practice surgery. Lin Feng was stunned. His mother-in-law was indeed as fierce as ever. Madam Wang, is it appropriate for you to say such things? What is suitable and what is not? Our masks have been torn away, leaving no room for further discussion. I trust you will not come to regret your choices. Regret? At worst, we face bankruptcy. Whether we possess wealth or not, life will continue. Besides, my godson is affluent. Can he ever starve? I hope you will not come seeking my assistance when the time comes. Wang Qilong uttered a sinister threat as he prepared to depart. Mr. Wang, I must also caution you. Do not allow your son to harass Xiaoxue any further. Should there be another incident, I will report it. Sexual harassment carries serious consequences. However, I merely speak out of concern. Your son, in his current state, seems to possess desire without the means to act. Wang Suyun, in her youth, was certainly no pushover, fierce and commanding. Meanwhile, Qin Rong sat in silence, his head bowed, too intimidated to speak. Beep. Real-time intelligence acquired. 1. The future father-in-law, feeling intimidated, witnessed his wife's fierce demeanor and dared not utter a word. It was her unwavering support in his youth that propelled him to success and led to his current standing. Wang Siyun had always exuded an air of boldness and strength to Lin Feng. Yet, previously, it seemed as though Qin Rong held sway over their household. Today, her true character was unveiled. Do not regard me with such disdain. In terms of wealth, my godson is not lacking. As for appearance, he surpasses your son, who is unfortunately impaired. Why should my daughter wed him? I, Wang Xian, acknowledge only Lin Feng as my son-in-law. No one else will suffice. Very well. I hope you will stand by your words. Farewell. Wang Qilong was eager to leave, feeling utterly humiliated, and he departed the private room, guiding the wailing Wang Yin by the hand. Xiaolin, let us dine. Certainly, godmother. Who is your godmother? Do not address me so casually. Qin Rong's expression was grim, and he did not regard Lin Feng kindly. Father, why are you so obstinate? Obstinate? I am merely acting for the sake of business. If we must face bankruptcy, so be it. However, you cannot be with this boy. Does he have no pride? Being confronted by two sisters and subjected to his wife's scorn is one matter. But to be humiliated by Lin Feng, this is intolerable. Beep. Real-time intelligence acquired. 1. Your future father-in-law is about to experience a significant setback. Your aunt will take action on your behalf to confront him. Mother, look at how father behaves. Wang Siyun felt equally exasperated. Age was taking its toll, and her husband seemed to be undergoing a midlife crisis, clinging to his pride. She cast a glance at the two beside her, managing a rueful smile. I have stated it clearly. No one is suitable. Xiaoxue may date anyone but him. Uncle, please refrain from saying more. What is the matter? Is my speech unacceptable? What can you do about it? I cannot harm my uncle, but I have the support of my aunts. What do you mean, We can no longer manage you, can we? I still have a tumor. Qin Rong, if you have the power, just let it be the end of me. Before he could fully comprehend, a sharp pain surged through his ear. Qin Shuyan, the eldest sister, possessed a fiery temperament and would not tolerate her foolish brother. Elder sister, my ear, it hurts. You are aware of pain, are you? It seems you have not been reprimanded enough. Your behavior is becoming increasingly outrageous. Do you even regard us, your two sisters? Sister, he truly deserves a beating. We have given him far too much face. If his business is failing, must he not strive to improve it on his own? How dare he resort to dishonorable means for personal gain? And to think he sought out someone from a family as disreputable as Wang Qilong's. Are you intent on driving us to despair? Oh dear. Stop, please. I beg you. I fear I shall be in agony. Qin Shui felt a twinge of sympathy, several times attempting to dissuade them, only to be restrained by Wang Xi. Mother, do you think father will be all right? What could possibly happen? He is tough as leather. Aside from your two aunts, no one could rouse him. Qin Shuyan retorted. Now you feel pain? That young Lin is not only intelligent, but also handsome and affluent, with impeccable manners, and yet you still find fault? Are your eyes blind? He is not blind. Rather, he is blinded by his so-called status, looking down upon the solitary Lin. I ask you, will you continue to prevent Shui and Lin from associating? No, I shall not hinder them any longer. I merely spoke in anger. Sister, please release me. At last, Qin Shuyan relented, though her tone left no room for debate. You must not obstruct Shui and Lin's relationship again. You better be cautious. Yes, sister. Little brother, I too have some savings. If the company truly falters, do not force it. Can one truly starve? Lin Feng could indeed pull out some money. It was clearly a temporary fix. Even if he contributed financially, it would come across as excessively mercenary, further embarrassing his father-in-law. A solution must be devised to resolve this predicament. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired. Upon exiting the private room, you shall encounter an old acquaintance. It is time to showcase your connections, for they can perfectly assist you in overcoming this trouble. Lin Feng was intrigued. Who could possibly help him? Godmother, I am off to the restroom. I shall return shortly. All right, go ahead. As Lin Feng opened the door to the private room, a familiar figure walked directly toward him. Chapter 75. Who in Magic City lacks connections? A temporary role. Uncle Jiang, have you made all the arrangements? Rest assured, young master's son, everything is in order. Where's my father? He did not come. He said this business deal must be handled by you alone. This old man, does he think I am a genius? Young master, you need to hone your skills. Fear not. I shall be by your side to support you. Will you accompany me in the discussions? Huh? Uncle Chun, is that so? Chun Beishan glanced at his watch and chuckled. I must be off. Being late incurs a wage deduction. Best of luck. Wait, Uncle Chun. Uncle Chun, Sun Tao sighed. It appeared he would have to rely on himself. Yet he quickly adjusted his mindset. His father had said this was an opportunity for personal growth and his first business negotiation. Even if it fell through, what harm could it do? Naturally, he was an optimist, and his spirits lifted in an instant. Oh, is that Brother Lin? What a coincidence. You are. Little son? Yes, indeed, it is me. Oh, Brother Lin, I owe you so much. Without you, I would have had to walk 20 to 30 kilometers. It was a trivial matter, just a small favor besides. It was not a significant sum. No. Had it not been for you, I would have been mistaken for a fraud, and that would have been a serious issue. Oh, how is Brother Lin here? I was dining in a private room, meeting my girlfriend's family. Just then, Qin Shui's guests emerged from the chamber. Sun Tao's eyes lit up as he gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, wow, sister-in-law is truly stunning. Being a scion of wealth, he was accustomed to the presence of beautiful women and could easily discern that Qin Shui was undoubtedly a natural beauty, her elegance suggesting a prosperous background. Alas, my prospective father-in-law's business had encountered some difficulties, which weighed heavily on my mind. What kind of trouble? He was involved in textile exports, and currently, foreign clients had canceled orders amidst a struggling economy, placing him at a critical juncture. Upon hearing this, Sun Tao appeared momentarily taken aback, as if contemplating something. Ding. Obtained real-time psychological insight 1. Textile exports? Not long ago, my father had a foreign acquaintance in the clothing industry who seemed eager to find a reputable domestic supplier. This person had been saved by my father in the past. If Brother Lin's future father-in-law offers quality products, it would be worth a try. However, if I bring this up, my father will certainly disapprove. I must seize this opportunity to negotiate terms, and it will also serve as a means of repaying a debt of gratitude. Lin Feng suppressed a chuckle, recognizing the remarkable coincidence, and indeed, good deeds should be multiplied. It seemed this would soon come into play. Xiao-san, what brings you here? He inquired. Oh, just a little matter. Please wait a moment while I make a call. With that, he grabbed his phone and retreated to a corner, dialing his father's number. Dad, I'm heading in to negotiate shortly. If successful, I ask for one favor. I assure you it won't be anything outlandish. It's a promise. Ding. Obtain important hint 1. This wealthy heir is embarking on his first business endeavor, and facing the seasoned officials of the Shanghai Construction Bureau, he will be at a disadvantage. To repay you, he will be significantly taken advantage of. If you assist him and fulfill the task flawlessly, your future father-in-law will receive substantial support, and your relationship with this affluent young man will deepen. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Sun Tao's status was akin to that of a principal from a previous world, a national darling. Yet the difference was that he was far more discreet and reserved, raised with stricter decorum and without much scandal. Shaolin, this is your friend? After exiting the private room, Wang Siyun appeared astonished. Beside her, Qin Rong, whose expression was less than favorable, also widened his eyes. The youthful gentleman, engaged in light-hearted conversation with Lin Feng, seemed familiar at first glance, and upon a second look, they recognized each other's identities. Wasn't he the son of the real estate magnate? Qin Rong felt a sudden wave of absurdity, realizing how comical his previous judgments had been. This was the so-called loser in his eyes? Rong, do you know that young man? Son of Sun Guoyang. My godson is no ordinary fellow, right? Wang Suyun laughed with pride. Qin Shui's two aunts also evidently recognized Sun Tao. Qin Shuyan cast a glance at Qin Rong and remarked, Are you dumbstruck now? Who in Shanghai lacks connections? Elder sister is addressing you. Are you mute? Qin Rong's face burned with embarrassment. He had regarded Wang Qilong as a gem, only to discover that his daughter's boyfriend was acquainted with Sun Tao. It was ludicrous. At this level of wealth, if one did not acknowledge you, could you possibly be so intimately connected? Qin Shui inquired with astonishment. Who is he? Wang Suyun chuckled. Xiao Xue, You truly are oblivious to the world outside your window. He is one of the top wealthy heirs in Huaxia. Xiaolin has concealed his identity quite well. Ah, how could he know such a person? I am uncertain, but it seems they are engaged in a discussion. Let's not interrupt them. We shall speak later. Lin Feng had long been aware of the commotion surrounding Qin Shui and her family. At that moment, Sun Tao, having finished his phone call, approached Lin Feng with a smile, saying, "Brother Lin, please wait a moment. I need to step inside to discuss a matter. I might be able to assist with your sister-in-law's concerns." Lin Feng replied with a grin, "Xiao Sun, I could tell you were no ordinary person. My instincts were right. This reputation stems from my father's endeavors, and it does not pertain to me. However, today I must resolve my own issues. Do you require assistance?" Sun Tao was taken aback. Then his eyes sparkled with excitement. He had momentarily forgotten that although Lin Feng appeared quite ordinary, the wisdom he displayed at the train station had left a profound impression. If Lin Feng were to assist today, there might indeed be a chance of success. "Brother Lin, would you be willing to help me? Let's give it a try." "Great, then I will rely on you. Do I need to change into different attire?" "Not at all. When conducting business, who says one must be clad in formal attire?" Lin Feng was also a person who defied conventions and promptly made a decision. In that case, it would be difficult for his father to refuse assistance later on, wouldn't it? Lin Feng followed Sun Tao into an expansive private room on the right. The Qin family watched in astonishment as he entered once more. Did you hear what Sun Tao called him? He referred to him as Brother Lin. Brother Lin? They seem to share such a relationship. There is much you are unaware of. When he emerges, make sure to apologize sincerely. Perhaps he can help you out of your predicament. Did you hear that, younger sister? What? Still not convinced? Xiao, do not blame your elder sister for not warning you. It is quite possible that Xiaolin can indeed assist you in your time of need. In truth, they were entirely oblivious to the fact that Lin Feng and Sun Tao had only met over a mere 200 yuan and had known each other for merely a week. Lin Feng was to temporarily play the role of Sun Tao's assistant, aiding him in negotiations with the officials. "Xiao Sun, just listen to me. All you need to do is act confidently." "Understood, Brother Lin. I am counting on you." Chapter 76. The Ace Assistant. Sun Dong has raised a remarkable son. Sun Tao felt somewhat embarrassed. He had initially intended to aid Lin Feng, yet before he could offer assistance, Lin Feng had already come to his aid. This time, he had inadvertently incurred a debt of gratitude, one that he could not easily repay. However, he acknowledged that he lacked confidence in this negotiation. Perhaps with Brother Lin's help, things would improve significantly. Upon entering the private room with Lin Feng, he felt a newfound assurance. Such inexplicable comfort enveloped him. At the large round table, which could accommodate 20 people, sat 3 middle-aged individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, each bearing a serious demeanor. Upon seeing Lin Feng and Sun Tao enter, a flicker of surprise crossed their faces. A brief exchange of glances conveyed an imperceptible joy. However, such subtle expressions could not escape Lin Feng's keen observation. Alert! Real-time information acquired. 3 negotiators from the Urban Planning and Construction Bureau, seasoned and cunning, were taken aback yet pleasantly surprised to see that Shanghai Real Estate had sent 2 young individuals to discuss business. Such youthfulness was something they could easily manipulate. Sun Tao took his seat, while Lin Feng stood behind him, embodying the role of a professional assistant. "Good day, gentlemen. I am Sun Tao, the representative of Shanghai Group for this negotiation, and this is my assistant, Lin Feng." "Sun Tao, are you the son of Director Sun?" inquired the middle-aged man seated at the center, adjusting his glasses. "Indeed," Sun Tao replied. "I understand you are guests of Director Sun. No wonder you are so distinguished." "Not at all. This is my first time engaging in negotiations, so I ask for your understanding should I falter." While Sun Tao was engrossed in conversation with the 3 men, Lin Feng remained vigilant, silently observing. Ding! Real-time psychological insight acquired. The land in question had once been a cemetery and later served as a crematorium during the Republic era. However, these events were from a distant past. If a seasoned negotiator had been sent, they might have unearthed some insights, but this young man was still too inexperienced. It appeared that a favorable price could be negotiated. At that moment, Lin Feng discreetly opened a virtual map and pinpointed the area that Shanghai Real Estate intended to acquire. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired. This piece of land was located in a peripheral area, not far from the central districts of the metropolis, yet lacking in convenient transportation and surrounding amenities, rendering it stagnant. The true market value of this parcel was approximately 2 billion. A few hundred acres of land, even in metropolis, valued at merely 2 billion, was indeed a bargain. Shanghai Real Estate's intent to purchase this land suggested plans for development in this underutilized region. Only a developer of such caliber would possess the confidence to revitalize such a dormant area. Mr. Sun, let us be succinct. The land your group is interested in will require at least 5 billion to acquire. Your father's proposal of 3 billion is unlikely to suffice. Our bureau's offer can be adjusted, considering Shanghai real estate as prestigious, standing as a nationally and internationally renowned developer, as well as a significant taxpayer. 5 billion is the best price we can officially provide. Sun Tao discreetly glanced at Lin Feng, noticing his expression remained impassive, his gaze unwavering. According to their agreed-upon signal, this indicated that the proposed price was excessively high. I represent Shanghai Group, and my father undoubtedly trusts my judgment. It would be best to engage in these negotiations with sincerity. 5 billion is too steep, and even 5 billion is excessive. Sun Tao voiced this with a degree of apprehension, yet his heart leapt at the astonished expressions of the three seasoned negotiators. It seemed that Lin Feng's insights were once again validated, instilling in him newfound confidence. Mr. Sun, you have truly inherited Director Sun's discerning vision. However, for such a substantial tract of land, several hundred acres, it is unreasonable to ask for a lower price. How about I concede an additional 5 billion? Mr. Sun, this is indeed a significant concession. It cannot drop any further. Surely, you wish to acquire this land to elevate your father's esteem? Ding! Real-time psychological insight acquired. The standard set by the higher-ups is a minimum of 5 billion. If we can sell for over 2 billion, our bonuses will be substantial. It is rare for them to send a novice. It would be a disservice to ourselves not to take advantage of the situation. This piece of land has been auctioned off multiple times. Apart from Sun Guoyang, who is willing to acquire it for 3 billion, no one else has shown interest. The directive from above allows us to seek maximum profit. If that fails, we must sell for at least 5 billion. These three individuals are exceedingly greedy. Despite the firm orders from above, they still attempt to exploit the situation. Sun Guoyang's offer of 3 billion is already generous. Sun Tao observed Lin Feng, who remained as composed as a mountain, devoid of any facial expression, which instantly bolstered his confidence. It is evident that this price remains excessively high. If not, perhaps you should confer among yourselves and return to negotiate. The two expressionless representatives promptly exited the room, leaving the three men quite startled. At that moment, Lin Feng interjected, stating, Mr. Sun wishes to know your best offer. He is well informed. That land was once a cemetery and crematorium. Anything below 2 billion would be excessive. Is there anyone else besides Shanghai willing to take it on? What? Please refrain from nonsense. Who is this Mr. Sun? My assistant, and he speaks on my behalf. Farewell. Wait, how much are you willing to offer? A maximum of 2 billion, Lin Feng replied, holding up 2 fingers. What? Mr. Sun has offered 3 billion. Since my father sent me to negotiate, my word is final. If I don't want it, he won't object. Sun Tao's calm demeanor unnerved the three men, causing a flicker of panic within them. Lin Feng flicked his head, prompting Sun Tao to understand. In that case, I will take my leave. Wait, 2 billion is a deal. Really? The other party quickly produced the agreement, placing it before him with a wry smile. Of course it's real. No wonder you're Mr. Sun's son. You're destined for greatness. After exchanging glances with Lin Feng, they marveled at how impressive today's youth have become. At such a young age, he skillfully navigates complex negotiations. If he were to assist Sun Tao, they would undoubtedly form a formidable partnership. 10 minutes later, while sipping coffee, Chun Beishan spotted the three from the construction bureau and immediately rose with a smile to greet them. Old Song, how did it go? Did you reach an agreement with our young master? Indeed, it was settled. More ruthless than your chairman. Truly remarkable. What do you mean? In any case, your Mr. Sun has a fine son. Shanghai Group has a promising future. I must take my leave now. We'll gather another day. Chun Beishan was left in a state of bewilderment, his mind buzzing. The chairman intended to challenge his son, while simultaneously imparting a lesson, ensuring Sun Tao understood that business negotiations are not so straightforward. Could it be that the young master outsmarted those individuals? Uncle Chun, great news. I successfully completed the task. 3 billion secured the land? No, 2 billion. Nonsense. That land is worth 3 billion? Only your father would make such a foolishly generous offer. Chun Beishan was left in shock, his mind blank, staring at Sun Tao in utter disbelief. Chapter 77. The Grateful Heir and the Proposal for Collaboration with the Premier Clothing Group. Uncle Chun, are you dazed? What? 2 billion? Is that true? How did you manage that? Was it really so difficult? The origins of that land are rather ominous. and my father generously offered 3 billion. Is that an abundance of wealth? Let me clarify. It is not for the sake of my father's reputation. That land is worth at most 5 billion. Chen Beishan's expression shifted, a peculiar glimmer flickering in his eyes. Young Master Sun, do you truly comprehend the real value of that land? He retrieved his phone, placing it to his ear. Hello, Lao Song. Was our young master speaking to you alone just now? Oh, an assistant? Very well, I understand. Thank you. No, it was merely a coincidence. With that, his eyes sparkled as he eagerly followed Sun Tao's steps. Father, you said it yourself. Your words should hold weight. And I cannot concur otherwise. Have you taken to studying the history of the Magic City? Huh? What do you mean? Are you aware that land was once a crematorium and a burial site? Father, do you really think so little of me? Haha. Very well, 2 billion will suffice. It seems I underestimated you. Sun Tao was not foolish. He knew his father had likely already contacted those old foxes at the construction bureau to inquire about the situation, and someone must have assisted him as well. Yet, if you do not ask, I shall remain silent, playing the part of the fool. A person of Lin's caliber surely wishes to remain discreet, and I must not lose my sense of judgment. Father, let us dispense with the trivialities. This time I have fulfilled my task, and you must uphold your promise. Haha, does that mean you will grant me my freedom? No problem, I keep my word. Last month, a foreign clothing conglomerate had their chairman seek you out, correct? Ah, indeed. I have a friend in textiles dealing with fabric exports, who has recently encountered some troubles. Could you facilitate an introduction? Father, I must insist you do not refuse. Otherwise, you would extinguish my hopes of succeeding you. If I can agree to your request, that would be your victory. You little rascal, are you threatening me? What company are they, and what is their scale? They are called Jiohong Textile from the Magic City, with Chairman Qin Rong at the helm. They were among the early pioneers in business, achieving commendable results. Yet their subsequent development faltered, leading to their current decline. Oh, I did not request your commentary. Just fulfill your promise. I will make the call, and I shall speak favorably, but foreign companies prefer to let their capabilities do the talking. Personal connections hold little sway. Is that how you wish to speak to me? Father, very well. I shall take a back seat. After all, you will not neglect me, and with your wealth. What need have I for employment? You rascal, I shall do my utmost. Yes, tomorrow at 9 o'clock, I shall arrive punctually at the company to commence work. Observing his beloved son departing the study, he displayed a look of surprise. Who exactly is the assistant mentioned by Lao Song from the construction bureau? To have so transformed Xiao Tao? Quite intriguing indeed. The study doors swung open, and Chun Shan entered, smiling. Chairman, shall we investigate further? No need for an inquiry. The worm will eventually reveal itself. If they are dragons, you will uncover nothing. For now, it is fortuitous for Xiao Tao. Let things unfold naturally. Such is the demeanor of a magnate, perceiving matters with clarity, exuding an inherent aura of control. If Lin Feng were of ill intent, he would have promptly devised a countermeasure. Old Chun, please contact Bond Apparel. I wish to arrange a meeting with Chairman Wang. Will you go personally? With Xiao Tao's enthusiasm so high, I cannot disregard his goodwill. If the other party truly possesses genuine capabilities, it would significantly benefit Xiao Tao's future endeavors. In life, achieving success requires not only one's own abilities, but also the guidance of influential benefactors. Perhaps this individual could indeed assist Xiao Tao considerably. 2 days later, within the office of the chairman of Jiohong Textile Group, Qin Rong languished in despair, slumped in his chair. His daughter was preoccupied with romance. His second sister was preparing for surgery, and his eldest sister and wife spent their days with the future son-in-law, leaving him isolated. The company teetered on the brink of collapse, and Wang Qilong had withdrawn all his connections, leaving him devoid of his last lifeline. Yet now, he found no animosity towards Lin Feng, blaming only his own blindness and judgment. Those acquainted with Sun Guiliangsun referred to him as brother. How could their relationship be anything but significant? Lin Feng had instructed him to wait at the company, assuring him that within 3 days, someone would approach him regarding export business, and that they represented a prestigious apparel group. Now, with 2 days elapsed, his anxiety intensified. He repeatedly reached for his phone to call his daughter, but restrained himself. He could not afford to appear foolish at this juncture. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps outside, and his sole remaining loyal assistant, Zhang Deshan, entered. Observing the astonishment and excitement etched on Zhang's face, he rose from his seat, trembling as he inquired, Old Zhang. What is it? A person just arrived, claiming to be the secretary of the chairman of Bond Apparel. They wish to discuss a collaboration with you. There is a banquet tonight at the National Guest Hotel in Magic City, scheduled for 6 o'clock. What? Bond? the renowned Chinese brand among the Fortune 500, the only one to establish a firm foothold in the international market, surpassing countless competitors? Yes, indeed. Could it be that we are on the verge of being scammed? Not at all. That assistant has previously accompanied the chairman of Bond to a press conference, and I recognize him. How could such a prestigious company seek collaboration with us? Especially when Jiu Hong is on the brink of bankruptcy? He struggled to comprehend, as this was utterly illogical. Chairman, he mentioned that they are seeking superior suppliers globally, and we were recommended. The image of Lin Feng flashed in his mind, and Qin Rong understood there could be no other explanation. This was undoubtedly the work of his beloved son-in-law, who had vehemently opposed his daughter's relationship with him just a short while ago. Chairman? Chairman? What is your decision? All right. Very well. Zhang Deshan departed, elated. As a veteran of the company, he sensed that Jiu Hong was on the cusp of a breakthrough. Hello, is this Xiao's son? Yes, I understand. Thank you immensely. You have been a tremendous help. Next time we negotiate business, feel free to consult me. Wang Suyun and Qin Shuyan exchanged glances, tentatively asking, Xiao Lin, could it be that news has emerged from your uncle's company? What is it, Aunt? The top-tier international apparel company Bond has extended a collaboration invitation to Jiuhong Textile. Chapter 78. Silence in response to a call. I arbitrarily acquired some of your stocks. Bond Apparel, an esteemed international clothing conglomerate, specializes in high-quality athletic wear, including sneakers, sports attire, sweatshirts, and bags. It stands as one of the few local brands in Huaxia capable of competing with global sports labels. The fact that they have proactively extended a collaboration invitation speaks volumes. Undoubtedly, this is the result of Lin Feng's influence. Our own, despite his youthful insight and determination, now resembles a fool, should he refuse to apologize. I shall see how he fares. Lin Feng chuckled. Aunt, don't make it difficult for Uncle. He has been harassed by the company, leading him to resort to such foolishness. Rest assured, this time will surely allow Uncle to redeem himself. His words were not mere bluster, for notification flashed before him. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. Kai Group will hold a press conference to announce Jiuhong Textile as their largest partner and supplier. Following this news, Jiuhong Textile stock, which was on the brink of crisis, will soar. A spark of brilliance flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. The stagnation of funds in his account had left him feeling quite insecure. The following day, at 5 p.m., this state of affairs had not occurred for nearly 6 months. Wang Siyun and her family stood, dumbfounded, witnessing an utterly absurd scene. Ginrong, bent over, grasped Lin Feng's hands with fervor. Had it not been for the multitude present and the fact that they were his close ones, he might have knelt down. Decades of toil, almost obliterated by his own folly. His daughter had found a remarkable son-in-law, yet he had been blind to it, nearly bringing ruin upon both himself and her. Guilt and self-reproach caused him to shed tears of remorse in the presence of his juniors. Little Lin, I was foolish. He lamented. Uncle, it is normal. Who does not grow muddled with age? Lin Feng's light-hearted remark shattered the previously solemn atmosphere. Little Lin, how astute your words are. Indeed, you have grown quite foolish, Wang Xiyun quipped. You're not just a little muddled. You nearly buried Xiaoshua's happiness. I heard that Wang Qilong's son has returned to the hospital, and the diagnosis reveals a permanent loss of sexual function. Look at the foolish actions you have committed. Ding. Real-time intelligence acquired. It was explosive. The heavens seemed to turn upside down. Uncle, it is nothing. I am not so petty, Lin Feng reassured. Little Lin, you still call me uncle? Wang Suyun beamed, winking at Lin Feng. Well, Dad, our issues were merely misunderstandings. Let bygones be bygones. Qin Rong was momentarily stunned, his gaze trembling. Tears welled in his eyes, and he could no longer contain his emotions. Oh, look at this old fool, with my failing eyesight. I actually believed Wang Qilong's nonsense. Xiaoxue, I am so sorry. Dad, just heed advice in the future. I will not hold it against you. Old Qin, do you still consent to the matter of Xiaolin and Qin Shui? If I disagree, I must be ill. Xian, quickly bring out the household registration book. Huh? What do you need that for? Just keep it where it is easily accessible. Whenever Xiaoxue wishes to marry, she can take it herself to register. The old man conducts himself with an air of erratic unpredictability, either resolutely opposing or brandishing the household registration booklet. Father, what are you doing? Xiaoxue, remember, when you are with Xiaolin, you must be obedient, manage the household, and raise the children, adhering to the virtues of submission and propriety. Foster father, I assure you I will treat Xiaoxue well. You need not worry. A deep sigh escaped Qin Rong upon hearing the term foster father, as if his very soul were departing. For reasons unknown, there was a certain comfort in hearing it, a silence following each utterance. Lin Feng seemed to possess a peculiar charm. One could loathe him intensely, yet once captivated, both men and women alike would succumb. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired. The future father-in-law is utterly won over by the future son-in-law, planning to make amends for his past misdeeds by gifting shares of the company to him. Gifting shares to oneself seems excessive. Currently, he has over 8 million left in his account, with more than 70 million invested in a substantial number of Jiuhong textile stocks at their lowest price. No jest. As of now, he is indeed a shareholder. Xiaolin, thanks to your assistance, my company has seen a glimmer of hope amidst its current impoverishment, but I can gift you shares, and you will also be a shareholder. Foster father, there's no need. I am already a shareholder, having acquired 7,000 worth at the lowest yesterday. Remarkable. Leveraging connections to navigate out of adversity, while simultaneously securing a profit for himself. This young man is astute, not at all like the petty individuals who, having gained an advantage, become insufferably arrogant. With his daughter alongside him, what could one possibly fret about? Xiaolin, my apologies for any inconvenience. What followed was an exceedingly tender moment. Lin Feng exhaled in relief, having finally resolved the most challenging matter without resorting to eloping with Qin Shui. The future father-in-law proved to be a wise individual. In stark contrast to the warmth of this scene was the solitary hospital room at Shanghai's foremost people's hospital. Lying in the hospital bed, Wang Yin glared at the news on his phone, teeth clenched in frustration. The resentment within him erupted like a volcano. His father had assured him that Jiuhong Textile would collapse, yet it had aligned itself with a world-class fashion conglomerate. The company that was on the brink of closure had not only survived, but thrived, with stock prices soaring. Media reports indicated that, due to Bond's favor, Jiuhong Textile could potentially set the industry standard. Last night, an unexpected pain had struck him, leading to his hospitalization today. After being assaulted by Chun Xuesong, he had sustained irreparable injuries, and it took him this long to realize that he had now become a eunuch. Son, are you all right? Father, you deceived me. Why am I the one injured? Son, it's not a major issue. Even if you become a woman, I can find a man to marry you. Such words were utterly shocking, further warping Wang Yan's psyche. I don't care. I shall ruin Lin Feng and Qin Shui. They're the reason I am in this state. Rest assured, I will find a way to eliminate them. Find a way? I want to do it now. Fortunately, my vigilance is strong. This father and son duo are truly malevolent. I must take the initiative and eradicate this malignant tumor entirely. Chapter 79. Have I become the great villain? They actually wish to encircle me. In the frame, the poignant drama of Wang Yin and his son continues. Wang Qilong kneels beside the window, cradling his son's head in his embrace. Xiaoyan, stop crying. Be a man and pull yourself together. It's just a woman. But I've been ruined, Dad. Wang Qilong paused, a flicker of sorrow flashing in his eyes. Nothing else mattered, but his son's vital essence had been compromised. The Wang family faced extinction. This was no longer a matter that could be resolved with money, and the perpetrators, Chun Xuesong and his accomplices, were already dead. Yes, the root of all this misfortune lay with that detestable young man. The loathsome figure of Lin Feng resurfaced in his mind. He seethed with hatred, for all this chaos was his doing. Dad, Lin Feng, promise me you won't kill him. Let him be childless. I want Qin Shui to live in mourning. Very well, son, I promise you. I shall ensure that he experiences the pain you have endured. Dad, I am in so much pain. Why do you have to harm me like this? Is it a crime to love Qin Shui? My son, you have done no wrong. To be loved by you is her fortune, yet she has callously toyed with your affections, an unforgivable sin. Dad, you must avenge me, rest assured. I will find a way for you to vent this grievance. For a moment, Lin Feng was left speechless. If one were unaware, they might mistake this father and son for pitiful victims, wronged by fate. How shameless they were, their ability to distort right and wrong truly exceptional. Outside the hospital room, shadows flickered, and, as the door creaked open, a throng of individuals entered. Approximately 7 or 8 people, a mix of genders and ages. Judging by their appearances, they were likely relatives of Wang Yan. Xiaoyan, who did this to you? An elderly man with graying hair, leaning on a cane, trembled with rage and sorrow upon seeing Wang Yan's condition. Grandfather, well, it was someone named Lin Feng. Qilong, what on earth are you doing? Xiaoyan is the eldest grandson of the Wang family. Are we to be left without heirs? Qilong, he is my only grandson. If we lose him, the Wang family faces extinction. If you cannot deal with Lin Feng, I shall summon Guishan to handle it. In the frame, a man standing behind the old man coldly remarked, Qilong, my father is right. After all, you are a businessman. Xiao Long is my dear nephew, and it is my duty as his uncle to take action. Ding. Obtained character information 1. Name, Wang Yishan. Age, 62. Identity, Chairman of the Imperial Dynasty Entertainment. A businessman with ties to the underworld. Personality, insidious, cunning, ruthless. Inner thoughts, with my nephew harmed in such a manner, if I, as his uncle, do not stand up for him, I shall be ridiculed by outsiders. Let no one who contributes to the Wang family's demise live in peace. I shall ensure their ruin. Lin Feng's gaze remained as tranquil as water, quietly observing the scene. Among the crowd, a woman covered her face, weeping softly. She spoke. Qilong, our son has become like this. What shall we do from here? What shall we do? If my son suffers, then none shall find peace. Xiaofan, you have endured much. I am a mother of Xiaoyan. What hardship! I will never let go of those who have harmed my son. The old man chuckled coldly, declaring that the revenge for his grandson must be exacted, and that the Qin family would not escape unscathed either. Once they dealt with this boy, they would settle accounts with him. Father, rest assured, now that Xiao Yin has become like this, no one with connections will be spared. We must make these people pay a bloody price. Ding. Important reminder 1 received. The individuals on the screen have already developed a murderous intent towards you, wishing to eliminate you swiftly. If no measures are taken, within 3 days, you, your girlfriend, and their families will face danger. Furthermore, there is a perilous crisis awaiting you in Sioux City. They intend to encircle me completely, leaving no escape route, ensuring mutual destruction. Xiaoyan, rest well. Since you have obtained a woman, we shall destroy her. Grandfather, I want the Qin family to perish and Lin Feng to die. Do not worry. We will not neglect your wishes. After speaking, the old man, leaning on his cane and supported by his subordinates, departed from the hospital room. As he reached the door, he remarked casually, I await news from you. Complete the task within a week, leaving no trace behind. Silence enveloped the room. Wang Qilong inquired, Brother, I trouble you this time. Nonsense. Xiao Yin is like a son to me. I will handle Lin Feng. Sister-in-law, there is no need for arrangements in Sioux City. He cannot leave Magic City. No, Xiaofan, you should still have the eldest brother prepare. This boy is not that simple. I suspect that Qin Rong's ability to connect with Bond might also be due to him. Impossible. How could someone like Bond be accessible to him? I used to think the same, but too many strange occurrences surrounding this boy have compelled me to be cautious. Ensuring absolute certainty is paramount. Fine, I will heed your advice. What are your plans regarding Qin Rong? Upon hearing this, Wang Qilong glanced at his foolish son lying in bed, his brow furrowing as he spoke ominously. I will handle this matter. Isn't he already tied to a powerful figure? If the goods are intercepted midway, the business will collapse. Won't it? Qilong, Qin Shui must take responsibility for Xiao Yin. She will serve him for the rest of her life as penance. That is a must. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. These individuals are utterly deranged. All these matters can be attributed to them. I've always been on the defensive. Yet, now, they want to hold me accountable? It seems they intend to encircle me entirely, targeting not only me, but also the Qin Shui family. This is utterly absurd and reckless. In the scene, Wang Qilong and the others left the hospital room, while Wang Yin lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, resembling a fool. Ding. Future intelligence 1 received. An hour later, some idle individuals will appear near the hotel. They are members of the underworld arranged by Wang Wuxian, tasked with monitoring you. Once the opportune moment arises, they will strike. Lin Feng rose, gathering his belongings into his backpack, preparing to check out and leave this place. How ridiculous. The intelligence has been provided in advance, and I would remain here waiting for them to besiege me. That would be sheer madness. Although one possesses formidable strength, it is unwise to eliminate them brazenly in broad daylight. It is prudent to first secure accommodation at another hotel, and then devise a discreet method to resolve the matter. Chapter 80. A captivating news item. The dragon crossing the river. It is imperative to first address the significant issue posed by Wang Yin. This ticking time bomb, if left unchecked, will lead to endless repercussions. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng exited the hotel lobby, vanishing into the bustling crowd. Approximately half an hour later, a van parked in a roadside space. The driver partially rolled down the window and pulled out his phone, placing it to his ear. Shanyi, our people are in position. Even if he transforms into a fly, he won't escape. Keep your eyes on him, and if the opportunity arises, bring him to me. Understood. At this moment, Lin Feng had checked into another hotel 3 kilometers away, stifling a laugh as he observed the van through the lens. These fools believed they had him cornered in the hotel. It was utterly amusing. However, he needed to act quickly to uncover their vulnerabilities. particularly that of Wang Qilong's elder brother, who posed a significant threat. Ding. Important hint when acquired. Turn on the television to view crucial information. It can aid you in discreetly undermining those who conspire to harm you. Curious, Lin Feng pressed the remote, and the television flickered to life, displaying a local news broadcast from Modu. Good afternoon, citizens of Modu. We interrupt this program to bring you urgent news. Reports indicate that a group of fugitives has infiltrated our city, armed with lethal weapons. We urge citizens to minimize outdoor activities and to contact the police if they encounter any suspicious individuals. In Huaxia, fewer words often imply greater significance. And this brief news item conveyed substantial information. He sensed he had grasped a vital clue. Modu, a first-tier metropolis, was now home to a band of desperate fugitives, those willing to kill, presumably armed with firearms. But how did this concern him? Ding. Important hint when acquired. Transform into the underworld overlord Wang Guishan of Modu, enacting a scenario where the mighty dragon struggles against the local tyrant, triggering the narrative of the dragon crossing the river, leading to the downfall of a once great hero in Modu. Goodness, this is truly remarkable. What kind of ingenuity does this system possess to conceive such a plan? Ding. Points, 1,000, remaining, 861500, current positioning successful. A virtual map and surveillance footage materialized before him. Several rough-looking men gathered around a stone table, feasting on marinated dishes. The surrounding environment was dilapidated, overgrown with weeds, resembling a courtyard in an abandoned village. Lin Feng was astonished to discover that this group indeed possessed firearms. Ding. This area is located in Yushan Village, which is set for relocation. The village is currently uninhabited, with a few fugitives temporarily taking refuge here, preparing to orchestrate a grand scheme. Brothers, if we don't make some money this time, we won't survive. Damn it. Coming to Modu is tantamount to courting death. What are your thoughts, Big Brother? You fools don't understand a thing. Big Brother intends to operate in the shadows here. Can't you see that? In the bustling metropolis, the affluent abound, and even the common folk possess wealth beyond that found in other locales. Seated among his companions, a bald man, having drained a bottle of beer, exhaled a cloud of smoke. He surveyed his three associates and remarked, "Fortune favors the bold. If we manage to strike it rich here, our lives will be set for the foreseeable future. As for the local gangs, they are of no concern. Individuals like us, reckless and desperate, are not to be trifled with. Even if they were to engage, it would be in a spirit of camaraderie. You're right, brother. These days, even the underworld has taken to sophistication. In the 90s, perhaps they paid heed to the local powers, but in today's world, they must defer to us." The bald man nodded in agreement, adding, "They wouldn't dare draw their weapons. We have no such reservations." Notification, character information acquired. Lin Feng stroked his chin, a sly grin spreading across his face. He had grasped the system's design. This individual harbored a vengeful spirit, wholly lacking the gentlemanly notion of delaying retribution. Offend him, and no matter the distance, he would pursue vengeance relentlessly. Lin Feng was quite taken with such a temperament. What then would transpire if the local gang leader, Wang Guishan, were to launch a surprise attack against them? Lin Feng had an impressive stockpile of arms at his disposal. A display of firepower would establish their identity, after which they could depart with flair. Wang Guishan's downfall would be imminent. The thrill was palpable, and Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. He needed to act swiftly to eradicate the Wang Qilong family of villains. At that moment, voices echoed once more in the frame. Chenbin extinguished his cigarette and reiterated, "Currently, the most formidable figure in the metropolis is the chairman of the Dynasty Entertainment, a man of considerable wealth and influence with a vast network. It is said he has strong connections. Brother, what are your plans?" He inquired. "He is a duplicitous character, yet he relishes associating with those like us, for we are capable of delivering results for the right price. Brother, shall we pull off a grand heist and enlist his aid for our escape?" Astute thinking. Let us lay low for a few days and assess the wealthy elites of the metropolis to determine our target. Lin Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. Engaging in armed robbery in the metropolis and targeting the affluent was a reckless gamble for wealth. These individuals were undeniably dangerous, and if left unchecked, the city might soon face a significant calamity. By taking the reins, he could rid the world of two malignant entities. This venture was indeed worthwhile. Notification, important alert acquired. In the dead of night, proceed to Yushan Village and provoke these desperate individuals. Wang Guishan will not see the dawn of the day after tomorrow. This action will incite a furious Chenbin to confront Wang Guishan, leading to a fierce shootout at the Dynasty Entertainment venue, resulting in both their demises. Since Chun Bin opts for retaliation before 4 a.m., the club will be devoid of patrons, sparing innocent lives. Notification. Points awarded, 3. Remaining, 831,500. Acquired Universal Disguise Mask and Shrinking Pill 1. Lin Feng glanced at the time. It was still early. He resolved to wait until the dead of night to set his plan in motion. In the office of the Imperial Dynasty Entertainment, Wang Wuxian gazed at the news on the television and addressed the cold-faced young man beside him. This group will undoubtedly create a significant incident upon their arrival in the Magic City. If we encounter them, we shall feign ignorance. Yes, boss. If they seek me out, I shall have them brought before you. Boss, isn't it perilous to engage with them? Humph. Only the fierce dragon can traverse the river. Associating with such individuals can wield a sharp blade in our hands. Coincidentally, I have yet to find a suitable person to deal with Lin Feng. They would be quite fitting for the task. Chapter 81. The Leader of Magic City. What if I present a rocket launcher, Your Excellency? How would you respond? As a prominent figure in the underground world, he always kept a watchful eye on such news. Chun Bin was absolutely correct. These desperate rogues are most favored by the lords of the underworld. They maintain clean hands, work for money, and are exceedingly trustworthy. Fearless of death, even if captured, they would not betray their employer. Your foresight is commendable, boss. I shall attend to this immediately. Xiao Yi, instruct the hotel staff to keep a close watch. Lin Feng must not escape. Rest assured, we will rotate in shifts. That lad won't stand a chance. This group remained oblivious to the circumstances. Had Lin Feng desired, he could have been lying in the Red Romance in Sioux City for 3 hours already. At 3 a.m., the streets were nearly deserted. Lin Feng's formidable physique enabled him to swiftly appear at the outskirts of Yushan Village. With the aid of a powerful virtual map, he quickly pinpointed the target area, an unlit courtyard deep within the village. Among the four-man gang, 3 leaned against the wall, resting their eyes, while only Chun Bin remained awake. He meticulously polished his gun, his demeanor calm. Years of evading capture had honed this rogue's psychological resilience to its peak. Even surrounded by police, he would likely confront death with composure. A person unafraid of death is indeed formidable. Suddenly, a stone fell at his feet. In an instant, the 3 men at the wall opened their eyes. Shi Chun Bin gestured for silence, directing his gaze towards the entrance. Through the gap in the dilapidated wooden door, a figure was clearly approaching. The 4 men readied their weapons, vigilantly watching the door. Creak, the wooden door emitted a sharp sound as the 4 positioned their fingers on the triggers. Standing at the entrance was a middle-aged man, who slowly approached them. Chun Bin spoke in a low voice. He is not a policeman. He likely means us no harm. It appears he is a vagrant. Boss, what should we do? Better safe than sorry. Eliminate him. The 4 advanced, concealing their weapons. They could not afford to make a sound unless absolutely necessary. However, as they drew closer, Chun Bin's expression shifted to one of confusion. This man seemed oddly familiar. He felt as though he had seen him before. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he exclaimed, "You are Wang Wuxian? Huh, you recognize me after all?" The man responded arrogantly, lighting a cigarette. Chun Bin was certain this individual had come seeking them, and his vigilance intensified. He had not sought out Wang Wuxian, yet the latter had come find him. However, how could an entity so deeply entrenched in the shadowy underbelly of the metropolis dare to risk its safety? Something feels amiss. There is an underlying issue. This individual does not come with benign intentions, and it is prudent to prepare for confrontation. Chun Bin, seasoned and astute, understood the principle of striking first. Without hesitation, he drew his firearm from his pocket. The remaining 3 swiftly followed suit, their movements synchronized and efficient. Had they been ordinary individuals, they would have long since met their demise. Already drawing your weapons? Were you not planning something grand before leaving? Should you take my life, none of you will escape unscathed. I'm a figure of authority in this city. Go ask around about who Shan Yi is. Do you wish to court death? The quartet exchanged uncertain glances. They had traversed the land, encountering numerous formidable foes, individuals plagued by madness, mania, schizophrenia, and violent tendencies. Yet, encountering someone as brazen as Wang Wuxian was unprecedented. This was a quintessentially reckless individual. Chun Bin began to question whether he was ensnared in a dream. Hey, you are not dreaming. Cease that expression and holster your weapon. Do not approach me. The unusual circumstances hinted at underlying dangers, while he was not afraid of formidable opponents. Today's bizarre encounter had left him astounded. Do not be alarmed. I approach for a singular purpose. Join me, and you shall no longer need to hide. What? You wish to recruit us? Is there a problem with that? The so-called authority of the metropolis is insufficient to accommodate a few desperate souls like you. Otherwise, you would meet your end in an instant. Lin Feng, masquerading as Wang Wuxian, exuded an air of arrogance, as if the entire city belonged to him, wholly disregarding Chun Bin's presence. Boss, is this individual mentally impaired? Damn, is he truly the notorious leader of the underworld? Chun Bin's face flushed crimson. Narrowing his eyes, he spoke in a chilling tone. It seems I have misjudged the intelligence. This person appears to be merely a petty thug unfamiliar with the ways of the world. Boss, if that is the case, why keep him around? Such a character is unworthy of even holding our shoes. Let alone serving us. This type of person can only intimidate in this city. Indeed, the urban dwellers are woefully weak. Well then, regardless of whether you are insane, foolish, or merely a source of amusement, farewell, self-proclaimed leader of the underworld. Chen Bin, Unfazit, raised his weapon and aimed it at Wang Wuxian, pulling the trigger. The gunshot echoed, and flames erupted forth. To him, the act of killing held no distinction. The air thickened with the acrid scent of gunpowder, yet the notorious quartet remained in their prior stance, utterly motionless. A bewildering occurrence transpired. Wang Wuxian had vanished. Indeed, he had disappeared, alive, unseen, dead, untraceable. The courtyard was vast and devoid of obstructions, with walls towering over 3 meters, making escape under their very noses implausible. Moreover, this was a gun. How could he have evaded it? Since Lin Feng's physical prowess had surpassed the limits of an ordinary human by 5-fold. He was impervious to blades and bullets, which appeared to him as if in slow motion. Dodging a bullet was merely a trivial task. This time, he aimed to provoke the ruthless bandits, inciting a wave of animosity towards Wang Wuxian. You ungrateful lot, my attempt to recruit you is a favor, in my eyes. You are worth nothing. Goodness, brother, that fellow is behind us. Is it a ghost? What on earth is he holding? How is this possible? Is he Rambo? Chen Bin's heart raced as he sensed something amiss, a vague unease creeping into his mind. Wang Wuxian stood at a distance. A cigarette clenched between his lips, a rocket launcher resting on his shoulder, wearing a grin as he observed him. You little brat, thinking you can act high and mighty just because I made you my subordinate? You dare to threaten me with a gun? How bold! What would you do if I brandished this rocket launcher? Brother, run! With a deafening roar, a massive explosion erupted, sending a fiery blaze skyward. Smoke enveloped the area, blinding Chunbin momentarily. Brother, the fat man and Xiao Jun are gone. They're dead. What? He rubbed his eyes and rushed over, only to be met with the sight of 2 lifeless bodies. Though he was ruthless, his loyalty to his brothers was unwavering. After years of sharing life and death, how could he be devoid of feelings? At that moment, Wang Wuxian had already become a dead man in his heart. Brother, what shall we do now? The last remaining younger brother asked, his voice trembling with sorrow. Wang Wuxian? He has vanished. Let South leave this place for now. I will avenge them. I will kill Wang Wuxian to accompany my brothers in death. Chapter 82. A major shooting incident at the Heartless Food Group. Though such underhanded maneuvering, orchestrating the life and death of others, lacks martial ethics, it undeniably brings a rush of exhilaration. In the frame to the right, Chun Bin was consumed by rage, his reason slipping away. A fearsome bandit, known for taking lives, was now being assaulted with a rocket launcher. If word got out, how could he maintain his reputation? Moreover, with the deaths of 2 brothers who had fought alongside him, this transgression was intolerable. Gather your weapons, load all the bullets, and don't forget the grenades. Today, we shall teach Wang Wuxian a lesson. Brother, let us go now. Those 2 died so tragically. No, our target is Wang Wuxian. We will wait until 4 a.m. when there are fewer people around, and we must avoid harming any innocents. We have only one chance to eliminate him before the police arrive. Brother, I will follow your lead. In another scene, Wang Wuxian, cigar in mouth, had just finished a call with Wang Qilong when his confidant, Xia Ji, entered the office. Boss, the hotel says Lin Feng never left. Could there be a problem? Should we send someone to inquire at the front desk? Not necessary. Just keep watch. It's a 5-star hotel. If you go to ask, it will raise suspicions. In this city, under my very nose, he cannot escape. Xiaoji nodded and asked again, what about those desperate men? Should we not intervene? Leave them be. When they encounter trouble, we will act. Providing assistance in the midst of adversity is far more valuable than merely adding to someone's good fortune. Lin Feng, observing from the camera, felt a sense of dark satisfaction when Wang Wuxian discovers that the very desperate men he intended to recruit wish to kill him. He will surely be surprised and bewildered. One wonders what thoughts might cross his mind before his demise. But never mind that. He is merely a doomed man. Next, it would be Wang Qilong's turn. He is the true source of all evil. Lin Feng switched the camera's perspective to Wang Qilong, who was not in the hospital today, but rather in a place reminiscent of an assembly line. A stream of packaged food items flowed along the conveyor belt, ultimately being sealed for distribution. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with keen interest as he observed the process. At 3 a.m., the guests of the Royal Dynasty nightclub began to disperse. Many ladies of the night were whisked away, earning substantial rewards for the mere exchange of their physical selves. By 4 a.m., Wang Wuxian and Xiao Ji exited the club's grand doors, where Mercedes awaited them. There's no need for that. This is the Magic City. Are you afraid I might be murdered? But those thugs. No witties. I've navigated this world before. Dispatch someone to keep an eye on Lin Feng. Understood, boss. Xiao Ji ceased his insistence. Obedience to orders was his obligation. As the rear door of the Mercedes swung open, a furious roar pierced the desolate streets. Wang Wuxian, come out. Damn it, boss, hurry. Xiao Yi reacted swiftly, but no speed could rival that of a bullet. In the stillness of the night, gunfire erupted in the Magic City. The formidable figure of Wang Wuxian fell into a pool of blood, struck in the back of the head, dying instantly. His body twitched, his eyes reflecting confusion and resentment, gradually losing their luster. Damn it, the boss has been shot. Where are they? Don't let them escape. The cacophony of footsteps within the Royal Dynasty entertainment was deafening. As dozens of henchmen rushed out, Xiao Ji, disregarding the fallen, charged towards Chunbin first. To his astonishment, he noted Xiao Ji's remarkable speed, indicative of a professional trained fighter. Yet, Chunbin felt unperturbed. He was armed. However, his expression soon shifted to one of terror as Xiao Ji brandished a firearm, aiming it directly at him. Brother, be careful. The last of Chunbin's subordinates stood in front of him, only to be swiftly dispatched by Xiao Ji's shot. By now, Wang Wuxian's men had encircled Chunbin completely. Realizing his escape was futile, anger surged within him, compelling him to take down as many as he could. Yet, overwhelmed by sheer numbers, he fired 2 shots in panic before being engulfed by the advancing crowd. Minutes later, the throng dispersed, leaving behind a bloodied figure lying flat on the ground. Xiao Ji lit a cigarette, his mind buzzing with dread. He understood that his fate was sealed. The entire Wang Wuxian organization would likely face a purge. As Wang Wuxian's confidant, he had long suspected that his boss's dealings with Chunbin's group were perilous, and now, the worst had transpired. The dawn began to break, and in the distance, police sirens echoed across the skyline. In no time, over 10 police vehicles, including special forces, arrived at the scene, followed closely by an ambulance and fire truck. A shooting incident in the bustling district of the Magic City was bound to send shockwaves throughout the nation. Upon receiving the news, law enforcement mobilized their full might, determined to prevent the criminals from escaping, lest it be a disgrace to the national police force. By 6 a.m., Lin Feng's phone buzzed with 5 new video files. Unprepared for the content, he was nearly nauseated upon viewing them. Wang Qilong's Qilong Foods had revealed itself to be a purveyor of substandard goods. Their production facilities were unsanitary, with workers smoking while repackaging spicy strips and candied fruits. Moreover, many employees left the restroom without so much as a hand wash, let alone any disinfection. What astonished Lin Feng the most was the site within the food processing workshop, where the raw materials had long since decayed and molded, yet they continued to utilize them. The products manufactured by Qilong Group, such as crispy noodles, spicy strips, and preserved plums, were immensely popular among children, becoming quite the sensation in various schools. Was it not plausible that consuming such items would lead to illness? Even more outrageous was the night shift production manager, who brazenly spat and carelessly flicked ash, with thick phlegm and ash flying into the food destined for packaging. This was not merely a matter of self-sabotage, but a blatant disregard for health. Once these videos were exposed, could he possibly escape unscathed? Initially, discreetly eliminating Wang Qilong seemed a daunting task. However, fate had now presented him with an opportunity. What more could he say? The chosen one would act. He packaged the videos on his phone, preparing to expose Qilong Foods at once. When the entire internet became aware, it would mark the end for them. Just then, Lin Feng heard a flurry of footsteps echoing down the corridor, accompanied by the apologetic voice of a staff member. We sincerely apologize. A significant shooting incident has occurred in the city. For everyone's safety, please cooperate with the police in registering your identification. We will offer a discount on your room fees. Lin Feng's eyes brightened as he retrieved his phone and opened the news. Indeed, the headline bore the news he had been longing to see. At 4 a.m., A major shooting incident had unfolded at the Royal Dynasty Entertainment, resulting in 3 fatalities and 5 injuries. Among the deceased was the owner, Wang Wuxian, alongside 2 members of a wanted criminal gang led by Chun Bin. The second headline concerned the events in Yushan Village, where even rocket launchers had been employed. It was impossible for there to be no repercussions. This case had also been designated a priority by the police, who suspected a deep-seated connection between Wang Wuxian's death and the mysterious explosion in Yushan Village. Chapter 83. The Internet Exposed. Do you now know to spare? This matter was no longer Lin Feng's concern. Investigate all you wish. Silence would be their only response. With Wang Wuxian, the greatest threat, eliminated, he could finally breathe easier. Next on his agenda was Wang Qilong. With his demise, the family of misfits left behind would be inconsequential. Ding! Important notice 1. The downfall of Wang Wuxian has dealt a significant blow to the Wang family, drastically diminishing their confidence in retaliation. The incident at Wang Qilong's factory could condemn them to ruin, triggering a series of misfortunes. Wang Qilong's father succumbing to a heart attack, his son Wang Yin committing suicide, and his wife leaping from the 5th floor, ending her sinful and selfish life. Ah, how pitiable, yet it brought an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. 2 young female police officers stood outside. After a brief questioning and identification registration, Lin Feng eagerly extracted his phone. Ding! Points. 5,000. Remaining. 781500. Super hacker card activated successfully. Within 2 hours, you shall be invincible online. Lin Feng logged into all the short video platforms, including Douyin and Kuaishou, while also accessing major social media forums and websites. The formidable hacker card possesses limitless potential, beyond tampering with video surveillance. It can elevate a mere whiteboard account to the pinnacle of permissions. The account, shielded by this device, not only conceals information, but also grants access to the utmost privileges across numerous websites. Ding! The video has been sent. Within the next 24 hours, it will be disseminated endlessly across the internet, ensuring widespread exposure. Stay tuned. Lin Feng stifled a yawn, preparing to indulge in slumber. After attending to various matters, he would relocate to the metropolitan hub, a city brimming with opportunities far surpassing those in Sioux City. In the office of the chairman of Qilong Group, a heated argument unfolded. Guoshan is dead. Our Wang family is truly beset by misfortune. I have dishonored our ancestors. Qilong, how shall I face them in the afterlife? Father, I've seen the news as well. They say he was murdered by fugitives, but how did my elder brother come into conflict with them? I urged him to abandon the underworld, yet he would not listen. Now he is gone. Does it even matter to inquire why? Father, what about Xiaoyan's vendetta? Upon hearing this, the 85-year-old patriarch's expression shifted dramatically. His frail heart struck hard. You must. Qilong, father, something terrible has happened. Lin Xiaofan rushed in, her face pale, as if she had encountered a great fright. Xiaofan, what is amiss? Weren't you at the hospital with Xiaoyan? Could it be? No, it's not our son, it's you. Your company has been shut down by the authorities, several executives have been taken away, and the factory has been sealed. Now the relevant departments are searching for you everywhere. What? Why are they arresting me? He felt utterly bewildered. His food company, modest in prestige, produced nothing but junk food, yet it had been lucrative. The export volume was substantial, making him a significant taxpayer. Why had disaster suddenly befallen him? You should see for yourself. Confused, he took his wife's phone and glanced at it. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if they were those of a startled goldfish. Rubbing his eyes, he scrutinized the information for a moment, and his expression changed drastically. This cannot be. How can this be? My workshop doesn't even have surveillance cameras. Where did this video come from? What on earth has transpired? Wang Qilong's father teetered on the brink of collapse, mere moments from despair. My food factory has been exposed for violating regulations, leading to significant food safety issues. What will the consequences be? Father, the factory is sealed, I am arrested, and I may face hefty fines. How could this happen? I do not know. There are no cameras in my workshop. How could this occur? Lin Xiaofan furrowed her brow and whispered, I believe someone is targeting us. With my elder brother's predicament, we must seek refuge with my younger brother. Her brother, a local strongman in Sioux City, though not as powerful as Wang Wuxian, held considerable sway as a prominent figure in that small locale. Suddenly, a frantic ringing interrupted them. Lin Xiaofan answered the phone without a glance. Hello, sister-in-law. What is it? Is there an issue? What? Is that true? Do not frighten me. What? He has been arrested? He might face life imprisonment? Why? What? Someone has exposed his past to murder? How could this happen? The phone fell, and an eerie atmosphere enveloped the entire office. What has happened to Xiofan? My brother has been arrested, facing life imprisonment as a starting point. All his sordid deeds have been laid bare, with someone anonymously sending the information to the Sioux City Anti-Organized Crime Office. A thunderclap of despair, a dead end. This family has met with ruin, some dead, some arrested, some under investigation. None will have a favorable outcome. The misfortune struck so suddenly that they were not even granted a moment to react. Footsteps approached from outside, and the office door was kicked open. Apologies, we are the joint enforcement team from the Food Safety Bureau and the police of Modu. This is the arrest warrant for Wang Qilong. Qilong, do not worry. We will arrange a lawyer for you, Lin Xiofan screamed. The law enforcement officers, however, coldly replied, you might want to consider persuading him to confess. Perhaps he could receive a lighter sentence. Wang Qilong's wife and father watched helplessly as their son was taken away. In that moment, they finally comprehended the meaning of despair. The following day, Lin Feng awoke around 9 and immediately checked his phone. Oh wow, this is amazing. The first sight left him dumbfounded. The Wang Qilong family had seemingly been obliterated. His wife's brother was, of course, arranged by him, with his intelligence. How could he leave any loose ends? Suddenly, the urgent ringing of a phone interrupted him. Hello, Xiaoxiu. It's me. I've just woken up. What's going on? Oh, I saw the news. It was the headline as soon as I got up. Qin Shui was referring to Wang Qilong's situation, and he could distinctly sense her genuine delight. Lin Feng, I never expected their family to be so wicked. Evil begets evil. Although he had known in advance, Lin Feng still felt a chill run down his spine. This was undoubtedly a massacre of the family. Chapter 84. A clean slate. The love of an old married couple. All right, let us plan for tomorrow night then. I'll go speak with her. After hanging up, Lin Feng reflected on his current standing. Even his mother-in-law had to make an appointment for dinner with him. This son-in-law role was indeed rather comfortable. Ding! Future intelligence acquired one. Tomorrow night's family banquet will be exceptionally warm. You will experience unprecedented warmth. Look at that. The protagonist is esteemed wherever he goes. Ding! Please activate virtual surveillance. You need to ensure your past is clean to avoid any concerns. Lin Feng displayed a look of astonishment. There were indeed lingering concerns. Upon activating the virtual surveillance, the system had already pinpointed the target area, the Modem Major Crimes Unit office. A group of police officers huddled around a table, their faces etched with worry. This is hopeless. I can't think of a suitable explanation for the presence of rocket-propelled grenade fragments. We have ample reason to believe that Chun Bin and Wang Guoshan do not know each other and bear no animosity. Strangely, one would think such a reward would be most appealing to someone like Wang Guoshan, a notorious gangster who would do anything for money. Why has it suddenly turned into this? Let us investigate slowly. The higher-ups have ordered us to unravel the truth. Damn it, despite having executed everything flawlessly, being scrutinized like this is troublesome. Fortunately, everything I did after disguising myself that day was recorded by him through virtual surveillance. Lin Feng immersed himself in his tasks. And soon the video was successfully dispatched. He fixated on the screen, and shortly thereafter, a police officer burst into the office, summoning everyone to the conference room. 10 minutes later, the officer on the screen expressed his astonishment. He never anticipated that Wang Guanshan could be so naive. It was truly shocking. He had ventured to recruit those outlaws with a rocket launcher, only to find himself ensnared in a futile endeavor. Yet, the man was already in his 60s, quite eccentric indeed. No more discussions. Now that the outcome is clear, we shall close the case. However, we must remain vigilant. We cannot allow such heinous incidents to recur in this city. Lin Feng exhaled in relief. From every conceivable angle, he had left no traces and would not be discovered by the authorities. Moreover, the system had accounted for any theoretical exposure probabilities. This was a foolproof double assurance. Tomorrow marked the day he would formally dine at Qin Shui's home. Previously, he had been somewhat unwelcome by his father-in-law, but now he had become the apple of the entire Qin family's eye. The following evening at 5 o'clock, Lin Feng arrived punctually at the villa. The round table was adorned with an array of culinary delights from the Jiangnan region, clearly prepared by a professional chef. Xiaolin, you've arrived. Come in and enjoy some tea. We shall indulge in a few drinks shortly. Lin Feng noted 3 bottles of Mao Tai on the table and another bottle of Wuliangye beneath. Feeling quite taken aback, was his father-in-law intent on getting him drunk, or was it himself who would be inebriated? Dad, tonight I'll drink with you, Lin Feng offered. Very well. Let us enjoy our drinks, his father-in-law replied. Suddenly, a mocking voice interrupted. Oh? I recall someone once saying they would send such an exemplary son-in-law out the door. It was none other than his second aunt, Qin Xiaofen. A notification chimed. A middle-aged woman, having completed surgery, is filled with joy upon confirming that her tumor is benign. She believes her life has been saved by her nephew-in-law. Little aunt, your tumor is all right. I assent it. Qin Xiaofen's face lit up with emotion, her eyes brimming with tears. However, following Lin Feng's diagnosis, she had insisted on surgery. The final pathology report, while not cancerous, indicated that it was progressing in that direction. Had she delayed for a few more months, the prognosis could have been dire. Shaolin, thank you. Otherwise, my life would have been in jeopardy, she expressed gratefully. Nonsense. Little aunt, you are clearly destined for longevity. Arone, you ought to be aware. If you mistreat your son-in-law, I shall not forgive you. Count me in, chimed in another voice. At our age, to be so blind. Just look at who the Wang family is. Nearly pushing Xiao Shui into the fire pit. Old Qin, I shan't say much about you. You may not heed my words, but you ought to listen to the elder sisters. Qin Rong was drenched in sweat, hastily trying to placate Xiao Lin. It's my fault regarding the valuable matters. Please do not be angry. All right, let us not dwell on the past. Let us eat and drink. Gome. Let bygones be bygones. Lin Feng quickly diverted the topic, realizing that in his quest to secure a wife, he inadvertently made his father-in-law feel like an outsider. Since the past was behind them, he ought to exhibit the demeanor of a younger generation. Otherwise, it would become difficult for him, and even more so for Qin Shui. Qin Rong sighed in relief, his eyes brimming with gratitude, guilt, and admiration. His son-in-law possessed a broad-mindedness and a grand vision, which left him utterly convinced. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, Lin Feng, with his robust physique, treated a bottle of strong liquor as if it were mere water. Qin Shui and Qin Xiaofen abstained, while Qin Shuyan, though possessing a fine tolerance for alcohol, succumbed early to Lin Feng's peculiar drinking abilities and reclined on the sofa. At the table, Qin Shui continued to pour wine for her mother. Yet, Wang Xiyun was evidently intoxicated, showing no inclination to refuse. Shaolin, your godfather and godmother once faced great opposition but bravely came together in the end. How can you say that? You were so timid back then. If you had Shaolin's courage, would you have endured so much hardship? Back then I had my principles, but we were truly impoverished, just a destitute soul. Your parents are professors at the prestigious Shanghai University, intellectuals, who would look at someone like me. Dad, Mom, how did Grandpa and Grandma finally come to accept your union? At this moment, Wang Xiyun shot her husband a sidelong glance and replied, wasn't it your father who made it happen? He turned raw rice into cooked rice. Looking back now, how shameless. Qin Shui's face flushed, casting Lin Feng a reproachful glance, her words contradicting her feelings. You mustn't emulate my father. Lin Feng merely smiled, his attention entirely focused on Wang Xiyun. Beep. Acquired real-time psychological insight 1. Why am I reminiscing about the past after a few drinks? How shameless. Back then, we were truly brave, but alas, after all these years, we have aged, and we hardly see each other daily. Our feelings have faded. At this moment, Wang Xiyun's complexion turned shade rosy. Beep. Acquired real-time intel 1. Your future mother-in-law is reminiscing about the sweet moments of her youth. The extinguished fire within her suddenly reigniting, influenced by her daughter and son-in-law. She seems to envision her young husband, filling her heart with sweetness. I can hardly believe this. As an old couple, she seeks to relive the romance of her youth. Chapter 85. A Gift of Sunset. Assets Soaring. Lin Feng felt a bit of sweat on his brow as he glanced at Qin Rong, feeling speechless. Wang Xiyun's gaze was so suggestive, yet this fellow, in a drunken haze, was still pouring wine for himself. What if he ended up incapacitated, and his mother-in-law, in her inebriated state, acted inappropriately? What then? Xiaolin, Gome. Let's drink a toast. Godfather, you really ought to stop drinking. Who says so? Today is a joyous occasion. I can indulge a little. Lin Feng was at a loss for words. However, he was quite curious about Qin Rong's capabilities at such an advanced age and whether he could still regain the vigor of his youth. If not, wouldn't that put him in a precarious situation? Ugh, what am I even thinking? Although Wang Xiyun still exudes charm, Lin Feng's thoughts remain firmly on track. Such actions must be avoided at all costs. Otherwise, even the system would be powerless to assist him. Arone, it's time for you to rest. The hour is late. And both Shaolin and Xiao Shui should also retire for the night. While Wang Xiyun spoke of Lin Feng and Qin Shui, her gaze remained fixated on Qin Rong. Ding. Real-time intelligence acquired. The mother-in-law, unable to contain her emotions, yearns to rekindle the passion of her youth. Though the father-in-law is advanced in years, His health is robust. However, his energy is limited. A single blue pill would suffice to remedy his lack of interest. Lin Feng felt a stirring within him. His virtual storage still held a number of these pills, purchased during a time he had deceived Wang Qilong and his son, with several remaining unused. Given his own physique, he had no use for such substances. Stealthily, he retrieved one and discreetly placed it into his father-in-law's wine glass. Swiftly, he raised the glass to Qin Rong's lips, smiling as he said, "Dad, just one last drink. Finish this, and then you can rest with Mom." Without allowing for dissent, he poured the drug-laced wine down Qin Rong's throat. "Xiao Shui, aren't you going to take your mother to rest? She's had too much to drink." "Oh, Mom, Lin Feng is right. You shouldn't drink anymore. Let us go and rest." "But your father isn't going to rest either, so I won tea, Mom. Don't worry. Dad will rest soon. You should go inside and wait for him." Lin Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Shui, who, though puzzled, nonetheless led her mother to the bedroom. "Dad, come. I'll escort you to your room. Mom is waiting for you." "No, I'm not going. I'm going to wash my feet." Lin Feng was taken aback. Wash his feet? With the pill taken, wouldn't tea that delay things for hours? "Dad, stop making excuses. Mom wants tea to be able to sleep if you're not there." "That's impossible. We haven't tea slept together in ages." "Then let us rekindle the passion tonight." "Strangely enough, I feel a surge of excitement," he admitted. "Exactly. Hurry and go take a shower and get some rest." Lin Feng urged the intoxicated Qin Rong into the bedroom and then beckoned Qin Shui to follow before closing the door behind them. "Lin Feng, what on earth are you doing?" "She'll listen." Qin Shui pressed her ear to the door, her expression one of shock. "Hey, don't eavesdrop. It's rare for an old married couple to feel such passion. This will only strengthen their bond. Come on, let us go to sleep." "What about my aunts?" "Don't worry. They will leave once they wake up." Lin Feng guided Qin Shui into her chamber. After days of restraint, it was finally time to resolve the troublesome situation and indulge a little. Once they had entered their room, Qin Shui's aunts quietly departed. That night, the entire villa was filled with a joyous atmosphere. The following morning at 10 a.m., as Lin Feng and Qin Shui descended the stairs, they encountered Wang Suyun and her husband enjoying breakfast. "Xiao Lin, Xiao Shui, you're awake. Come down and have breakfast." Qin Rong appeared rejuvenated, his spirits remarkably high. Lin Feng marveled at the wonders of balance in life. The four of them gathered around the table, savoring millet porridge, accompanied by pan-fried buns, pot stickers, egg pancakes, and an array of snacks. "That is splendid, Xiao Lin. I too possess several properties in prime locations under my name. When you arrive, feel free to choose anyone you fancy. Your godfather will gift it to you." "No need for that. I can purchase one myself." Wang Suyun chuckled, saying, "The Magic City is not comparable to Sioux City. Your godmother is aware of your ability to earn money, yet acquiring a property might deplete your savings. It would be best not to decline. Consider it a gesture of support from your godmother and godfather for you as a couple." "Really, I insist. I have funds." Lin Feng replied with a smile, pulling out his phone to open a stock trading application, navigating to his personal purchase records. "Well, the other day, I casually bought some Geohome stocks at the lowest price. If I sell now, I could make around a 70 profit." Lin Feng's expression was somewhat bashful, even a bit embarrassed. After all, it was his father-in-law's resources he was leveraging, and he felt a tinge of guilt. "Ah, forget it, Suyun. Xiao Lin truly does not require our assistance. He is quite capable. We can rest assured that he will take good care of Xiao Shui." "Now you acknowledge that?" Who was so adamant before, insisting that Xiao Shui and Wang Yin should go on blind dates? Qin Rong's expression was quite awkward, rendered speechless by the retort. "Never mind. Given your commendable performance, I shall refrain from mentioning it further. Learn from this experience. Do not repeat such mistakes. Wife, rest assured from now on, whatever you say goes." Lin Feng chuckled inwardly, realizing that Qin Rong had evidently pleased Wang Suyun thoroughly last night, resulting in a change in temperament. After bidding farewell, Lin Feng departed from the villa under Qin Shui's reluctant gaze. Before embarking on his new life in the Magic City, he needed to meticulously review all profitable information from Sioux City and ascertain the potential gains and losses that could arise in the Magic City. Wondering if any troubles might ensue. Should any issues arise, he would have to devise a strategy for resolution. Regardless of where one resides, ensuring safety must always come first. Beep. Future intelligence acquired 1. Do not take the 4 p.m. high-speed train. An accident will occur, resulting in 20 injuries but no fatalities. If you board this train, you will be stranded for 10 hours before you can disembark. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the peculiar situation. However, he would not be foolish enough to broadcast this information. Such actions would be tantamount to courting disaster. He merely needed to discreetly avoid that train. Chapter 86. the delayed reward, and the thief eager to reincarnate. His system service remained quite thorough. Even trivial information that could affect his itinerary was provided. What truly left him dissatisfied was the substantial expenditure of points incurred from dealing with Wang Yan's family, which amounted to several hundred thousand. Although he had profited nearly 8,000 from stocks, he had invested his capital as well. As for the system, he expected at least some points or items in return. Lin Feng opened the system panel, only to be met with disappointment. Damn it, how stingy. Are you not aware that having too few points leaves me feeling insecure? Frustrated, Lin Feng conceded defeat after realizing there was no point in pressing further. He picked up his backpack, preparing to head to the high-speed train station. Beep. Due to the extensive duration of this event and the overwhelming number of items to settle, this system has taken 2 days to finally complete the task. In this instance, you have successfully eradicated 2 major underworld factions and a nefarious food enterprise, significantly contributing to the security and food safety of Huaxia. Your reward for this achievement amounts to 120 points, leaving you with a total of 1,976,500 points. Ding! You have gained 12,500 experience points, elevating your system level to 6, unlocking new items in the shop. The teleportation portal, which requires 10 points, within a half-hour time frame. This portal allows for instantaneous travel across activated areas of the virtual map, achieving the effect of teleportation. Lin Feng was taken aback, but soon elation followed. Although his physical prowess was already comparable to that of a superhero, covering distances of several dozen kilometers in less than a minute, he understood that exposing himself could lead to potential slip-ups. The risk of being discovered posed a significant concern. With the teleportation portal, he could genuinely achieve instantaneous movement without leaving a trace behind. The belated reward was indeed substantial. 120 points could be indulged for quite some time. However, the price of the portal was not insignificant, yet it was justified by its remarkable functionality. Ding! You have a staggering 300 unsettled pieces of intelligence. Would you like to settle them? Settle. Ding! Intelligence settlement complete. You have received an additional 9,000 points. You may forfeit these points, and the system will grant you a new item, the trial version of a novel tool. It would have been helpful to know earlier what could 9,000 points accomplish now, while the teleportation portal costs only 10 points. Ding! You have acquired 1 teleportation portal. An icon depicting a black iron door appeared in your inventory, shrouded in darkness and mystery. Lin Feng pondered whether this portal could transport him to Sioux City. This item is only capable of teleportation within the activated areas of the map and cannot transcend cities. Had he possessed this item earlier, after launching his rocket, he could have made a swift escape, leaving behind even fewer traces. He wouldn't have needed to expend effort in covering his tracks. Content. Lin Feng slung his backpack over his shoulder and made his way to the high-speed train station, planning to settle in the bustling metropolis next time he visited. The high-speed train station in the metropolis was teeming with people. As the foremost economic city in Huaxia, its foot traffic was unmatched by Sioux City. Although the security situation had improved in recent years, the station remained a melting pot of both virtuous and nefarious characters. Ding! You have received real-time intelligence. A local thief with a shifty demeanor has not operated for 3 days. A black guide with ties to local criminal elements. Once ensnared, one cannot extricate themselves without paying a hefty sum of 10 or 20,000. A con artist who frequents the train station has been assaulted 5 times in the past week, yet persists in his deceitful endeavors. Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that mischief was ubiquitous. He recalled the fortune teller from Sioux City's high-speed train station. By now, he would surely be working his sewing machine to the point of smoke. Ding! You have received an important alert. There's indeed a thief active in this area. The 4 p.m. train number 765 had just arrived, and a long queue formed at the gate. At that moment, a slender youth blended into the crowd, his eyes glinting with mischief. Suddenly, he deftly reached into the pocket of a middle-aged man nearby, and a black wallet slipped into his own pocket. Lin Feng shook his head in disbelief. Even in this day and age, one could still witness theft occurring. In the wallet of the middle-aged man, apart from identification documents, there was a stack of business cards and a few train tickets. Meanwhile, a shifty-eyed thief blended into the crowd, passing through the turnstile and making his way toward the platform. A notification chimed. A professional thief, after stealing, will head straight to Sioux City to minimize risks. Nowadays, the cost of thievery is considerable. One must spend dozens of dollars to travel to another city. Another notification appeared. Acquired future intelligence 1. This thief would encounter an accident upon boarding the high-speed train, becoming one of the severely injured victims. Lin Feng found it amusing. The thief had gone through such trouble only to end up in a hospital with an empty wallet. What happened to my wallet? The middle-aged man lamented. Oh no, I'm going to be late for the Yunnan Jade exhibition in Sioux City. The thief's actions had certainly prevented him from passing through the turnstile. He felt utterly helpless, akin to a 3-year-old child, as if he had some urgent matter to attend to in Sioux City. Another notification chimed, acquired real-time intelligence 1. A jade merchant from southwest Huaxia, on his way to an exhibition in Sioux City, is unable to take the high-speed train due to his wallet being stolen. However, he is spared from being trapped on the train for several hours and ultimately missing the exhibition. The mention of the Jade exhibition startled Lin Feng, igniting his curiosity. After all this time spent on antiques, and having profited from the stock market with his father-in-law, he had yet to delve into the realm of jade. The television often showcased individuals making millions from cutting stones, seemingly more lucrative than antiques. The air was thick with the scent of money. I'm going to miss the exhibition. The middle-aged man slumped dejectedly into the seat next to Lin Feng, looking as if he had lost his parents. Hey, do you have a cigarette? Yes, but we can't smoke here. Let's go to the smoking area. All right. Upon reaching the designated area, the middle-aged man took a cigarette and lit it, exhaling a sigh of despair. What bad luck, my wallet was stolen. Sir, there is probably no money left in your wallet now, right? But my ID and train ticket are in there. I have an important meeting in Sioux City. Alas, I can't make it. Lin Feng smiled and encouraged him. Cheer up. Perhaps this misfortune will lead to good fortune. Huh? Good fortune for misfortune? The middle-aged man appeared taken aback, but did not get angry. He simply managed a wry smile and replied, You're right. Maintaining a positive mindset is essential. Thank you. Young man, I'll think of another way. Really? I can lend you money. No need. It's normal to help each other in times of need. You seem like a good person. Just wait a moment. I'll call for a ride. Lin Feng then called Qin Rong, given his current status. Arranging a vehicle to take him to Sioux City was a matter of moments. Chapter 87. Young brother, your words are quite fortuitous. The high profits of jade. After a single phone call, a Toyota Land Cruiser soon arrived. I'm sorry, Xiaodong, but please accept these 200 yuan. No, I can't take that. Don't worry. Your boss wouldn't dare hold it against me. Rumors circulate within the company regarding the remarkable prowess of the boss's son-in-law, to the point where even the boss himself feels intimidated. Initially dismissed as mere gossip, recent events suggest otherwise. After the 3 individuals entered the vehicle, the middle-aged man cast a curious glance at Lin Feng. Despite the abundance of wealthy individuals in the metropolis, this young man appeared exceedingly ordinary, lacking any semblance of a privileged background. One might ponder, would a true scion of wealth exhibit such affability? As the driver, Xiaodong, maneuvered the car out of the garage, he casually remarked, Are you worried about me? What is there to be concerned about? At 4 o'clock, a high-speed train bound for Sioux City encountered an accident, resulting in 5 injuries. It is anticipated that those affected will remain there for over 20 hours. The chairman was utterly petrified, but upon receiving your call, he finally exhaled in relief. Had it not been for my own system, I too would have been ensnared in that predicament today. Though devoid of immediate danger, the mere thought of being trapped for over 20 hours is quite unsettling. The discomfort of being unable to advance or retreat is unimaginable. Lin Feng found the abrupt transformation of his father-in-law rather striking. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man seated beside him, upon hearing the driver's words, displayed an expression of disbelief. He retrieved his phone, opened the local news, and felt an involuntary shiver run through him. Goodness, how fortunate I am. The train I was originally scheduled to take has met with an accident, injuring 5 individuals, some severely. I narrowly escaped the calamity. His countenance reflected both astonishment and relief. 20 hours confined within that train would indeed be suffocating. The critical question remained, had he boarded that train? Who could guarantee he would not have been among the injured? This was truly harrowing. Losing one's identification and being stranded on the railway is one matter. But at least now he was in a vehicle capable of reaching Sioux City in just 1 hour, potentially making it in time for the exhibition. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him as he turned fervently towards Lin Feng, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He distinctly recalled the young man's earlier comments about fortune arising from misfortune, and it seemed that this sentiment had indeed manifested. Not only had he averted the disaster, but he was also now smoothly traveling on the highway to Sioux City. As for his lost identification, he could simply report it and obtain a temporary ID. Thus, young man, you were indeed prophetic. Your words held a certain power. What is the matter? Was the train that met with the accident the one you missed? Indeed, such good fortune. I read online that those passengers will be waiting in the carriage for an extended period, suffering without air conditioning. They must be sweltering. So in this light, I was indeed correct. Your words have proven true, sir. I was merely speaking casually. You must be a person of profound fortune. You are right, young man. Something must be protecting me. As he concluded this statement, he produced a green object from his pocket. It was a jade statue of Guanyin, a symbol traditionally worn by men, while women adorn themselves with Buddha figures. Lin Feng's knowledge of jade and jadeite was practically non-existent. He had once acquired a few antique jade pieces, but had never studied them, opting instead to sell them. The jade Guanyin in the middle-aged man's hand was about the size of a palm, appearing quite new and clearly not an antique. Alert! Item information acquired. Item, jadeite. Style, Guanyin statue. Material, apple green jade. Quality, medium grade jade. Retail price, 120. Purchase price, 5. With a sharp intake of breath, Lin Feng was nearly startled. My goodness, the profit margins on this item are astonishing, surpassing even those of antiques. The distinction between the two is quite apparent. With antiques, even with assistance, it is challenging to locate something of real value. However, jadeite is different. Despite the equally harsh market conditions and the prevalence of counterfeits, if one possesses the capability, genuine treasures can be discovered in abundance. Sir, is this jadeite? The young man inquired. My name is Lu Jinshan. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Lin Feng, and the pleasure is mine. The driver, Xiao Dong, glanced at the rearview mirror, feeling somewhat bewildered. No wonder the chairman regarded his prospective son-in-law with such esteem. Here they were, engaged in casual conversation without even knowing one another's names. The conduct of such distinguished individuals is indeed beyond the comprehension of someone like him. Indeed, this is jadeite, though it is not particularly exceptional. I bought it for 20 when I found it appealing while sourcing in Myanmar. Lin Feng's interest was piqued, viewing this balding middle-aged man in a new light. While 20 might seem like a loss, its retail price is 120. After all, one cannot expect a wholesale merchant to forego a profit. Mr. Lin, I also engage in the jadeite business, albeit on a smaller scale, primarily operating a few shops at tourist spots in Yunnan. This Guanyin jade piece is worth merely 10 or 20, yet it can sell for a starting price of 100 in my shop. Wouldn't you fear someone coming to disrupt your business? Ah, Mr. Lin, you misunderstand. Such items are often difficult to acquire, and if someone willingly pays 100 for a piece worth thousands, as long as they are satisfied, there is no issue. Though he recognized the unscrupulousness of the practice, Lin Feng found himself intrigued. The notion that one could sell a 50-cent item for 5 as long as the buyer was content was a curious reflection of this peculiar world filled with odd rules. However, Lin Feng had begun to sense a whiff of commercial opportunity. The hidden profits within jadeite stirred his ambition. When his paths to wealth seemed to stagnate, fate had opened a window for him once more. The stock market posed considerable risks. Frequent engagement could easily draw the attention of data analytics. Thus, dabbling in jadeite and antiques seemed far more appealing. Xiao Lin, are you interested in jadeite? I haven't had much exposure, but I do find it intriguing. There is an exhibition in Sioux City featuring jadeite merchants from Yunnan and Myanmar. You should consider attending. Thank you, Mr. Liu. No need to thank me. I should be thanking you. Look, we're about to arrive in Sioux City, and you should be able to make it to the exhibition. By the way, consider this Guanyin jade piece as your reward. Notification, real-time information acquired. Lin Feng pondered deeply. In this day and age, one must embrace a certain cunning to achieve prosperity. He accepted the Guanyin jade with a smile, saying, Thank you, Mr. Liu. Don't mention it. If the opportunity arises, I will gladly introduce you to the jadeite community. However, Lin Feng did not intend to accompany him. Exploring the jadeite realm alone would be far more enjoyable without a burdensome companion hindering his potential. Chapter 88. Old Follower. The individuals within are all exceptionally talented. An hour and 10 minutes later, the car exited the highway and swiftly entered the urban area of Sioux City. At the entrance of a temporary exhibition, Lu Jian bid farewell and hurried away. Lin Feng glanced at the venue, which was sparsely decorated and hardly resembled a proper establishment. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired 1. A 1,000 square meter jade exhibition concealing considerable wealth, yet rife with dubious characters, making it susceptible to unscrupulous individuals. Mr. Lin, I am from Yunnan. Are you interested in jade? Do you know about jade? I do not understand it. My mother warned me that it could lead to ruin. I dare not indulge. And jade is a pursuit of the affluent. I possess no such means. Little Dong found the boss's son-in-law quite approachable, down to earth, with no airs about him. Particularly since he tipped generously, a truly good person. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng exited the vehicle and bid farewell to Little Dong. Standing beneath his own building, yet hesitating to ascend, Ding. Real-time intelligence acquired 1. Lin Feng felt a twinge of confusion. It seemed he had no social connections in Sioux City anymore. Qin Shui's circle of friends would not be seeking him out anytime soon, given the circumstances. Who else could there be? Ding. Points acquired, 5,000, remaining, 1, 971, 500. A virtual screen materialized before him, revealing a familiar figure. It was an elderly man, quite lecherous in appearance, whom Lin Feng recognized. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Wasn't this the fortune teller from the antique market? This fellow had clearly gone inside. Why was he now seeking Lin Feng out? Did he harbor ulterior motives? Alas, his idol was absent, and the old man's divination skills were rare in this world. How wonderful it would be if he could take me as his disciple. Could it be that I lack sincerity? In the frame, the old man muttered to himself, suddenly kneeling at Lin Feng's doorstep and bowing 3 times. With a serious tone, he declared, "Idol, I earnestly wish to become your disciple. If you're aware of my visit, please accept me. Your lineage shall surely thrive under my stewardship." Lin Feng's mind nearly imploded. This old man wished to take him as a master. What was he thinking? Had he been kicked in the head by a donkey? Hey, master, perseverance pays off. I have finally encountered you. Lin Feng cursed under his breath, incredulous. At that moment, excitement coursed through him. He could hardly believe that after weeks of fruitless searching, he had stumbled upon this chance today. He gave the old man a sidelong glance, contemplating a pretext to dismiss him, when suddenly a notification chimed. Ding. Important hint acquired 1. An affable, seasoned individual intimately familiar with the diverse factions of Sioux City. He can guide you through the foundational jade market here. Goodness, such an absurd turn of events. Lin Feng exclaimed, astonished. Old man, I'm not your master. Did you not already enter? Each to their own path. After so many years of wandering, I possess some knowledge. Master, have you traveled far? Old man, that will suffice. No need for the master-disciple nonsense. I have some inquiries. Master, idol, please speak. Lin Feng expressed his astonishment, noting that the elderly man was remarkably receptive to advice. When told not to mention his master, he promptly acquiesced, displaying a surprising level of compliance. Are you familiar with the jade market here? The Sioux City jade market? Well, I know a bit. Are you planning to purchase jade? What kind of expression is that? Am I not allowed to buy? Idol, heed my counsel. That place is fraught with pitfalls, akin to an antique market. Do not squander your wealth there. You seem knowledgeable? The old man proudly remarked. I have set up stalls in those areas and am privy to many insider secrets. Several shopkeepers are quite familiar with me, and I know a few who deal in jade. Can those in the jade business be apprehended? Selling counterfeit goods shouldn't lead to imprisonment, right? Not only do they sell counterfeit items, but they are also involved in illicit activities. However, they hold me in high regard. The old man unexpectedly displayed an expression of yearning and enjoyment. You really like it there? Indeed. The people there are articulate, each one a talent. I absolutely adore it. Could you take me to the market? No problem, idol. Can I tag along? It depends on your performance. Lin Feng replied dismissively. It was unthinkable to allow him to accompany him, as it would diminish his prestige. Once he had served his purpose, he would find an opportunity to send him back, considering how much he claimed to enjoy that place. The two hailed a ride-sharing vehicle and, after approximately 30 minutes, arrived at Sioux City's jade market. Idol, please hold on. I need to make a call. About 10 minutes later, a young man with unkempt facial hair hurried over. Ding. Acquired real-time intelligence 1. A small-time thug entrenched in the jade business, surviving by selling counterfeit goods. Although of low status, he possesses extensive knowledge of Sioux City's jade market. Ah, the old sage has arrived. What brings you here today? Let's first visit my shop and enjoy some drinks tonight. The young man, exuding an air of menace, nodded and fawned over Lin Feng, leaving him bewildered. He appeared to hold the old man in great esteem. I won't be drinking. I'm here accompanying my master. Your master? Oh, I see. It's the master of the old sage. My apologies for not recognizing such prominence. Please come in. Ding. Acquired character real-time intelligence 1. A rather dim-witted social thug, thoroughly fooled, who holds the fortune-telling old man in high regard to the extent of absolute obedience. This is quite exaggerated. This old man possesses quite the skill. Idol. Let me tell you, when I was in there, I told him, you will be green, but that fellow didn't believe me. In the end, when he came out, his wife ran off with someone else, leaving him with the daughter, and the paternity test revealed she wasn't even his. You could predict that? Master, I wouldn't dare to show off my skills in your presence. That young man confided in me about his impotence, yet his wife remained devoted and treated him well. A few years ago, she even bore him a daughter. That is how I deduced it. Lin Feng was astounded. Is this even possible? It seems the 9-year compulsory education has much work to do. Can someone of such low intellect operate a shop here? Lin Feng couldn't help but harbor a hint of skepticism. Idle, don't be misled by his low intelligence. One must also consider that in this environment, one can earn 500 to 1,000 a day. Lin Feng decided to patiently observe what the other party could articulate. Chapter 89. This can indeed be profitable. For the sake of social stability, I might as well remain here. In Lin Feng's view, the jade market could only be regarded as a small distribution center. Chaotic and poorly managed. The jade shops here were predominantly selling counterfeit goods. Those who came to purchase jade were either ignorant nouveau riche or individuals hoping to snag a bargain, only to end up being swindled. As the three took their seats, the fortune-telling elder inquired, "My master wishes to know the current state of the jade market in Sioux City." "Oh, your master has an interest in jade? Oof. Is that a question you should be asking? Calm down, venerable sage. I shall speak at once." The young man organized his thoughts and began to articulate. After listening for a while, Lin Feng was rather surprised. Indeed, the information proved to be quite credible. Even with an advantage, he could not gather such precise intelligence in a short span. So, the jade market in Sioux City is merely a FAAD, is it? Not just Sioux City. The entire Yangtze River Delta region is the same. After all, the original source of jade is not here. Do you really believe those jewelry shops are more reputable than us? I assure you, they're even more unscrupulous. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired. The assertions made by this spirited young man are factual. Currently, the jade business in Sioux City does not constitute a market. The exhibition convened today signals that the Yunnan Jade Circle aims to penetrate the Yangtze River Delta. Jiangnan, a land of abundance, has attracted the attention of the affluent. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired. An abandoned jade bracelet mistakenly deemed counterfeit by the shopkeeper lies forgotten in a corner. It is a mid-range jade bracelet valued at 50. What? Such a fortune exists? Although the other party treated him courteously, their character was dubious. Perhaps relieving them of a few items could serve the greater good? Is this indeed jade? Oh, venerable sage, how could I dare? This is merely a counterfeit, worth at most 50, and wearing fake jade is detrimental to one's health. Do you have anything genuine? Venerable sage's master, I possess no authentic pieces. Very well, may I take this jade pendant as a gift? Of course, it holds no value. Lin Feng rose and declared, "It's about time. I must take my leave." Idle, I shall accompany you. Hee. Want you stay and have a good chat with your admirer? No, he lacks the aptitude. It would be futile to converse further. Lin Feng, uninterested in further dialogue, made his way toward the exit, only to be halted by the spirited young man behind him. With a hint of trepidation, the young man asked, "You are the teacher of the venerable sage. Your prowess must be formidable. Could you perhaps assist me in discerning my future fortunes? You have quite the nerve, asking to see your fortunes right off the bat. Was this free labor? Oh, venerable sage, please do not misunderstand. I am willing to pay." With that, he produced a $5 bill and presented it to Lin Feng, his face adorned with eagerness. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired. This is ill-gotten money obtained through deceit. Do not accept it, as it may lead to trouble. Ding! Future intelligence acquired. In 10 minutes, this reported establishment will be sealed off by the police, and the owner will be imprisoned. $5 were of little interest to him. It was just a fitting way to flaunt before taking his leave. Young man, forget about the money. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Tread the righteous path and possess a modicum of conscience. What? What do you mean? Did you hear that? Oh, I heard. Does having a conscience imply doing more good deeds? Alas, it is too late for you. You are beyond redemption. Now, be on your way. Lin Feng strolled out, hands behind his back, feigning nonchalance. The fortune teller, perplexed, hurried after him, eager to depart as well. However, he was halted by the young man, who inquired with confusion, "Old sage, what does your teacher's statement mean? Is there truly no hope? In our line of work, refusing to accept payment only signifies one thing. You are left to your own devices." The young man stared blankly as Lin Feng and the old man departed, anxiety creeping into his heart. At the market entrance, the old man could not contain his curiosity. Idle, is that lad truly destined for misfortune? Those who engage in wrongful acts shall ultimately meet their demise. This young man is far worse than you. If he is not apprehended, who will be? As Lin Feng finished speaking, a police car appeared in the distance, and a group of officers disembarked, hastening toward the market and making a beeline for the young man's shop. Approximately 100 meters away, the old man squinted through his glasses, witnessing the police storm into the establishment, only to emerge moments later with the young man in tow, sealing the entrance with a notice. This is astonishingly accurate. He felt a renewed shock within, the experience almost divine. "Idle, wait for me," he called out as he chased after Lin Feng. The old man, unashamedly persistent, was an unbearable nuisance. Lin Feng desired to devise a means to rid himself of this burden, hoping for an extended absence. Beep. Real-time intelligence acquired. This foot massage parlor appears modest, yet it offers special services at affordable prices, a haven for middle-aged individuals. This information, unexpectedly provided by the system, left Lin Feng astounded. He contemplated visiting Honglingman instead. Was the system mocking him? However, a glance at the old man behind him made Lin Feng's brow arch, as if he began to comprehend something. Beep. Real-time intelligence acquired. A lovesick old man passed by a place he frequently patronized but, due to financial constraints, is unable to enter. He is now eager to indulge in the company of 2 skilled practitioners for a thorough release. Beep. Future intelligence acquired. In 10 minutes, this establishment will be raided for illegal activities, with the owner, practitioners, and patrons apprehended in a single sweep. Beep. Important alert acquired. If he is given 300 yuan in cash to enter and request 2 practitioners, the old man will be charged with engaging in immoral conduct and sentenced to prison, from which he shall not emerge for a considerable time. Lin Feng felt a surge of delight. This was remarkably considerate. Individuals like the old man and the petty thugs from the jade shop were hardly paragons of virtue. For the sake of societal stability, they ought to be incarcerated. Old man, are you thinking about the women inside? Truly a living deity, your cunning is commendable. Take this money and enjoy yourself. Upon seeing Lin Feng hand over 3 crisp bills, the old man's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Is this for me? Indeed it is. Idle, it appears you do recognize my worth. Go ahead, fate will bring us together again, and I shall undoubtedly take you as my disciple. How wonderful, thank you. My idol. He seized the money and hurriedly dashed into the foot massage parlor. Lin Feng lit a cigarette and swiftly departed. From this day forth, he wished never to encounter such eccentric individuals again. The jade market was less than 200 meters away. At that moment, a row of luxury cars emerged from the parking lot, capturing Lin Feng's attention. It was rather surprising that such an impoverished jade market would be frequented by luxury vehicles, stirring a sense of curiosity and skepticism within him. Chapter 90. A big fish. Isn't it permissible to deal with jade from criminals? A line of luxury Mercedes-Benz cars was followed by a white Jinbei van. After exiting the market, they turned onto the main road and sped away. The license plate was not from Sioux City, but from Kuan City in the southwest. Lin Feng's curiosity piqued. Who could these individuals be to make such a grand entrance at such a rundown market? Beep. Real-time intelligence acquired. The Jade Jewelry Group, entrenched on the southern border of Yunnan, has established a base in this market to facilitate the sale of high-quality jade smuggled from Myanmar. Their warehouse in Sioux City is concealed in the basement of a residential villa, housing smuggled jade worth 5,000. Lin Feng's heart raced. He caught a big fish. With so much illegally smuggled jade hidden in the warehouse, he had every reason to investigate. If it turned out to be illicit gains, confiscating it all would be justified. Soon, the police arrived as expected. From a few streets away, he spotted the old con artist and several disheveled women in their 50s being escorted out. This man was finished. He wouldn't be out for several years due to public indecency. Lin Feng hummed a tune as he made his way home, but the virtual screen had already activated. The footage showed luxury cars speeding smoothly. 10 minutes later, they entered a suburban villa community. Though somewhat remote, the villas were built by the lake, boasting breathtaking views. After observing the convoy enter the community and park, a middle-aged man disembarked and entered one of the villas, while a dozen black-clad bodyguards dispersed to surround the property. Beep. Real-time intelligence acquired. The basement of this villa conceals a significant amount of smuggled jade. A thought crossed Lin Feng's mind, and the scene instantly shifted to the basement. The basement was filled with display stands showcasing various forms of jade, dazzling in their brilliance. Many were in their unprocessed, raw state. No wonder so many people were enamored with this. It truly exuded an air of sophistication. Footsteps echoed on the screen as the door swung open, and the middle-aged man from the luxury car entered the basement. Chairman, with this exhibition as a facade, you managed to transport these jades to the Yangtze River Delta. It seems we stand to make quite a profit. The residents in this area are affluent and spend without a second thought. Our shop in that shabby market attracts many unwitting fools. We can sell a worthless trinket for 5,000. We have indeed seized the market opportunity. However, do not be complacent. The security here is not comparable to that of Yunnan. Did you see the shops raided in the market just now? If we draw attention, it could spell disaster. The chairman is indeed correct. However, we are a legitimate company participating in the exhibition in Sioux City. This villa is a private space and should not draw any unwanted attention. Smuggling jadeite is a high-risk venture, yet when compared to drugs and arms trafficking, it pales in significance. As long as we exercise caution, there should be no issues. I fail to comprehend how those engaged in arms dealing and drug trafficking can be so reckless. The chairman's brilliance is commendable. Do refrain from flattery. Focus on guarding this place. We cannot conduct a one-time transaction. We must use the market as a facade while discreetly seeking genuine buyers with substantial resources. Understood, Chairman. As the two men exited the basement, the scene faded to black. Lin Feng stroked his chin, his expression calm, yet his eyes darted with mischief. Clearly, he was concocting a scheme. The contraband in the basement is illegal, is it not? Such individuals, when selling these goods, will surely deceive many, selling items worth 10 for 500. Primarily smuggled goods, they severely undermine the integrity of the jadeite market. If any conflicts arise during the transaction, it could lead to violence, resulting in casualties. In a harmonious society, we must prevent such malicious incidents from occurring. As a young man of principled values and upright character, if I do not descend into darkness, who will? Let these jadeite pieces consume their own. Moreover, acquiring jadeite from dubious characters is not inherently wrong, is it? Ding. Points earned, 10, remaining, 1, 871, 500. Remote transport function activated. Please interact with the items displayed in the virtual monitor. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the jadeite, which shimmered with a blue glow, reminiscent of collectible items in an online game. Ding. Target transport successful. Items have entered virtual space. Lin Feng observed the addition of jadeite to the stockpile of arms, igniting a fervor within him. Since the onset of his exploits, this was the most exhilarating opportunity for profit. 5,000 worth of goods effortlessly acquired. After a moment's contemplation, he devised another plan. The cameras in the four corners had been cleared, ensuring no trace was left behind. It would be disastrous if this escalated into a supernatural incident. Ding. Real-time intelligence acquired. This wine cabinet contains 20 bottles of Mao Dai and 50 bottles of Wuliangye. Quite luxurious indeed. It appears I have little of value for gifts. And these items would serve me well, costing a fortune if purchased. Ding. Real-time intelligence acquired. Lin Feng couldn't help but salivate. Those engaged in illicit activities possess an abundance of exquisite items. Why not take advantage? Ding. Real-time intelligence acquired. This redwood wine cabinet is worth 500. Incredible. Ding. Real-time intelligence acquired. A box of gold, valued at 3,000. What more could Lin Feng say? This basement is as impressive as a bank vault. In just over 10 minutes, every valuable item in the basement had been cleared away, leaving nothing behind. Lin Feng stroked his chin, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. With all the goods taken, this empty basement seemed somewhat desolate. Wouldn't a little excitement be in order? Lin Feng glanced at his warehouse, a subtle smile emerging on his face. The military ordnance lay idle. Grenades, in particular, were utterly useless in the city. He thought to himself that he might as well bestow them upon these scoundrels. Ding. Transfer successful. Target items have arrived at their destination. In the virtual warehouse, a portion of the grenades vanished, and in the next moment, the emerald shells of the opposing party were adorned with hundreds of grenades. Ding. Acquired future intelligence 1. This smuggling gang involved in jade trafficking has drawn the attention of the Sioux City police. In 10 minutes, a thorough search of the villa will commence. Although no jade will be discovered, military ordnance will be found, leading to the arrest of everyone in the villa. The Jian and Haiyun Jade Jewelry Group will be embroiled in scandal, with Chairman Li Zhonghai apprehended on the spot. My goodness. I truly did not intend for this. Lin Feng hurriedly turned off the surveillance and prepared to wash up and sleep. He was blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. Chapter 91. Please believe that I am merely a jade smuggler. Good deeds must not cease. After a long journey, Lin Feng felt exhausted. All matters could wait until he awoke. As for the Jade Group, they deserved their fate. Even if he had not swapped the items, the Jade would have led to their capture. The distinction lay in the fact that possessing military ordnance was a graver offense. Yet, Lin Feng remained oblivious to the severity of the situation, believing it to be merely a minor issue. He was utterly ignorant of the law. Within the villa, Li Zhonghai swirled the red wine in his glass and remarked, "We have signed a 10-year mining contract with several raw stone mines in Myanmar. In the future, countless high-quality jade will flow in from the border." The chairman's foresight was truly commendable. Luo Bing, as a former Special Forces soldier from Vietnam, you have taken many lives. Yet you have now learned the ways of the world. The chairman taught me that one must deliberate deeply in any endeavor. Brute force alone is insufficient. Excellent. Employing your intellect in your undertakings is imperative. Our primary goal is to generate profit. Unless absolutely necessary, do not risk your life. The Dien Nan jade market was deeply intricate. Competing legitimately was fraught with challenges and yielded meager returns. Instead, they devised an alternative route, smuggling jade to prosperous cities where the risks were lower and profits higher. Even if apprehended, they would not face execution. As long as one remained alive, matters could be resolved. Chairman, there are recent rumors circulating that our group is smuggling jade. This is not a good omen. Let them spread rumors. Without evidence, what can they do to me? Ding dong. Go check who it is. Luo Bing nodded and walked towards the door. However, before he could reach it, a loud crash resounded as the door was forcefully kicked open. A group of individuals stormed in, clad in two types of uniforms, both belonging to official enforcement agencies. We are the Joint Task Force of the Sioux City Customs and Police. We suspect that jade smuggling is being concealed here. You are trespassing. Apologies, we possess a search warrant. Luo Bing glanced at the warrant, his face paling, a hint of panic crossing his features. Li Zunshai, Glutin Asiga, was equally bewildered. Is it truly the case that you can search without any warning? Stand aside. Do not obstruct official duties. No one in this villa is permitted to leave. What are you doing? I'm Li Zhonghayu, Li Zunshai. It has come to our attention that your Haiyun Jade Group is involved in the extensive smuggling of jade for sale in Sioux City. We require a search of your villa. He attempted to argue, but the Joint Task Force forcefully pushed past him, flooding into the premises. Chairman, what shall we do? Do not panic. Remember, take the blame for me, and I will ensure you are compensated. Luo Bing's gaze sharpened as he nodded. He understood that surrendering himself was the wisest course of action. Otherwise, being apprehended alongside Li Zhonghai would seal his fate. Sounds of rummaging echoed through the villa. Li Zhonghai reassured himself, believing that with someone to take the fall and considering the modest value of the smuggled jade, he would likely escape unscathed. However, it appeared the intelligence had been flawed. Suddenly, a surge of hope washed over Li Zhonghai as he looked up at the lead officer and proclaimed, "See, I told you I am innocent." He presumed he had encountered a corrupt official who would intentionally let him off the hook, already preparing to bribe the officer. Instead, the officer coldly retorted, "Li Zhonghai, we have underestimated you. While there may be no jade smuggling here, you have indeed concealed military explosives." What? Concealing military explosives? What? You still refuse to admit it? Play dumb if you wish, but take a look for yourself. Just recently, Sioux City apprehended someone, and now you come here, thinking this is a playground? Li Zhonghai and Luo Bing were left in a state of disbelief as they entered the underground passage and beheld a room full of grenades. Along with an utterly empty basement, they were rendered numb. My rosewood cabinet, my gold, my jade, where has it all gone? Keep pretending. I have cameras. I can prove that I am not smuggling arms, but jade. Please believe me. Li Zhonghai was on the verge of tears. How could arms and jade be compared? The customs officials exchanged glances, bemused by the futility of their visit. Having confirmed the absence of jade, they signaled their departure. Stop pretending. We have the evidence. It's astonishing that you would smuggle arms under the guise of jade trafficking. Such audacity. Chairman, you never told me you were involved in arms smuggling. Luo Bing, the jade was clearly in the basement just moments ago. You saw it, didn't you? How has it suddenly vanished? Chairman, the police have arrived. And you still pretend? Surely, someone must have switched it out while we weren't looking. You wanted to take the fall? How ruthless. Luo Bing, be silent. No, officers. You cannot wrongfully accuse me. Please believe me. I was merely smuggling jade. I have no idea who those items belong to. Furthermore, my gold and rosewood furniture stored in the basement have also disappeared. So you still intend to file a report with me? No, I. Take him away. The next day, at 9 a.m., a piercing notification startled Lin Feng awake. Groggy, he gazed at the system interface materializing before him, utterly bewildered. A significant haul of jade, gold, rosewood furniture. Anything of value has been taken. And I've earned 50 points. This dog system, Lin Feng sometimes truly finds perplexing. However, what has become of Li Zhonghai? Curious, he opened the news and was immediately amused. Indeed, last night the police and customs paid a visit, and although they did not uncover any jade, they did discover a hand grenade hidden in a basement. Recently, there had been a case involving the clandestine storage of arms in an apartment, and now, someone had concealed weaponry in a basement. The gravity of the situation is self-evident. Li Zhonghai was apprehended, and his organization subsequently faced a blockade from the Yunnan police. In the span of a single night, this once reputable Jade enterprise nearly collapsed entirely. Lin Feng set down his phone, splashed some water on his face, and prepared to step out for a stroll. At that moment, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Lin Feng was somewhat surprised to see it was Chun Jie, the wealthy second generation from Sioux City, a name he had nearly forgotten. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired. By answering this call, you revive your prospects. Goodness. The intelligence provided by the system is indeed exquisite. Hello. Hey, big brother, it's me. Chun Jie. I know, what is up? Is your father after antiques again? Or has your sister and future brother-in-law encountered another issue? Big brother, you're amazing. My sister is already with Wang Chong. They've even registered their marriage and are planning a wedding next month. Huh? So soon? My sister's child is nearly 2 months along. My father had no choice but to acquiesce. This family is certainly anything but ordinary. Chun Jie's sister possesses remarkable decisiveness. Big brother, I need your help with something. It seems my father has acted foolishly again. Chapter 92. Top-tier streamers and influencers. All spoiled by indulgence. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, instantly intrigued. Chen Wangshan is said to be a successful individual, yet in truth, he is rather naive. Having reached this level in business, a portion of his success can be attributed to luck. Ding! Important alert acquired. Engaging with the other party may grant initial access to the Jade Circle. How unexpected. This kid's family is also involved in the Jade business. Lin Feng found it curious. Wasn't he Chen Wangshan in e-commerce? How'd it relate to Jade? Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired. Chen Wangshan's company primarily focuses on e-commerce, selling a variety of products. To invigorate the market and energize the company, he is even considering hiring a streamer to sell high-end jewelry. Lin Feng was taken aback. While he had seen live broadcasts selling jewelry, could the items sold online truly be authentic? It was clearly a trap. Should someone expose the seller, the consequences would be dire. Lin Feng chuckled. What's the matter? Has your father acted foolishly again? My father's company primarily sells small appliances and everyday items. We're just a modest company, scraping by, and yet he insists on pursuing a high-end route. You still call a small company? Being a wealthy second generation in Sioux City is no exaggeration. Come on, big brother, I've been to big cities. Those wealthy second generation individuals are on a different level than us. This kid does possess a certain self-awareness. My father has hired a popular influencer, currently a trending streamer, to promote our products. That seems reasonable. A hiring fee of 5,000 a year, what a waste. Selling jewelry online. Can one truly find quality gems? And where does your father source his materials? The most absurd part of this situation is that the supply is also from that internet celebrity, who claims to know many manufacturers. What can I possibly do to assist you? I cannot stand idly by and watch my father descend into despair. This young man has matured somewhat, though he still tends to be brash, yet he is now capable of discerning right from wrong. An immature thought crossed Lin Feng's mind. The batch of jade he had smuggled could now be deemed legitimate since Li Zhonghai and his group were no more, leaving no trace to investigate. As long as he did not reveal it all at once and found a place to process it later, he could have Chen Wangshan purchase it on his behalf. Brother, if you are unwilling, I shall not pressure you. All right, I agree. Really? Shall I pick you up tonight? Recently, Sioux City has been turbulent. Just last night, news broke of someone hoarding arms. Taking a taxi would be too perilous. All right. Lin Feng could hardly suppress his laughter. What turbulence? Does one truly believe arms are as common as cabbages, available everywhere? After hanging up, he opened the news and searched for Chen Wangshan. Sure enough, a series of the latest articles appeared. Renowned e-commerce figure Chen Wangshan is ambitious, hoping to expand his company's business, and is willing to invest heavily in top-tier influencers. Well-known influencer Yu Wei has arrived in Sioux City. It is said that she has signed a 5,000 sales agreement with Chairman Chen Wangshan of Huamao Network Technology. Chairman Chen Wangshan of the renowned e-commerce company stated in an interview that the company will gradually adopt a mid to high-end strategy and collaborate with various top influencers, committing to the trends of the times, with hopes for a prosperous future. Notification: Acquired character information 1. It is astonishingly easy for a woman to earn money. As long as she is open-minded and willing, fortune flows abundantly. He clicked on major short video platforms and news sites, typing in the name, revealing millions of entries. Among them, there was indeed a fair share of scandals, selling counterfeit goods, slapping her employees, and frequenting hotels with a septuagenarian tycoon. The most outrageous were the allegations of tax evasion. Yet, these scandals were invariably suppressed, with only a few independent media outlets continuing to stir the pot. No official news reported them. Not only did this fail to bring her down, but it also attracted a vast influx of traffic, with her fan base on the short video platform soaring to 1.2 billion. Suddenly, Lin Feng spotted a video with a title that piqued his interest. Famous influencer angrily slaps a bystander. After Wang Yue exited the airport, she was besieged by a throng of fans. During the commotion, a little girl accidentally stepped on her foot, resulting in an angry slap. The video garnered polarizing comments below. A significant portion of her fans defended her, arguing that given the crowd, anyone would have reacted similarly. They urged others not to criticize her, advocating for empathy. Who could endure being jostled by such a multitude? Lin Feng found this amusing. Is she not a renowned internet celebrity? A prominent figure, adored by many, has resorted to violence, only to find a multitude of defenders rallying to her side. Such a culture is unparalleled in its absurdity. It is indeed a case of indulgence. Chen Wangshan is, without a doubt, treading a perilous path. Can he truly manage such a streamer? The virtual surveillance system automatically activates. Ding! Target location acquired. Imagery transmission established. The camera reveals a hotel suite of approximately 150 square meters. Wang Yue is engaged in some rather unorthodox activities, her expression shifting dramatically. Lin Feng, amidst the chaos, wonders if there has been a mistake. System, what on earth is going on? Surely you have erred. Ding. Important prompt acquired. Due to the advanced age and declining health of her benefactor, he is unable to satisfy his companion, leaving this top-tier internet celebrity with no alternative. Ding. Real-time intelligence acquired. This explosive scene has been recorded. The video is worth a fortune. Goodness. Yet, in order to effectively complete his mission, he must reluctantly widen his eyes, simultaneously observing and recording the unfolding drama. 10 minutes later, as the events within the frame reach a halt, the woman within complains. How utterly frustrating. This old man is so feeble that he cannot meet my needs. Am I not allowed to seek out a younger man? This is truly a hardship. I wonder when he will pass. I must devise a plan to ensure he bequeaths his fortune to me. After a brief soliloquy, she rises and heads to the bathroom, the sound of running water echoing in the background. This woman possesses a venomous disposition, even cursing her benefactor. Every frame of this video is priceless. Chapter 93. Do you believe I can unleash an online storm against you? A spoiled scion of wealth will not tolerate anyone. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Chun Jia arrives at Lin Feng's residence in a luxury sports car. Upon entering, he starts the engine, heading straight for the ancient city. What is the purpose of this outing? Tonight, my father is treating an internet celebrity to dinner. Then take me along. My father is thrilled that you are coming. You have no idea. That woman has signed a contract with him, and even if not a single item sells, there is no need for compensation. Has your father succumbed to dementia? Chen Wangshan is clearly overly eager and excessively credulous regarding contemporary internet streamers. Numerous cautionary tales abound. Millions spent on promotional fees only to yield paltry returns, yet the money must be accounted for in full. I suspect my father has taken a liking to her. Chun Jia mutters through clenched teeth, amusing Lin Feng. Chen Wangshan is impervious to seduction. The other party is simply not inclined that way. At this juncture, the car halts outside the Donghai seafood restaurant. Upon spotting the million-dollar luxury vehicle, a waiter promptly approaches to open the door. This seafood restaurant, with a per capita cost of 500, is not within the reach of the average diner. Sir, may I inquire which private room you are in? Room 101. So it is reserved by Chairman Chun. This way, please. Soon, the waiter pushes open a grand golden door, and Lin Feng immediately spots the female streamer. Aye, comme c'est. Don't keep Miss Wang waiting. What is the matter? Why should I wait for her? Is she expecting me to feed her? Chairman, what does your son mean by that? Miss Wang, it is my failure in discipline. By the way, this is my benefactor and esteemed individual, Mr. Lin. He appeared quite agitated upon seeing Lin Feng, as the remarkable feats of this young man are still fresh in his memory. The woman rolled her eyes, casting a cold glance at Lin Feng, and remarked, My time is precious. I am not here to make acquaintances with Mr. Chen's friends. Ding. Acquired real-time psychological insight 1. What nonsense. A wealthy individual from a small city with such an inflated ego. His friends are insignificant and not worthy of comparison. Were it not for money, I wouldn't bother gracing this wretched place with my presence. And that old man-ass son, with his careless demeanor, is truly detestable. TSK, how utterly arrogant. Had Lin Feng not witnessed the depths of depravity before, he might have been intimidated. Just as Chen Wangshan prepared to mediate, Chun Jia scoffed, saying, Oh, quite the lofty attitude. Aren't we? You wouldn't even be worthy to carry my brother's shoes. Mr. Chun, do you see your son's demeanor? I believe we should reconsider our collaboration. What a blessing. Father, this woman is clearly a fraud. It's as if your money has been thrown into the abyss. Enough. Do not speak further. Mr. Chun, our partnership ends here. Oh, ends here? No profit from the 5,000? Do you think I need your 5,000? Ding. Acquired real-time intelligence 1. A social media influencer, reliant on a benefactor for wealth, has fallen into dire straits due to gambling and is in urgent need of money. Lin Feng picked up his phone and composed a text message. Chen Jie felt his phone vibrate and glanced at the screen while cursing. Suddenly, his expression shifted, a glimmer of amusement crossing his face. It was a message from Lin Feng, which instantly bolstered his confidence. Damn it. Then you leave. They are right there, father. Do not stop him. Huh? Xiao Jie this. Suddenly, Chen Wangshan noticed Lin Feng looking directly at him, incessantly blinking, and instantly understood that it was a signal for him to remain silent. Apart from respect, he felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation toward Lin Feng. Mr. Chun, will you not discipline your son? Wang Yue was astonished. How could his attitude possibly change? Leave? Why are you not leaving? Chen Jie grew arrogant, sensing his father's shift in demeanor, and became even more brazen. Hurry up and leave. Do not disturb our meal. You have gone too far. Do you know I have one? 2 billion followers? Can you afford to provoke me? Do you believe I will unleash an online assault on you? Ding. Acquired future information 1. In 3 minutes, the other party's relative will arrive punctually. Due to a history of irregular living, they are currently unprepared, having forgotten to bring sanitary supplies. Lin Feng calmly edited and sent another message. Chen Jie, having run out of words, felt his phone vibrate and breathed a sigh of relief. Upon glancing at the screen, even he could not help but twitch his lips. This is simply astounding. Initially anxious, Chen Jie's concerns evaporated in an instant. What a joke. This was a suggestion from his idol. As a prominent scion of Sioux City, why should he accommodate anyone? He would not indulge anyone. Attempt to cyberbully me? Go ahead, try it. This is what you claimed. Wang Yue scoffed, regarding the young man before her, who appeared utterly naive, resembling a fool devoid of understanding regarding the concept of one. 2 billion followers. Should the digital tide turn against him, not even his father, nor the nation's wealthiest individual, would be spared from the onslaught. What could he possibly say? He ought to exercise some restraint in his words. Just looking at his face, one could surmise that his issues stemmed from hormonal imbalances or discord in his intimate life. Chen Wangshan felt a wave of suffocation wash over him, his mind nearly succumbing to a state of atrophy. The intensity of the situation was overwhelming. It was not merely a thunderous strike, but rather a devastating blow. Just as he attempted to rein in his son's reckless behavior, a scene of sheer absurdity unfolded before him. Ah, Miss Wang. Suddenly, Wang Yue's female assistant rose in a state of panic, pointing at her posterior. Rendered speechless by fear, the expression on her face suggested that she believed some monstrous creature had emerged from her backside. Are you out of your mind? Do you wish to resign? She was engulfed in fury. What had begun as a productive discussion had been utterly derailed by this insolent youth. Enraged, Wang Yue turned to leave, only to be met with the shocking sight of her chair drenched in crimson liquid. In an instant, an icy chill gripped her, and her hand instinctively moved to her backside, her complexion paling dramatically. Chen Jie and Chen Wangshan were also left in stunned silence. Good heavens, is this truly happening? How extraordinarily eerie, they exclaimed. Where did this blood come from? You must be joking. It's evidently flowing from you. The arrogant scion of wealth showed no mercy, delivering yet another verbal assault. Simultaneously, he brandished his phone, aiming it at Wang Yue. At that moment, she was thoroughly flustered, bewildered as to how this had transpired, given that her monthly cycle had only recently concluded. What do you intend to do? What's your plan? Aren't you the one intent on exposing me? Come on. Let us all reveal our secrets. An immensely popular female streamer, blood spilling everywhere, in high-definition video. Oh my, consider yourself formidable, Chen Wangshan. I trust you shall not regret this. Wang Yue, face flushed with indignation, clutched her bag and stormed towards the exit. Chen Jie epitomized the essence of the wealthy heir in that moment. Chapter 94. My collaboration with you. The digital assault has commenced. Mr. Lin, I understand your intentions are well-meaning, and I am aware that the woman is attempting to deceive me. However, we must make sacrifices for the sake of progress. Father, why are you in such a tizzy? Silence. Do you comprehend the power of her followers? I have recorded the bloody footage. What is there to fear? Once you release that video, they will report you for infringing on rights of likeness and privacy. You could end up imprisoned. Chen Jie shrugged, opting for silence, reassured by Lin Feng's presence. Ding. Real-time psychological insight acquired. Oh dear, my daughter is now with child out of wedlock, while my son seems more mature than before. Yet today, he has lost all sense. This must be linked to Mr. Lin. I believe he means no harm and surely has a well-thought-out plan. That old man was not beyond redemption. Discerning even a hint of the truth was no small feat. He would not be so idle as to meddle with a mere female streamer. The fate of Huamao technology was hardly his concern. Primarily, he needed to eliminate the obstacles in his path to discuss collaboration. Otherwise, how could he possibly sell the 5,000 jade pieces that had just come into his possession and secure his profits? As for the so-called retaliation, he is utterly unafraid. The recently captured images of his aunt's indiscretion cannot be shared, but the self-indulgent photographs taken in the hotel will remain a mystery to those unaware of their origin. Moreover, the other party is not without their vices. Their online persona portrays them as a strong, disciplined woman. Should this be exposed, it remains uncertain who would truly face public outrage. Mr. Lin, I beseech you for guidance. What course of action should I pursue next? Collaborate with me. Collaborate with you? He pondered, could Lin Feng truly help revitalize his company? Observing the expression on the other's face, Lin Feng retrieved a piece of jade from his pocket and placed it upon the table, remarking with a smile, "What do you think of this?" Chen Wangshan possesses profound knowledge of antiques. Although he is not well-versed in jade, he has encountered ancient jade artifacts. The brilliant piece before him is far from ordinary. Its shape, color, and translucence are all of exceptional quality. Could it be? Indeed, this is a piece of icy imperial green jadeite. If processed, its value could significantly increase. Mr. Lin, do you have a source? Father, do you not know what questions are appropriate to ask? This shows a lack of discernment. Mr. Lin, collaborating with you is undoubtedly reliable, yet Wang Yue will surely retaliate. Her backing is Wan Baosheng, the chairman of the Yulong Jadeite Group in Kunming, Yunnan. Regardless of whether it is Wan Baosheng or Qian Baosheng, with Brother Lin here, should we be concerned? Silence yourself. Chen Wangshan was left speechless. His son offered him no semblance of respect. With Lin Feng present, he indeed felt untroubled. But highlighting the other party's background was merely to ensure Lin Feng understood the situation thoroughly, to avoid potential missteps. Mr. Chen, you are overly cautious. I will ask you one question. Are we collaborating or not? Very well, I am aware of Mr. Lin's capabilities, and I am willing to collaborate. Excellent. The specifics can be discussed between your son and me. As for your concerns regarding retaliation, Mr. Lin, can we not ensure absolute security with your involvement? Chen Wangshan, filled with a rush of excitement, interjected. No, since we cannot prevent it, let them retaliate. We shall devise a solution to the ensuing troubles later. Furthermore, the online harassment has already commenced. Chen Wangshan felt somewhat bewildered. Was it truly this hasty? Father, this woman has audaciously released a short video to defame us. Quickly, show me. Chen Wangshan took the phone, glanced at it, and was instantly alarmed. Within merely 10 minutes of its release, the video had garnered 20 likes and over 10 comments. This terrifying influx of attention was disconcerting. The video bore the title, "As a weak woman visiting Sioux City for collaboration, I was bullied. Are the entrepreneurs and tycoons of Sioux City truly so unreasonable and uncouth? My heart aches, and a certain wealthy heir, relying on their local status, threatened me, sob sob." The short video featured a tearful cartoon girl, appearing pitifully vulnerable. This narrative ignited the fury of those protective of their reputation. Father, this woman is shameless, brazenly slandering us. She is so audacious here, yet transforms into a baby online. Furthermore, did she not just proclaim her intent to harass you? Is that not already unfolding? Chen Wangshan opened the comment section and was met with a surge of outrage. The reality was far graver than he had anticipated. The contents of the comment section were utterly appalling. What is Huamao technology? I've never even heard of it. The fact that we could visit this mediocre company is already quite generous. Is this how they treat people? Is Sioux City this corrupt? What happened to the beautiful Jiangnan water town? I shall never return. I have already gathered information about the company. The chairman is Chen Wangshan, who is also recognized as Sioux City's Entrepreneur of the Year. Can such a person truly deserve this title? Ultimately, it is still a small place, and the people lack decorum. To the individual above, Sioux City is not merely a small locale, though I concur that the people are indeed lacking in manners. This brat, Chunjia, is notorious locally for his debauchery. If not for his father's backing, would he be so audacious? It is certainly this young man who has been bullying Yue. It infuriates me beyond measure, and I cannot endure it. Huamao Technology operates a short video platform with over 1 million followers, primarily selling daily necessities, many of which are not even their own brand. If we simply boycott them, this company will surely collapse swiftly. Yue, do not be afraid. We will avenge you. Everyone, let us charge forth. In an instant, Huamao Technology's notoriety began to soar, and the father-son duo of Chen Wangshan became universally loathed as unscrupulous and avaricious merchants. Hello, it's me. What? They have such audacity? Suddenly, Chen Wangshan received a call from the company, and his expression turned anxious as his gaze involuntarily shifted towards Lin Feng. Ding! Important notice received. Continued arrogance will lead them to become increasingly reckless. Let the bullets fly for a while. The more arrogant they are now, the more tragic their fate will be later. A brief silence can send them to hell. Mr. Chun, please hold on. Mr. Lin, what are your instructions? Though anxious, Lin Feng dared not disregard the situation. No need to be nervous. Just maintain silence for now. Good and evil will ultimately receive their due recompense. You mean? Lin Feng nodded. Dad, do I even need you to teach me? This is my elder brother. Chun Jia was elated, firmly believing that with Lin Feng around, Wang Yue would undoubtedly meet a dismal end. At this moment, having cleansed herself of the bloodstains and donned a sultry nightgown, Wang Yue reveled in the online frenzy attacking Huamao Technology, her heart soaring with delight. This is the consequence of your arrogance. This is what it feels like to be insulted. I shall make you understand what despair truly means. Chapter 95. The overconfident competitor led us by 200 counterfeits. She had already devised a more advanced plan in her mind. Sioux City is not limited to just one e-commerce company. It just so happens that Chen Wangshan's is the one that has developed relatively well. The competition in this industry is exceedingly fierce, with many companies aspiring to cultivate their own streamers. But such an endeavor is no easy feat creek. The hotel doors swung open, and an assistant entered, visibly anxious. Shally, what is the situation? Wang Yue replied with a triumphant smile. This is the outcome of offending me. Miss Wang, are you playing too big a game? What is there to fear? Are they truly our opponents in this war of public opinion? However, we have not accomplished what Director 1 instructed us to do. That old man is far too ambitious. His true pillar of support is the Jade Tycoon from Yunnan. It can be said that her current popularity is greatly indebted to his substantial backing. Without a significant influx of capital, even if she were to stream every day in the nude, she would hardly achieve such fame. However, she initially believed she could comfortably become a prominent streamer, basking in wealth and glory for a lifetime. To her surprise, the other party began insisting that she find ways to promote and sell their company S-Jade, which turned out to be fake Jade. At first, she was reluctant, deeming the risks too great, but under pressure and persuasion, she ultimately acquiesced to safeguard her own livelihood. Furthermore, the profit margins on the counterfeit Jade were substantial, and the promises made to her were simply irresistible. Shally, have you managed to uncover the information I requested? Miss Wang, Sioux City Kind Technology is also a sizable e-commerce enterprise, and they have always been competitors of Huamao. Chairman Yuan Hai is a rather unscrupulous character, and this company has long been suppressed by Huamao. Have they reached out to us? They did contact us previously, but we turned them down due to their offer of only 1,000 for the position fee. Can they possibly agree to that? Tell Yuan Hai that Sioux City Kind Technology will be the largest e-commerce entity for product promotion, without exception, and they will share 1/10 of the profits from the Jade sold. Very well, I will make contact. As Shally departed, Wang Yue lit a cigarette, indulging in the moment. To compete with me, not only will I ensure your disgrace, but I will also see you surpassed by your rivals, leading to your eventual downfall. Prepare to lament. On the top floor of the Guamao building in Sioux City, a vast server room at Kind Technology Group had been partitioned into over 30 individual rooms, each filled with streamers promoting products. In the chairman's office, a middle-aged man with a somewhat disreputable appearance was engaged in a phone call, his tone urgent and demeanor exuberant, as if fueled by a stimulant. I told you that Chen Wangshan fellow is nothing but a cunning fox, a modern-day Yubuchuan, utterly unfit for collaboration. If we were to speak of potential, it is undoubtedly with us at Cayenne. It is an honor that Miss Wang Yue is willing to partner with us at such a low price. Promoting your Jade? Shipped directly from Yunnan? A 10% commission? Splendid, splendid. Our company also seeks to expand its business. Stagnation leads only to demise. I eagerly await the arrival of Miss Wang and your esteemed team. Upon hanging up, Yuan Hai was as elated as a child with an unbridled imagination. Prepared to welcome the top internet celebrity, I am finally on the rise. He had temporarily dismissed Chen Jia, who, despite his debauched nature, obediently followed Lin Feng's orders. The virtual camera captured every detail of the unfolding events, documenting them meticulously. Suddenly, the image of Wang Yue began to disrobe. As her robe fell to the ground, familiar objects made an appearance, and the subsequent scenes were decidedly inappropriate. Lin Feng, maintaining his composure, recorded the moment once more. Just when he thought the spectacle had concluded, she unexpectedly opened a drawer and retrieved a packet of white powder. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched, astonished. Could she be involved in such activities? Indeed. Wang Yue then produced the contents and extracted a set of quarantine equipment from her backpack. Preparing to indulge. Ding. Real-time intelligence acquired. The woman across from him was indulging in illicit substances. If caught, she would face severe consequences and a tarnished reputation. Her belongings contained a considerable stash. Lin Feng was taken aback, but ultimately burst into laughter. One could avoid calamity through prudence. Scandalous videos and sensational news would pale in comparison. If this information were to escape, it would obliterate her chances of recovery for a lifetime. This woman-esque guardian appeared to hail from Yunnan, a region bordering Southeast Asia and near the Golden Triangle, making her indulgence in such activities seemingly commonplace. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng deactivated the virtual imaging system. At that moment, his phone chimed. Hello, Ajia. What is the matter? Brother Lin, my dad is currently hiding in the company and is too afraid to come out. What should we do next? Lin Feng detected a hint of anxiety in Chun Jia's voice. He was evidently rattled. What is there to be nervous about? Just wait a bit. But I heard that woman has collaborated with our biggest competitor, charging only 500. Selling jade, is she? Indeed. Then that is quite manageable. What if they sell counterfeits? Selling counterfeits? That would be suicidal. If proven, the company would be finished. Me? Brother Lin, just tell me what to do. I'll follow your lead. The young man was visibly excited, feeling that a chance to showcase his abilities had arrived. He had witnessed Lin Feng's prowess. To deceive was his forte, and those targeted would suffer greatly. Chun Jia, being youthful and eager for recognition, was already brimming with enthusiasm. Lin Feng chuckled. Is the penalty for selling counterfeits that severe? Well then, do you have any money? Money? I have a few million, somewhat. These affluent second-generation heirs, born with a silver spoon, indeed evoked a twinge of envy in Lin Feng. Having a few million is somewhat significant. People can be so disheartening. Allowing this youth to take the spotlight seemed fitting, especially since it would benefit his father. Here is the plan. When Kain technology goes live, simply purchase 200 units. Once you receive the goods, initiate a counterfeiting claim. Have them appraised by an expert, and then expose her during the live broadcast. Are you up for it? Wow, I've been wanting to do this for ages. You're the best, brother. Chapter 96. Jade for 99 yuan with free shipping? The top buyer. When you place the order, it's best to do so under the camera's view, ensuring high definition, understood? I comprehend perfectly to avoid any denial. If you perform well this time, unexpectedly, your father could dominate the e-commerce realm in Sioux City. Whether he can dominate is irrelevant. My vengeance is paramount. I just want to relish the moment. That's your father's enterprise. It will eventually be yours. Come on with him. There's no future in that. It's far more practical to engage with some ladies. You're still unreliable. Brother Lin, who should I approach for jade appraisal? Wait for my instructions. All right. Oh, Kain Technology and Wang Yue have released a joint statement. They will conduct a special broadcast on jade tonight. Let us see how you perform. After hanging up, Lin Feng rubbed his hands together, his face alight with anticipation and excitement. He decided to let Chun Jia handle this matter, as he himself was not suited for the spotlight. He is not foolish. Once everything is settled, he will be able to collaborate with Chan Wangshan without a care in the world. The virtual map automatically opened, revealing the entirety of Sioux City. Lin Feng entered keywords into the search bar. Experienced jadeite appraiser, possessing professional ethics, reputable character, willing to assist for a fee. Ding! A total of 265 targets found within this area. Please select accordingly. Lin Feng chuckled to himself, recognizing the impressive capabilities of this feature. It was evident that further practice was necessary. The virtual map could easily locate targets based on custom keywords with a single click, and the cost was merely 1,000 points. He began filtering through the targets, determined to find an authoritative jadeite appraisal expert today in preparation for counterfeiting efforts. At 3 p.m., Kain Technology and Wang Yue attended a press conference together, announcing their collaboration and the premiere of a jadeite special later that evening. At the event, Kain's demeanor was subservient, akin to that of a lapdog. Miss Wang, your substantial support has truly moved me. The opportunity is yours. It remains to be seen how your company will perform. This immense fortune that Chen Wangshan disregards is coveted by many. You are correct. Chen Wangshan has become quite muddled. I will not be so foolish. He is not only muddled, but also somewhat oblivious to the dangers. At 7 p.m. tonight, I will show you what real traffic looks like. Yuan Hai felt a surge of excitement. Having long been oppressed by Chen Wangshan, he was ready to turn the tables. After Wang Yue departed, his assistant, Xiao Jin, could not help but reveal the evening's live broadcast schedule, his brow furrowed. In a buoyant mood, Yuan Hai had already drifted into a euphoric state, but upon seeing his assistant's grave expression, he couldn't resist reprimanding. What are you doing? The company is thriving. Why the long face? Boss, look at this list. It's outrageous. What is outrageous about it? Jadeite for 99 with free shipping. Buy 3, get 1 free. Do you believe this is genuine? Xiao Jin had been with him for many years, loyal and diligent, serving as his trusted aide. He was practical and capable. The company could flirt with the edges of legality, but it must never overstep. You don't understand. The person behind Wang Yue is a jadeite merchant from Yunnan, looking to expand into the Yangtze River Delta. Naturally, they must offer some incentives. Do you comprehend? Yuan Hai brimmed with confidence, harboring no doubt. In this era, traffic equates to wealth, and purchasing traffic is commonplace. While the 99 jadeite may not be of the highest quality, it certainly isn't counterfeit. But, no buts. Chen Wangshan simply cannot recognize the situation. He is an antiquated thinker, and with his troublesome son, Hua Mao, is utterly finished. Observing his boss's smug demeanor, Xiao Jin hesitated, ultimately choosing not to continue his counsel. He understood Yuan Hai too well. His strength and ambition were misaligned. Years of experience bred a hint of unease. If for the sake of his boss's aspirations, he resolved to cooperate wholeheartedly. Perhaps he was overthinking it. After all, true opportunities do not come easily to everyone. At 7 p.m., in the Cayenne livestream room, where the average online audience would not exceed 500, the initial 20 viewers were far from its potential limit. As time progressed, the number of online viewers in the live broadcast room surged to 50, rapidly approaching 100. Incredible. Look at this, Xiao Jin, just look. Boss, please calm down. Your blood pressure is high. Fear not, for my fortunes are about to change. In front of the camera, Wang Yue appeared resplendent, exuding an air of aloofness that sparked the imagination. Goddess, hurry and showcase your goods. We shall undoubtedly support you. Let that rustic fellow, Chen Wangshan from Sioux City, witness your prowess. Though we have not heard of Cayenne technology, we stand firmly behind our goddess. Come now. Let the owner of Cayenne Group experience the strength of our community. Wang Yue smiled lightly, saying, everyone, please consume wisely and refrain from unnecessary spending. Today, we guarantee the quality of our jade. For every counterfeit, we will compensate tenfold. This is the commitment of Cayenne Group, along with a promise video from Chairman Yuan Hai. The purchasing frenzy was palpable, with each jade piece selling out in under a minute. Yet, the truth remained that the majority of the female host fans were males of modest means, a steadfast reality. While the volume of viewers was substantial, the average expenditure was lacking. The promotion of free shipping on orders over $99 and a buy 3 get 1 free offer was enticing, yet few took advantage of the latter. Before the screen, Chun Jie rubbed his hands together as he gazed intently at the display, diving into the link. He was well-versed in spending money, but today would be a novel experience. Although a wealthy scion, he had never tipped a host before. Today, he intended to be the top donor. Without even glancing at the listed products, he eagerly clicked away. In no time, he had already spent over 1 million. Yet, it did not end there. Wang Yue, in a frenzy of activity, witnessed the inventory vanish before her eyes and began to upload more goods frantically. As a prominent second-generation wealthy individual from Sioux City, Chun Jie was undeterred. Another wave of shopping ensued, and finally, when his expenditure reached 425,000, the host ceased to add more items. The live room erupted in excitement. Wang Yue was taken aback. 400,000 was a mere trifle for him, yet she had never encountered someone who could spend so lavishly. Most of her fans were introverted and lacked financial means. This was indeed a significant catch. As the top spender of the day, this benefactor was a boon to Yue, and she expressed her gratitude. With her dulcet tones resonating, the entire live room exploded with enthusiasm. A purchase of 425,000. Who could this affluent individual be? Finally, Yuan Hai, witnessing the prowess of the top influencer, sat in his office, dumbfounded, before breaking into a silly laugh. Only Xiao Jin remained at the side, his brow furrowed, sensing an underlying strangeness to the situation. Chapter 97. The Authority of Jade Appraisal. We will share the compensation. Big brother, you are impressive, The goddess is under your protection. With such strength, he must be one of the country's elite, second-generation, wealthy individuals. I wonder if anyone would dare to criticize our goddess Yue now. Big brother, we seek your blessing. Who could this mysterious magnate be? 6666, 425,000. Such a sum I could never earn in my lifetime. How enviable. Being wealthy is truly wonderful. However, following Lin Feng's instructions, he departed the live room after a spending spree and dialed Lin Feng's number. Brother Lin, I have followed your instructions and completed my purchases. Rest assured, my father possesses a warehouse in the outskirts. The delivery address is registered there, and it will undoubtedly accommodate the items. Excellent. He is quite thrilled, and Lin Feng instructed him to await further notification, also mentioning the preparation for payment. In the alleys of the old town of Sioux City, Lin Feng ended the call. That rascal Chen Jia has astonishingly spent 425. He is certainly intent on exhausting Cain. Wang Yue's contract harbors significant issues. Should complications arise, it will be Yuan Hai who bears the burden. Navigating through the winding alleys, Lin Feng arrived at the end of a passageway. Before him stood a dilapidated bungalow, its dim light flickering within. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired one. A residence of a retired international jadeite appraiser, who, having squandered his fortune on gambling, is now in dire need of funds. He is willing to do anything within his power for the right price. Such a person resorts to gambling? With his prowess in jade, he could easily generate wealth. Could he not? Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired one. This once-renowned jade expert, driven to despair by his spouse's cancer treatment expenses, lost everything and reluctantly ventured to an overseas casino in Yunnan, ultimately facing ruin and accruing substantial gambling debts. After his former employer settled these debts, he was disheartened and retreated from the industry, residing in Sioux City. His wife passed away 3 years ago, and he is now nearly incapacitated. Ding! Important hint acquired one. This former jade expert was deeply passionate about his craft, yet now lives in despondency. Should he be employed and valued, this master could once again shine in the jade realm. Such talent is unnecessary for Lin Feng, but it could be of service to Chen Jia. Aside from counterfeiting, it wouldn't be a bad idea for him to work for Chun Wangshan in the future. Hello, Jia. How much money do you have on you? 600? Bring all. You should. After ending the call, Lin Feng glanced at the dim bungalow and turned to leave. It is wiser for him to remain in the shadows, avoiding the spotlight that could attract unwanted attention and complications. Chen Jia not only admires him, but is also obedient and easily manageable. Perhaps he could evolve into his loyal vanguard in the future. Half an hour later, the debauched scion of wealth stood before the bungalow, feeling quite apprehensive. Could such a place house a remarkable individual? However, recalling Lin Feng's instructions, he cast aside his doubts and knocked on the door. Who is it? If you're selling something, don't bother me. I have no money. Mr. Shi, I am here to invite you back from retirement. What nonsense? Are you out of your mind? Chen Jia replied with a smile. Mr. Shi, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation in the jade industry. I hope you can return to the fold. There was a moment of silence within the room before the door was swiftly opened. A wave of unpleasant odor rushed forth, causing Chen Jia to involuntarily furrow his brow. Yet, recalling Lin Feng's words, he suppressed the urge to retch. Who are you? The other party was a disheveled, elderly man, around 60, clutching a bottle of liquor, visibly intoxicated. I wish to request your assistance in identifying counterfeits. Identifying counterfeits? What do you mean? Chen Jia briefly outlined the situation, and upon hearing this, the man's pupils constricted, momentarily ignited with fury, yet he quickly regained his composure. I'm afraid you have mistaken me for someone else. Shimming, the esteemed jade appraiser of Huaxia, found himself in dire straits as his wife battled a grave illness, necessitating urgent financial assistance. In a moment of desperation, he squandered all his resources in foreign gambling. Do you not yearn to reclaim your former profession? Would your wife, resting in the afterlife, wish to witness your current state of despair? Such nonsense. I lack the time for idle chatter. Presently, individuals exploit live-streaming platforms to peddle counterfeit jade for profit. And you remain indifferent? Jade priced at $99 with free shipping. Buy 3 get 1 free. A single live sale garners millions. Can you bear to witness this? Shimming's murky gaze tightened momentarily, yet he shook his head in defiance, stating, What concern is it of mine? Did your wife not urge you to regain your strength before departing? Mr. Shi, forgive my candor, but you truly exhibit cowardice. Chen Jia felt a pang of anxiety. Such words could invite repercussions, yet Lin Feng had urged him to provoke Shimming with his rhetoric. Do not compel me, he warned. In your heyday, you were revered in the realm of jade appraisal. I implore you to return, not solely to assist me, but to restore integrity to the jade industry. Moreover, your son, who currently struggles in life, do you truly wish to remain unconcerned? Shimming, taken aback, inquired. Have you been investigating me? This is no secret. Was it necessary to investigate? I merely admire you. Who exactly are you? I am Chen Jie, the son of the chairman of Huamao Technology. My father refuses to collaborate with Wang Yue in selling counterfeit jade. In retaliation, she has allied with our rival conglomerate, and if no one exposes them, our group will face annihilation. A flicker of emotion crossed Shimming's eyes as he solemnly asked, How may I assist you? I have purchased over 4 million worth of their counterfeit jade, and I possess evidence. All that is required is your appraisal to produce an authoritative report to expose them. Very well, I shall comply. Chun Jie was elated and quickly added, Mr. Shi, they have promised a tenfold penalty. I have evidence, including video proof. They cannot evade responsibility. You are quite astute for your age, Shimming noted with a hint of admiration. Mr. Shi, while I understand that wealth may not be your primary concern, you surely require it now. Should you assist me, we shall discuss compensation later, but if we secure the damages, we will split the proceeds. Agreed, Shimming replied, unabashed in admitting his financial needs. He had long harbored resentment. His son was currently toiling in a factory in Sioux City, a life far beneath what he deserved. It had been years since his wife's passing, and he recognized that he ought not to languish in despondency any longer. For his son's sake, he resolved to strive once more. The two departed from the narrow alley. Chun Jie was exhilarated, astonished that matters had unfolded so seamlessly. All of this was orchestrated under Lin Feng's discreet guidance. Remarkable. Brother Lin is akin to a celestial being. At Kain Group, Yuan Hai was beaming with success. Today's sales figures were exceptionally high, promising him a substantial commission. He perceived himself as the ultimate victor. Moreover, this live stream utilized Kain technology as primary account, witnessing a surge of 50 new followers within 2 hours, with numbers still steadily increasing. Xiaojin, how do you perceive my strategy? Ingenious, boss. Your foresight is commendable. Yet, Xiaojin remained skeptical. Why had such an advantageous opportunity fallen into their hands? Was it merely for the sake of vengeance against Chen Wangshan? Could this be too trivial a matter? Do you now comprehend my discerning vision? With a commitment to long-term collaboration, we shall undoubtedly transform our circumstances dramatically. At this moment, Yuan Hai is brimming with confidence. Chapter 98. Wagering the prestige of a top appraiser. The wealthy heir confronts the malevolent merchant. The following day at noon, Lin Feng fixated on the screen, observing with intense concentration. The adversary's warehouse is situated in the bustling metropolis, with logistics dispatched the previous evening, arriving the subsequent morning. The virtual surveillance footage reveals a warehouse exceeding 100 square meters. Chun Jie and Shi Ming are diligently appraising the counterfeit jadeite. Lin Feng notes a stark contrast in Shi Ming's demeanor compared to the previous day. He is now fully absorbed in his task, donning gloves and wielding various appraisal tools. Shi Ming exhibits an innate talent for jadeite identification. The very touch of jadeite transforms him. However, as the evaluation progresses, Lin Feng discerns a subtle shift in Shi Ming's expression, from calmness to astonishment, culminating in indignation. Beep. Real-time intelligence acquired. The appraiser, astounded by the counterfeit jadeite, discovers that someone is selling trinkets worth mere cents as genuine jadeite. This is a sacrilege to the jadeite industry and must be exposed and prosecuted. What began as a professional obligation has now morphed into a deeply rooted animosity. This hatred has indeed emerged. Lin Feng shifts to another camera angle, revealing an even larger warehouse, tenfold the size of Chun Jie's. The figure of Wang Yue materializes on screen, accompanied by several young men who exude an air of distinction. Mr. Wang appears satisfied, addressing Miss Wang. You have performed admirably this time. I have taken considerable risks. Surely you are aware of that? Please expedite the shipment. Once this live broadcast goods are dispatched, I intend to commence a second session. By the way, a mysterious affluent patron purchased over 4 million worth of merchandise during yesterday's session. The young men, eager to curry favor, respond, Miss Wang, your charm is boundless. Who could possibly resist? Wang Yue, uninterested in flattery, retorts, isn't it merely that my godfather can withstand it? After all, he is incapable. Lin Feng meticulously records all of this footage. Meanwhile, Shi Ming concludes his appraisal, his voice simmering with anger. How shameless. I have heard of adulterated goods being sold, but never of entirely counterfeit items. This malignant tumor must be excised. even if it jeopardizes my esteemed reputation as an appraiser. I shall rid the jadeite community of these miscreants. Rest assured, Mr. Sure, I will convene a press conference this evening to bring this matter to light. At Huamao Technology, Chun Wangshan wears a troubled expression, clearly distressed. The company's situation is dire, yet Cayenne has begun to flourish. Chairman, your son is about to hold a press conference. What? Chun Wangshan is momentarily taken aback, his composure faltering. This is no trivial matter. He has issued a statement vowing to expose the true nature of Wang Yue and Cayenne. Is he not being reckless? Chairman, the press conference is already underway, right outside Cayenne Group. Let us go, we must see for ourselves. Chen Jie is indeed efficient in his endeavors. With a burgeoning reputation in Sioux City, his statement has attracted numerous local media outlets. Concurrently, Yuan Hai arrives at the scene, his expression dark with fury. Even Chen Wangshan would not dare to be so brazen, yet his son has audaciously sought confrontation. This is nothing short of folly. Chen Jie, what nonsense are you uttering? Come, throw him out. A group of security guards rushed over, but their actions were captured by the journalist's cameras. Yuan Hai, are you feeling guilty? I am here to expose you. Why resort to violence against me? Esteemed journalists, witness this. This man seeks to threaten me with force. You. Xiao Jin quickly interjected. Chairman, endure it. The reporters are present. This could work against us. His inner anxiety had magnified infinitely, sensing that the situation had grown somewhat peculiar. Mr. Chun, our cameras are trained on you. Do not fear, should anyone lay hands on you. We shall report with absolute fairness. Indeed, as members of the media, we shall never assist in wrongdoing. Furthermore, your claim of exposing Wang Yue and Yuan Hai for selling counterfeit goods has piqued our interest in seeing concrete evidence. Mr. Chun, do you possess any significant proof? Are all the jadeites sold by Wang Yue counterfeit? She boasts an audience of 1.2 billion fans, without evidence. The online backlash you face would be unimaginable. Reputable media outlets are meticulous. They require solid proof. Do you all recall the mysterious top buyer who purchased 400 jadeites during last night's livestream? Indeed, that was I. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The journalist's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This matter seemed increasingly compelling. Chen Jie, what absurdity are you spouting? Are you attempting to frame me? Duan Hai Sao that Vimendin, pointing at Chen Jie. Yet he remained unperturbed, producing his phone and chuckling. The surveillance footage from my home can attest that I spent over 400 on your jadeites. I just received the goods this morning, and they're still in my warehouse. Ridiculous. Do you even understand, Jade? Your claims are baseless. Duan Hai Vito, his anger manifesting in laughter, seemingly unfazed. Ha! While I may not be well-versed in jade, this gentleman beside me certainly is. At that moment, someone finally recognized Sherming. An elder journalist lowered his camera, his gaze filled with uncertainty. This individual seemed familiar. I attended a jade exhibition in Yunnan several years ago, and his name escapes me. Sherming, one of the foremost jade appraisers in China. As soon as the journalist spoke, Sherming nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is I. I can assure you, based on my credentials, that the 400 jadeites purchased by Chen Jie are all counterfeit, with a cost that does not exceed 5 yuan. The venue fell into a chilling silence, everyone stunned. Should this claim be substantiated, it would be a monumental event, likely leading to the instantaneous downfall of the Kane Group. Nonsense. Who do you think you are? Yuan Hai bellowed. Sherming coldly replied. All my credentials can withstand official verification, and I stand accountable for my statements. I am also open to scrutiny by authoritative third-party appraisal organizations. Yuan Hai trembled, finally sensing that something was amiss. At this moment, he recalled Xiao Jin's warning, and a wave of cold sweat washed over him. Chairman, I sensed something was off. Why did you not speak up sooner? I did, but you would not listen. Chen Jie felt elated, certain that this would catapult him to prominence. Esteemed media friends, I recall Chairman Yuan posted a video promising a tenfold compensation for any counterfeit goods. Surely, he would not deny this, would he? I have captured that video. Should he refuse, I shall have no choice but to report to the relevant authorities. As this constitutes fraud, Yuan Hai's complexion was ashen. The notion of compensating tenfold? It was far more complex than merely 400. On that day, the sales figures in the live broadcast room exceeded 30 million. If 300 million were to be compensated, his Cayenne Group might very well face closure. Mr. Yuan, why are you not smiling? Are you disinclined to laughter? Chen Jie, do not press your luck. Before he could finish his retort, the microphones of a dozen reporters were thrust toward him, nearly grazing his lips. Chapter 99, The Collapse of a Top Streamer. Mr. Yuan, we demand an explanation. A live audience of hundreds of thousands, generating over 30 million in sales. Is it all a fabrication? If it were indeed false, would you offer a tenfold compensation? With sales exceeding 30 million, 10 times that would amount to 300 million. Given your company's stature, can you truly afford such a payout? Should this matter be genuine, the reputation of Cain would suffer immensely. Were you aware in advance that these were counterfeit goods? The journalists, sharp as ever, posed their inquiries with an air of certainty. Do not speak nonsense. Our chairman was oblivious to this. He too is a victim. Indeed, I was unaware as well. I too am a victim. Yuan Hai hastily defended himself, acutely aware that an opportunity still lingered. A victim, you say? Mr. Yuan, after decades in business, have you not scrutinized the contract? The contract he was taken aback, having been somewhat detached from reality. He indeed had not examined it closely. Moreover, what could a top streamer possibly deceive him about? Xiao Jin, bring the contract for me to review. Chun Jia, brimming with confidence, interjected, there is no need to look further. My father refrained from collaborating due to the contract stipulations, which clearly state that all incidents during the live broadcast are the complete responsibility of your company. Impossible, this cannot be true. Chairman, it is indeed authentic. Xiao Jin, gazing at the electronic copy of the contract on his phone, turned pale as a sheet of paper. He noticed a particular clause stating, should any issues with the goods arise, all responsibility lies with Cain Group. We're doomed. This time, there is truly no escape. Damn it. How could this happen? This deceitful woman has ensnared me. I'm a victim of treachery. Chun Jia reveled internally, having executed Lin Feng's directives. He felt a sense of vindication. Yet he had further plans. Mere satisfaction was insufficient. This is all the jade I purchased, including receipts, delivery slips, and other proofs. I now expect Mr. Yuan to compensate me, or I shall resort to legal action. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chairman, you do not deserve this. With the company facing confiscation, you could end up imprisoned, resulting in the collapse of the entire group, and your assets would be seized. But this amounts to 300 million. Yuan Hai's heart was in tatters. He earned merely a few tens of millions annually. To part with such a sum would mean at least a decade of labor rendered futile. Mr. Yuan, if you do not compensate, I shall make a report. If you agree to compensate, I will overlook this. Should you wish to face imprisonment, consider my silence a favor. Very well, I shall compensate. Transfer the funds immediately. Understood. Chun Jia appeared calm, yet inwardly he was elated. 10 minutes later, the funds arrived, totaling 250. He smiled warmly at the reporters and said, Dear friends from the media, I implore anyone who has purchased counterfeit goods to seek assistance from Mr. Yuan for the protection of your rights. He is a trustworthy individual and will certainly compensate you tenfold. He reiterated his call for everyone to have faith that Mr. Yuan would provide a satisfactory response, urging understanding and magnanimity. While this rhetoric seemed lighthearted, it struck Yuan Hai like a thunderbolt, as he realized he could not escape the looming specter of bankruptcy. This time, he understood his demise was unequivocal, with no hope of resurgence. The reporters swarmed around Yuan Hai, while Chun Jia and Shiming quietly slipped away, no longer the focal point of attention. Meanwhile, Chun Wangshan, on the verge of explosion, had not yet left the company when he encountered the latest news circulating online, leaving him momentarily speechless. He muttered to himself, his voice tinged with joy, convinced that it was Lin Feng orchestrating this retaliation. Yet, he pondered whether Wang Yue would relent, given her formidable influence. However, with the formidable Lin Feng backing her, he surmised that managing her should pose little challenge. Simultaneously, Lin Feng, now fully embracing his identity as a super hacker, took the initiative to compile and release an array of Wang Yue's stunning videos. Ding! Real-time intelligence acquired. The scandalous videos of the target have begun to circulate, spreading at an alarming pace, and her carefully crafted persona is rapidly crumbling. The identity of the top-tier female anchor will soon be a relic of the past. Ding! Future intelligence acquired. 1 hour later, the era belonging to Wang Yue collapses. Her benefactor, seeking to avoid collateral damage, wisely chooses silence. The Sioux City Cain Group falters and announces bankruptcy a week later, while Huamao Group flourishes, steadily ascending to prominence. It appeared that everything was proceeding smoothly, and he opened the mainstream social platform, his spirits soaring. Wang Yue was now the target of public derision, her downfall seemingly complete. At 3 a.m., torrential rain poured over Sioux City. The live broadcast of her selling fake jade had been exposed. While this was troubling, other revelations could land her in a dire predicament. Even her self-indulgent escapades were not morally questionable. After all, one's physiological needs were not inherently flawed. However, the subsequent exposure of videos featuring her illicit drug use left her utterly terrified. She felt her world crumble beneath her. In a moment of panic, she chose to flee, determined not to be captured. Otherwise, her freedom for the remainder of her life would evaporate. In the darkness, drenched by the rain, she struggled to discern her direction. In her frantic haste, she stumbled into a puddle. At that moment, a taxi passed by and halted beside her, its driver a middle-aged woman working the night shift. Upon seeing Wang Yue sprawled on the ground, the woman kindly inquired, "Miss, do you need assistance?" Wang Yue, seeing a glimmer of hope, lifted her head eagerly and exclaimed, "Take me away from Sioux City. I will pay you." The middle-aged woman, upon catching a glimpse of her face, briefly widened her eyes before regaining composure. "Get in. I will take you away." Thank you so much." Wang Yue opened the car door and entered. However, instead of heading outside the city, the vehicle sped towards the Sioux City police station. The following day, at 8 a.m., in a villa in Kunming, a man in his 70s, dressed in a bathrobe, stared expressionlessly at the latest headlines. "Mr. Wang, what about Miss Wang?" "What Miss Wang? Do I know her?" Upon hearing this, his subordinate quickly grasped the situation and promptly rephrased, "This woman has audacity. Not only is she selling counterfeit jade, but she is also indulging in illicit substances. She truly deserves her fate." Indeed, the insatiable greed of the youth is unfortunate. It is best to observe such absurdities as mere entertainment. We must remain grounded in our business endeavors. Chapter 100. Those who follow Brother Xinlin shall inherit the world. An emerging star host. The next day, when Lin Feng saw the latest headlines, he nearly burst into laughter. The fugitive Wang Yue had unwittingly hailed taxi, unaware that she was wanted with a bounty on her head. The female driver promptly delivered her to the police station. Good and evil will ultimately be repaid. If one does not court disaster, they shall not perish. Had Wang Yue maintained a more humble demeanor and sincerely collaborated with Chun Wangshan, Lin Feng would have had no inclination to expose her misdeeds, even if he were aware of them. The phone on the bed rang. It was unnecessary to guess. It was undoubtedly a call from Chun Jie. As expected, upon pressing the answer button, he heard Chun Jie's excited voice. "Hello, is that Brother Lin? We're taking off. What's going on?" "Jie, you must ensure your father conducts a thorough selection. From what I know, the partners of Kain are a mixed bag. Don't mess it up. Rest assured, my father has organized a team to liaise and vet them. However, he has an idea." Chun Jie spoke with enthusiasm, as if he had encountered good news. "What is it?" "He intends for me to oversee the live sales of jade." "Isn't that splendid? However, there are still some issues. I don't know any hosts, and I'm not familiar with jade. How about this? At 1 o'clock this afternoon, bring Sherming to me." "Brother Lin, you are incredibly generous. Rest assured, I will ensure the jade business is executed flawlessly." He then excitedly added, "Have you heard? Wang Yue has been taken to the provincial level, not just for selling counterfeit jade. I've seen the video. You're quite fortunate. Someone has exposed all her dark secrets." "Brother Lin, those videos weren't leaked by you, were they?" "How could that be? I lack such capability. It must be that Wang Yue, in her arrogance, has made too many enemies along the way." "Oh, enough of that. Those delusional fans even committed suicide, claiming they couldn't accept the downfall of their goddess. How foolish." Lin Feng felt a jolt of shock at this revelation. "Brother Lin, I heard they also uncovered her tax evasion, and the amount is substantial, truly satisfying. Enough of such individuals. They are fundamentally corrupt and cannot withstand scrutiny. Come to me at 1 o'clock, and I will guide you on the next steps." "All right. I have finally concluded that those who align with Brother Lin shall conquer the world. As long as I follow your lead, I shall never suffer loss. Remember to bring Sherming. Otherwise, all will be in vain." "Rest assured, Mr. Shi and I are on good terms now." After ending the call, he quickly checked the situation online and was taken aback. Furthermore, the influential figure behind her had also spoken out, warning the entire internet against spreading rumors, threatening to sue for defamation. This powerful individual was no fool. A goddaughter role could offer support and financial backing, but one would certainly ensure to cover their own tracks meticulously. Indeed, as he scrolled down, Lin Feng discovered that several individuals responsible for the warehouse in the bustling metropolis had turned themselves in. They claimed to be from a small jade company in Yunnan, asserting that their newly formed entity had no connections to anyone else. Lin Feng inhaled sharply, a warning bell ringing in his mind. The world was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Possessing wealth and connections felt akin to wielding a low-tier magical power, necessitating a more cautious approach moving forward. Half an hour later, the doorbell rang. Lin Feng opened the door to find Chun Jie, accompanied by Sherming. The jade appraisal master had tidied himself up, donning a set of traditional attire that lent him an air of sophistication. However, his prolonged seclusion had rendered him somewhat socially anxious, trailing nervously behind Chen Jie. Ding. Important tip received. This jade appraisal expert is destined for greatness. His past reputation, authoritative credentials, and exceptional skills will make him a top livestream host in the jade industry, significantly enhancing the value of jade sold through him by a factor of 1. 3. Behold the essence of discerning talent. Even the most extraordinary steed requires a discerning jockey. Mr. Chun, this is my older brother, Lin Feng. Hello, Mr. Lin. Please have a seat. Do not feel constrained. I'm quite easygoing. Ding. Real-time information acquired. This seasoned jade appraiser once possessed an impressive network. Many of today, as top sculptors in China, are his former juniors, and they are eager to assist in carving and packaging any raw jade he presents. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy. This was precisely the person he sought. Mister. Sure, don't be anxious. Just call me Xiao Lin. Ignore what this fellow says. I'm merely an ordinary businessman. Mr. Lin, is there something you wish to discuss? Come, let us move to my room. Lin Feng led the way to the master bedroom, with Shi Ming and Chen Jie following closely behind. Upon opening the door, a dazzling array of green nearly overwhelmed his senses. This is all premium Burmese jade. I have some connections and managed to acquire these unprocessed jades. What do you think? Remarkable goods, indeed rare treasures. Both the quality and hue are exceptional. Once carved and refined, the profits could multiply significantly. These items are valued at 5,000. I will hand them over to Ajia. ISNT his father urging him to delve into jade live streaming. Mr. Shi, please pay close attention. Me? Shi Ming was stunned, struggling to comprehend. However, Chen Jie was more anxious, exclaiming, Brother Lin, the reason I sought you out is to brainstorm ideas. I lack a host for this jade live streaming venture. Do you think selling anything requires long legs? A little twist here, and there could yield splendid results. You possess considerable wealth. Have you ever considered rewarding a female streamer? Is it truly the case that affluent individuals cannot find suitable companions? It seems quite reasonable. Surely, Brother Lin, you must have devised an effective strategy? Lin Feng turned to Shi Ming and chuckled. Are you foolish? Why not make use of the established jadeite streamers instead of pondering aimlessly? If Mr. Shi were to immerse himself in the realm of live streaming, specializing in jadeite, you could merely await the influx of wealth. Both Chen Jie and Shi Ming were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances that reflected their astonishment. Chapter 101, A Long-Term Venture, The Future of Image Functionality. Chen Jie was utterly in admiration, as Lin Feng's assertions were profoundly insightful. Moreover, they struck at the heart of the matter. Upon careful reflection, one realizes that the reasoning is indeed sound. It is not arrogance. Rather, should he genuinely engage in live streaming to sell jadeite, given a modicum of time, he would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the jadeite community in China. Mr. Shi, my younger brother, is quite ambitious. His father is aging and wishes for him to take over. The merchandise sold by my father's company does not appeal to him. If he is to embark on a venture, it must be one of distinction. Mr. Lin, I assure you that I am doing my utmost. You need not worry about the supply. I will devise a means to secure it. Thus, for every piece of jadeite sold in your live streaming room, provided by me, I propose a 20 commission. What do you think? Brother Lin, you need not pay me anything. Get lost. Do you think I care about such a trivial sum? Focus and do it well, understood? Shi Ming replied earnestly. As long as Mr. Lin does not provide counterfeit goods, I am confident in maximizing profits. Mr. Shi, I shall additionally offer you a 2 commission. This arrangement is independent of Huamao technology. There is no need for refusal. You are a capable individual. Thank you. Ding. Real-time intelligence acquired. This jadeite elite is concerned for his fallen son. He will seek to apologize, resolving misunderstandings between father and son, ultimately reconciling. This conclusion is quite favorable, indeed. Brother, the vehicle transporting the jadeite has already arrived. Shall we take our leave, Mr. Shi? Go ahead. Contact me if any issues arise. After seeing them off, Lin Feng closed the door. Yet, the notification sound echoed once more in his ears. Ding. Important notification acquired. This decision was astute. Shi Ming is a reliable employee, diligent and exceptionally skilled. He not only stands to bring substantial profits to Huamao Group, but can also generate sustainable revenue for you. This is a long-term endeavor that will ensure a continuous stream of income, provided that you consistently supply jadeite. This is manageable. It may be challenging for others, but it poses no difficulty for him. As long as he desires, he can procure exquisite jadeite effortlessly, and with ample points, he can discreetly acquire it without detection. Jadeite raw materials worth 5,000, once processed and packaged for sale, could easily fetch several hundred million. Even for Lin Feng, this represents a significant fortune. It is estimated that selling this jadeite will take at least 3 to 5 months, granting him ample time to secure new sources. He is no longer merely a transient player. This marks the establishment of his own stable enterprise. Checking the time, it was already 4 p.m. Lin Feng activated Qin Shue's communication signal. Lin Feng, what are you up to? In the scene, Qin Shue is on her way, surrounded by students, and in the distance. The dining hall comes into view. It is just around dinner time. University life is relatively relaxed, and students rarely become so engrossed in their studies that they forget to eat. I'm on a video call with you, he says. Do you miss me? I certainly miss you. Lin Feng raises an eyebrow and replies, You miss me? Is that for real? Why would I lie to you? My mother misses you too, and so do my 2 aunts. I feel like I am just a friend to women, making them think of me. My father misses you as well. He often says that without you, his company would be doomed. Now that we are collaborating with Bond Clothing, our products are in high demand. Lin Feng, my father wants to buy you a villa. What? That seems inappropriate. Villas in Magic City must be incredibly expensive. Tell my father-in-law to save some money. He doesn't need to buy anything too extravagant. Just a place to live will suffice. I'm not very picky. You shamelessly accept it. My father is buying you a large flat by the riverside, nearly 7,300 square meters. This is practically urging him to move to Magic City. Although the apartment isn't luxurious, it is certainly beyond the means of an average person. It might even be more expensive than the villa near the suburbs where Qin Shue's family lives. It appears her father is quite willing to spend money. A father-in-law like this is something Lin Feng appreciates. Hey, my father only wrote your name on the deed, not mine. What? I'll add your name tomorrow. I don't want it. I'm indifferent to such things. I just want you to come to Magic City sooner. But if you have your own matters to attend to, take care of those first. He feels a surge of gratitude, thinking he must have saved the world in his past life to have such a considerate girlfriend. Just as he was about to express his sentiments, a notification sound abruptly interrupts his thoughts. Ding! The system has been upgraded to version 6, activating the new virtual imaging feature. This experience costs 0 points. Regular usage will cost 20 points. Before he could comprehend what was happening, a flash of white light appeared before him. A virtual lens materialized. Lin Feng gazed intently, his eyes widening in astonishment. Through this third-person perspective, he could clearly see Qin Shue on the video call with him. Strangely, he had become a mere observer. As the video call drew to a close, they exchanged greetings and affectionate words before ending the chat. Qin Shue began to walk toward the dining hall, and as she drew nearer, Lin Feng inexplicably felt a twitch in his eyelid. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted, and the scene was engulfed in smoke. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed in horror as he witnessed an unimaginable sight. A sinkhole had formed in the area where his beloved girlfriend stood, and he watched in despair as Qin Shue fell into the abyss, her life hanging in the balance. How could this happen? Qin Shue. Qin Shue. Hey, Lin Feng, what is wrong? The virtual surveillance camera returned to normal, and the image of Qin Shue on the phone displayed a puzzled expression. She seemed confused by her boyfriend's sudden outburst of concern. She smiled and said, What is going on? We were in the middle of a video call. Are you just missing me too much? Unfortunately, I have to go to class now. I've arrived at the dining hall, and I need to eat. With that, Qin Shue prepared to hang up the call. Goodness, Lin Feng was utterly astounded. The scene before him mirrored precisely what he had just witnessed. Should the subsequent developments unfold similarly, Qin Shue would be but a mere 10 steps away from plummeting into the abyss, her fate hanging in the balance. Xiao Shue, wait a moment. Huh, what's the matter? You're particularly clingy today, Qin Shue replied with a hint of annoyance. Ah, who wouldn't feel disoriented in a long-distance relationship? I merely wish to gaze upon you a little longer. Very well, let us converse for a while longer. Lin Feng had successfully detained Qin Shue for a minute, his gaze fixated on the screen, apprehensive of unforeseen calamities. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the screen, and the crowd around began to scatter in terror, with cries echoing in the air. As the swirling dust settled, Lin Feng finally discerned the scene, prompting a cold sweat to break out across his forehead. Had he not delayed the call for a few minutes, Qin Shue would undoubtedly have fallen. Lin Feng, the ground has collapsed. Had you not prevented me from hanging up, I would have plunged down. Ah! Xiao Shue, do not fear. You have not fallen, so hurry and eat. I must attend to other matters now. As long as Qin Shue was safe, he had no time to concern himself with the fate of others. Nevertheless, this new feature was indeed quite remarkable.